A man stood in front of many spectators and listed the chemical elements. His face was as serious as possible and his voice stern. Spreading his arms, he said that the power of his element called iron could only be studied at 57%. The crowd shuddered. The man grabbed a piece of iron in his hands and began to accumulate the energy. The element of iron received a predatory smile appeared on his face. The material in his hands began to mysteriously change, stretching like a scrap of some kind of matter. The crowd looked at him in surprise. The piece of ordinary iron began to take the most unusual forms. It moved, as if it were a living being. The man concentrated the power even more. In front of the man stood two more soldiers in military uniforms and holding something like a bill made also of iron. Something was about to happen. A second later, a piece of iron that looked more like a hedgehog flew into the shield, throwing one of the soldiers far away with its blast wave. Among this crowd, there was one boy who opened his eyes in surprise and looked at what was happening. His name was Gao Neng. Suddenly, Gao heard in his head some strange voice that whispered directly into his ear. Gao shivered and tried to pull himself together. The voice asked if he wanted to possess the great power. Looking in front of him in a serious voice, the guy told him to shut up. Only ranting knows how to. If he wants to, he can try to do. At the same second, a bright blue light shone before his eyes. Gao covered his face with his hands to avoid being blinded and bounced a little to the side. A notification cat appeared in front of him like in a computer game. The host had been selected. Open test order. Started processing missions. The uncomprehending kid just stood in his seat and trembled with fear. He was a little scared of what was happening. He opened the system window in front of him and a lot of characteristics appeared in front of him. And also the portrait of the girl. Gao didn't understand what was wrong. Suddenly, a silhouette of a girl about his age appeared before his eyes. She was wearing a short skirt and something similar to a school uniform. Standing in the rest of the crowd, Gao did not dare to come closer, just watched what was happening. He saw these people for the first time and did not know who they were. The man who was apparently in charge introduced the girl and said that all the others would learn under her. And then Gao couldn't contain his surprise. The guy opened his mouth and gulped air like a fish thrown on the shore. But he still didn't understand anything. Meanwhile, the head soldier frowned and said that enough talk. The last thing he would say was that the others were the same age as her. The girl looked at all the other participants with serious eyes and did not utter a single word all this time. She had a serious and strict look like a teacher. Under the girl's feet was a piece of iron and some kind of liquid with a strange odor emanating from it. Her name was Shen. The girl lowered her eyes down and looked at the piece of iron without saying a word. It seemed she was a little anxious. The instructor ordered her to convert a piece of iron, but Shen said it wasn't necessary. Resources were already limited. She would use this one. Reaching out her hand to the piece of iron, the girl began to transform it. The ore was changing literally before her eyes. She was covered by a strange cocoon, as if a butterfly was going to hatch from there. Jen looked at it and concentrated her magic. After that, little Gao's surprised eyes opened even wider as he stood in the middle of the rest of the crowd and didn't know what to say. This looked really awesome. Shen transformed the piece of ore and it began to fly as if a living creature was peering through the outline of a dragon. The girl even closed her eyes out of pleasure or concentration. A metal dragon began to fly beside her. Finally, with a wave of her hand, Shen launched the dragon straight into the air. Now the monster was clearly visible with burning red eyes. The metallic dragon flew over the crowd, and the other people looked up in surprise and opened their mouths, but didn't know what to say. Then Shen grabbed the battered door and launched it somewhere else in the distance. The girl did so easily, as if it were something she took for granted. The mangled door flew into the air, and the dragon opened its jaws and immediately grabbed it with its sharp teeth and shattered it. The people standing below began to see iron falling from the sky, and they bounced away, surprised and a little frightened, eyes filled with sheer delight. The dragon continued to circle around its mistress, and Shen guided it as if it were not a huge monster but a tame kitten. While the others opened their mouths, Gao stood in a daze and bit his lips. This dragon was made of molten iron, but moved incredibly easily. The uniformed man coughed and praised Private Shen. Very well, she is really amazing in her abilities. Next, the man turned to the rest of the crowd. He expressed his hope that they would do well and pass the entrance exam. A smile shone on the man's face. This was incredibly encouraging, and the other people took the initiative and started shouting that they would absolutely pass the exam. With a wave of his hand, the soldier said that this year they would accept a dozen students from the 3rd high school. He squinted his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Then our hero saw that in order to determine his ability level, he had to perform a sacrifice using his blood and fire. But the guy didn't expect this. His eyes filled with blood. They're kidding me. What kind of pagan pranks are these? Meanwhile, Shen, along with her dragon, continued to show off all her power. The girl didn't even pay attention to the crowd. After Gao saw what was required of him, his face became stony. If there was no other way, he would have to act, and it was starting to rain. Finally, wet drops began to fall on his head. Gao sighed heavily. Now he would be soaked to the skin. The guy was about to head for cover. It was Teacher Zhao. He stopped and froze in place, waiting to talk. A middle-aged man came up to him and put his arm around his shoulder, saying that there was a little business he could help him with. His eyes lit up at the sight of money. Realizing that he was going to get a hefty reward, Gao immediately agreed and clenched his fists and said that the teacher could rely on him and not worry. Then he took off from his seat and ran down the wet asphalt somewhere in the hull to finally stop getting wet in the rain. He bowed and thought to himself that there were not many such obedient boys left. Gao did not pay attention to the teacher he was running in the rain and thinking about his own accomplishments. Among his peers, he was known as a good man, always ready to help, and was an excellent student, although he was from a poor family. In the first classes, he was something like a substitute teacher with a big stack of exam papers in front of him. The head teacher, a girl about his age, trembled and offered to continue the lesson they hadn't finished yesterday. It was obvious that she didn't want to write the exam. But even despite the entreaties, Gao was adamant. He said that today there would be an exam on the first lesson. It consists of 5 tasks. Another classmate with big shiny eyes asked that in the second lesson, Gao tell them something, and now so-and-so won't write the exam. And then Gao refused, saying that the others needed to study hard to pass the entrance exams because they would soon be graduating from high school. Eventually the lesson ended, and the students were very upset that Gao was leaving them, but they still liked him, even though he was strict. Lastly, the guy said his phone was dead, showing his communicator, and asked the headman to keep an eye on things. The girl's eyes lit up again and she said he could count on her. A fat guy stood next to her and wiped away her tears. Gao had successfully left school and was now walking in the rain to his home. The further away, the harder his path became. Suddenly, he heard his mother's familiar voice, and that's not good if he gets caught skipping assignments. In front of him stood a middle-aged woman and smiled amiably. Her name was Shu. She was the protagonist's mother, a very kind woman. With a heavy sigh, she said he was an adult and could decide what he wanted to do even though he was truant. This woman worked as some sort of cleaner, a dirty job, but she had no choice but to provide for her family. Gao smiled and said that he knew he could take care of himself, so don't let his mom worry. Passing by his aunt, Gao said that he couldn't visit her yet, so some other time. Gao was a little downcast. The fame of his aunt that he was born in a forgotten land upset him a little, but the woman was right. Throwing the umbrella aside, the guy looked up into the sky. Even if he was born here, he should do his best to get out of here. But no sooner had the unfortunate man finished his thoughts than suddenly a notice came and frightened him very much before the sacrifice was to take place. Gao grimaced because of his companion's organizational skills, but there was no choice left. We'll have to make a sacrifice. Finally, he decided to go ahead and press the button with his finger and grimaced a little in surprise that something was about to happen. Better than spending his life in this forgotten land, Gao waved his hand and prepared to sacrifice, no matter how scared he was. A strange sphere appeared in front of him, and a voice suggested to choose the difficulty level. Gao stood in his place and didn't know what to do for now. In front of him appeared a lot of tables with figures and percentages, while the guy did not understand what it was all about and what he should choose. After thinking about it, Gao decided that he would certainly choose the highest level of difficulty because there are more rewards, even though it is dangerous. It's just fine, especially for him. The guy's eyes lit up and his hands reached for the difficulty selection. But he still decided to go for the highest level. If he wants to get out of here, it's worth the effort. Gao took a closer look. The probability of obtaining the first step is maximum, and the probability of obtaining special abilities is only half of nothing to be done. Grinning, the young hero made the decision to carry out the first mission. Stop thinking, and enough is enough. He decided to give him a clue. The same girl, Shen, who he saw. All her childhood spent in the sewers, she is an unrecognized genius. For the capture of the reward is solid. Hearing the rustling of rats, Gao smiled. He didn't expect a genius like this girl to be afraid of ordinary rats. A smile appeared on the face of one rat. Surely it will be little. How much should he even catch? 12, 100 or more? Immersed in these thoughts, Gao literally lit up with anticipation and began to arouse the suspicions of passers-by. In the end, he decided he needed to catch the biggest mouse in this forgotten land, and that's the only way he could succeed. Meanwhile, Shen was practicing in her complex. The girl was throwing punches one after another. Training did not stop for a second. She finished practicing as suddenly Lieutenant Qin, the man, appeared in the doorway and came in with a report. He brought some letters that were sent by the loving fans. Shen, the man, handed her a stack and asked what to do with it all. Well, the girl threw away the stack of letters. Qin said she was cruel. The whole room was littered with love notes and he didn't know what to do with them. But the major didn't want to hear anything. She ordered to find someone to handle it all. Qin saluted and said he would do everything. But still, there was one letter the major should look at. The man slid the envelope closer and accented it. The lieutenant said that the one who sent the letter is the son of a local influential man. His name is Ju, and he is now waiting under the door. The major asked what he meant. The lieutenant insisted that Shen meet with him because influential connections would help them eventually gain respect in this place. But the girl, without saying a word, just snapped her fingers and threw some strange object into the lieutenant's hands. The man caught it at the last moment. It was a capsule or a shell casing of some kind, but the fact that it was made of metal was obvious. Asked what it was, the major said it was information about the status of forces in the Forgotten Land. Let the lieutenant take a good look. The man shuddered. The frightened lieutenant immediately rushed to the exit. Apologizing for interrupting, he would immediately review whatever was written there. Left in her room, Shen became furious. The lieutenant had actually suggested her major's use of seduction techniques as humiliating. Unable to cope with her anger, the girl hit the punching bag with such force that it barely stood its ground. This allowed her to calm down. Shen smiled and touched herself by her hair. Okay, we need to calm down and think about her immediate plans. Looking at herself in the mirror, the girl rejoiced how beautiful and gorgeous she admired herself every day without missing a single one. In the meantime, there were two guys who were waiting for Shen without success, and among them was that suitor Tan, who was standing with a bouquet. Even though no one had come out to him, he hadn't given up hope and had been waiting for the girl for hours. Next to him, his comrade Tan pulled some kind of device out of his pocket and said that he should only give it to him and he could enter the University of the capital. Putting the bouquet forward, he exclaimed happily that now he just needed to get to Shen's room and present her with a gift, and she would definitely melt with love. Suddenly, the two guys saw some stranger with a big briefcase behind his back and were startled out of their wits to see who it was rubbing there at all. It's not hard to guess that it was Gao, but what he forgot here, the guy was walking, and as if not paying attention to these two. He walked past the two guys without even looking at them, as if they weren't even there, which really offended them. Tang still couldn't stand it. He called out to Gao, who in turn stopped and looked at his old acquaintance in surprise at what he was doing here. After that, Gao apologized. His comrade was so unremarkable that it was hard to notice him at all. It was a heart punch, simply unbearable. After swallowing this insult, Thane coughed and said that there was a lucrative business that could make good money. Of course, this could not help but interest Gao, who was now exceptionally in need of money and would take any job. Tang saw his acquaintance's interest and told him to finally calm down, or nothing will happen. Gao could not keep himself in control. Approaching the acquaintance, Tang said that you need to forget the key to this hotel, and he pays 50,000. Gao doubted, and if he is caught, he will be imprisoned. When he heard the price of 100,000, doubts immediately disappeared. They shook hands, and Gao immediately agreed. The guy held out his hand. Thane didn't quite know what he was talking about, or what they wanted from him, but his hand stayed where it was. Still receiving his payment in advance, Gao thanked his hapless comrade and promised that he would do exactly as requested. After he had received the payment, Gao sprinted towards the hotel and had the difficult task of retrieving the key to the secured area. Immediately, his comrade jumped up to Tan and like a dog started asking to pay him, and he said he could do much better. After that, Tan got angry and gave his friend a good smack. He at least understands why they won't go there themselves. The thing is, if they get spotted outside the hotel, it's all that fool Gao's fault. They'll be left with nothing, that's all. In the meantime, the guy had already gotten into the hotel and was standing at the reception desk asking if there were any rooms with hourly rates. But unfortunately, everything was taken. The hotel worker looked at him with a thoughtful look and began to search her mind if they had anything like that at all. But seeing the face of a beautiful boy in front of her that literally glowed with benevolence, woman melted and could not resist. She nodded her head. Sure they do. They have rooms with an hourly rate, and no girl could resist such a handsome man. Eventually, the right room was obtained. The hotel employee asked how many seats should be in the room. The guy said only one, hearing that this visitor needs to meet Lieutenant Chin. The hotel worker frowned. Why even meet a man in a hotel? But it was a cunning plan. Gao knew that no one could know he was going to sacrifice Shen, or it would all go wrong. After choosing the right room, the woman said the lieutenant was on the 7th floor and Gao's room would be next door. So don't worry. Winking as kindly as possible at the woman, Gao thanked her and said she was the best and headed back. Meanwhile, the girl behind the counter just blossomed. She has never seen such a handsome man. The more they look, the more they like him. Meanwhile, Gao, he paid 40,000 for the room. If he had known it was so expensive, he would have just stolen that poor key. Gao came to his room as if nothing had happened and went to the bathroom. All the advance money spent. At least his conscience does not torment him. In the end, he cheated his customer. Coming to the room to see the beautiful Shen, this fool will end up in the lieutenant's room and he paid so much money for himself. The guy realized that obviously they wanted to use him, but since he had taken the money he had also done wrong, his conscience was starting to bother him a little. Meanwhile, Tan had been standing outside for an hour, and freezing cold, they had already lost all hope. The unsuccessful suitor lamented that Gao had cheated him so shamelessly he would not let it go, and would definitely get even for the humiliation. Turning to his companion, or rather servant, Thane barked for him to go and bring him the unfortunate key at last. A friend came up to him and snuggled up to him, and if he stole it, Tan would definitely pay him back or not. Money was more important. Looking at his friend, he asked, "Is he as handsome as Gao? If not, then let him not even ask. The unhappy offended friend didn't even understand the point of the question. Another offensive question followed. Or is he as smart as Gao is able to get out of any situation dry? But he wasn't short on brains either, so he got a kick in the ass and orders to go and get him the key, and if he didn't, he was finished. 10 minutes later, the key to the right room had been obtained, and the friend smiled and waited for some gratitude, but in vain. Still taking pity on his servant, Tan praised him and said that tomorrow he would buy him new clothes. The happy boy nodded his head and began to bow. Not paying attention to anything around him, Tan said that today was the most important day of his life and began to comb his hair and makeup in front of himself. In front of his eyes constantly stood Major Shen. He fell in love with her at first sight and could no longer think of anyone else. And so the lover was already standing by her door, or so he thought, and preparing to open number 808 in his hands, he had a bouquet of flowers. He exhaled and prepared himself for this moment. His whole life hung in the balance. He had been preparing for so long he just couldn't fail. The guy swiped the card on the lock and there was a click and a beep, indicating that the door was open. As soon as he opened the door, he felt moisture in the air. So she's in the shower. Thane came to delight. He shuddered for a moment and left It felt like his heart was about to burst out of his chest and he was ready to cry. It was the most important day of his life. His lover was in the bathroom. Thane froze and slumped against the wall, clutching the bouquet in his hands. He breathed heavily and prepared himself. Looking at the man wrapped in a robe, the guy admired the perfectly shaped figure. He didn't even realize that he had been deceived a long time ago. He combed his hair and tucked it back. Fools don't understand how to fall in love with a woman at first sight. Thane was an experienced Casanova and knew how to flatter. He considered himself an expert in lovemaking and thought he knew absolutely everything. He knocked on the door. The man in the bathroom kept wiping his head and getting ready, unsuspecting that a lovesick madman was already waiting for him outside. With the idea that love is always crazy strong, the guy stormed into the shower stall and tried to grab his lover by the robe. He did manage to rip the robe off the unfortunate man, and the guy immediately shouted, "I love you," and thrust the bouquet forward. Love completely overshadowed his sanity, and he screamed that he loved her more than life without even realizing who was standing in front of him. Inside himself, Tan already realized that she should scream now from surprise and fear, but he prepared a speech to calm the girl down. A second or two and 3 seconds passed, but nothing happened. Tan opened his eyes, trying to understand what had happened and why there was no effect. But instead of a beautiful girl in front of him, stood a muscular naked man with only a towel on his head. Opening his eyes, the unhappy lover saw something that shattered all his fantasies and traumatized him for life. He shouldn't have seen it. There was a pause between them that lasted for an interminable few seconds. Tan had already hidden the bouquet behind his back and realized the situation he was in. Inside, everything continued to boil. Thane realized that his most important moment in life had been disturbed. He had been cheated, and now everything was going to come to an end. A familiar male voice was heard, and at the last second, Tan felt a man's foot slamming into his face at great speed. The guy was hit so hard that he flew backwards, throwing blood spatter from his broken nose. While on the first floor, police and hotel security heard something going on upstairs and immediately rushed there. The unhappy kid realized that Lieutenant Chin was standing in front of him and tried to explain everything, but the man covered himself with a towel and tried to pull him away. It was all useless. Tan literally stuck to him and tried to explain everything, but the lieutenant just wanted to get dressed and get away from this madman. Several policemen suddenly rumbled into the room and tried to squeeze through the narrow door. Before the eyes of the men appeared, a very strange picture of an almost naked lieutenant trying to unhook some boy from himself. For a second, there was silence. Seeing such an unexpected picture, the policemen were stunned from their lieutenant and immediate superior. They certainly did not expect such a thing. It would be very difficult indeed to explain. It would be very difficult for the lieutenant, together with the unhappy lover, to look at the policeman. Naturally, the policemen took it all in their own way. It seems the lieutenant has a little lover, shame on them, and closed the door immediately. A moment ago in his room, Gao heard some kind of commotion going on upstairs. He didn't understand why it was the lieutenant who went upstairs as it happened. He jumped to the door and looked through the crack to see what was going on upstairs. The first thing he saw was Shen, who somehow ended up here. What was she even doing here? The girl was in her usual clothes. Leaning his back against the door, Gao began to ponder if Tianshun really lives on the 8th floor. Then she lives in room 708. After a second, an idea was born in my head. No matter what happened a floor above, this opportunity can't be released. We need to make a sacrifice. After all, after about 10 minutes, Gao was already throwing his backpack into the right room, and it could be considered that he had done what was necessary. It turned out to be so simple. Seeing the girl's personal belongings, Gao shuddered in surprise. He was definitely not mistaken. This is her room. There can be no mistake. Turning his head sideways, Gao saw on the coffee table a strange pill he had seen earlier in training. This was the thing Shen was taking when she demonstrated her skills is a high-level energy saver. Seeing such an expensive thing, Gao from the last strength tried to keep himself calm and act reasonably. Guy slipped the pill into his pocket. The most important thing now was to find a safe place to hide, and he began fumbling around trying to find an opening. At some point, the guy heard some hurried footsteps in the corridor case. Bad girl coming back, need to find some place quicker? Nothing better came to mind than just going into the closet with Gao's clothes. Would have to squeeze in there still and take his huge backpack with him. Eventually, after a few seconds the room emptied, and the doors opened on the threshold, stood the unsuspecting Shen. Only her shadow could be seen. Meanwhile, hiding in the closet, Gao tried not to give himself away. He thought he had left no trace outside or wanted to believe it. The guy leaned against the door, hearing the sound of water. He prayed that after the shower, the girl would go to bed. Just let her go to bed. Shen finished taking her bath and came out wrapped in only one towel with some sort of mask on her face. Zhao noticed to his horror that she was heading straight for the clothes locker. You shouldn't joke like that. If things go on like this, he'll be exposed for sure. She opened the closet door and started fumbling through the pile of clothes, but she couldn't see anything because of the cucumbers in her eyes. The girl reached out her hand just where Gao was sitting and hiding, and then who knows what would happen. Covering his mouth with his hands, he began to swear to himself and beg that this wouldn't happen before the girl's hand was only a few centimeters away from him. But suddenly she stopped, and fixing one of the cucumbers on her face, she thought about something and examined the whole cabinet with her eyes. Finally, she found the right dress. It was some kind of nightgown. Shen grabbed it and immediately ran back. Poor Gao for those few seconds almost went to the grave from fear, but luckily he was not noticed. He began to go through the girl's things and raised an eyebrow in surprise at the rabbit-eared clothes. It was unexpected that Shen was wearing something like that. Meanwhile, Major just laid back on the bed and smiled, her face flushed with heat. She was just enjoying herself. After all, she's just an ordinary girl, no better, no worse. And why does everyone think she's so special? A large drop of water fell on the forehead of the unsuspecting girl who seemed to be asleep, her eyelids only occasionally twitching. A little girl of about 10 years of age was sitting in some kind of kennel that looked more like a sewage pit, shivering with cold and fear at the same time. The girl began to crawl backwards, her face filled with horror, as the huge rats the size of small kittens moved towards her. She screamed at them not to come any closer, tears streaming down her cheeks, but there was nothing she could do. Eventually, it turned out that it was only a nightmare. Shen stood up on her bed and looked around fearfully. It was only a dream. The girl looked extremely exhausted. This nightmare had made her wake up so suddenly, it had tormented her for years on end. Suddenly, the sounds of falling drops came to her ears. Just like in that dream, the girl tensed her whole body and began to look into the room. There was that nauseating smell from the sewer. It seemed that the dream was beginning to come true. Looking around, Shen tensed up even more. She was grasping the phone receiver to call for help, but her body froze, unable to move. With a terrible effort of will, she picked up the phone and started screaming, trying to call for someone. The nightmare had taken over her body. Suddenly, there was a mouse squeak that gave her goosebumps, and she realized she was trapped in her own room. Huge hordes of rats moved straight towards her, seeing in the unfortunate girl only their prey. Major sat on the bed and just shivered. Finally spotting the hated animals, she hid under her pink blanket, hoping it would at least protect her. The rats were approaching. One of them was suspiciously large and the squeak was becoming more and more distinct. The predator had already smelled its prey. Several hundred rats pounced on the girl hiding under the blanket and began to crawl over her body, exploring every inch of her body. All the girl's courage evaporated like steam. She just lay under the blanket and tried to hide, but it was all to no avail. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and waved her arms in an attempt to drive the hated monsters away. The rats scattered apart like confetti and the blanket went up in the air. All this time, the unhappy Shen tried to convince herself that it was just a dream, but the rats were incredibly real. The girl was trembling all over her body. Unable to fight any longer, she jumped up from her bunk and rushed anywhere to hide from the omnipresent monsters, but it was all useless. For a moment, the girl froze in place and only stared wide-open eyes before her. She saw something horrible creature from nightmares. An impossibly large rat the size of a human stood. Right in front of her, the most terrifying incarnation of dreams appeared in reality. Scared out of her wits, Shen waved her arms and shouted for the rat to stay away from her, but it was all to no avail. At some point, after a brief pause, the huge rat lunged straight at the defenseless girl, spreading its wide paws in an attempt to catch her. Gathering all her willpower, the frightened girl gave a strong blow and the rat shrieked in surprise. Determined to defend herself at all costs, Shen threw a monstrous punch at the monster from her childhood nightmares, and her fist burned from the overabundance of energy. But by some miracle, the monstrous rat still survived and rose to its feet, shaking off the debris that had once been the closet. The monster opened its monstrous mouth and let out a piercing squeak that the whole neighborhood could hear. Now the girl was really numb. She realized that the rat is not so easy to defeat. The monster was approaching step by step, leaving her no choice. In the end, the fear became so strong that the poor girl simply fainted. Her eyes rolled back and her body collapsed to the ground. For a few seconds there was a pause. The huge rat did not dare to approach its victim, although it was completely defenseless. Shen was lying on the hard floor. Suddenly, the monster leaned over to the girl and spoke in a human voice. Because of the tight suit, it was unclear who was sitting in it. It turned out that it was just a clever trick to scare the man dressed as a rat, with his finger touched the unconscious girl, trying to push her up somehow. Suddenly, the wool suit unzipped, and from there emerged the body of the man who had been hiding inside all this time trying to scare the girl. It turned out that it was Gao. The guy still realized his plan and frightened his victim, but in return he received a strong blow in the chest that was very painful. But now, it was possible to begin the ritual of sacrifice. The girl lay unconscious, and everything should go smoothly. Meanwhile, in the street, a poor lover who had been beaten up was swearing and saying that he would remind the lieutenant of his deed. He had almost lost his life. Meanwhile, his fearful friend was always muttering something under his nose, afraid that someone would find out about their prank and they would get in trouble. Eventually, Tan couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. What else is he afraid of? The worst could have already happened. He needed revenge. Offended to the core, the guy said that they can't just walk away. They have to show what they're worth. If they just walk away, they admit defeat. And besides, this Thane had a very powerful father, so the lieutenant will pay dearly for this humiliation. His friend was horrified. Could the lieutenant have decided to interfere in these lands? This news shook him to the core. It turns out that the social order in this place collapsed long ago, and the three great powers are the true emperors of the Forgotten Lands. With a thumbs up, the deputy son said that if the Alliance wanted to take control of the Forgotten Lands, then they should choose one of the three great holders. A sinister smile appeared. Tan was obviously up to something and didn't plan to back down. He would avenge this humiliation and do his best. He said that there's nothing to choose from, so it's too early to worry. The guy squeezed and prepared, and that this girl from the army, no matter how brilliant she was, still in front of money, no one can resist. And besides, his father is very influential. Tan licked his lips and the army will still support him. So don't worry, and this girl will only belong to him. His suck-up friend immediately leaned against his comrade and asked if he would take him with him. But it was up to him. In his hands flashed some kind of flask, probably with sleeping pills, or some other potion. Shen should be asleep by now, so everything will work out. It was a forbidden substance. Thane was going to let it through the ventilation to affect the psyche of his victim. A smile appeared on the guy's face. Meanwhile, Gao sat in Shen's room and watched the girl just lying on the floor unconscious. Guy did not know what to do in such a situation. Looking at his recorder, he shuddered. The sound effects that had been recorded in the sewers were too authentic. It was already time for the sacrifice to begin. Gao could not dare to take the first step. After all, he had never done this before. The candles were lit in the room and a magical circle was already drawn around the girl, for the ritual had to be perfect. Next came the pattern with trembling hands. Gao began to trace the pattern on the girl's face, around the eyes, on the nose, and even lower with red paint. In the end, everything was ready. The guy was happy as anything, and he is a genius in all directions, even in art. Look how interesting it turned out. There was only the last step to make a slogan suitable for the situation. The young artist thought about it and began to go through the options. A last long thought, he shouted, urging the turbulent torrent of passing self-hot blood. These words sounded too loud in the empty room. A few seconds passed, but nothing happened. The girl lay on the floor unmoving, and something seemed to have gone wrong. Gao couldn't understand why there was no reward promised to him. What about the trust between people and all that? Suddenly, there was a system notification. Turns out the guy said the slogan, "Not loud enough, you need to Takash redo even louder, but that way he'll be heard." Then the failed shaman exclaimed, "They must be mocking him. Who would even yell some nonsense in the middle of the night is suspicious." But there was no other way out. The guy sighed and took a full chest of air and prepared to shout if he wanted to get the reward. He had to make sacrifices. His eyes lit up and his teeth clenched. 3 seconds of embarrassment, and already all that was left was to shout loud enough. But before he could even open his mouth, a strange odor hit his nose. Gao stopped and sniffed. The smell was too pungent, but it came from somewhere far away. Gao knew chemistry well and knew what it smelled like. It was a potent substance. The guy covered his nose with his hand so he wouldn't inhale it himself. Meanwhile, the offended lover along with his ward were prowling around the hotel. Tan ordered his friend to watch the door. The lad happily agreed. But suddenly the young delinquent froze in place as if something didn't add up from what he saw. Tan fell into a slight stupor. In front of him lay none other than Gao. He was passed out and barely breathing. Exactly not what Tan expected to see. Here hung a pause. The young burglar had already slapped his forehead and was upset that he had gotten the wrong door again. But his friend told him to look away. Indeed, if you moved your eyes a little higher, you could see Shen, who was lying in the middle of a strange magic circle surrounded by candles. It remained to be seen why she was here with this guy. Only Thane's intermittent whispering broke the night's silence. Why are these two here? Eventually, a way out of the situation presented itself. Tang looked at Gao and shouted that he was the one who had done this to her, and why was Shen in the room? Trying to put his head together, Gao felt that he couldn't move after all. The substance was too strong and he was literally paralyzed. But Thane was triumphant. It worked just as he planned and even better. Now he'll get even for being tricked. Leaning over to the unfortunate paralyzed man, Tang whispered that it seemed all the blame would fall on Gao as luck would have it. And he in turn will be the hero who rescued Shen from the clutches of an intruder, all going too well. The situation was critical, and Gao breathed a full chest of air. He had already made up his mind. If he was going to get caught, he should at least do it right. He shouted his spell so loud that it seemed like the whole hotel woke up at the same second. Eventually, the force left the young necromancer, and he collapsed on the floor next to the girl who was already unconscious. And there was silence again. The uncomprehending Tang, along with his sidekick, looked amongst themselves and why this kid suddenly shouted those strange words. But then a terrifying thought came into his head. If he screamed again, all the guards would come running, and then they would not get away with it. And then he ordered his friend C to hold him and not let him open his mouth, or else the irreparable will happen. Two guys were practically hysterical. The two of them were holding Gao so that he wouldn't get up from his seat, but the guy realized that it would be impossible for him to move a finger. His concern now was why nothing is changing where his promised reward is some stupid trick again. It's the system. Suddenly there was a click and a bright light spilled across the room. It was a notification the host had successfully verified. Now there was a plate with Gao's initials, his age, and a photo. It was a passport of sorts. Well, better this than nothing. The guy immediately became frustrated again. His appearance was perfect. Blood value was normal. Blood strength was normal. But the hidden talent was low. But why was that so? Turns out he wasn't talented at all. His characteristics turned out to be the most mediocre below everyone else. But suddenly a voice was heard. Gao looked up and was told that he would be baptized with the highest ability and also had a chance to get the secret chest. Eyes lit up at the words strongest in front of the guy as far as how much he could get. It remained only to take possession of this secret object after the sacrifice of the girl to the word and lay in a blackout. There was a renewal of hidden talents. Drone tensed, and a bright bluish light continued to spill everywhere. Something had definitely changed. At some point, the guy noticed that his hidden talent was increasing significantly. His growth was so strong that the numbers didn't even have time to transpire. Eventually, the upgrade was completed. Gao felt as if he was weightless. He was in some strange virtual reality. Seeing that he had started some kind of evolution, Gao didn't even quite understand what it was about. Perhaps he needed to complete the quest for the evolution to reach its finale. Even apart from that, Gao obtained a secret chest. The guy's eyes went wide after seeing his equipment. Quickly, coming to his senses, Gao said they can take this set to you. He never looked for easy ways, so I'll do it on your own. The two guys holding him looked at Gao with surprised eyes, wondering what he was muttering to himself. Suddenly, Shen, who had been in a blackout until then, began to move. Could it be that at the most inopportune moment, she decided to wake up? Gao's back began to run with goosebumps. No choice gymnast, so gymnast. Let it be. So he tensed his whole body. Trying to escape from the clutches of these two, Gao crawled forward. Be what it may, there was no choice. Tang and Shi tried to hold him, but it was all useless. After receiving his hidden talent, Gao began to flail his arms as if he was a bird. The two guys holding him bounced to the sides. They received powerful slaps and held their faces. Yes, what's wrong with this guy, thought each of them. It felt like Gao was doing morning calisthenics. But if that's what's going to help him in this situation, there's no choice. Seeing that his characteristics were increasing every second, Gao was glad that if it was true, then the ability was not so useless. Coming to his senses, Tang lunged straight at his opponent, swinging his fists around. If his friend was so useless, he could handle it himself. But suddenly, Gao threw it away with just one sharp movement of his hand. So strong was he that a pop was heard. At some point, the assailant realized what was wrong with this guy. It's simple. All right, there's going to be another moment and they're going to show him what he's worth. A small knife that Tan kept stashed in his pocket for emergencies appeared in his hands as the blade of a dagger gleamed. Suddenly, all three guys froze in place. There was a knock and some footsteps. Someone was heading into this room. The man standing on the other side of the door started screaming and trying to wake up the major, but as we know, the girl was out. Eventually, Tan realized the situation they were in, and if they were spotted, the guys would go straight to hell. The lock clicked, and the door was about to swing open, and the two boys looked around fearfully, wondering where to hide. To his surprise, Gao was already standing on the windowsill and preparing to jump out of the window. Behind his back, he had some kind of rope tied a few floors above. Lastly, Gao smiled and winked at the two, saying that it was too hard, so they should take the blame. Let them try already. And only now, Tan began to realize what had happened to him. He had just been tricked. He saw the capsule that was in Shen's hands. Throwing away the parting gift, Gao jumped out of the window and grabbed his rope, wishing the two boys good luck as he said goodbye. Meanwhile, the capsule had fallen to the parquet and was disintegrating, and some powder was pouring out, spreading across the floor. From there, a dragon began to emerge, the monster's features appearing stronger and stronger. The dragon opened its mouth and a bright light fell from there. Eventually, a huge serpent had already filled the entire room. He appeared literally out of nowhere and started breathing flames, looking at his victims. Eventually, the lieutenant succeeded in breaking down the door and was now standing on the threshold with his fellow soldiers. The experienced military man froze in place at the sight of what was happening in the major's room. The man saw the dragon, his teeth instinctively clenched. Worse, he saw the same Thane again who had barged into his shower stall, ripped off his clothes, and professed his love, and now here he was. The man shifted his eyes to the side and saw Shen's lifeless body, which was covered with incomprehensible symbols and lying in the center of the circle. In addition, the perpetrator had a knife in his hands, and it was already an assault, and an armed one. Tan waved his hands in an attempt to justify himself. But all this was useless. The lieutenant became furious and swung his fist straight at the boy's face. The impact was so strong that the unfortunate man flew a few meters away and crashed into the wall at a tremendous speed, cracking the concrete. There was no need to explain anything. Lieutenant Chin went into a rage. He was like a rabid buffalo and ready to destroy this petty here and now. Hearing the smell of poison in the air, the man grabbed the boy by the scruff of the neck and prepared to teach him a lesson as he dared. They had all the evidence in their hands. The man was screaming that he would bury this guy alive for what he had done this evening. But suddenly something changed. The two froze in place before the lieutenant could bring his fist down on the boy's face. A strong wind picked up around them, and they all forgot about the dragon. Meanwhile, the huge flying monster is already targeting his victims. Today, he's going to have a solid lunch, and he's going to have 2 whole men for dinner. Eventually, Major Shen came to her senses. The girl was furious that several men were doing in her room. She craved answers. But it seems that the unfortunate one was not quite out of her mind. She had not quite recovered from her fright with the rat, and thought they were still in her room. The lieutenant saw that the girl had finally come to her senses and tried to explain the man was extremely scared and didn't know what to do. Realizing that the situation was critical, the man shouted for everyone to run out of here immediately and waved his hand towards the exit, leaving them little time to escape. Major Shen was so scared that she didn't realize what was going on around her. She launched her huge dragon straight forward. The lieutenant bounced to the side in an attempt to get out of the line of attack. He realized it was useless to talk to the girl in such a state. In all the turmoil and chaos, Thane tried to say something to the girl, saying he had something important for her, if only she would let him live. But this request was not destined to come true. In a second, the poor man was already lying unconscious. His mouth was foaming, and he did not understand why it had happened like this. The room was in chaos, with smoke coming out of the room, and everything was happening too fast. Thank God most of the people survived, but there was no time to lose. The lieutenant, along with his charges, ran towards the exit. The building was collapsing. The hotel was about to turn into ruins. As the man ran, he recalled everything he had seen. Shen's power was so destructive that even experienced masters could not resist it. Meanwhile, Gao was climbing down his rope. The guy felt the building start to walk like a house of cards. Something was definitely wrong. Holding tightly to his rope, the boy pondered. He had no idea the dragon was so strong. In the market, it would be worth a lot. Having applied a safe landing, Gao descended to the ground without much trouble. After all, the skills of a gymnast were useful here. Suddenly, a metal storage device fell on his head. The guy immediately looked at it and started thinking, what is this thing for? I wondered only one thing, if some things like this in any case need to be collected first and then think. In the hotel, a fire was already breaking out of the window. Gao had already done everything he needed to do and only waved goodbye. His plan was to... Gao was about to go home when he suddenly remembered something. He needed to finish one more thing to make everything go smoothly. He went to the reception desk. There was a girl talking on the phone with the lieutenant. This event shocked the whole hotel. Everyone stood on their ears. Gao walked up to the front desk and said in a polite voice that he was moving out. The girl didn't even turn around and just said to leave the key. The guy got a chance to escape without any more questions, and with a smile on his face, he was already running down the street to his house. All the way home, he wondered if those 2 guys would remember him. Yes, and Shen probably remembered his face. It would be bad if he was recognized, but Gao tried to reassure himself. In any case, there are risks. It is better to make sure, and the way out will always be found, and besides, he is quite smart. In a few minutes, the guy was already standing in some alleyway and had managed to get far enough away that no one could attack his trail. Speaking of which, there was one more unopened chest, and Gao decided to immediately seize the opportunity. He opened the interface and started searching for treasures. The chest opened and shone brightly. The treasure it held must have been very valuable, or at least useful. In the boy's hand appeared a small blue-colored pill that looked like a glass ball. It was a magic potion. A look of delight appeared on Gao's face as he looked at the treasure with uninterrupted eyes. One of the properties was that this potion randomly renews the life and variable powers of the wearer. A small pill glistened in his fingers. The whole point is that the latent natural ability is very strong, and the physical capabilities of life force and variable energy are like mana and health. Gao smiled. Now he would be able to hide his power. and with only his hands to control it, this medicine would help him in times of need. It was late evening and it was time to go home. Gao opened the door of his house and slipped inside, trying not to wake anyone. Inside, it was just like always, the usual home environment, and the mother was asleep at the table. She probably came home late. Despite Gao's best efforts not to wake her, the woman woke up and wiping her eyes greeted her son. She's still in a half-sleep 2 plates with some food and said that Auntie gave them 2 eggs and meat, so let the son eat. There was a hot flight, a piece of meat and some scrambled eggs, a modest dinner, but it was better than nothing. They didn't have much money. Mother asked Gao didn't cough from the smoke, but the guy said it's fine. The smell is very tasty, so you can hardly smell the smoke. Looking at his mother, Gao said that the entrance exam was only a few days away and he wanted to enter the Central Military University. Eating the rice, Gao said it only needs 1,000 for the entrance fee, so don't let mom worry, he'll find a way to get the money. Eventually, he finished everything and said the meat was very tasty, and asked his mom if she had tried. The woman said yes. Of course, the son realized that his mother was unlikely to taste the meat and wanted to give her a treat. He stretched forward, holding the meat with his chopsticks. Eventually, the woman smiled and reached for her chopsticks. She agreed. After all, her son was very caring and kind. Looking at his mother, Gao said that when he entered the military university, will move to the center and eat meat every day. The woman agreed. All this time, Zhu replied somehow aloof. She finally got up and said that she was already sleepy, so she will go to sleep and let her son lie down. Gao thought about the 1 piece of meat his mother had left for him, but he felt sorry for her. When the mother already hid somewhere in her room, the guy stayed in the kitchen and said to himself that his mother did not worry. He was able to support the family. From somewhere, that annoying drone appeared. He said that a master had appeared who was possessed by Jinju. It was unclear what it was. But from somewhere appeared a window with a quest received a new task mail responsibility. Gao did not even have time to understand anything and just shrieked. Looking at the notification panel in front of him, Gao moved some slider to the side. His gaze was very wary and serious. Looking in front of him, the boy read the text. He must have hot blood. His eagerness would not be enough to prove he was a real man. Seeing the task in front of him, the guy shuddered a little. He had to accumulate 100,000 points in 3 days, and the task was insurmountable. But in his mind, Gao already dreamed how he would be swimming in money, and his family would never again know what need or hunger was. Everything around him began to change again. He found himself as if in some kind of capsule. In his head, the logical thought came to him that the bank should be robbed or something. The virtual assistant gave him hints. All the while, the guy stood in his place and listened to the information was quite valuable. Showing his middle finger to the system, Gao said that this was nonsense and was not going to listen to what he was being told. Even with all the warnings, the guy said he wouldn't be confused and everything would be fine. So don't even think about writing you off. To begin with, he decided to choose the normal difficulty to at least try his hand at it. He pressed his finger on the notification icon and continued the quest. Under such circumstances, there is a good prospect of getting trapped, but he had little choice. Gao smiled and slanted his eyes. He sat at his computer surrounded by a multitude of tabs. A great opportunity to make some money. Looking at the strange flash drive, he wondered how the device that turned out to be found would give him a clue if there was a bee inside it. Eventually realizing that he would actually have to rob a bank, the unfortunate one grabbed his head. How is this even possible? Is this even real? Only now, Gao realized that the second clue was the key, and he was tempted to choose a high difficulty and made a mistake. In my head, I immediately pictured him in a helmet crawling on the ground and trying not to give himself away, in which case he's definitely dead. But what to do? He took the flash drive with 2 fingers and shoved it into the data reader, and there was a click and a small squeak. Looking at the multitude of icons in front of him, Gao saw only one folder, but it was double encrypted. Probably it had the information he needed. Everything he saw looked like local chart and profile structures. Could this really be a bank robbery? Looking closer, Gao realized that it was more like a factory that produced various machines and mechanisms, but it had an emblem on it. As soon as he saw the inscription magnetic pile, he was stunned that this was the open source of the disaster. How could something like this be left in the public domain? An image of a vast desert surrounded only by mountains and some vague cubes of metal appeared in front of my face. A vague silhouette of a dragon and a girl who controlled it with only gestures appeared, and the dragon obediently flew wherever it was directed. The boy sat and thought for now that was all he knew, but now there was no access to more information. But why does the name Magnetic Pile appear here? And what kind of dream toy factory is this anyway? Gao took a closer look and studied the information. The more the guy looked at this information, the more interesting stopped. How still a lot of rumors about it even drooled. That's all he had so far, but robbing a bank was better than robbing this unknown place because it looked pretty easy. As the future robber thought about it, he realized that the clue wished he had a hammer with him. Is this thing good for anything other than knocking people around? After drinking a few sips of fragrant tea, Gao thought about the wrench. Probably it is used for the same purpose, but in principle it is understandable, and there should also be a shovel most likely to be able to hide the hapless people who will meet him on the way in principle. Everything is clear. It was too late to ponder. It was time for action. He popped the strange pill into his mouth and began to chew diligently. The strange substance was a pleasant minty flavor. Unexpectedly, of course, Gao expected it to taste nasty, but it turned out to be the opposite. Suddenly, the cold began to intensify to the point where it felt like his brain was going to freeze. The unfortunate guy fell to the ground and felt as if he was about to lose his life, his body freezing before his eyes. When Gao looked up, he saw that his vitals were far below normal. A couple more seconds, and he'd be on his way to the other side of the world. It finally became clear what this pill does. Gao thought about it and realized that you should only use this thing in extreme situations. It felt like he was losing blood. If this continues, he'll just pass out and there's no telling who will find him afterwards. The kid tried to stop it, but it was no use. His voice had weakened and was almost inaudible in his brain, as if everything had turned upside down. Gao felt incredible pain. He curled up in a fetal position and held onto his stomach. His vitals had dropped to almost zero. It was dangerous. But if he continues like this, he won't survive in the end. He has to make some movements to stay conscious. There was real horror on his face. The guy began to perform a movement similar to morning exercise, first raising his arm, though. How hard it would be. He started counting to keep up the rhythm of his arms and legs, but he could still feel them, and that was something. He managed to overcome the first human limit his body moved, though with great difficulty the heat began to spread through it, and the blood was accelerating. Suddenly, Gao found himself in an unfamiliar place. But despite all this, he was comfortable and the warmth grew stronger. The feeling was as if he were wrapped in some woolen plaid. There was a bright light around him, and a pleasant warmth and a shiver ran through his body. Finally managed to come to his senses, Gao jerked for the last time and stood up. The guy was now sitting up and breathing heavily. Did it really manage to survive? Eventually, he felt a foul odor as if he was covered in mud. Looking at his hand, the guy saw some gray mass. I had to take a shower. What was going on here? But thank God he was alive. At least Gao got to his feet and quickly ran to the bathroom. The warm shower sobered him up in an instant as Gao stood under the water and thought it was getting much better. But it was unclear what it was. All this time, the feeling that Gao had become stronger, much stronger than he was before, never left the guy thought for a moment. As soon as the newly minted warrior saw his characteristics, he rejoiced he already had a completed foundation for an energy warrior. Rumor has it that a person who has broken through the boundaries of their body can become an energy warrior. You can even research the energy extraction skill, and if you do it twice, you can even get the ability to synthesize energy and purify energy, which is already much cooler. But if one can break the human barrier more than 2 times, then hard to imagine what one would be able to do. An image of Shen immediately appeared in his mind. Standing in the shower under the hot water, Gao was already so filled with enthusiasm that he was practically burnt out on the idea. All that was left was to make it a reality. The events moved to the room of the 3rd deputy of the high school, a man standing in just underpants and with a tassel in one hand from a glass of wine in the other. On her stomach, she was practically alone. Wife on her back was drawing a beautiful rose. The man stopped and took a closer look. He knocked over the glass and poured the alcohol directly on the naked woman. It was a real art. He was in ecstasy of such beauty. A drop of red wine fell on a red flower on the woman's back, and it was a peculiar but very mesmerizing sight. Suddenly the phone rang. The man picked up. It was Lieutenant Qin. The deputy asked what could have happened at 3 o'clock. After a few seconds, the deputy's face reddened in surprise at whether Ning Er had attacked the major. The man became furious. The woman lying on the bed raised her head. She had pointed ears like an elf. She listened to the conversation and flapped her eyes. The deputy was so enraged that he swung his legs around and there was a thump. He knocked over a chair and was just furious. The deputy was muttering something to himself. Lieutenant could have been ashamed to ask for such a thing at night. It was unthinkable. The man was like a raging bull. A lighter clicked, and a flame appeared from it. He lit the cigar and the room filled with acrid cigarette smoke. The female elf wrapped a towel around herself and sat down on the bed. Asked, "Did something wrong happen to the man again?" The deputy shouted that the sly fox Qin was not who she claimed to be. He needed to know everything about her and the old man who attacked her. The woman sat back down and raised an eyebrow in surprise, as if the alliance's goal was the Forgotten Lands. And about this man, it was settled. Pensive deputy said that the information has not yet been confirmed. Yes, he himself does not know anything about it. Intelligence is also quiet. Shook off the ashes, the elfess asked how on earth they could find a man who doesn't take quarrels out of the house about him. Nothing is known about him at all. She leaned against the man and said that we could continue to create beautiful things together, but the deputy didn't seem to be in the mood for that. Turning her back to him, the pixie said that she loved his work. It was like no other. He was truly incredible. Eventually, the woman jumped out the open window, leaving behind only wobbly curtains. The deputy was left alone. In the end, the deputy grabbed the phone again. He knew what Qin wanted, but his son must be saved at all costs, even if he had to find a replacement. People gathered in a large conference room around an oblong table. Surprised and alarmed shouts were heard everywhere. The lieutenant sat holding today's report in his hands. the man's face growing more and more concerned with each passing second as the name on the paper appeared familiar to him. Looking at the others present, the lieutenant asked in a stern voice who had opened room 707. Sitting next to the others, a woman who was at the front desk of the hotel that night said in a frightened voice that it was her. The lieutenant looked at her and asked who this gal was and how old he was. The woman replied that he was 18 and in his third year of high school. Hearing that this kid wanted to meet him, the lieutenant was a little wary of what this punk wanted from him. Looked strange. The man turned to the officer standing next to him and ordered him to contact intelligence and find out all about this guy and bring him in by all means. Eventually, a few patrolmen found themselves in a strange place. The houses here had been destroyed as if a brutal battle had been fought without a single person in sight. The military looked at each other and asked if this was the kid's dwelling, which looked extremely depressing, but it was. The target of the stalking was somewhere far away at that moment. His mother was working several jobs to provide for them and returning late. The main thing is to finish this task as soon as possible. Gao looked at the notice plate and got ready. The task is difficult, but doable. The preparations were finished and it was time to go out. Holding a hammer and a wrench, the guy moved forward. As soon as the doors opened, the familiar figure of Teacher Gao appeared on the threshold. He stopped for a second and looked closely. He did not expect to encounter this man here. The teacher stood in front of him, shoved his hands in his pockets. Gao looked at him with surprised eyes and asked what he was doing here, but got no answer. It was obvious that the guy was very worried. Even his face turned gray. He was shaking and trying not to give himself away, but it was not working well. The teacher immediately noticed the huge backpack behind the guy's back and wondered what he was hiding there. He looked extremely suspicious. Ignoring this question with a smile on his face, Gao asked if the teacher was a little early. He was just about to go to class, that's all. With a heavy sigh, the man asked he was going to learn with a hammer. Why did he bring this nonsense with him, what he was even going to do? Gao said the first thing that came to mind was a boulder lying on the road and he wanted to crack it. The teacher himself said to become successful, you have to build a road. And as for the wrench, so he's an avid amateur repairman and he's always carrying tools, even to school, that's all. Looking at the shovel behind the boy's back, the teacher asked why he needed it to dig a road, and the boy laughed at how perceptive this man was. It was obvious from the look on his face that the teacher didn't really believe in these stories. It looked like some kind of nonsense. The guy was obviously up to something and probably not good. With a heavy sigh, the man said that the road repairs could wait and that Gao needed to go somewhere with him for a few minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, a few uniformed military men grew behind him. Zhang raised his hand to stop them from doing anything stupid. The man's face was extremely puzzled, and he himself realized that the situation was not good, but there was nothing he could do against the military. Gao stood in his place, unable to move aside. They had returned sooner than the boy had expected, so they would have to improvise. Finally, the teacher raised his hands to the sky and said that he had been the boy's class teacher for years and was sure he had done nothing wrong. Hiding the wrench in his backpack, Gao said as if nothing was wrong and if he had to go through, he would go with them and would not resist. The teacher grabbed him by the shoulder and fervently began to tell him that the boy would just go along with him and explain everything, nothing bad would happen. In a few minutes, they were already rushing down the highway in a military truck. The car was gaining momentum and roaring with the engine overtaking everyone else. The situation was critical, to put it mildly. All this time, the boy was thinking about how to get out of all this. He was declassified too quickly. After some more time, they found themselves in a large building. Gao was invited to enter a room behind heavy doors, guarded by 2 policemen. As soon as the boy went inside, he saw a long table where several people were sitting and discussing something. The lieutenant, as soon as he saw the boy, jumped up from his seat and asked, "Is it him?" The woman looked away fearfully. She would have liked to say something, but her voice was weak and quiet. The lieutenant put his hand up and said, "That was enough, it was okay." Approaching Gao, the lieutenant, trying to restrain his anger, asked if the boy knew why they had invited him here. Gao stood silent. He was well aware that the situation was clearly not in his favor, and probably the organization is serious. It was necessary to get rid of suspicion somehow, but Gao tried to act calmly. It was necessary to get rid of suspicion somehow, a normal person. Suddenly, out of the blue, the guy threw off his heavy backpack and launched it to the side in one deft motion. The lieutenant did not expect anything of the kind, and only with a surprised look biting his lip, watched the strange incident. The man did not understand anything. Eventually, the kid grabbed hold of the lieutenant's leg and started tearfully begging him to let go. He realized the mistake and would never do it again. The man didn't understand what was going on. This guy seemed to have gone completely crazy. How could he behave like this in such a situation? The other soldiers looked at each other and sighed heavily. Is this the behavior of an excellent student and he is the best in his class? The students are getting worse every year. Finally, a man dressed in a priest's robe stood up from his seat and shouted that the most important quality of a man is courage and bravery. There was also a third deputy. He smiled and said that let Gao tell everything. If he made a mistake, is the sign of a good student. The man walked up to the boy and looked at him closely, and he whispered, "First, Gao has to tell them what he did." A chill ran down the boy's spine. His head was spinning with thoughts of whether to tell them or not. If he admits it, he'll dig his own hole, and then he'll be finished for sure. It was obvious that this deputy was a very slippery man. His eyes were literally blazing, and he was eager for recognition and reprisal. But the boy realized that the deputy just wanted to find a scapegoat to pin all the sins on, so he had to improvise. Clutching his head, Gao began to howl softly. All the others looked at him with surprised eyes and did not know what to say what this guy was up to. Eventually, the unfortunate man grabbed the leg of one of those present and began to wail, saying he had failed to live up to the director's trust and was looking for an easy way out. Hearing these words, the deputy swallowed his tongue. Rephrased, what did the guy just say? What other backdoor? What other Lieutenant Chin? Gao tearfully continued to explain, but it all sounded so delusional that it couldn't be believed. What other backdoor Lieutenant Chin? Naturally, the deputy became furious and grabbed Gao by the scruff of the neck and asked him how he even ended up at the hotel and booked a room with an hourly rate. This is nonsense. Which back door he entered through in the first place, the lieutenant slowly boiled over. He held Gao by the shirt even tighter and lost his mind. Gao said he wanted to get in touch with the lieutenant to pass the exams, but when he wasn't there, he decided to leave. That's all he said. The lieutenant looked at Gao and gritted his teeth. It was definitely not what he wanted to hear. Continuing to whimper, Gao lied as if he had no money to renew the lease. Besides, his mother was waiting. The boy again wrapped his leg around, begging for mercy. He was looking for any way to escape punishment and at least somehow get out of here. The deputy repeated everything the guy had told him in a shaky voice and still couldn't believe it. He asked for his leg to be released for starters at least. Everyone else who was here just didn't know what to say, and after all this, Gao still wants to go to military university even if he doesn't dream of it. The man dressed as a priest snorted. He couldn't believe it. He had never heard anything more delusional in his life. Gao looked at everyone with eyes full of tears of contempt, just what he deserved the most. How ashamed he was at this moment. In the next room stood Shen. Through the big screen, she was watching everything going on and just kept silent without saying a word. How could she even allow her honor to be besmirched? Since she had such talents and innate ambition, the girl just didn't say anything. Finally, she couldn't stand it. Turning around, Shen asked, "And is that the same criminal they caught?" This was meant to besmirch her honor. Finally, a man dressed as a priest told the boy to stand up. Let him not do such a thing ever again if he wants to enroll here. Looking at the lieutenant, he said that this boy really showed good results, and this whole situation was just a misunderstanding. Everything was cleared up. Finally, the third deputy managed to free his leg, and Gao moved back a little. Everything went exactly as he had planned. The deputy said he thought the boy was just an innocent kid, but first, if the military found him, he should let the lieutenant handle it. Lao Li wanted to object to something, but there were no suitable words. The man just looked away and did not know what to say. The lieutenant went to the principal and said he understood that he would protect his students, but he could not let this situation go unpunished. Eventually, the lieutenant became furious and grabbed the boy by the scruff of the neck and asked him if he knew how interrogation worked in military school. Then a scathing blow was heard. Chin hit the unfortunate man right in the stomach. Gao flew aside, holding onto his body. The unfortunate held onto his stomach and said that the lieutenant used the rat blood technique in any situation. Gao acted exactly the same way. Such insolence lieutenant could not forgive. This kid that will pretend to be dead in any situation is unthinkable. How can you do this? In the end, even the principal couldn't stand it. He stood up from his seat. Did the lieutenant really decide to punish the student in front of him? Chin wanted to say something. This had an effect, and the principal began to get angry. Does the experienced military want to lynch the child from somewhere? Teacher Zhang appeared. The lieutenant didn't know what to say. He stuttered. This guy got a hotel room in the middle of the night, so he had a couple questions. But it didn't work. The director asked if the boy just rented a hotel room was evidence. Besides, he'd be able to identify those who lived nearby. The front desk girl said in a shaky voice that Gao didn't know anything. She said the lieutenant lives next door, that's all. Eventually, the unfortunate woman realized she had said too much and almost bit her tongue. The situation was heating up. After gathering her strength, the poor woman said she could help this guy with his testimony. After all, she was a fearless woman. It worked perfectly. The director asked the lieutenant if he had any evidence. If not, he demanded the guy be released immediately. The lieutenant no longer knew what to say. He was defeated. The man realized that whatever he said would not be believed, so there was no point in trying. Meanwhile, Gao was triumphant. His plan had succeeded perfectly. After all, he knew how to talk to people. A few soldiers appeared. They trumped up and said that Tan and a man named Ah Si were awake and could now speak. Everyone in the room shuddered nervously. It was the same two guys who had been injured in the hotel incident. The military man added that the two said that before they entered the room, Gao should have already been there. The voice of the soldiers reflected. The lieutenant looked at the accused with a fierce look. He was ready to devour the poor boy right there. Since everything happened like this, the principals and teacher Zhang no longer have anything to hide because it's right then there's no need to worry. Suddenly, a deputy intervened in the conversation. Well, of course, if something happens somewhere, then someone from the Tan family will be involved. The man laughed. The principal said that he trusts the lieutenant since he is a military. Chin put his hand to his temple and said that ye will not lay a finger on this kid. Let them be sure. Waving his hand to the others, the lieutenant ordered them to guard the entrance until Tang and Shi were brought here. The military men obediently nodded their heads and left. And now, the accused and the lieutenant were left alone in an empty room, the situation between them growing more and more heated. The lieutenant sat down in a large chair and sighed heavily, saying that they would have to wait a bit. But that was no problem. You could see from the boy's face that he was very worried. Besides, those two woke up and they're definitely going to put him behind bars. Is it really that bad? In the end, Gao didn't know what to think. There weren't many options left, but a second more and something very bad could happen. Eventually, the military got two guys completely bandaged up, and they got hit pretty hard in that explosion. Tang started first. He shouted that when they entered the room, Shen was already unconscious, and they had come there to save her. She could only mumble. Looking at the accused, the lieutenant asked, "And how is the boy going to explain what these two now said if he has anything to say?" Scratching the back of his head, Gao pretended not to understand what we're talking about. Who Major Shen is? He doesn't know about it at all. And how could he know? After a bit of silence, the lieutenant said, "Really, maybe this guy is actually uninformed." Meanwhile, Tan continued when they came in. Major was on the bed and they had a fight, and this Gao guy beat them up out of nowhere. The lieutenant looked at them now and asked if this guy had done something to them or offended them in some way. But it was real nonsense. The lieutenant was angry again and grabbed the now crippled Tang by the scruff of the neck. He shouted that the major's room was up in smoke. How could Gao hurt them? Holding one of the bandaged guys by the scruff of the neck, the lieutenant looked at Gao and asked, "Is it really true?" The guy was silent for a second. Waving his hands, Gao played dumb and asked what was the matter, what they were talking about. He didn't know about any smoke. He said that Gao lives next door to the major, and he claims he doesn't know what was going on a meter away from him. Approaching the boy, the lieutenant said that he would not be able to keep silent forever, as there were many omissions and unfortunate mistakes in his words. It turned out that the assignment had been failed in front of the boy. A minute-long timer appeared, and now he would be penalized for failing. The lieutenant was getting angrier and angrier. He was ready to smash the boy against the wall and had already prepared his weighty fists. The timer was ticking inexorably. Only a few tens of seconds remained, and Gao sighed heavily. In a trembling voice, Gao said, "All right," he lied. But isn't it the lieutenant himself now doing the same thing? Pointing at the two bandaged boys, Gao said the lieutenant was just now trying to justify them. The man gritted his teeth. Now Gao has already started attacking everything they have from the evidence is that the guy rented a hotel room. So what's his fault anyway? The lieutenant himself had arranged with the director in advance to make the boy a scapegoat and rented a hotel room. Shen watched all this. When the conversation went in such a direction, the girl tensed up, and this was already interesting enough, pointing his finger at the lieutenant. The guy continued. He had been conspiring with the director to blame him for everything for a long time. The man clenched his fist and was unable to say anything at all. In the end, Gao decided to go all in. He waved his arms and shouted that he was about to be killed and asked for help as the timer was getting shorter. The lieutenant couldn't hold himself any longer and grabbed the unfortunate fellow by the scruff of the neck and hissed for him to shut his mouth immediately. Suddenly, the doors swung open noisily, and the principal, along with Teacher Zhang, appeared on the doorstep. As soon as the director saw this picture, he was stunned. The soldier holds the poor child by the scruff of the neck and tries to beat him. Indeed, the lieutenant looked like a rabid beast. He held the almost defenseless Gao and looked at him as if he were prey. He was clearly stronger. After that, the principal couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at the lieutenant to pull himself together. How dare he do that to a defenseless student? Teacher Zhang jumped up to his student and began to ask how he was feeling. Gao pretended to be completely shocked and stupefied and did not say a word. Suddenly, the guy swung his arms away and tried to defend himself, as if he could still feel the lieutenant's grip on him. He was a good actor. Gao was trying hard to act hysterical, clutching his body and breathing heavily as if he was witnessing something terrible. The principal and the teacher tried to calm him down and said that no one would hurt the boy and that he had nothing to fear, but it was useless. Of course, putting on a play was a good idea, but the timer was about to run out and we had to think fast. The guy's teeth gritted. He had to find some way out to avoid failing the task or it would be even worse. But it was unclear what to do. Now already Gao began to act like a madman. He showed everyone his tongue and said that he was accused in vain. Well, he will agree in that case. Gao wandered around the room saying she was the boy who had everyone wrapped around his finger. So what would they even do to him? Let them just try. The lieutenants looked at the strange kid with a surprised look, he that now admitted his guilt, or how to understand it. Looking at his assailant, Gao stretched his mouth and showed his tongue faithfully, just like that he had deceived Major Shen, and now nothing would be done to him. The teacher got to the boy just in time and covered his mouth with his hand. In an attempt to stop all this flow, it was going to get worse. Now Zhang was already furious. The soldier took advantage of his position and drove the child crazy with his interrogation. How could anyone do such a thing? The lieutenant cast his eyes down. Tan stood behind him and clapped him on the shoulder. Rather let them tie up this criminal and they will be released. Gao already lying on the floor, the good thing was that he had completed the mission at the last moment, and now he wouldn't get penalized. A virtual assistant appeared from somewhere and announced the launch of a random reward. It turned out to be an eye of deprivation. The virtual assistant explained that this eye allows him to see through everything and distinguish between truth and lies. So now he is literally omniscient. Gao gritted his teeth. The bad thing was that this was only an experimental edition, but how to make it legitimate was still unclear. On the screen there was a recording of a teacher holding his student and trying to bring him to his senses, and it all looked very comical from the outside. Watching all this, Shen thought from the outside it looked like this kid had gone crazy, but something was clearly wrong. She summoned Junior Lieutenant Chen. An obliging man appeared who immediately bowed and saluted. With a smile on her face, Major ordered him to get Dr. Wang needs the help of a qualified doctor. An argument ignited between the principal and the lieutenant, and Gao sat on a chair and acted like he was crazy, or was he really? In a concerned voice, the principal said that being in his position, he was obligated to keep the students safe and was going to take Gao to the hospital right now. The tension between them grew stronger and stronger, it seems. These two men who were having a fight right now. Suddenly, a junior lieutenant appeared on the doorstep and addressed his immediate commander. The man's voice was straight and even. On the doorstep stood he along with a full-figured doctor named Wang. He had come on Major Shen's orders to examine the boy who seemed to have gone mad. The junior lieutenant reported that the doctor had come to examine Gao's chemical condition. On the major's orders, the doctor came closer. Mr. Wang wanted to say that he wanted to do a little inspection. However, facing the guy stunned. Pointing at the two guys with bandages, the doctor said that they could use a medical checkup too. The injured were very worried. The lieutenant said that because of the head trauma, these two may have been hallucinating, so we need to get a medical evaluation. The guys immediately jumped up from their seats and began to convince them that their mental state was actually normal. They didn't need a physical exam and didn't need to worry. The junior lieutenant looked at the two casualties and said that it was Major Shen's direct order, or they were willing to go against the military leadership. The deputy laughed. Since such a decision of the War Ministry, then of course they will show full cooperation. The man was clearly nervous. Dr. Wang fixed his big glasses and said they could take it easy. In all his time he'd done over a few thousand screenings and no one had complained. The director was clearly nervous and asked what the inspection itself included, and he kept glancing at Gao, who was trying to play sick. Continuing to adjust his glasses, the doctor said that everything was simple. He would ask a few questions, and by that he would determine the degree of mental damage of the patient. The director was surprised that it was so simple, but the doctor was a bit indignant. Did they doubt his professionalism? Seeing the irritation, the director wanted to justify himself, but the doctor was unstoppable, and he resented it. He was a specialist, and a certified one at that, so it was all right. But suddenly, a huge knife and a handsaw fell to the floor with a clang. The others raised an eyebrow in surprise but said nothing, and there was silence. Picking up his instrument, the doctor said he performs surgery at a military hospital, so he keeps his instruments with him. It's professional. The silence continued to grow. Everyone else didn't know what to say. The doctor seemed like a slightly strange man, but what can you do? The man decided that enough talk and pointing the knife at his patients told them to stand in a line. For further inspection, the guys twitched. Gao's mind was full of thoughts at this point. If he was found insane, it would be a problem. There wasn't much time left. Eventually, they were put in a room together, and the doctor holding a saw and a knife said he would only ask one question and they would have to answer. The man said, "Let them pretend they're being chased by a criminal who wants to take their lives. They ran into the bathroom, but there's a secret door. The only way to save them is to empty the bathtub so they can get inside. There is a basin and a spoon lying next to them, and they have to make the only decision." Tan immediately replied. Without hesitation, he chooses the basin. Of course, they find it easier to scoop the water out of the bathtub, that's all. As soon as the doctor heard the answer, he immediately started swinging his knives. Of course, he's mentally ill. Tan was horrified there had been a mistake. There were tears in the boy's eyes. It's just a misunderstanding. He's completely healthy, but Gao is actually sick, that's all. Realizing that he had made a mistake, the guy immediately said that in that case he would choose the spoon. Then what was the problem? But immediately a huge sharp saw appeared near his neck. Tan looked at it and nervously began to breathe. There was clearly something wrong with this doctor. Mr. Wang laughed. This too nutty, his glasses sat on his nose, and every now and then lifted because of the man's wide smile. Everyone else just stood there and looked at each other and wondered what kind of game it was that made it look like the doctor himself was really crazy. There was only one patient left. Gao doctor approached him and asked him what the guy would choose. In such a case, it was obvious that he hesitated in his answer. After a little thought, the guy answered that he would not choose anything, his voice sounding so smooth and natural as if he were not in the hospital right now. The doctor laughed. That's how, so what's he gonna do? He's being chased by a criminal. The only chance of falling in is to jump in the bathroom. The director couldn't take it anymore and asked the doctor to stop. His questions don't make any sense. It's a delusional game, not a psychological test. After thinking for a few more seconds, Gao said that he would just take the plug out of the tub. That's all. He was silent but continued to hold the tool in his hands. He came closer to the boy and asked him in a creeping voice if he was sure of his decision. Gao looked at him with a serious look. The silence between them was just incredibly heavy. The tension was building up. The two guys wrapped in bandages just stood there silent. After a few seconds, the doctor showed a thumbs up and said that this guy is completely healthy. Only a sane person would make an informed decision. The doctor looked at the others and asked if anyone had any objection or remark. The others only remained silent. The junior lieutenant and the director lowered their heads. This man really is a professional, as expected of a qualified doctor. Tan came to a rage. He thought the real nutcase here was the doctor. He didn't say anything to the cork or anything like that, did he? It was his mistake. Dr. Wang attacked him. A madman never confesses, and they call others madmen. The unfortunate boy asked his father for help. He wanted to be rescued from the madhouse, but was slapped on the cheek with a red stain. His father rushed at him. He grabbed his son by the scruff of the neck and shouted that he was actually the psycho here. Let him just admit it. Tan didn't know what to say in such a situation. He held onto his cheek that was burning with fire and just stuttered, "There is no way this can be." The deputy looked at Lieutenant Chin and said, "His son self-admitted to being mentally unwell, so what should be done with him?" Sighing heavily, the soldier said he would be under strict control at the military hospital until his trial began. The deputy asked how they would deal with Gao's apprentice, because given his recent confession means he lied and manipulated. But no. The junior lieutenant said that the major's orders were that if this boy's mental health was normal, he could be released. Then the junior lieutenant handed the boy the phone and said that he was obliged to keep it with him in any circumstances needing his assistance. Eventually, Gao walked out of the damn office holding a device in his hands. If the major had given it to him, then it was definitely bugged or something. The guy thought to himself that he needed to get the treasure chest as soon as possible and protect himself to increase his strength, then no one would be able to get in his way. Meanwhile, the major sat in her office and compared facts, some of which were similar to this guy and some of which were different. The girl did not understand only one thing: why she had fainted. Was it really a dream? She convinced herself that it was just a dream. Shen was still sitting in her room. Whether it was a dream or not, she might be able to find out by watching him closely. Smirking Major thought to herself, today, this guy will learn what is real acting and intelligence. Well, nothing. Suddenly, the phone rang in the boy's pocket, vibrating and sending an unpleasant shiver through his entire body. The unsuspecting Gao sneezed. His whole body shivered in surprise, and he stopped for a second and looked up. Wiping his nose, the boy wondered if he might be in grave danger, or if someone was watching him. He was very sovereign. The principal and teacher heard him sneezing and immediately said that he was healthy for the entrance exams, need to write them well. They even offered to walk together because they live near the school, but Gao refused and waved goodbye to them. He wanted to be alone with himself. The principal sighed heavily. Although this guy is good in theory, but in practice his knowledge is not good at all. How difficult it will be for him. On the way, Gao could not get rid of the two girls of easy behavior who invited him to go with them. It was getting annoying. Finally, he stopped and asked them if they had a man with abs who was very strong, who had a beautiful body. The girls looked at him in surprise, pulling out of the embrace and telling them to stop pestering him for cheap pleasures. He called a cab and said he needed to go to the northern suburbs psychiatric hospital. The cab driver warned him it would be very expensive, so he had the money ready. After a bit of haggling, the guy managed to lower the price a bit, and the cab driver agreed to me though. After all, this passenger knows how to bargain. The man behind the wheel wondered why he was going to such a place so late in the day, and Gao replied that he was just going on a trip. After that, the cab driver was even more surprised. What kind of trip? Who in their right mind was going to drive to the asylum at night? It sounded like nonsense. Putting on an old hockey mask, Gao made his voice more scary and low, and said he was going to travel to a mental hospital. The cab driver was horrified. The man did not even know what to say. He began to suspect that next to him in the car is a real madman. It was terrible. In addition, the radio began to broadcast that recently, in psychiatric hospitals began to occur strange cases. Everyone was advised to be careful. The frightened taxi driver still couldn't stand it and hit the brakes sharply. The car ran tires and stopped. Turning to his strange passenger, the man said that this guy was probably a great man, so he would do a good deed today and not take any money. In a hoarse voice, taking his briefcase, Gao said that he was a good man and thanked the cab driver. Finally, the guy started looking for something. The cab driver heard some strange rustling and became cold with fear. His mind was swarming with thoughts, and he began to fear for his life in earnest. But as soon as the passenger took out of his huge backpack a large sledgehammer, the man was even more frightened. Gao explained that it was for road repair. Also, with a loud sound, a large wrench flew out of my backpack and fell to the floor of the car. The situation was getting out of control. The cab driver was covered with cold sweat on his back. He had goosebumps. His voice was shaking. Is that also for road repair? The guy answered, yes. Finally, Gao slid out of the car holding his backpack in his hands. The doors slammed shut abruptly behind him, and the lock clicked. The cab driver pressed the pedal and the car screeched forward, disappearing into the darkness without even taking a fare. Gao remained standing on the road in utter bewilderment. Apparently this man is really a good man, didn't take the money. Maybe he practices Buddhism. Suddenly, a motorcycle stopped not far from the guy, squealing its tires. Gao stood on the other side of the road but still heard the roar of the engine. It was Major. She was following the guy and wanted to show him what psychosis looks like at the highest level if he's so smart. Meanwhile, being in his home, the deputy was furious. He demanded an explanation from the lieutenant as to how all this was even understood. Heard his lieutenant acquaintance say it's bullshit, not everyone will agree to cooperate with the League. From their conversation, you could tell that these two were in cahoots. Or related, they were talking about the League wanting to clear the area. Eventually, the phone buzzed briefly, and the lieutenant hung up, leaving the deputy completely bewildered. From such insolence, the man threw the phone on the table. He could not tolerate such treatment. He was treated like a child. The man breathed heavily. All he needed was a little patience. A few more days would pass, and the lieutenant would come to him with his request. There was a glint of metal in the deputy's eyes. After all, the information he has is a bunch of magnets. So we'll have to do it right. In a large room sat two people. One man was dressed in a hoodie, and in front of him was kneeling elf woman. The stranger was interested in information about the magnetic pile. The elven woman urged him to wait a little longer, to mend relations. You can't just cut them off, especially since they have an army. Meanwhile, Major dressed up in specific clothes like a real mental patient and slathered herself in mud for authenticity. She mussed her hair to look more like a psycho than anything else, and headed for the doors of the mental institution that everything would work out. She pulled her phone out of her pocket and started tracking Gao. Most likely the guy wasn't here yet and would be here soon. She had a few more minutes. Walking along the street a few meters, the girl finally saw a familiar silhouette and leisurely gait approached for a few steps. Gao was standing at the entrance to the establishment and had already grabbed the door handle in an attempt to pull it open, his backpack still as huge as ever. Major hid behind the nearest doors and was already preparing to scare him. The girl was all smeared with mud, and as soon as Gao saw her, he would be scared. As soon as the doors opened, the Major rushed at him with shouts, expecting that the effect would not be too long in coming. But instead of Gao, a huge man with a stupid expression and an eye patch appeared in front of the girl. It looked like a real psycho. In the end, Major cried out in surprise and tears appeared in her eyes. The girl did not expect that in front of her was a real madman. Hearing her loud scream on the other side of the asylum, Gao stood by the door and thought that it was not easy for the patients in this institution. The unfortunate man was already lying unconscious, saliva dripping from his mouth, and it looked like he was in worse shape than the Major as soon as he saw her. The girl from Surprise did not calculate the strength and hit, really disabling the man instantly. It was a real psycho, quite creepy. Eventually, Gao was inside too. The factory had long been abandoned and was in such a poor state that it was as if no one had taken care of it. On the floor were lying some, and also what is important, puddles of blood or something else. Yes, and the smell here was appropriate. Clutching the hammer tightly in his hands, the guy walked a few steps forward, just to finish this and be done with it. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Although where would it come from here? The intruder clutched his eyes and prepared to fight back against anything. The guy had already swung the sledgehammer to bring the heavy hammer down on the one who dared to attack him, and the sledgehammer whistled through the air. As it turned out, it was an ordinary black cat. There were quite a few stray cats here, but Gao was not weakly frightened. It was not surprising in such a place. Pulling the mask on himself, the guy thought it would be better if he was not known by sight so he could hide from his pursuers. Meanwhile, watching him through the computer screen were two men sitting on chairs and smoking cigars. It seems these madmen are not afraid of anything at all. The man with the long hair ordered the others not to slack off. If everything goes as it should, he will personally buy everyone a drink at his own expense. The older man wasn't even going to talk to them and ignored all questions. He wouldn't talk to them until their mission was over. Throwing his walkie-talkie on the table, the man was indignant. They are not professionals. What a nonsense, just a bunch of bums, that's all. Eventually, the rest of the participants in the incident were already dressed up in costumes like Halloween, each personified a creepy creature. In front of us stood the creepy clown girl from the movie Curse, and some other monster. They wanted to be actors even despite what they became. In front of them stood another man dressed in some kind of ghost costume saying that, despite everything, they had good hearts and dreams. This speech had the right effect on them all, raised their hands in the air, and shouted in one voice to realize their dreams. Meanwhile, Gao walked around the empty room and looked around the place. It was a bit creepy, especially at night. The guy's ears heard some strange sounds. There can't be ghosts here, it's crazy. But why does he hear them? Suddenly, lightning flashed from somewhere and thunder rumbled. Gao stopped for a second and froze in place behind him. Something was definitely happening. Turning behind him, the boy saw some strange silhouette of someone wrapped in a rag, hanging from a rope suspended from the ceiling. It was someone disguised as a ghost wearing a horrible mask with a long tongue and burning eyes, and a long howl was heard. It really scared the guy and he opened his eyes wide, even through the mask, and his heart stopped for a second. Frightened, Gao decided that the best defense is offense and rushed with a sledgehammer at the stranger who shouted for the guy to stop. But the boy was unstoppable, and he brought the heavy sledgehammer down on the ghost's head with a resounding thud. In the end, the ghost went to the other world for the second time. Under the mask showed a face completely covered with bruises. Through the mask, Gao's voice sounded even more intimidating. The guy growled that he didn't authorize him to be intimidated. Standing in front of the lifeless body, Gao realized that these people were just pretending to be ghosts, to scare the incoming people. It's a crime, you can't do that. Wrapping the body of the unfortunate man in a sheet more tightly, Gao tried to hide the traces of his actions, but it hardly seemed to help. A virtual assistant appeared and congratulated the boy on his victory. Unfortunately, there was no award, the robot asked. Is the host upset? Waving his hand away from the annoying assistant, Gao said that if he relied on the system for everything, he would have long gone to the other world from hunger. In his hands, he already had a few coins to earn money, is not to ask for them, but to steal. Here is the result. First money. The boy began to jump on the spot with happiness. Here he already has 500 allied coins, he is truly rich. Joy was unbounded. After doing some simple calculations in his mind, Gao realized that in order to earn the necessary amount of money, he must fight 200 ghosts are there only. Meanwhile, Ghost dressed in a scary girl costume, worried that his mate hadn't shown up yet. Is it really that hard to scare a child? Suddenly, strange sounds came to his ears and he turned his head, deciding to go check it out. Coming out from around the corner of the gloomy ghost listened and heard Gao's calculations. He seemed to be counting the gold coins that would be received for the ghosts, but it was unclear why. The man dressed in the suit approached a few steps away. Gao heard someone's footsteps in the silence and listened for a second. He turned his face, clad in a bloody mask, and looked with such a terrifying gaze that even Ghost was frightened. The man was so impressed that he immediately screamed out of surprise as the wig flew off his head and rose a few centimeters into the air. Realizing how to make money, Gao rushed after the man. He saw in him only a source of income. The unfortunate man ran away. In the end, he too suffered the same fate. He was already lying unconscious. Gao rejoiced 200 ghosts no longer seemed such an impossible task to him. He looked at his tools and thought that getting through the first human limit made him want to destroy them all. Turning around, the guy thought maybe he should bury the poor guy, but it's not right after all, and he has a shovel. But digging a hole is too difficult and time-consuming, so Gao immediately discarded the thought. On the other hand, it's just a hapless ghost. Putting the hammer on his shoulder, he thought that he should find a couple more of them, and in principle, he could dig a grave and make money. Suddenly, a clown and a masked man appeared in front of him. They were furious. What kind of psychopath came here and arranged all this? How can you rob them? But instead of being frightened, Gao, on the contrary, shone with happiness. Money itself floats into his hands. Now he will become rich. Grabbing a hammer and wrench, the guy got ready to crumble and destroy the two ghosts. Didn't realize what was up and who this guy was. Eventually, those were finished too. Now 2 lifeless bodies lay on the ground. Gao lamented. How boring it was to be invincible after all. The money itself goes into his hands. No test, the guy wanted to leave the building to do nothing here anyway. There were 4 ghosts outside, so there would be more inside. Gao went into the next room, and only the sound of his footsteps could be heard everywhere. But unfortunately, there were no more ghosts nearby. Gao thought that he only had 200 coins. Where else would he find the others? Suddenly, a soft hand was placed on his shoulder just in time to hear a terrible howl, and Gao stopped for a second and listened. Here comes the ghost guy, swinging the sledgehammer and hitting with all his might in an attempt to hit the monster at once. He pulled his mask back on. It was time to make money. Gao took a closer look and prepared to attack the ghost. A few meters away from him stood a girl. It was Major, but Gao did not know it yet. Her thin voice was heard. Really now was terrifying. She was holding a bear toy that she was tearing apart and humming some scary children's song. But it didn't work, and the storm of all ghosts rushed right at her, swinging a sledgehammer and a wrench. But instead of colliding with the ghost's body, the sledgehammer hit the floor with a very loud and ear-splitting sound. The ghost continued to hum his creepy song and was already behind the boy's back. And then Gao was really scared. He started swinging the sledgehammer again to hit his enemy, but it was all in vain. The hammer was just tearing the air. Eventually, the strange girl disappeared from sight, but from somewhere came her thin voice. The song continued on and on. Quickly pulling himself together, Gao thought that this girl is not like the others. This ghost is well prepared. Well then, they will play. Her silhouette again appeared from the darkness. She approached in small steps directly to the guy. Gao stood still and waited for the right moment to attack. It's not a ghost, but an ordinary psycho. Gao decided to tear off his mask and rush towards the girl. The song stopped for a second. I realized that it was the usual psycho. Gao decided to play a game, and in a gentle voice smiling said that children should not sing such terrible songs. Major too decided to play this game and took the image of a silly little girl offering to dance. It looked very strange. She held out her hands to the guy and said she would clap, and he would dance. Gao tried to look as friendly as possible, and yet he agreed. It was part of his plan. The guy waited until she let her guard down, and then he could send her to the other side. But suddenly his skill worked. He looked closely and saw familiar features in this girl. Behind the disheveled hair, he saw Major Shen. Yes, indeed, there can be no mistake. It's definitely her, just what she's doing. Now Gao was really scared, but what she was doing here in such a place at such a time gave him goosebumps. A horrible thought crept into my head. Did he get found out what it was all about? They sent her here on purpose or what? But it seems Major got into character a lot and kept saying she wanted to dance and clap her hands. From this angle, she looked like a psycho. There was nothing left but to agree, and in a trembling voice, Gao said that so-and-so would clap and dance. The election still did not remain. At this time in the front office, two men were sleeping everywhere. Only their loud snoring seemed that they do not notice anyone at all come in who wants. As the alarm clock suddenly crackled, the hated device jumped up in its place and began to make a shrill, nasty sound. The fat man behind the command post said it was time to wake up for another report, and the older man grumbled grudgingly that the ghosts weren't here yet. The old man looked closely and began to study the screens, but immediately his face changed and something very strange was happening there. The older man immediately jumped up to him and started questioning what he saw there. The man was staring at the monitor with sleepy eyes. The screen showed Gao and some weird girl. They were playing hands, but this ghost team. The older man came in furious that they had even set up there. It wasn't at all according to plan, but the other man said to look the other way. On the second screen were the bodies of all the ghosts. They were for some reason lying face down and not moving. It looked like they had fainted. The man looked at the older man and asked in a frightened voice, "What should they do? Can they go and deal with them?" The older man shouted that he was talking nonsense. Taking a person's life is not as easy as it seems, but there was something wrong with these two. It should have been reported immediately. Everything was not going according to plan. The man behind the command center nodded his head. He had already reported the necessary information. And now, Gao was playing hands with the major and wondering how she even found him. She was following him or exposed him or ran into him by accident. And the girl, as if nothing happened, played her role and clapped her hands, seemed to bring her sincere pleasure. Gao also clapped but couldn't understand. No matter how you are, her intentions, she still has no proof. At some point, he realized he'd said it out loud and covered his mouth with his hand. Now he was definitely getting caught in the act. Major dropped the mask of the crazy girl and now looked real. She came closer and closer. The girl felt the energy. Looking at him, Shen said that Gao most likely recognized her immediately. Otherwise, he would be afraid to even approach her. So what's the matter? And the guy himself realized that now any of his careless steps could be fatal. He had to think over every word. He grabbed the sledgehammer and prepared to strike. If we can't talk, we'll have to send her to the afterlife. No choice. But to his horror, he noticed that the girl blocked the powerful blow of the sledgehammer. With one hand, the iron began to melt and turn into liquid. Eventually, she found herself in her armor, and the sledgehammer became just a piece of iron in the girl's hands. Gao now realized who was standing in front of him was an energy warrior and rushed to the exit of the asylum as soon as possible. Laughing at him, Shen smiled and asked if he thought he could escape like that. A second later, the shackles snapped on the unfortunate fellow's legs and restrained his movements instantly. The poor man lost his balance and fell to the floor on his knees with his back turned to his enemy. Looking at him, Major smiled even wider and offered to say her last words, or he would go to the other world in silence. Trying to joke, Gao replied that it was too early for him to say the last words at such a young age. They were in too much of a hurry. Suddenly, he jabbed his finger in front of him and shouted for the girl to be careful, but Major didn't believe it was too cheap a trick. But at some point, a dragon appeared and rushed forward, protecting his master. Some strange man behind his back blocked his blow. He immediately realized it was iron control. Interesting. After all, it turns out the dragon was standing across from him and breathing fire with rage. Three people were now standing in front of them, a man in a white suit, another man in a black shirt, and a woman with long red hair. Major herself realized that these guys are not simple and was already preparing to attack opponents, stood motionless, and also prepared to take a blow. Turning to the guy, she asked if he was with them too. Gao just raised his hand and said, no, he had no idea who they were and had never seen them. This question was purely symbolic. Major smiled and said that she thought so too. If this were true, Gao would have been on this world a long time ago. The woman with red hair said that the information was confirmed. Shen does not look like a normal crazy girl, so it is correct. The other man smiled and said that she was alone anyway, and handling her wouldn't be as much of a challenge. No big deal. The man in the white suit bowed and considered him introduced himself. His name was Makoto. He was unmarried, and he was somewhere in his 30s looking. The major did not hesitate for a second and introduced herself with the name Gao. The guy sat behind her back and did not even know what to say. His jaw literally dropped from surprise. Without thinking for long, the Japanese man put his hand forward and shot the accumulated energy directly at the girl. A bright white light spilled everywhere and the air vibrated. The Iron Dragon took the brunt of the attack, his body glowing red hot. The man attacked harder and harder. His pressure felt with every passing second. A smile appeared on his face and he felt his superiority. The girl was all alone, and there were 3 of them. The Iron Dragon grabbed the attacker's arm and held on tightly. The iron was glowing hotter and hotter as the man literally burned with fire, but the monster held him. From such a bright light, the unfortunate Gao, to whom no one was already paying attention, closed his eyes to see if it was too bright for night. A real day outside. Just about to break out a monstrous battle, the dragon was flying in the air trying to repel the attacks of 3 attackers at once. The girl was beside him. The monster wriggled like a kite. It moved incredibly smoothly despite its enormous size. Shen skillfully guided it. Gao, who had been sitting to the side the entire time, watched with open eyes this battle between 2 energy warriors looking truly mesmerizing. A pesky virtual assistant appeared from somewhere again. He offered the host to take a task. The guy didn't quite understand what they wanted him to do, but eventually he realized what was wrong and grabbed hold of the robot. If there was a chance to save himself, then let it be. It was a mission. He began to shake the device. He heard the utterly delusional quest and immediately threw the iron to the floor. The unfortunate robot hit the ground and fell silent. How dumb is that? The boy realized that there must be some clue that everything could not be so confusing and tried to find the right way out. But in addition to the annoying robot choosing the highest difficulty level, Gao grabbed onto it and began cursing the hated iron. But the assistant recommended choosing this particular difficulty for there is a very good chance of getting a rare reward not worth ignoring. Hearing the following words, Gao became cold with fear. A person is born and goes to the other world. There is an early and a late period, but what could it mean? Suddenly, a strange sound came to my ears from behind and an explosion was heard. The boy was startled again and turned his head back easily. The Iron Dragon had merged with the fire and now burned like a mythical creature. The monster flew high and aimed for another strike. Makoto feeling. His power said that any iron can be melted, so how is this girl going to fight him in this condition? She lost, and that is clear. Behind everyone stood Gao and pondered, this guy is a very strong mage. He manipulates magnesium energy, a strong opponent to fight with. At this difficulty, the Iron Dragon would indeed be melted in seconds. Besides, it had already started to disintegrate into pieces due to the excessive temperature. It is a steel dragon that is at that stage when it will soon turn into a spirit. The monster looked at Makoto almost closely and roared. The man who had not expected such a turn of events was stunned in his seat and only opened his eyes wide in surprise. The other 2 members of the attack simply stood back and opened their mouths in surprise at their leader being defeated in just a second. Gao didn't know what to say either. The high-level energy warrior was defeated in just a split second. Major literally sizzled him. Looking down at them and smiling, Major turned to the others and whichever of them would fight her next, let them attack. The remaining man, though, recognized that the dragon was strong enough, but he would still decide to try his strength. The woman behind his back nudged him. The 2 of them rushed at the flaming monster as if they thought they could do something. But the dragon was too strong for the 2 of them, and then there was a rumble. The girl with red hair prepared to attack. A strange flap of strange fabric appeared near her and grew larger with each passing second. The dragon was entangled in the thing and could no longer move quietly. He tried to break free to no avail. The grip was really strong. The man laughed. Even if her iron is not melted, it is not protected from corrosion, so it will be over soon. The woman also laughed. Her element was much stronger and more stable than iron, so there was nothing to hope for. It was all over. Eyes wide open, Gao finally realized it was the 2 elements sulfur and copper. Surprising how sinister this pair in tandem could be. Crawling back a few steps, the guy realized that he didn't have the strength to get into this fight yet, or he would say goodbye to his life. Major, continuing to control her dragon, recognized that her metal was unable to resist these 2 elements. However, it's not that simple. The girl blurted out a smile and asked, these 2 are sure that this is all she can do, as it is foolish to assume that this is the end. The 2 attackers were stunned in their seats and didn't know what to say. The dragon changed. It stopped glowing and turned black as night. Shen took out another black-colored pill from her pocket and unclenched her fingers and released it outward on the girl's face. A smile continued to gleam on her face. As soon as the incomprehensible pill split in 2, the girl's suit began to glow with a bright light, as if absorbing her energy into itself. Again shutting herself off from the bright light, Gao didn't realize she was the princess of metal. How was it even possible? How many secret and hidden skills she had? Here it was too dangerous, so the frightened boy decided to make a hasty retreat. Tactical retreat is the key to success. The 2 attackers were so frightened that they decided to retreat. They realized that they could not fight this girl, and it was better to save their lives. But who said that the major would let them go so easily? The girl smiled a little too late to think about her safety and prepared to attack. Something began to change in front of her. A huge figure appeared. Major reached forward and touched a huge fist that appeared out of nowhere. The girl with red hair was trying to get away from the line of attack. She saw something huge and horrible that she couldn't handle. She tried to use some sort of defense spell and put up an energy shield, but it wasn't likely to do her any good. A huge golden-colored metal hand struck her with such force that she couldn't stand on her feet and flew backwards. She was tumbling on the hard ground, unable to control herself. It was very painful, but the woman could not do anything in such a situation. Eventually, she crashed into the wall, leaving several cracks. She coughed heavily and breathed through the impact was of incredible force. Suddenly, they crossed eyes with the fleeing Gao for a second. Between them, fortunate silence, each looking in his own direction and wanting, of course, to keep alive. Realizing who he was facing, Gao bounced back and waved his hands, thinking that the girl would attack him, although it is unlikely that she could in such a state. But you can see in the girl's eyes that she herself is very afraid of this stranger. She thinks he's as strong as the Major. Gao, you realized it himself. They don't know his origins. They only know that he's Shen's friend. You have to bluff. Maybe just take her down and that's it. But he did not have time to finish his thought. Near Gao stopped a huge metal golem and stepped so hard on the ground that everything around trembled. He was truly colossal in size, stood on his huge arm and controlled his pet, if you could call it that. Now both the attackers and Gao himself were frightened. If things went on like this, the Major would just bury everyone here alive, and that was the last thing he wanted to do. Suddenly, the woman began to wail. She asked Old Man Yaga to help her. She even promised to sleep with him for a couple of nights. It sounded strange to say the least. It was already clear what would happen to her if Golem only hit this girl. There would only be a bloody stain on her. The options ended with wolves in front of him and tigers behind him. Gao thought that if he managed to be reborn, he would reboot this system and it would all be over, though unlikely. Shen skillfully played the role. She was also bluffing. Let everyone think that the guy was actually stronger than her, so it would be easier. It's finally starting to dawn on the guy that they switched identities, if only temporarily, so that everyone would think it was a good ploy. But on the other hand is Gao, the kind of person who allows himself to be manipulated. The guy smiled. Good job, he praised the soldier. Now they would see who would set who up. Gao began to prepare his attack or pretend he was going to attack. He kept his hands at the ready. The unfortunate girl with red hair has already completely lost her mind and did not know what to do. She resigned herself to the fact that now will go to the other world. Meanwhile, the two men in the command center were speechless. They couldn't believe that this was really happening and it was time to retire. Finally, the older man decided that it was time to stop all this carnival. He decided to do the girl. The old man shakily agreed. Meanwhile, being in his palace, the third deputy woke up. The elf next to him said that the Major spoken of was now at the factory. She turned to her lover and said that Tang Day hadn't told Lieutenant Chin about it yet, right? The man grimaced, and at first didn't understand what she was talking about or what she meant. There was a look of obvious concern on his face. Throwing the phone over her back, the elfess said that there was no point in hiding the fact that the deputy wanted to work together with the union, but the situation was not the best. She had guessed it all long ago and licked her lips. The woman knew exactly what she wanted to get out of it. The deputy tried to grab her by the throat. He vowed to send her to the other side of the world if she tried to get in his way, but the woman was calm. She showed a small switch and in a sweet voice said that the factory was full of explosives. If she pressed the button, everyone would blow up. The woman took his hand and kissed it, but the deputy growled that it wouldn't take him by surprise, so it was okay. Tired of talking about it, the woman stood up and threw off her blanket, leaving her without clothes. She said she would go from here. The man sat on the bed with his head down. He realized that he was in a desperate situation but could do nothing. He was deceived and tricked more than once. Meanwhile, in the factory, a real nightmare was going on. Everyone froze in their seats waiting for the denouement. Gao successfully bluffed, but that's for now. He stood in front of his opponent and as if he was preparing to attack, but so far he did nothing. The woman was still afraid. Suddenly, the guy put his hand behind his scruff as if in an attempt to get something out. The poor, frightened girl held her breath and braced herself. In the hands of Gao was a wrench. The woman raised an eyebrow in surprise and did not realize he was going to fight with it. Swinging his tool, Gao screamed with all his might and struck directly at his shackles that had been restraining his legs until that moment. Of course, he was not going to fight and turned around and ran in the opposite direction, closer to the exit. The woman did not understand anything and froze. Eventually, Major couldn't stand it, and the huge steel golem hit the unfortunate girl with a huge fist. Shen screamed with rage where he was going. Running up to the nearest sewer, the guy saw a cat that had attacked him a little earlier. Isn't that a sign or a gift of fate? Without waiting for anyone, Gao quickly threw open the hatch and skirted into the sewers, flying down the drain, followed by the Major's curse. The girl was furious. Did he really think he would be able to do anything or escape? Shen possessed many talents. Let him not even try. A sparkling smile appeared on her face. The suit lit up, building up energy. Now she would bury them all right here and now. Stopping a few meters away, Gao was breathing heavily now. She wouldn't be able to keep up with him. After all, that's what the guy had been trying to convince himself. But on the other hand, this golden golem can't get in here. He's like a needle in a haystack. He's hidden and now no one will find him. Gao's mind was spinning with thoughts. Of course, he was sad that he couldn't complete the task, but it was better to keep his life than to go to the other world. Suddenly, from the darkness of the corridor, came the Majors shouting for Gao to tell her everything, and she would consider whether to let him live or not. For a moment, A strange thought came to mind. Shouldn't the Major be ashamed of running around the sewers like a real rat? Gao shuddered. Okay. He agreed and shouted into the darkness that if the Major caught him, he would tell her anything the girl wanted and more. Standing a few meters away, Shen pondered, need to think faster. Otherwise, he'll be so gone, and it will be impossible to find him. The solution came immediately. She touched one of the sewer pipes and applied an echolocation spell. A vibration was heard everywhere as Gao, standing there, heard it, and stopped for a second as something was happening behind him, as if a huge monster was approaching. A few seconds later, a huge metal dog with burning eyes literally emerged from the darkness and moved incredibly fast. And now, it was really dangerous. Gao was scared how he was going to escape from those monsters at all. Thank God there was a small manhole leading somewhere deep into the sewers, and Gao could think of nothing better than to just climb in there, at least to hide. The two mechanical dogs stopped, their paws scraping the monsters' heads, looking for their prey. But so far the guy was nowhere to be seen. But it wasn't long before the monster quickly found the right path and slipped into the same tunnel Gao had slipped into so recently. Gao ran down one of the tunnels and tried to get away somehow. How fast these monsters run! Can these dogs really have consciousness? An interesting thought slipped into his mind. Energy wars are very cool, and Gao should also become the same in the future for sure. Meanwhile, the Major, along with her metal pets, ran down one of the tunnels and yelled that the guy couldn't get away. Once again, Gao crawled into some tunnel and tried to crawl forward. It was very slippery, but there was no time to think. After a second, the guy stopped in front of his eyes. There was something dark on his back, ran goosebumps. Is it really the end, and here his life will end? The thing is that the way was blocked by several dozen boxes with some garbage. Apparently someone left them here during construction work. Finally, angry Gao just kicked one of the boxes out of impotence. Who even thought of leaving a dead end in the middle of the sewer here? A few seconds later, the Major appeared surrounded by his nightmare dogs. She asked why the guy didn't keep running away. The girl laughed and smiled again. She had said that Gao would not leave her so easily, even if she didn't hope it. Her eyes glistened with joy. The Major decided to give him a few seconds to explain how he snuck into her room and why he decided to attack her. Between the two people, tension was gradually building up Gao. For now, Gao did not say anything. The metal dogs waited for their mistress' command but did not attack yet. For a second, Major thought about it. An expression of fear and anxiety appeared on her face, and she thought that it might not be trash. She finally shouted for Gao to get out of there as soon as possible and rushed to the guy's aid, suddenly forgetting her anger. Something began to happen to his back, and Gao didn't immediately feel the heat and bright yellow light spilling everywhere, but the guy was still standing there as if nothing had happened. A second later, everything began to shake, and there was a huge explosion. The smell of something burning could be heard everywhere, the blast wave spreading. The entire building of this warehouse went up in flames in just seconds. The explosion was so powerful that even all the nearby buildings began to shake. And only now they realized that the crates were filled with explosives. Gao was just a few meters away and did not have time to react. He covered himself with his hand. The Major ran towards him in an attempt to somehow save him. She released several energy tentacles straight forward to do anything at all. Gao didn't quite realize what had happened yet. The energy outgrowths were moving towards him. The guy said that now was not the best time to destroy it. But without realizing it, he was in some kind of protective bubble. But why this girl tried to save him is beyond me. She jumped even closer and used the golden orb to disperse the wave from the explosion. The fire began to dissipate, but not for long. In a second, they were in some kind of dome that looked like a butterfly cocoon, but made of some very flexible metal. Gao together with the Major were inside and in relative safety, although the iron began to glow under the pressure of the fire. In the end, when Major came to her senses, she was immediately angry. This was the third attack on her. In a day today, he was definitely finished. She grabbed Gao by the scruff of the neck and lifted him above the ground. The guy started waving his arms and screaming, although it was useless. He asked if the Major thought it was strange that she wanted to destroy him, but had saved him for the last time. Didn't she get tired of doing it? The angry girl looked at him and said, "That was bullshit." She gave 10 seconds for an explanation. There was still half a second left to set things straight. A virtual robot appeared and said that there were 5 minutes left to complete the task and that we had to hurry. Gao rolled his eyes. The Major was beginning to lose her patience. She was counting down, and there were only a few seconds left to go. After pondering for a moment, Gao realized that a woman's heart is indeed fickle in that case. Let her not blame him for being ruthless at this moment. For a second, Major stopped and her face turned blue with fear. The girl began to shake her whole body and stutter. Gao released from her grasp and waved his hands. She had forgotten that this place was a sewer and full of rats, and the guy seemed to have figured it out. He has odors came out a small animal. It had glowing eyes. It was a big sewer rat. With a loud squeak, the animal lunged at the girl. Major covered herself with her hands in an attempt to somehow defend herself. She momentarily lost her courage. It was the perfect moment to finish her off. The guy smiled and got ready, grabbing his wrench. With only a few seconds left, the wrench had already soared into the air. Gao was like a monster girl. At this moment was defenseless with a rat sitting on her head. The next moment, Major felt something heavy and metallic descend on her head, and her eyes began to darken. The girl looked at her attacker, but consciousness slowly left her head. She wanted to say something but didn't have time. Stars sprinkled from her eyes. Shen from such a strong blow could not withstand, and began to lose consciousness, falling to the ground. Just as her body made contact with the ground, the time for the task was over. Gao stood beside her and waited for something. The robot was incredibly happy and congratulated his master for completing the task, but Gao was not. As a reward, a treasure chest began to hang in the air. All that was left was to open it, and the task could be considered complete. Gao glowed with happiness. He went through all this for the chest and roulette. Of course, the guy decided to choose roulette. It would be better. But to his disappointment, as a reward, he received silk that will help him in the future. Gao instantly became upset. Out of anger, he grabbed the poor robot and started squeezing it, and for the sake of all this, he went through this nightmare unthinkable. The anger stopped as soon as Gao heard that he actually had a Dantian pill that could purify the soul as well. This pill had another property. It amplified all of a person's senses almost to the limit and allowed them to overstep their boundaries. Holding this strange object in his hands, the guy smiled, enhancing all 5 senses. That sounds like a pretty good effort. Although his spiritual knowledge isn't too deep, if he enhances those feelings, it will still count as an earned bonus. Leaning over the Major's breathless body, he again became frustrated with the unknown of when this girl would wake up and what to do with her at all. Gao grabbed the rope, and another sneaky thought occurred in his head. Gao immediately began to bind the girl as tightly as possible so that she would definitely not break free or it would be bad. Eventually, the Major found herself tied up so tightly that she resembled a caterpillar. Gao clapped her hands together. Now it wasn't a problem. Time to taste the pill. The guy took it with 2 fingers and presented it to his mouth. It gave off a strange warmth. Who knows what will happen next? After he ate the weird thing, he laid down on his backpack. Good thing there's another painful and satisfying moment. It had been more than 5 minutes, but nothing was happening. Gao opened his eyes. Didn't it work again? Yes. What's wrong with this system, Guy pondered. But suddenly someone's footsteps came to his ears. Apparently they were very far away, but Gao heard them perfectly well. They were so loud that they had to cover their ears. Where did they come from underground here, and how do you even understand it? Gao held his head. Now before him appeared a hologram of absolutely everything that happens on the surface. He perfectly saw, heard, and felt. Upstairs stood the 3rd deputy along with some elf girl. They were talking amongst themselves and talking about some body. From the voice, Gao immediately recognized the 3rd deputy, Tang Dionli. What body are they talking about? Yes, and they are very far away. The funny thing was that the guy could not only see them, but also hear and distinguish their speech. That's what it means to enhance all 5 senses. His soul was cleansed, and inside there was an incredible lightness. His eyes became more enlightened and his mind cleared in just seconds. The deputy said that Qin told him about the appointment. It will come tomorrow, and the fee of 10,000 a month. The girl smiled. At the end they parted. The elf said she couldn't make it and would send 2 men. The deputy waved his hand and said, "Let her do as she pleased." The man got into his sports car and in a second was already flying down the road at a great speed. Only the light of his headlights illuminated his way in the night. The pixie herself remained in the asylum. The girl looked at everything with genuine interest and groped the walls for a way through. Eventually, one of the walls opened up in front of her, and a passage appeared somewhere far below. The elfess immediately stepped into the darkness. Cal wondered how many secret passages and hiding places it was possible to get lost. Eventually, the woman walked a few more meters and turned the corner and found herself in a strange place that was a factory, but in a completely different place. Gao was shocked to the core. A real factory built underneath the building of all the hospitals. Smart thing they did after all. So this plant's just a decoy, and explosives to kill the move. The guy was sitting in his seat thinking. Suddenly, more voices came to his ears, and the elf started talking to someone. The woman encountered some unidentifiable hooded man, whose face was hidden from this angle. It was difficult to see who it was at all. Gao squinted. It was hard to even tell if it was a man or a woman. The voice was very indistinct. Only conversation could be heard. He moved a little closer in his imagination and listened even harder. The hooded man stood silent for now, and as if preparing himself. But suddenly, Gao literally bounced back as if something threw him back, and his head was a real mess. It was an explosion of incomprehensible emotions. Sweat trickled down his face. Gao wondered if the real factory was hidden here. Then the magnetic pile should probably be nearby. Having checked his characteristics, the guy was surprised to find that his stamina had increased almost 2-fold, and all this just at once. This gave him confidence in the future. He would need to complete more nightmare missions, then the score would increase even more. The young Pathfinder realized that according to his calculations, the shelter was connected to this pipe, which he had recently crawled through. You could then pass on. There is one problem. Gao hesitated and thought about the Major, who was lying literally a meter away from the dresser, was unconscious. Bending over, Major Gao apologized to her, but this was not the time for gentlemanly antics. Taking the pills out of his pocket, Gao decided to keep them for now, just in case, and then he would find his magnetic pile and earn some money. It turned out that Major hadn't been out all this time but was just pretending, and she was very curious about how this kid knew everything. Eventually, the guy took her in his arms and dragged her into the sewers. Major decided not to show any signs for the time being, but to find out more. To better navigate, Gao decided to apply the map of the underground factory. It was very confusing, but it was better that at least there was something. A chill ran down his spine, and how to navigate all of this, Gao came closer and closer to the intended place. And it was getting a little scary. Looking at the characteristics window, Gao wondered how his mental strength had even managed to drop by 60 units because he used a lot of magic, but still had to look at the map at least every dozen seconds. The guy opened the map of the area to see the correct path. From it spilled a bright beam of energy illuminating the road for the next 10 meters, so it will be better, and at least something will be left to spare. Walking forward along the corridor that seemed endless, Gao continued to carry the Major in his arms, who was carefully pretending to be asleep. There was not much strength left, but Gao continued to drag the girl in his arms, and then he reached the shelter and had to go a little further to the factory. He sat down on the nearest pipe and sat the Major beside him, breathing heavily and trying to regain his strength. The sounds of someone digging and hitting the hard ground with a pickaxe immediately came to my ears, and the work was in full swing. And indeed, somewhere around a few bends there was a real mine where people worked. There was a lot of equipment, and the miners themselves. Men hit the ground with heavy pickaxes and mined the ore. The work here did not stop for a second despite the fatigue of the workers. Seeing all this, Gao was very much surprised and scared. At the same time, perhaps the magnetic pile would be somewhere nearby if the mine is here. But to check it is necessary to go to the excavation. Guy is very excited because the goal was very close to the only thing left to do is to go there and find out everything. Gao picked up the Major in his arms and began to move forward with a quick leap. He did not light his way. Everything was clear enough as it was. Hiding behind some iron barrier, Gao listened to the magnetic pile was about 15 meters away, but it was dangerous to go there alone. It was decided to wait for the system still set about 2 o'clock in the morning. Most likely then, he will have a chance. Opening the notification window with surprise, Gao noticed that progress was beginning to increase. The assignment with the Major was playing a key role. Listening even more, the boy heard 2 miners talking. They seemed to be going to rest because they were so tired. An argument began to break out between people. It seemed that someone was slacking off too often, and that was irritating the others. After all, 2 workers went on their own, albeit not entirely legal, rest. The rest just looked at them and gritted their teeth angrily. The 2 men sat down on the stone floor and started smoking a cigarette. One of them complained that he was too tired on this job and wanted to sleep. It was time for action. In a few minutes, the men were already snoring. They didn't even lie down on the floor but just fell asleep sitting up. This was the chance. Meanwhile, Major kept a close eye on her captor, on Gao's body. She sensed spiritual power, or maybe she was just glitching, although no is definitely true. And the situation was complicated by the fact that Gao had taken her capsules, and now Major couldn't do anything. She was literally defenseless for the first time in a long time. All the time, Gao sat in his seat and watched, annoying the girl. Why doesn't he leave? She doesn't even have a chance to do anything. Gao moved closer to Shen and looked at her even more intently, as if he suspected something or just stared at her. But a second later, the unfortunate Major again received a strong blow. With a wrench right on the head, the girl cried out in surprise and almost lost consciousness. Above her head, the stars began to swirl again. Acting didn't work, though she tried very hard to play asleep. Such an unexpected turn of events scared Gao very much. He thought that the girl had already gone to the other world long ago. Gao hummed to himself as he carried her on his back. Whether she stays alive or not is not a problem. It's not a big deal. But as soon as the guy thought about it, a system notice appeared in front of him. The girl was a member of the Alliance and will greatly benefit. She needs to survive. Hearing about his new mission welfare, Gao, even a little surprised and how to even understand it. He seems to need to protect this girl. After thinking about it, the guy still changed his thought. The assignment looked very tempting. You can get more benefits in the future. He decided to think about it after the appointed time had come, and Gao grabbed the girl again and put her on his shoulder. All this time, the workers were hard at work in their mine and did not even notice that a stealthy silhouette crept up to them from behind. Eventually, the 2 laborers were knocked out by the heavy impact. Psychic abilities allowed them to see their actions ahead. After changing into the clothes of an ordinary miner, Gao armed himself with a shovel and moved forward. There wasn't much time to speed up if he wanted to get everything done. After walking a few more meters, Gao was surprised to find that in this place his strength was noticeably weakened. He started digging ore. Although it's just a magnetic pile, it has something of its own, so meditative and calming. But after a second, he started digging with such fury that rocks flew in different directions. The only way to earn money was to dig and dig again. The other workers looked in horror at the strange guy who was digging like a madman in the middle of the night. How is it even possible to work like that? Not paying attention to anyone, Gao was digging, and one of the workers was trying to shout to him by the way he was talking to him. Still, Gao, distracted from his class and greeted his new colleague as kindly as possible, could not be revealed so quickly. Taking up the shovel again, Gao started digging with even more enthusiasm. He replied that he was just taking advantage of the opportunity. That's all there was to it. In the end, the foreman bellowed that we should stop working in the middle of the night and go to bed. 20,000 a month is not so little. Hearing such a fabulous amount of money cheered him up. He had no idea that ordinary miners were paid so much. He must speed up even more. Naturally, instead of going to rest, he started working even faster and even harder, throwing ore in different directions. Gao wiped his sweaty forehead. He had been digging for several hours, but there were no results. Okay, not to worry, but to keep working. Besides, the two miners he knocked out didn't care much if they survived, but if they didn't, it was fate. He sat down on the ground and began to think about what to do tomorrow. He would not be able to get through so easily. Taking up the shovel, Gao made the decision. If nothing happened in the next hour, he would just get the hell out of here. When Gao approached the other workers, one of the miners wondered why he was so early. The guy replied that he was just working at his own pace. With a smile on his face, he added that the early bird always gets the worm, so no wonder he wants to work. Continuing to watch the rest of the miners, the guy pondered what time it was. What are they working so early, and where would he even get the money? With the shovel in the ground, Gao decided to get out of here. It was getting too crowded and it was time to finish the job. Suddenly there was a commotion among the workers. One of them saw a small pebble of ore, something they work here day and night for. One of the miners grabbed hold of a shiny rock and started jumping on the spot he dug up the ore. All the others were also happy for their comrade, but no sooner had he finished his joy than a heavy shovel flew into his face. A resounding sound was heard, and the man immediately lost consciousness. Suddenly, Gao appeared and said in a haughty voice that he had actually dug it up, and that this laborer had just tricked him into doing it. With his shovel pointing forward, he prepared to fight back against any possible attackers who would not dare to take his prey. Suddenly, there was a voice of the brigadier, and everyone fell silent. Gao turned his head in the direction where the voice came from. Everyone else parted ways as the man in the helmet approached the hardest working man, and silence hung everywhere. He jabbed his finger at himself and ordered him to give him this stone and go after his reward of 1,000 gold coins as a bargain. And this was a shame, only 1,000 Gao, because he worked for several hours and more than everyone else and earned only this pittance. The foreman grabbed the stone and wanted to take it away, but the boy held it tightly, causing a violent reaction. The whole point is that the player saw the notice that this pebble is worth 350 times more than he even want to offer, would be foolish to give to this miser. A second later, the foreman received exactly the same powerful blow. Right in the jaw, the man even spit out a few teeth. The other workers stood at their places with their mouths open in surprise. They did not expect that anyone would dare to go against their bosses in such a way. Now the player knew everything Gao said. He would never give up this stone, because he knows how much it is worth. Now let him choke on it. The terrified worker started to press the panic button, his face turning blue with fear, calling for help. They have a madman here. A second later, a huge horn hanging from a tall tower came to life and a siren sounded, indicating an alarm at the construction site. The brigadier shouted, pointing at Gao. Whoever caught him first would get the prize. Naturally, all the other workers rushed at the guy with shovels and hammers, each wanting to get a bonus for catching the thief. Gao Yi himself realized that he was one against several, but still continued to fight. He twirled the shovel in his hands and began to scatter the workers. The brigadier gritted his teeth. This kid was so strong, he may have been sent by another country to commit sabotage. Who knows? The man was horrified to realize that Gao was running straight at him, waving a huge shovel, and the danger was growing by the second. Eventually, the foreman came to his senses and started tearing his clothes off. He wasn't going to let the thief pass so easily. The man's body was scarred. In the end, he was naked from the waist down, and near the brigadier's body, an obscure dragon began to fly, and he got into a fighting stance and prepared himself. But after a second, his eyes literally flew out of his orbits. It didn't work, and the shovel knocked the man out in a second. It seemed like Gao didn't even feel any resistance. Good dogs should be silent. Everyone else looked on in horror at this strange guy. He is a real monster. The other workers were terrified. Kai was the best of them. He was a good fighter and a skilled craftsman, but he was knocked out with one blow. Then they were all finished. Gao thought to himself that he had already dealt with monsters like Shen and energy warriors, so these were no match for him, even if they didn't try to catch him. In a second, the guy accelerated to a monstrous speed that he couldn't even be seen. Let them try to catch up with him now. Gao was too absorbed and didn't notice that something was already flying at him at a great speed. The guy was still running forward. It was a huge spear that stabbed literally in front of his nose right into the ground and made a big hole. Gao fortunately managed to bounce aside. There was a huge hole at the point of impact. Apparently someone had launched it with tremendous force. Just how strong this person was. The guy realized that when it comes to energy warriors, he's a total zero, so it's a waste to mess with them now and started to run away. Another Spear Island tip flew into him. Gao ran off with all his legs, his speed increasing with every second. A huge wooden spear flew near his neck, just a few centimeters away, but still Gao managed to dodge at the last moment. The man who launched these spears possessed a hooked nose and watched every movement. This kid is really a master. Gao kept running and heard someone's squeaky voice shouting that he couldn't get away with it, but the kid paid no attention. The enemy was like an energy fighter only a few meters away from the life-saving sewer hatch. It was time to leave, and having reached the target point, Gao jumped into the hole in the ground like an experienced swimmer. It was his salvation. But immediately the expression on his face changed. Gao realized that the bound girl had disappeared somewhere. It seems he had forgotten to knock her out again. Suddenly, a very quiet, ingratiating voice was heard behind me. A girl's silhouette appeared literally out of nowhere. She asked, "So?" Gao returned. A sharp dagger immediately appeared near the guy's neck. And at that moment, Gao realized that he had miscalculated. Major suggested that we play an interesting game. Hearing the guy mumbling something to himself, Major looked at him with an annoyed look at what he even wanted to say that was annoying. A virtual assistant appeared and offered to press a button if the host didn't do it. He would go to the other side of the world instantly. The choice was obvious, and swinging his fist, Gao hit the big red button that appeared literally out of nowhere. That was just the beginning of the quest. Now the guy will need to destroy this factory and live to fight against the rest of the enemies in the morning. And if he fails the task, he is finished. And literally, Gao was in a desperate situation. Enemies literally surrounded him from all sides. Gao was already desperate and seemed to have fallen into madness. He began to recount his biography and how he got the system and became the chosen one. Even in his early childhood, he told everyone that he was special. But no one believed, and everyone thought he was just a crazy kid with fantasies. But now, as an adult, Gao cursed the system that had put him in a situation where there was almost no way out. It was a total disaster. Alright though, the guy realized that he's not lacking in beauty after all, and it should help just to take advantage of his strengths. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His head was visited by a seemingly brilliant idea. Why not start playing by the rules? To use the advice of the assistant said that still his face will hurt, but he will survive, and that's a plus. Hearing such monstrous conditions, Gao was indignant. And why do they not like his face? What is the problem that they are going to beat him? But it was too late to ponder this around. Everything began to rattle and the ceiling of stone began to crack. Someone was appearing. Finally, the ceiling cracked, and a man wearing large gloves with huge spikes seemed to be an energy warrior. At first glance, the man did not look menacing. He had disheveled hair and a long, hooked nose. He asked, "Its accomplice." Shen still managed to get free. Agao was lying on the earth and holding his face. The man asked, "What are they playing here?" He looked very cheerful. Gao was very angry at being hit in the face with a rock. The guy said to get out of here immediately and don't mess around. Jumping up, he grasped his shovel and prepared to strike. The strange man didn't believe he could do anything at all with this ordinary shovel. But a second later, his face came in contact with the hard metal, and a crunch was heard, but it was broken. The man still remained standing, but was now completely bewildered. Gao hung in the air, holding the handle of the shovel. The guy's eyes almost popped out on his forehead, so easily took the blow with his face. Who this man even is, what his body is made of. The major also thought about it, and said aloud that it was not bad. It seemed that this man was stronger than he looked at first glance. Indeed, the man's nose was broken and blood was dripping from it, and he couldn't believe that some ordinary construction shovel could hurt him so badly. Gao, meanwhile, was already priming himself for the next blow. The man was trying to somehow get his head together after the recent event. A second later, the man bit his tongue and his mouth bled, but his hand was heavy after all. The stranger soared into the air from such a blow. He certainly did not expect that some shovel could give him such a blow. And who is this kid anyway? Eventually, the stranger landed on the ground and started cursing everyone. Yes. Do they even know who is standing in front of them? The man lost his gloves. Naturally, Gao was not going to listen to all this. He advised him to close his mouth or else go to the other side of the world. The guy was already preparing his shovel. Then, the unfortunate man received dozens of blows with shovel and legs. Gao beat him so hard as if he was really going to send him to the other world. The rest of the workers were looking among themselves, and it was foolish to interfere in this quarrel unless you wanted to lose your life. Heavy footsteps were heard. Dozens of people dressed in some strange, unmarked uniforms approaching directly into the mine, seeming to be guards. From somewhere came more people in colorful clothes, each of them different. A man with a bald head ordered everyone to stand in their places. Gao bounced back. Could there really be that many more people hiding in this factory? The guy did not expect these uninvited guests. Looking at them with surprised eyes, the major assumed that it looked like Wang Ju's den of people was a bit small. Looking at this real army, Gao exclaimed, "Is it not enough for her to have a mind full of some strange people?" The man dressed as Roba, the criminal, was immediately seized by the officers of the law. The criminal cursed everyone and wished them to go to the other world as soon as possible. The major looked at all this, said that because of his behavior, Gao brought her to the factory, so be it will let him live until dawn as generous. Communication here naturally did not catch. The girl tried to call at least to someone, but it did not work. After the cataclysm, the number of satellites was reduced. Turning to Gao, the major said she didn't think she could trust her to watch her back, but there were a few options. Gao wanted to refuse, but immediately received a strong blow to his back and flew a few meters away. He shrank like a scared kitten. He was already in pain after being hit with a rock, and now this girl is beating him up. Still, the criminal managed to free himself and, armed with a glove, moved forward. The man wanted to smear the two men. The major noticed him immediately and turned a wary eye. She had envisioned that option, but not so quickly. Then a powerful blow was heard. The girl did not skimp on her strength and threw him back as far as she could. Gao was watching from the side. The guy blurred like a slug, realizing that he was completely useless and defenseless in this situation. Pointing to the virtual assistant, he said he was choosing normal difficulty. Give him at least one clue on how to get out of here alive. Don't care about the reward. Not that the clue helped. The aide said that Major Shen is not as weak as she seems. You just have to wait and give her time. Everything will have to come her way. At some point, Gao felt that he had enough energy and was ready to fight. He got into a fighting stance and prepared himself. At the end of the quest, promised that his level will increase and the player will be pleasantly surprised by the result. You just have to wait. This was the end of the clue. Gao, in a rage, he grabbed his robot vacuum cleaner instruction manual more, and it is also called a helper. But the robot announced in a joyful voice that since his master had chosen him, he understood everything perfectly, and his smile grew even bigger. But immediately the unfortunate device was hit. Gao shouted that he didn't understand anything, that it was all lies and that the system was a total waste. Thinking about it, the player realized that all he had was the attraction of wisdom and a body hardened by physical labor. Gao looked closely and saw that something unusual was happening in front of him. Bright lights and metallic objects flying everywhere. The rest of the people who came here just stood there. Baldi told everyone to be careful. They are role models. Their attack is simply mesmerizing. Trying to remain inconspicuous, Gao froze in place. This was impossible to bear for even a second. Beside him stood the major and reminded him that everyone had actually gone to the other side of the world. Or he had forgotten. The guy looked at her. Shen looked at him and said with disdain that his holds looked like nothing more than a friendly slap. Nothing surprising. Time to use your golem. The monster appeared with incredible speed and immediately rushed to attack the rest of the opponents. The people froze in place. They didn't expect these two to be so strong that it was even such a thing. The only thing left to do was to run to save their lives. The major's combat uniform changed. The girl now looked completely different and took the battle to the next level. Annoyed, she looked at her so to speak partner. She asked Gao if he was going to hide behind her back, or if he was going to start doing something. Hearing the request for a magical suit and weapons, Major agreed, but he has to tell her how he found out about the magnetic pile and all that. This put Gao in a stupor. He asked how Shen even knew what he was looking for. She was following him, or what? And only now he began to realize that Shen seemed to be conscious at the moment when the player was thinking about his plans, sitting in the tunnel. Looking at his opponents, Major said in an irritated voice that he could answer the question no matter what business he had there. Looking at Gao, she took out another pill. The girl said that this tank is in Tongday's case since everything is like this. The player slanted his eyes to the side. He hated to admit it, but this girl knew more than she should, and it was only Gao's fault. A second later, he was already in the suit, but no skill improvements followed just for defense, just like the major said, but it was still impressive. Eventually, the bald man got tired of waiting and jumped up and rushed up to attack, aiming his energy gauntlet at the two men. The fists of this man and the major came into contact. The earth trembled beneath their feet and a fierce wind rose around them. They were as strong as each other. But the man smiled. This babe seems to underestimate them. No need to do that in front of her real warrior. His hands began to fill with energy. The criminal pressed harder and harder. His glove began to spark as if overflowing with electricity. Taking a closer look, Gao guessed that it was probably magnesium or some other alloy. The guy stood in his place and just watched. In the meantime, Major felt that the enemy was much stronger than expected. The girl was already struggling to hold his onslaught, which only intensified. And at this moment, Gao finally realized everything is lithium metal to store electricity. The two elements merged into one. Meanwhile, the criminal laughed even harder. His smile grew wider. He said that everyone knows Major can use gold items. Having accumulated enough electricity for himself, the criminal rushed forward. He wanted to see this girl use the electricity defense. Gao finally came to his senses and put his hand forward, saying only one phrase, "Shenyo." His voice trembled. Eventually, a mighty blow was heard, and the bald criminal flew off to the side. The man almost fainted from the strain. The poor guy fell to the ground and said only one word, "Heart." The second his breathing stopped, the blow was really awesome. The major put his hand forward and said that everything was ready. The girl needed only one effort to send this man to the other side of the world. Seeing his brother lying on the ground breathless, One of the criminals cried out in surprise and turned white with fear. But immediately the stranger received a strongest kick right in the jaw. He spit out everything he ate this morning and passed out. In addition to her abilities, the Major also possessed very good physical fitness, and she knocked the man back with a single blow. The people standing behind all this time were shocked. 2 of the 4 were destroyed with just one blow. How was it even possible who they were? Watching everything happening, Gao speculated that perhaps this bald man had sent a false charge of electricity. Strangely looked plausible. Gao stared and didn't notice that another yellow-clothed criminal had appeared behind him and was preparing to attack. After a second, the player felt that a noose was about to snap around his neck. It was a copper trap, and it was not easy to get out of it. The criminal chuckled now that he had caught him, and these 2 would not go anywhere. Gao was like a dog on a leash, unable to free himself. The perp, meanwhile, was going to stun the poor guy with electricity. This should definitely work their end. Suddenly, some bulldozer standing nearby overflowed with electrical energy and started sending out pulses throughout the space. The electric current literally reached the body of the unfortunate guy in a second and hit him with all its force. Gao screamed in pain but could do nothing. The criminal cheerfully announced that one was ready on his face, a smile shone on his face. Obviously, the man was proud of himself. The only thing left to do was to finish off this victim, and the criminal swooped down on him armed with a long dagger. Gao stood motionless the entire time. But no. Not even half a second later, the criminal received a powerful blow with a shovel right in the jaw, and his eyes almost popped out. Gao reacted almost instantly. Even despite the electric pulse, he was able to control himself and break out of the fight. It seems that the player himself did not expect that he turned out to be fine after such a thing. But it is even better that the criminal did not realize anything. Looking at his suit with surprise, Gao assumed it was not only gold armor, but there was also some other obscure metal worthy for a major. And only now the enemy realized that Gao is not afraid of electricity. He has that, again, golden armor. What is it? With a heavy sigh, the player smiled. He said that this man is not the kind of heroes who simply stall for time. Getting closer to his opponent, the guy said that using copper wire is like using fake instead of gold. It won't do anything. In the end, the copper warrior became furious. How dare this guy look down on him? He had already prepared his sword. After such a powerful blow, all that was left of the unfortunate criminal was a bloody stain on the iron golem's huge fist, and that was it. The major looked at her partner, ironically noting that he might not thank her, she did so purely out of kindness. Almost done. The guy looked around at the more than a dozen fighters lying on the ground. Did she already finish so quickly? Looking at him again, the girl said that these soldiers are unlikely to go anywhere else. And what about Gao himself? Seems to have no account at all. Upon reflection, the player realized that he could never be like this girl. She is just at an unattainable level. For now, let her sort herself out. Shen looked at him and asked what he said about the other 100. I think they were participants in the call, a friend campaign or something like that. Speaking of the others, the soldiers had already surrounded the huge golem, and there were so many of them that the opponents were not getting smaller. Gao shrank towards the steel giant and tried to find protection there. Basically, it was the only thing he could do. Now the guy was completely useless. The other participants of the battle were talking amongst themselves. It was the Alliance Major. What was she doing here in a place like this? There were people in costumes everywhere. From somewhere came an older man in the same suit. Of course, these people are too young. Too bad she decided to interfere. The man was approaching. Looking at him, Major smiled. Could it be Mr. Wang himself? What a surprise and a pleasant meeting. The man came closer and grinned in an unpleasant smile. Yes, that's him. And who did she expect to see here? His eyes glistened. Another hooded man appeared. Mr. Wang addressed him, calling him elder, and saying that he had lost too many people in one night himself. See. The voice appeared to be more of a female elder, said one of the 3 great fighters in the Lost Lands could not stand against superior forces. Hearing that very voice, Gao recognized exactly who it was. He was the mystery man he had heard when he came here. The major already realized that the fight could not be avoided and prepared herself. These opponents were much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Mr. Wang smiled. Well, the young lady has opened this place, so let her leave this place. The plan is almost ready. Why spill unnecessary blood? But the elder ordered the man to be silent. The old man covered his mouth with his hands, and something under his nose. He was visibly very frightened. The major stood on her steel giant and watched. The elder said that such people are rare, very talented, and strong. Suddenly, a masked man armed with a sharp sword appeared behind the girl's back. If so, let her accept the gift. Shen noticed it in time and turned around. The girl perfectly felt what was going on around her now. In such a situation, her feelings were on the limit. With one deft movement of her hand, she blocked the blade and grasped it with her bare hands, even though she was wearing a protective suit. The invisible assassin looked at the major with surprised eyes through her mask. as to how she even managed to see him in that position. After the strong blow, Assassin bounced back. He was sure it was definitely some kind of skill or something. There was no way an ordinary person could have such a reaction. Well, then we'll have to go for quantity. A few more men dressed like that showed up and prepared to attack. Enemies surrounded them from all sides, even tighter. The ring was shrinking. The assassins became more and more numerous, and how to deal with it was a mystery. The player himself realized that these guys in black are very troubled, and probably strong, as there are about a dozen of them managed to... But it turned out that there were twice as many of them. They surrounded the steel giant in a ring and came closer and closer, intending to all at once. The Major moved her eyes from side to side and did not know from which side she would be attacked. The girl was ready to take the blow, but there were many enemies. She guided the giant robot, attempted to strike, but the man was much faster and began to swiftly leap toward her. Turning to her partner, the girl told him to go back inside, and she would hold them off as soon as she got back and tell the lieutenant there was trouble. Deciding to play the hero, Gao apologized and said that he was not the kind of person to run away from the battlefield. So no, they would fight shoulder to shoulder. It shocked the girl that Gao seemed completely useless, and when he had a chance to run away, he decided to stay and said he wanted to fight. But it was his responsibility to be on a rescue mission. If he failed, he had no way out. Gao tensed up. Besides, a couple of hours were added to the mission. Now it was necessary to hold out until 10 o'clock in the morning, but how to do it is unclear. Looking at him, Major sighed sadly. Okay, if he wants to fight, let him. But it's a pity he's not an energy fighter, so it would be more difficult. Applying another pill she created literally from nothing, a huge sword, the girl swung and prepared to fight back. The player's eyes went up to his forehead. It was an aluminum rod. It was impossible to tell exactly what it was made of, but it looks fascinating. The battle will be interesting. Throwing herself into the attack, Shen shouted one last time that as long as she was alive, the golden armor would protect the guy. But if something went wrong, it was every man for himself. After saying this, she pushed off her steel giant like a gymnast and rushed forward. Her opponents were many and strong. The first roundhouse kick threw several assassins aside at once, and they bounced backwards, leaving the line of attack with incredible speed. The girl swung her spear with a sharp tip in an attempt to reach someone, but so far it was all to no avail. Eventually, she managed to get her hands on one of the attackers and immediately destroy the others, instantly bounced back in terror. The elder, standing to the side, watched everything that was going on and directed. She ordered to wear the girl down to lose her strength. The other wards nodded their heads and surrounded the Major even more tightly. Shen prepared to fight back and gripped her spear tighter. Problems appeared one after another. Shen gritted her teeth and prepared for the battle. It promises to be very difficult. It seems they are gaining experience. All the others who stood aside watched in horror, as several experienced fighters could not handle one girl as strong as she was. Several assassins already lay on the ground, breathless. They had been defeated by the marks of the Spear Island blows. After such a thing, no one would have survived. The rest of the survivors only tightly gathered around the girl and prepared to attack her. Major realized that the situation was critical. All this while holding onto the shovel, Gao stood beside the steel giant assassins. All this time, he was ignored. All this time, Major's main target came out. The elder also understood that Major was exhausted, and that kid who always stands aside didn't even start to move. But why? The player pondered theoretically. After overcoming the first barrier, he could become an energy fighter, but the information was too little to conclude. The virtual assistant appeared again and shook his head. He said it was all wrong. The guy wasn't ready for this yet. Already exhausted, Gao shook his head. No, he's going to start setting his own terms again and saying that everyone is in danger. Although Stoit Gao thought about it and prepared himself, the system talks about the conditions, but not naming what actually needs to be done is definitely not for him, except if those conditions were unrelated to the assignment he'd gotten. Gao took a closer look at the notification panel. Major was already very tired, and leaning on her long rod, the girl fought hard but the opponents as if they were not going to retreat. The elder realized that this fighter was weakened and ordered the others to attack together and rushed into battle. At this rate, they would be able to defeat her. From the back on the Major already moved several attackers. Girl so far stood in his place and could not even move from fatigue. Suddenly, she lifted her head up and sighed heavily. She gritted her teeth and prepared for a last-ditch effort to save her life. Pushing off the ground, the Major flew upwards, scattering all the other assassins moved in pursuit of her. The girl spun in her seat and began to scatter all the others while fending off attacks. Despite the fact that her strength was running low, suddenly, an elder began to attack her from behind. She caught the moment when the enemy was distracted by the other fighters and took advantage. Then came the strongest blow. Even on the girl's back, there was a palm print. Even though she was wearing armor, she still received a strong blow. All the while, Gao was standing on the ground and saw Major flying towards him. The girl had probably been hit by someone and couldn't even control her movements. Gao gritted his teeth and braced himself. He knew the Major would fly right into him, and he'd be lucky if they both survived. The guy put out his hands and still he managed to catch his comrade. Shen cried out that she was hurt, but there was no choice better than to crash. In the end, Gao was lucky to be alive, Although he was breathing hard, he cushioned the fall with his body and hoped that the girl survived. The major lay a few feet away from him and didn't seem to be giving any signs of life. Gao leaned over and asked if everything was all right, hoping it was all right. The elder rose into the air and jumped up to the others, gesturing for her charges to continue attacking. She ordered Old Man Wang to deal with them, the rest she would finish the rest herself. The man bowed and accordingly nodded. He ordered all his underlings to bring these two in immediately. It would be necessary to deal with them before the fighters came to their senses. The situation was critical. Player thought with all his might happened everything that happened in the past, energy dissipated by great pressure. But suddenly a thought came into his head. The guy tried to calm down. He started to guess what it was all about. Maybe it would help them. Gao realized what kind of mediator he was and looked at the pile of ore that the workers had carelessly left behind without even noticing it. He took a small pebble in his hand. Although energy fighters extract energy from ore, it is different from the material of the elements. If energy is transformed into material, it may be possible to purify it from impurities. In my hands, some object began to materialize. Well, he finally figured it out. Of course, magnetism, a brilliant idea, comes as always at the very last moment only to be done. Meanwhile, Golem still remained on the move and continued to defend his masters from the attackers. He stood up for the two humans. Luckily, Major quickly came to her senses. Gao noticed this and asked, "Is she still in or has she run out of steam? Now it's time to act." In the end, the guy got mad. "She said you can't go. So what's the problem? Don't let him argue." Looking at the exhausted Major, the guy asked, could she not even stand? Shen replied that she was a soldier and soldiers always stay. Then he decided to ask again if energy warriors could use magnetism. Shen wondered, so why would he actually need it? The guy didn't answer the question and said he would cover in Major. Let him help find the location of the magnetic ore and then everything will work out. Standing behind his back, Shen couldn't believe it and couldn't understand what was wrong, but agreed and said she would try. Bouncing off the ground, Gao flew straight at the attackers. No need to worry, he is also strong and can resist. The people shouted in surprise that he was fed up with life. They'd wipe him out, but the girl should be kept alive. She'd still be useful. Realizing that time was short, the Major rushed out of her seat to look for magnetic ore anywhere. Meanwhile, the battle continued. The steel giant was destroying one person after another. Gao was still carrying his shovel and trying to fight back. Watching everything from the side was Chief Wang. The man was getting angrier and angrier. With every second, his face was beginning to curve. How pathetic they are, after all. The old man couldn't stand it. They can't handle a whole crowd with one boy, so they let the girl go. Suddenly, something flew very fast through the air above the others. People raised their heads and looked up. Right in front of them. There was a rumbling sound. Continuing to stomp on one of the attackers, the guy asked if she had any luck finding the ore. Major nodded her head. Everything is there. With a smile on her face and hope, Shen ordered to find the location of the concentration of magnetic energy within an hour. This space could disappear. It would be good if Gao himself understood what a place of magnetic energy concentration meant. He hadn't been told about it before. The old man realized that this girl could destroy this mine with her efforts and ordered everyone else to stop her at all costs. Meanwhile, the elder stood back and watched. She didn't believe it was even possible another man in a hoodie had appeared behind her back. The old man went into a rage. He screamed with anger. These two don't realize what they've done to destroy this place. It's a crime. The Major smiled and thanked her partner. It seemed they made a good team after all. Gao didn't understand anything and just grabbed his throat. Tears came out of his eyes. The guy realized that the Major had gotten it all wrong. The poor guy was ready to tear his hair out. He asked to find the location of the magnetic ore, not destroy it. What's the problem? And that's his own psychic. That girl will confuse right and left, and he's asking her for things like that. Wang was furious. He had no plans here to stay and give his life. The old man ordered everyone else to deal with the two and run away. Suddenly, a silhouette floated into the air. It was an elder dressed in a hoodie, and the others all raised their heads in surprise and prepared themselves. The woman thrust her arm forward and blocked the steel giant's blow, leaving a dent in his huge palm. She realized that these people were no use to her. She had to make it on her own or they'd all be here for life. But naturally, Major was not going to let go. I heard just like that, the girl prepared her fist. How presumptuous is it to just attack her like that? There was a rumble and a column of dust rose into the air. Everyone stopped for a second and began to look around, hoping for a brief respite. Something was wrong, Gao asked. What's wrong? The frightened girl. Major replied that the magnetic field was about to explode, and then it would be the end of everyone. Suddenly, the faces of the people were illuminated by a bright light. All opened their mouths and looked at what was happening with surprised eyes. The brightness of this brightness could make Gao blind, and he covered his face so that his eyes wouldn't burn. It was the first time he had seen something like this magnetic field. Even if you use the eye of deprivation and spiritual guidance, it may seem that the very essence of this world. You understand, the guy felt differently. You exist, and at the same time you don't, as if the universe itself. He found himself in some strange place, completely different from the world. I had an idea. Yi Gao went ahead. Major shouted after him. What he was going to do? Magnetic field will explode. We have to run away from here, into ore, not turn into ore. The girl didn't notice how her opponent approached her from behind and was about to strike. She was too distracted to do so. But at some point she saw it and blocked the blow. The elder was now fighting the major at full strength. All right, if she wants to fight, let it be. So around the girl appeared a protective dome. Elder did not expect such a quick reaction and bounced back. The woman covered herself with her hand to hide her face. All these efforts were just useless. The end was predetermined. The major was already completely exhausted, and just kneeling on her knees, the girl was coughing up blood, and the elder was saying that soon a new star would be born here. Her face changed as if her mind had left this woman. She said this place would be your grave forever. Naturally, Major did not want to believe it. The girl wiped the blood from her face and prepared to attack again, even at the cost of her life. Suddenly heard Gao Gai's voice, already preparing to attack the elder. Distracted from the major and raised his head up, there was something going on. The woman looked up and saw Gao standing on a dais, holding a huge energy sphere in his hands, about to launch it. Everyone else also held their breath. People didn't understand what this kid was going to do air cannon, or how to understand it. Suddenly, they were grabbed by some air tentacles and lifted up. People could not do anything and just dangled helplessly. It finally worked out. Gao was very satisfied. Now his energy potential matched his unrivaled energy source. And then the magnetic field exploded. It was so strong the elder was the first to be hit, and her body began to disintegrate. The entire building of the mental hospital under which this magnetic ore mine was located blew up in a second. There was a rumble, and eventually, when it was over, Major was lying on the ground face down and barely breathing. The girl was barely alive. A few meters away, Gao appeared around only ruins. Guy was very frightened. Did he make a mistake and hit the Major? It is unacceptable. The guy himself did not realize what happened at that moment. He just wanted to make an air cannon, but somehow got a bomb that exploded. He pondered about it for a few more seconds, but suddenly Gao was interrupted by someone's voice and asked, could this guy really use oxide energy? From somewhere appeared a vague silhouette of a girl. She was somewhere in armor and had her hands ready to defend herself. From afar, she looked like a real angel. Behind her back were two large wings. The girl repeated the question as she did so. Seeing such a beautiful sight, Gao was stunned for a second and opened his eyes even wider. They're beings who fell from heaven after the apocalypse. They call themselves the messengers of heaven or something. They appeared at the dawn of life, conquering most of the earth and causing people to worship them as gods. What a surprise. Another good opportunity to shoot was not to be missed, and the warrior began preparing his cannon again to hit the angels. The sphere began to fill with energy, again attracting all living things directly to itself. People soared into the air along with the angel himself. After the explosion, there was a huge crater even bigger than the last time the angel was floating in the sky, and watched everything from the side with some caution. The guy felt that these shots had completely drained him of energy. There wasn't much left. However, the spiritual strength only became greater. In the end, he became so enthusiastic that he thought he was all-powerful, since he could use such a powerful aura and weapon. For starters, he would like to try it out on some stronger angel. Noticed this and got ready. The girl covered herself with her hands in an attempt to defend herself. But instead of attacking to everyone's surprise, Gao began to exercise to regain his excellent physical condition. Finishing his performance, Gao said that he only wanted a quiet existence in the unknown, but he was left with no choice. Now he's forced to be honest. He's a super energy fighter better than all the others put together. The guy kept waving his arms around. In the end, the very people who attacked them also woke up. Old Wang raised an eyebrow in surprise. What does this mean, super energy fighter? Angel also thought it was bullshit. The woman was getting more and more furious that this guy thinks he's a god. Her name was Mushifa, and the angel vowed that she would destroy his super fighter. The girl swung her arms and prepared to deliver her strongest blow. But Gao said he was not at all bluffing and was telling the truth and prepared his punch as well. Using magnetic energy, he pulled out several dozen metal rods from the ground and pointed it directly at Angel. It had no effect, and Mushifa just cut them with her hand. The girl was incredibly strong, and it wouldn't hurt her. It was just a deceptive maneuver, and the kid was preparing his most powerful attack by accumulating all the magnetic power he had. Creating a large sphere, he aimed it directly at the enemy. Let him try to block it, if he can. Finally, the angel felt an incredible pressure. Even her almighty power couldn't compete with that. The girl shrieked. Breathing heavily, Gao thought that he had succeeded in destroying her. In front of him was a huge vortex of wind and magnetic energy that he had created with his hands, and now this thing was sucking everything. Angel still remained alive but realized that the magnetic factory and the ore was gone, along with everything that was there. This time, the Celestial realized there was no way to defeat this guy, but the girl vowed to destroy him some other time, and headed for the exit. Gao only gave her a middle finger and shouted back that if she was sure of it, then let her fight him for 300 rounds instead of just talking. But at some point it seemed to him that the power he possessed was too powerful for him to control. There was a strong wind around and the tornado began to suck his creator inside. Gao could no longer stand on his feet and slowly moved there. He tried to cling to the ground to somehow stay in place, but it was no use. The tornado was getting worse. Goosebumps ran down his spine when Gao realized what he had done with his hands. The guy had created a black hole that was now approaching him. Grabbed the nearest rebar to keep himself on the ground or he'd get there, and God knows what would happen to him. The black hole was coming closer and closer. The tornado grew more powerful and sucked everything living, and non-living inside Gao was just trying to hold on. In the end, the iron stick could not withstand the powerful explosion and flew out of the ground, continuing to hold on to it. Gao flew into the air. In the end, after flying a few meters, the guy felt that he hit his cheek into something very warm and soft, but he didn't understand what it was. The Major was lying next to her, and it wasn't hard to guess that Gao had flown face first into her ass. The girl still seemed to be unconscious. Coming to his senses, the guy jumped up to her and started begging her to wake up, needing her super skill to get out of this situation. But realizing that the Major would remain unconscious, Gao gave up trying to wake her up. The system made sure she didn't wake up. Eventually, the black hole began to grow, so that the energy filled the entire space around Gao, covered himself with his hands to avoid being blinded. But a second later, suddenly, this powerful flash dissipated and only the acrid smell of iron hung in the air. In front of him now, the guy saw some liquid substance that looked like mercury or some other liquid metal. At some point, Gao heard someone's very familiar laughing voice reminded him of something on the guy couldn't figure out what. Suddenly, the substance stirred and began to move like a living person, turning into a strange, shiny silhouette. Gao stopped for a second. It didn't take more than a few seconds for the guy to see his exact copy in front of him, which was getting better by the second. In the end, Gao stood before him, himself only made of some kind of metal. This is a new form of intelligent life, but how is this possible? For a few more seconds, he and his cops stood opposite each other, unable to figure out what to do next. His mind began to whirl with thoughts. Gao thought that this thing appeared because of the concentration of magnetic ore, and a black hole was quite possible. So far, he seemed benevolent. The clone just stood there, examining his new body with incomprehension and surprise. No sooner had Gao finished his thought, than suddenly the clone started moving towards him incredibly fast, and his body melted into liquid. Suddenly, a black cat appeared from somewhere, and with a hiss and a meow, he rushed straight at the strange creature with his fangs out. The wild cat clung to the creature's hand and began to hold it with his teeth. Clone looked at him in surprise. It was a black wildcat that Gao had seen recently in the asylum, and in the cave itself that had been following him all this time. Meanwhile, the cat began pouncing on the creature made of metal, clawing with its sharp claws as the clone tried to defend itself. Eventually, the cat managed to separate the arm to exist his body, and it fell to the ground with a clatter. The cat only purred. As suddenly, the wild creature, to everyone's surprise, clamped its teeth into the strange substance and began to devour it. Seeing such a strange sight, Gao was horrified that this cat was even thinking about why it was eating this nasty stuff. It was unclear what would happen next. The guy looked at the strange cat who was just sitting on the ground and had already finished devouring the metal arm, breathing heavily. The cat just paced from side to side and looked at the new world with a studying gaze. She seemed to be fine for now. Gao took a closer look. Cat probably got poisoned when he ate that metal, but he can't tell anyone about it. They'd think he was crazy. Suddenly, the cat changed color and was now bright white, and he was walking on two legs. That's the power of survival. The next second, with incredible speed, the cat looked at the guy with its bright blue eyes and stopped. Then he rushed on two paws straight towards the guy, wanting to attack him. He didn't look as friendly as before. Moreover, this animal was holding a rather weighty stone in its hands and was preparing to attack. Gao covered himself with his hand to protect himself. The guy had already completely stopped realizing what was going on. The cat jumped up and screamed. All he could do was let it use his guise. In the end, after a strong blow, Gao lay down in a blackout, and the cat on two paws had calmly went about its business. This lesson is over. All that was left to report to Gao was that he was attacked by a talking upright cat. Right now, he was left lying on the ground, passed out. The virtual assistant didn't take long for the owner to get the chest, and many rewards. He has completed the task after all. Although it seems that the guy was not thinking about that at all. He was just lying down because of fatigue and couldn't even move a finger normal. But the assistant was not going to fall behind his master so easily and used a powerful medicine to revive the unfortunate man. Realizing that it was all useless, the robot began shouting that it had received notification of a new explosion that would take place in just a few seconds. Unhappy Gao cursed everyone around him for why he had suffered so much that he deserved this hell. Though eventually he woke up feeling like he'd been beaten by a wildcat and then passed out, though that was more likely true. By the way, where is the actual code player began to move his head in different directions in search of an annoying animal, but he and a trace of it is gone. Turning his head once again, Gao saw the major girl lying leaning on a rock and was still unconscious. This time there are two drugs in addition to pills. It's time to bring the girl back to life. Otherwise, she will go to the other side of the world. With 2 trembling fingers, Gao presented a small pill directly to her mouth. If she died here, all medicinal actions would be useless. The capsule is large. Gao heard somewhere that people who are unconscious should not be given medicine or they will suffocate. Can mouth-to-mouth breathing do? Overcoming the fear and disgust, Gao moved over. Okay, human life is paramount and there is no need to hesitate now if he wants to save her. The girl's lips were very thin and hardly pink, and suddenly they began to move at the most inopportune moment. Major came to her senses. And the first thing the girl saw was Gao reaching out to her as if to kiss her, and she was immediately furious at what this impudent man was doing. Realizing the situation he was in, Gao decided to play dumb and just waved hello, hoping the girl wouldn't notice. But no, it was a failure. And again, he received a strong blow with his fist right in the stomach. His eyes rolled back again and he felt as if he'd been hit with a sledgehammer and almost passed out on the spot. He lay like that for a short time and came to his senses relatively quickly. The major was already waiting for him, and she asked him unhappily. Gao shook his head and muttered to himself that he had actually brought her here in his arms and given her medicine, so she owed him a favor. Deciding to stop all this, Major pointed at the mess nearby and asked the guy whose handiwork it was. She didn't remember anything. Gao proudly said that of course he was the one who had scattered these people like puppets. She didn't believe him, but the major did. After Gao from surprise for a second quieted, the girl continued. He is a handsome man, so he is probably strong too, so it sounds true. They shook hands. Gao had somehow lost all his fervor and was now very shy and ready to blush right now. As suddenly they were interrupted, the rumble of a motorcycle was heard distinctly. Someone stopped just a few meters away from them. It was one of the servicemen. He was sitting on a huge futuristic bike. Next to him stood the same man inviting him to sit down. The major didn't have to beg for long. The girl jumped on the motorcycle. The military man wanted to say something, but she interrupted him and said she knew everything. Then Major looked at Gao and asked, "Is he there going to go with her or will he stay here?" The guy immediately agreed. Seated on the back of the motorcycle, Gao unceremoniously took the girl by the waist. Then over the shock of the young soldier, he did not expect such audacity. Before he could say a word, the motorcycle and the major were off the road and roared forward, turning into a dot in the distance. They flew at a great speed with the wind whistling in their ears. Gao wondered if he had done well. The guild should have given him some kind of reward. Major inquired, "Does he really need this reward? There are things more valuable than money if he's going to move on." Shen smiled. "And what's wrong with the university? What's so bad about it? You study, you get grades, you get universal recognition, and you serve the people." Looking at her, Gao squinted at what she was implying that she wanted to say to him. But that was the end of the conversation. Major only pressed harder on the gas. The events moved to 9 o'clock in the morning at the high school athletic field was buzzing with activity. There were many students and voices were heard. The teenagers were looking amongst themselves. What's the matter? Why they were gathered? They are going to explain the principles of entrance exams to them at all or not. In front of them sat several people dressed in expensive suits. They were high-ranking officials and company executives. Then the students directly came out. The principal, third deputy principal, and Lieutenant Chin principal asked for silence in a polite voice. Seeing that this had no effect, the lieutenant snatched the microphone from the hands of the surprised director and began to speak himself. The man didn't choose his expression. He told it like it is and thinks that in front of him stand only a bunch of scum who can't think with their heads. The lieutenant was getting really angry, as if he thought he was once again yelling at his underlings instead of the regular students. The faces of the students began to change and they definitely didn't like being called trash or anything like that, and a disgruntled whisper began to creep in. And the lieutenant went on as if nothing had happened. He accused the principal of covering up for student offenders, even though they were delinquent. Tande, the third deputy, was the school principal, and at the same time a member of the Board of Education. This person is quite important. When the students heard that their current principal had been fired, they immediately went into horror. This man was the best thing to happen in the last few years. The old man himself realized that the students were unlikely to be satisfied, but there was nothing he could do. And the soldier continued to shout. He said that the Alliance would send a check to the Forgotten Lands so that they could thoroughly search the place and find the intruders. The man was so angry he almost lost his mind. He wanted to invite the new principal, but the head of the student council interrupted him. A boy with long purple hair and big glasses came up from among the crowd and apologized in a serious voice and said he would like to ask a question. The president of the student council did not think for a long time and asked on what grounds the director was dismissed at such a fast rate and what he was actually guilty of. As if the lieutenant had been waiting for this question, he cracked his knuckles and said that since it was a matter of course, he would explain everything in detail. The man moved to the microphone and bellowed that the principal was covering for the student suspects in the crime, mentioned student Gao Neng's name. Besides, the man was yelling about how their major was completely attempted Shen, the youngest major in the entire academy. This would be a major loss. The students began to chatter. They hadn't even heard who Major Shen was and what a high-energy fighter. Hearing that this man had been eliminated, the student council president lowered his head and sat back down in his seat. No more questions were asked. The girls began to whimper when they heard such heartbreaking news. His story is not over yet, and for sure they at least hoped. Another teacher came on stage and wanted to continue. He had to tell the students about the upcoming exams and had already opened his mouth, as suddenly there was a terrible roar of the engine and a huge motorcycle at an incredible speed literally flew through the air above the students. It stopped, and the tires squealed. Two riders sat on it, and their faces were hidden by helmets. No one knew who was in front of them. A familiar voice was heard. One of the riders started to take off his helmet and said in surprise, "They have a meeting here. It seems he arrived on time." When the others saw who was hiding under the helmet, they shrieked with delight, and the girls almost fainted from surprise. The director smiled, the colonel almost bit off his tongue in surprise, and the third deputy was furious. In front of them stood Gao, alive and well, the guy they had just talked about, and ironically asked him if he should get a chair. Zhang ran up to Gao and started asking why he was here. Gao scratched the back of his head and said shyly that he was actually a student in class. Waving to the others, the boy smiled. He said he had done well on the mission and hoped the school would accept those honors. Hearing Major Shen's name, everyone else was shocked. The deputy shrieked in surprise and the lieutenant didn't even know what to say. The girl took off her helmet. Indeed, it was she herself and confirmed the words of her colleague. Her bright eyes stared out at the crowd. A ringing voice rang out suddenly. She said that on behalf of the military department affirms the merits of this man. The students who had just been told that Gao had tragically gone to the other world were puzzled to see him standing before them alive and well. The third deputy was furious. He didn't understand because he had seen with his own eyes how this guy had been destroyed. The lieutenant was also confused. But Teacher Zhang was wondering if Major was alive, and he was here what Gao was doing last night. There was a smile and bewilderment on the man's face. Sighing heavily, the guy averted his eyes and said that it was nothing special, just helped the army with a little business and killed almost 200 people. He specifically spoke disparagingly about it and smiled at the end, saying that there was nothing to talk about. After these words, the girls in the crowd were really speechless. They were convinced of the awesomeness of this energy fighter. Yes, and besides, he is handsome. He's the best student in his third year of high school, and he's not only an honor student, he's also handsome. Major came up behind Gao and smiled and said that he would get extra points and a reward for destroying the underground factory. The girls smiled and looked at the principal and suggested that we have an award ceremony since this was the case and everyone was gathered right here. The director who is about to be deprived of his position has forgotten how to breathe. Can he still make decisions here? In the end, the lieutenant couldn't stand it any longer and screamed. The man was no longer in control of himself. He said that even if the major outranks him, she can't make such decisions bypassing the army. How dare she even do such a thing? After all, he himself commanded this mission, and the director was removed from his post. Also, Lieutenant Man wanted to say something, but stammered. Shen looked at him and smiled. Is it really about the emergency committee? Her voice sounded as if she was mocking. That's right. The lieutenant showed the flash drive with the permit. He said he had official government authorization. This conversation is over. But suddenly, another junior lieutenant appeared and read out a document. A whole month of summer, the Forgotten Lands Division is coming under Shen's jurisdiction. The man showed a forfeiture of the rank of Lieutenant Qin, signed by a higher authority at the federal consulate. Then the man was stunned inside as if everything he had been building for years had collapsed in an instant. The major walked a few steps and said that Qin no longer had a military rank. The man didn't want to give up so easily and as if he was pushing her. There was no choice. Now the ex-military man didn't know where to go. All he did was for the country, for the alliance. How could he be deprived like this? Why do they have to do all this? The man squeezed the microphone in his hands until it cracked and almost broke it. He couldn't control his emotions anymore. The major folded her arms across her chest and said in a serious voice that you understand his good intentions, but he hadn't thought about the people from the Forgotten Lands. And here was the true face of this man. He smiled and barked about this garbage, even to think of shame what other interests. They are greedy and deserve only one capital punishment. The man said it with all certainty. All these people are parasitic. On the Alliance, Lieutenant seems to have forgotten that students from the Forgotten Lands are listening to him and drawing conclusions. He called them the most obscene words. The man had already completely lost his sense of tact and spoke as if a silhouette had appeared behind his back at home. No sooner had the former lieutenant finished his fiery speech than a powerful blow with a shovel flew into his face, the man immediately spitting out a pair of teeth. It's not hard to guess that it was Gao who swung the shovel and hit with such force that the lieutenant couldn't stay on his feet and flew away like a rag doll. After flying a few meters, the man landed directly on a pile of chairs. He swore and tried to get up, but it was all to no avail. In front of him stood Gao. He placed the shovel himself on his shoulder and said that the lieutenant is so pathetic he deserves to be destroyed more than anyone else. The other students were delighted that their hero, who was going to be buried, had not only risen from the dead but was going to take revenge to defend their honor. When he came to his senses, the lieutenant jumped to his feet and shouted that he was going to destroy that little brat no matter what it took. The major looked at Gao with surprised eyes. Not bad he shoveled him like that. Even the experienced girl was surprised. The third deputy was just out of his mind. It was all over. The plan had collapsed like a house of cards, and now he would face jail at best. The third deputy was immediately handcuffed and surrounded by military officers who began to take him somewhere far away. The junior lieutenant turned to the major and said that 100,000 was no small sum for the department, but the girl interrupted him. They would of course provide it. Looking at Gao's back, she said that these people need this kind of hope, and they will do everything in their power for it. Let there be no doubt. The major reassured a co-worker and said that most of this mission was thanks to this guy, so no need to worry. Hearing that it was a magnetic warrior, the junior lieutenant was horrified. He didn't feel any energy the man couldn't even think of. If the man is not mistaken, Gao just recently had to cross the first human threshold for the first time in his life. Is it really true? The major smiled just like that. These points will help him. He'll just have to wait until he's accepted into the military academy, and then everything will fall into place. The junior lieutenant sighed heavily that they would get this kid and what to do with him now, as if it's real or not. As you know, trouble does not come alone, and the former lieutenant was not going to leave everything as it was. He continued to shout. A man who had already lost all hope shouted that they didn't even realize the sacrifices they had to make at the front to ensure safety. Major listened to all this and even a little blushed this embarrassment. She understood perfectly well what is a battle and what are its consequences. Qin shouted that these people live off the Alliance while it helps them. They are just freeloaders who don't understand anything at all. Tired of listening to this nonsense, the girl began to speak. Her voice was quiet. She said that the lieutenant said he knew what was happening at the front. She came closer and said that the Forgotten Lands have their heroes too. The man had meanwhile already been rounded up by 2 policemen and held near the earth. These people do not renounce their names. They have not been compensated. They are treated like garbage. The others began to look among themselves. Major spread her arms and cried out that these people were simply being oppressed and were not considered or even wanted to be taken seriously. The number of people affected after the battle is just unbelievably large. The population is dropping every time people were hopeless. They saw no way out. The major had already lost control of herself and kept shouting. She said it was unfair to the common people. After what these men endured during the great battle, Lieutenant dares to call them cowards and trash everyone around them went quiet. The man became quiet and lowered his eyes. The major was right about something, and the lieutenant realized it, but he didn't want to take his wrongness for granted. Gao slung the shovel on his shoulder and waited patiently for an answer. He wanted to know what this man would say in response to such accusations. Eventually, a weighty stack of bills was placed in the boy's hands. It was the promised reward from the Alliance that they were to pay. The junior lieutenant saluted and thanked the lad for his valor during the battle, and wished him success in getting into the academy. The major patted him on the shoulder and told him to try his best when applying to college, and let him not forget about the Wang Jue boys they could compete with. Then they turned, and together with the lieutenant went about their business. At last, the major said that they were looking forward to having Gao in their ranks. The lieutenant looked at the major and marveled at her love of money and threats. It was truly impressive. But what impressed him the most was this guy Gao, who was now holding a lot of money in his hands. Something was able to prove himself like this. Seeing that the two had already disappeared around the corner, Gao he held so much money that he could not even dream of a few years ago. Finally, he is rich. The guy pressed himself against the weighty stack of money and began to inhale that wonderful aroma of finally honestly earned money is just incredible. Now he wouldn't have to sell his charisma and beauty for nothing. A smile spread across his face as he smiled at last. Just in time, the virtual assistant appeared and also congratulated the master by the way Gao received the promised chest as a reward. The guy was a little surprised. Seeing that the amount of the installment was almost 90% of what he had received, Gao was horrified. But no, the bills themselves began to dissolve into thin air and only a measly 10 remained. The poor guy was inconsolable. He fell to the ground and started cursing everything around him. The damn system had robbed him of everything. Gao would have kept crying if a girl hadn't come up to him and asked to take a picture with him because he is now a celebrity. Teacher Zhang appeared from somewhere with an ancient camera and asked them to smile. A click sounded and a picture popped out. The man noticed the crying on his student's face. Why is Gao upset? He already got the reward. So what's the matter the money didn't like? The thing was that the poor man had just been robbed of almost everything he had, and now Gao didn't know what to do. Appeared system notification player looked closer. Basic information has been updated. Well, we should at least see what the money went to. Gao noticed that it was a skill upgrade. Again, the guy coughed. He still needed to do about 5 more tasks to advance to the next rank. It was decided to go on a random mission. Such assignments should include a grading system, or at least the guy wanted to believe it. And just he pressed his finger on a random mission as a selection error popped up. What's this all about? It turned out that there was a credit assignment available to do everything correctly to follow the instructions of the system. Gao almost fell through the ground with rage. Well, that was too much. First they take away all the money. Now they're making demands about how it's possible. But still, there was no choice but to agree, and the guy pressed the button, and a bright red light began to spill everywhere. The virtual assistant from somewhere took an exquisite costume and a glass of wine. The next task will be to demonstrate his special skills. Spectacular show. There was also a note that the Brave Heart quest cannot increase the strength or increase the talent of the wielder, so it's all useless. Thinking about it, the guy got cold, and this test was supposed to be a psychological load. With the physical side of the problem will not be any problems. Eventually, a multitude of people gathered on the test field. They lined up in a line in front of some machine that apparently measured their strength. Seeing such a nightmare, Gao started screaming why he wants to pass with the highest score, and also to sit in line for who knows how long. In addition to all this, when the guy was standing in line, other people started jumping up to him. He is now a celebrity and everyone wanted to be photographed. Not wanting to waste time on all of this, Gao kicked the fat man away with a single kick of his foot, as he was now at a bad time. Can't you see he's busy? Everyone else looked up in amazement. This was what a high-energy fighter, a true eighth wonder of the world was. The girls almost fainted. The legs of this guy were incredibly strong, one blow to launch such a fat man directly into space. Gao, although surrounded by attention, was still unhappy. It seems that the higher powers were jealous of his beauty and sent such punishments. Eventually, he did manage to get away from countless fans, and now the guy was sitting in his house studying the features. He had 2 of those pills in his hands. One of them increased his human capabilities by 1 step. At this rate, he could go to the 3rd step. Gao was pretty sure that everything would work out today, but it couldn't be that he couldn't succeed. It would just be unfair. Seeing that the skill limit would decrease with each new upgrade, Gao popped the pill into his mouth. Finally, a new breakthrough on the face appeared. A smile now. Everything will be as it should be. Everything just has to work out. The guy rejoiced. But not even 5 seconds later, such an energy wave passed through his body that the unfortunate Gao was all twisted up. The veins on his face began to swell. It was even worse than the last time. The guy collapsed to the ground and couldn't move, feeling paralyzed. Glancing at the characterization window, the exhausted guy saw that the energy had increased even more, perhaps because he had consumed a pill for spiritual power. Yes, and indeed, he felt his spirit become much stronger, body lighter, and mind clearer, but need 4 more pills of the same. It was too late to think about it. Gao was too tired for the day and immediately collapsed on the bed to sleep a little and at least regain his strength. Meanwhile, somewhere on the outskirts of the city gathered a lot of stray and domestic cats, so many that it was impossible to count them. Here sat the same white cat with big blue eyes that attacked Gao. His name was Ben Meow, and he proclaimed himself a great leader. The big black cat who had been leading the cat pack before his hissed and his fur fluffed up, he would not accept his competitors. The huge Code lunged at the imposter and thrust his claws forward. He couldn't let some upstart bypass him and take the pack. But not before the unfortunate Code even flew to his rival, as something very heavy fell on his head. The cat shrank and fell. The other cats looked on in horror and immediately fell silent. No one wanted to be next. Everyone held their lives dear. Xiaomeng pulled out a huge sledgehammer from somewhere and held it in his paws like a man. The cat's eyes lit up red. The former leader of the cat kingdom flew aside and stalled on the ground, miserably, barely breathing after being hit so hard. The new lord jumped to the ground and with soft paws began to step in closer to the rest of the cats who had squeezed together. Ben added that they were all going to the other 5 districts to fight him. The cat's voice sounded amazingly clear. The cat was holding a wrench and a big sledgehammer. He was saying he should become the ruler of all the forgotten lands, and God forbid it doesn't work out. Mother Gao meanwhile returned home. The woman found her door and held the key to finally open it. As suddenly something soft and fluffy swept near her. The woman did not even have time to realize what was going on, and only yelped in surprise. She turned her head to look at the intruder. Shu was very tired and didn't quite understand what was going on. She wanted to sleep, but suddenly she saw a small white cat with blue ears for some reason. The woman wondered whose cat it was. He was holding the very key in his mouth. The woman was very kind and immediately took the small animal in her arms. She wanted to feed him. The cat did not resist and began to purr. This would be the cat turned out to be remarkably friendly and immediately gave the kind woman the key to her apartment. Shu smiling kindly, she opened the door to the apartment and invited the cat to come inside. If he really understands human speech, then he is intelligent. Entering the apartment, the woman immediately called her son, asking what he was doing, or sleeping, or doing homework. Let him come down. From the next room came out a sleepy Gao. He decided to take a nap, but it was not meant to be. The boy greeted his mother, wiping his eyes. As soon as he saw the strange cat, he was stunned on the spot. Gao could not believe it was the same cat he had seen at the scene of the battle somehow possible. Meanwhile, Ben sat quietly and licked his soft, silky fur, the cat already feeling at home. Gao perfectly remembered this Fluffy. And how much trouble can you expect from him? The guy immediately grabbed a folding chair. He barked at the cat that he needed. His mother immediately came into the room and asked him not to torture the poor animal. He is such a good woman, was very kind. It turned out that it was not a cat, but a cat. Gao took her in his arms and held her close to him, saying that they get along just fine. No need to worry. As soon as the doors slammed shut, the guy squeezed his hand on the unfortunate animal's head and hushed the place. At last they were left. Ben looked at him and asked in a disgruntled voice how much longer they were going to cuddle, otherwise she would bite him. Taking the cat by the scruff of the neck, Gao asked what she was even doing here. Ben replied that she was now God ready. Can't she sleep in a dumpster? The cat jumped out of the guy's arms and said that now she would eat like normal people. The same thing, except other people could feed her, didn't want to embarrass her. This cat was amazingly cheeky. Gao asked, meaning she is telling the guy to now take care of her. Ben replied that it is for his own good. The cat had already jumped on his shoulder and was rubbing its body. Gao didn't think long. He gave the cat the name Godin. The animal looked at him with surprised eyes. It seems the cat was frightened by this. But the hero was sure it was a great name. He tamed it, so it would be the same as his last name. Naturally, the cat did not like it and immediately pounced on the guy. Gao bounced aside. It seems that this animal is crazy. Yes, what has come over him? Bouncing away from the guy, the cat immediately headed for the nearest wall. But to his surprise, it simply dissolved as soon as it made contact with the surface. Sliding down the wall, the cat again took on her usual appearance. It was as if she was composed of liquid, another skill excellent. From behind the door came the voice of a mother calling for her son, as the food was already ready, and it was time to have dinner. Since the morning there was nothing in my stomach. In a few minutes, the cat was already lying on the couch stroking her round belly. She had eaten to excess long ago. Standing near the entrance to the room, Gao was perplexed. He did not understand who it was that was even a cat or a liquid, but definitely nothing good to look forward to. While clearing the dishes from the table, my mother said that she could give the necessary amount of money to get into college. She had bought a jade bracelet from her. But when the woman heard that her son had already deposited the registration amount, she was very much surprised how he got the money. Gao handed her a stack of money. Shu didn't even know what to say. The woman didn't expect her son to start bringing in money so early, but it was still very good. Tears appeared on the woman's face. She didn't expect her son to grow up so fast. Gao in her eyes was still a child, and now he's already making such decisions. He leaned over to his mother and said he would make enough money and they would move to the city of Hope. The woman only whispered with her lips. But as soon as it came to talk about his father, Shu said that she was very tired and wanted to go get some rest without listening to anything. The cat immediately jumped on the guy's head and meowed. Gao looked up and asked, "The animal, can it talk just now?" The cat took the plate where the soup had just been and started demanding more. The guy slapped himself on the forehead with, "This animal is one problem, but nothing can be done." The next day, Gao still decided to ask the system whether the assignment could be changed or exchanged for some other assignment he didn't want to deal with. A virtual assistant appeared and said in a resentful voice that it was impossible, that you would get what you would get and there was no need to show off. Gao got angry and showed the robot his fist. He didn't have to be rude. He started talking normally. So what's the problem? But the player quickly calmed down. There's no need to waste nerves now. When the entrance exams begin, everyone will know what he's capable of. Gao stood in the middle of the crowd of other students and shouted. He was calling for the principal. The boy's voice sounded much louder than everyone else's. The guy said he heard that the position of committee chair is determined by the results of the admissions committee at each school. Smiling, Gao said that if the chairman only said that the guy would earn those points, by all means he would do anything for it. Following this, Gao, as if he were a real orator, addressed all the students of the school, not only his own. All the other students just stood there and stared in surprise at the strange kid who for some reason started to attract everyone's attention. The principal was very embarrassed and blushed. He coughed and said that he had to prepare himself well. Gao was now in the center of attention and smiling. Everyone looked at him with surprised and admiring eyes. This is indeed the hero. People were talking among themselves, even not shyly. Everyone heard about the exploits of this guy, even in the army consists. This is wonderful. Some overweight man with gray hair smiled and smiled. To pass the test successfully, you will have to impress the committee. The girls were talking among themselves and wondering what this Gao does in his spare time. Each wanted to get the attention of everyone's favorite. The yellow-haired girl named Lin had been watching Gao closely since the beginning. He seemed like the perfect person, and the girl wanted to get him. The full-bodied boy crossed his eyes with her, and the girl smiled, both of them wanting to get Gao's attention. Gao himself was already very tired. He was tired of all this attention and wanted to be in his home in a quiet environment away from it. And this couple watched him more and more closely, even without hiding. They both saw him as a profitable person they wanted to get at their disposal. Meanwhile, In the bag of the guy was lying Cat, and sleeping peacefully. She did not even pay attention to the noise going on around. This animal was serene. Some kid punched his fist with force and screamed with rage. He put all his strength into that punch to overcome the human barrier. The man was smiling. Not bad. This guy broke the first human barrier in just a few days, but in the end, it still doesn't compare to the top results. He looked at the student and said that he had broken his barrier a long time ago. See if this high-energy fighter could surprise them in the future. But when the number 711 appeared on the counter, everyone else was surprised, and Gao, whistling under his nose, went about his business. But it seems even that couldn't surprise the fatty. He said that speed and stamina are also evaluated, not just the overall score, so it's not over. The speed phase began. Everyone else ran after Gao and watched his every success. People wanted to know everything that was going on in this guy's life. In the end, Gao ranked first. Without much difficulty, the endurance exam also passed without any problems. He ranked first almost everywhere. The onlookers watching through the screen couldn't believe they were seeing something like this for the first time. This Gao was truly a nugget. The junior lieutenant looked at all this and smiled. Only one result was already enough to enter the military academy. No need to bother. After finishing his run, Gao began to drink cold water in big gulps, but still had to pass the most important test to see if the guy could cope. Suddenly, the unsuspecting Gao ran into Lin. The girl deliberately pretended that she could not resist and tripped over the guy, almost choked on water. Falling to the ground, the girl started apologizing and saying it was all her fault. Her cheeks were flushed and she looked as shy as possible. Worse, it turned out that the heel of her shoes broke and the girl could no longer walk normally as always. Making a very flirty face, she blushed even more and asked Gao to help her with this since she couldn't handle it now. But contrary to all expectations, instead of rushing to her aid, Gao said that it was possible to break the other heel and then she could walk normally. Smiling, the guy said she didn't have to thank him and went about his business, the smile not leaving Gao's face for a second. The next test began as students stuck their hands into a device that determined their talent level and gave out a percentage. While in line, Gao talked to his pet. He told the cat to help him at any cost, and then he would buy her as much fish as she wanted. The guy said he'd take 3 big fish, even if he didn't ask. The cat licked his fur and didn't pay attention. Suddenly, Lin literally appeared behind her back and began to read. What a cute little guy. This kitty looked surprised to see. Where did she come from? But apparently the animal did not like the girl, and the cat spoiled the air right in the face of the unfortunate. It was an embarrassment. Zhao hurriedly apologized and said that his pet had a slight stomach problem. Lin covered her nose with her hand and pretended that nothing was wrong. But inside herself, the unhappy girl was crying. She had failed to win Gao's attention again. Her friends looked at her sympathetically and shook their heads. But no, it's just nonsense. She's going to get rid of this annoying guy by any means necessary. The girl is getting angry. The examiner continued to announce the percentages of talent of the students. Each of them was different. Some were mediocre, some were better, and some were worse. That same full man named He Haifan got pretty good results, close to half. Yes, moreover, copper and phosphorus the rest. From surprise, these were rare elements that only the most select students receive. And so it was Gao's turn. The guy got ready and walked up a few steps. The cat sat on his shoulder and pulled himself up. There were whispers among the students that finally the newcomer would show his skills, and everyone was excited to see what would happen next. Seeing the cat on the guy's shoulder, the examiner asked him that he came to the test with a pet. Gao replied that it was for family reasons. Cautiously, the examiner said, "Let it be," so the guy must grasp the device with both hands, and then she would determine his talent. Gao, so he went to the device and stuck his 2 hands in to imagine he was using his hands to extract the elements. The guy thought to himself, 40%. This is a great result to pass the academy, but 30 will be enough, so do not worry. Started calculations. Future student felt some interesting sensation all over his body, like running goosebumps through an electric current. The cat started to rampage again. Gao has already agreed to buy her 5 fish and will not give her any more. Just let her try her best this time. The examiner, seeing the hiccup, asked the guy to speed up. The rest of the students are also waiting for their turn, not worth delaying the procedure. Through gritted teeth, the student hissed that it would be all over now. He looked at the cat and said that if he failed, the pet would be in the dumpster. A strange sensation ran through my arms like an electric current, not strong but still palpable, and a lightness filled my whole body. Concentrating, Gao begged for everything to work out. The guy tried his best. He could feel his strength increasing thanks to the cat. But not even a few seconds later, a crackling sound was heard, and then an explosion filled the room with smoke the device could not withstand. Экзаменатор пришел в ужас. Он еще никогда не видел ничего подобного, как это понимать. Устройство не выдержало такой перегрузки. All the elements are growing. They have already reached halfway and increasing more and more. The device kept hissing. Eventually, the mechanism couldn't take it and just started to fall apart before his eyes. Into small pieces, the guy bounced back. He took a few steps and suddenly felt something soft on his back. He rubbed against the chest of the girl standing behind him. It's not hard to guess that it was Lin. She ran up to the guy and started asking if he was hurt. She was incredibly attentive. Meanwhile, the examiner was in shock. The last value on the computer before the breakdown was 60%, an all-time record. Meanwhile, the future student thanked the girl for helping him and wanted to leave, but Lin begged him to stay a second longer. Taking his cat in his arms, Gao looked closely. He could not believe that this little animal really became a master. The cat smiled and sparkled with eyes. At this point, the guy realized that you can't let the others take this cat away from him. It's his lucky ticket to the future. For sure, there are more tasks to do. Suddenly pointing his finger at the examiner, Gao exclaimed he had decided to mess it up, or as the man flinched in surprise and did not know what to say. Meanwhile, the guy was going on a rampage. It seems this man was sent to destroy a prospective student. The man tried to smooth things over and asked to calm down and approach the device again to still measure the student's potential. Gao wondered if this thing would explode this time, what to do, but no. He wasn't going to give up. The man looked suspiciously closer. All the other students were talking amongst themselves. They didn't expect something like this to happen. It was definitely a glitch, but somehow too suspicious. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to everyone, Gao praised his cat way to go, let him continue to work even harder and all will be well. But no. As soon as the guy stuck his hands into the device again, then the device exploded immediately and threw Gao back with incredible force. Well, now the student was sure that it was done deliberately. They wanted to destroy him and not let him enter the academy. He shouted for the examiner to approach him. He was definitely sent by Wang Ju now, there was no doubt about it. The junior lieutenant suddenly entered the room. He heard the explosion and the screams and decided to ask what was going on here. The man was serious. The man hesitated, seeing the broken machines. He seems... When he came here, he brought an intermediate test machine, the others confirmed. The junior lieutenant said that this happens when a person's talent for too high devices just can't keep up. It's really mesmerizing. The man waved his hand and said that now the student can only move on to an intermediate tester. Holding his cat in his hands, Gao rejoiced, and whispers could be heard around. No one present could believe that such students even existed. The serviceman offered the guy to go along with him, and he himself would see to it that there were no faults. Looking at the pet, the man smiled and asked the guy to leave. This kitty on the training ground, he would be in the way. Suddenly, the wind came up and picked up the unfortunate animal. Carrying it high up, Gao shrieked in fright, and the guy didn't expect such a setup. But the serviceman approached him and assured him that the training ground was a safe place, and the animal was in no danger. Lieutenant Chen went with the boy to the tester, where the examiner was already waiting for them, and saluted, saying that everything would be all right now. The lieutenant coughed and said that this machine can measure the percentage of talent close to 100, so there's no need to worry. Gao was still worried and asked if this thing would explode, but the lieutenant assured him that the major had personally inspected the safety. For a second, the guy calmed down. He certainly didn't know where his cat was now. But considering all this, the situation shouldn't change. The students continued to chatter in surprise. None of them had ever heard of a talent exceeding 60% before. As soon as the future student put his hands into the device, it started to crackle again, and everything was covered with electric sparks. Now the lieutenant was horrified. The other students didn't understand anything either. They were already thinking that there was a god among them who was so powerful. Seeing that the situation was escalating, the lieutenant approached the boy and ordered him to pull his hands out immediately or he would hurt himself. Electricity was building everywhere. Lin somehow appeared from the crowd and ran to the boy with a hug. To be safe, Gao bounced off the machine and jumped to the side, where the girl was waiting for him. And now he pressed his face into Lin's chest again, but it was soft and pleasant. But still, it was too much. After a second, everything around changed and a system notification appeared. Gao passed this test and received the rank of warrior guy. So far, he didn't understand anything. The unfortunate almost passed out and lay on the girl's chest, still in pain and feeling like someone had grabbed him. Major Girl was watching all this, and in a disgruntled voice asked what the student's name was, pointing to the screen with the image. One of the servicemen reported to immediately check the registration data and find out everything. The man looked extremely cautious. The major told him not to take it into his head. She was just asking for the sake of interest, but it still hurt her face. Wiping the blood from his broken nose, Gao turned to the lieutenant and said that it was simply impossible. This had never happened before. Pointing his finger at the frightened man, the guy demanded an explanation. He had been promised that the machine would not explode, and the lieutenant didn't know what to say. Eventually, the man came to his senses, and a little angry, he demanded of Gao to finally tell him what he had done. Meanwhile, the cat had again taken on the appearance of liquid and had seeped through the bars of the barrier and was in normal proximity to its master. Gao decided to use all his charm and said in the most guilty voice possible that the lieutenant had seen everything, but that this machine could not have exploded like that. The man was about to get angry again, but suddenly the walkie-talkie on his belt started hissing. Someone wanted to contact him. He put the phone to his ear and began to talk animatedly. It was obvious from his face that the serviceman was very concerned. He was talking about the inspection. Finally, the man took a small tablet out of his pocket and said in an angry voice that the results had come in. Everywhere started screaming. People wanted to know what it said. Gao himself was the center of attention. The guy felt most uncomfortable. The lieutenant said that the management had access to the main computer, so some results were able to be saved and will now be counted. The man took a few steps towards the student and thrust the clipboard forward behind the guy with a whole crowd of students standing behind him. The results were staggering, close to 100%. The director had seen a lot of things in his career, but he had never expected this, and he opened his mouth in surprise. Gao at this moment felt that he was a true deity, a rising star. He was now unrivaled. The guy was on top. But in the back of his mind, the future student realized that these results are fake. If it wasn't for his cat, this wouldn't have happened. What does the major think? But he'll ponder that. Then the lieutenant invited the guy to come with him and get his papers and then let him sign. While Gao was in the check-in room, he was constantly being clapped around and enthusiastic cheers were heard as everyone thanked the guy. He held an envelope in his hands, apparently with a treaty. Of course, it was unclear what the army's strategy was, but there were definitely some pitfalls. As soon as the piece of paper was unfolded, Gao's face changed instantly, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing, and froze for a few seconds. It was clear from the beginning that the major was onto something and seemed to be testing him. She wanted to be honest with him. If so, there was no choice. With trembling hands, he grasped the handle and prepared to sign the contract. 5 seconds later, it was ready. Sitting in her office, Major was reading another documentation that said the Alliance needed to focus on training. What a welcome answer. The girl bit down on a piece of paper. She had stopped thinking that this guy was just stupid and pompous. He had managed to outrun her after all. Well, she kept thinking about this student when Gao can defend himself. It's safe to say that this guy is a bravo genius. Meanwhile, Gao himself was receiving honors. He had received several gold stars, and he felt like he was in charge of this world. At this time in the Forgotten Lands in some junkyard, there was a cat meeting. Going on, a black cat with a scar on his face sat at the head. Everyone seemed to be here. Suddenly, a huge black cat whipped its fur and hissed. The others were also alert and looked in the direction of the stranger. The same white cat named Ben sat on a pile of trash in the darkness of the night, only her blue eyes lit up. Suddenly, all the cats started attacking her for some reason, and rushed at her in a cluster of cats, seemingly fed up with this stranger's command. But Ben wasn't so simple. She swung a huge hammer that came from somewhere in her paws and started throwing cats around. And also in her hands, she held a folding chair and said that this technique is unparalleled in the world. All the other cats fell silent. Clutching her hammer tightly in her hands, the cat said that if the others had no way to oppose her, they should just move out of the way. And now Gao was walking under an umbrella. It started to rain, the guy was thinking, and mentally thanked the principal for helping him with his pet. But still, the excitement was there. And also in my head, I was thinking about today's quest to defeat the competitors, to combine the energy of the participants of the task, and how to do it. The guy himself realized that his skill quotient was barely 30%, but somehow he needed to dominate, would have to improvise. Turning the corner, he decided not to think about it now anyway. He needed to get home and rest and clear his head. Turning his eyes sideways, the guy saw some people standing in the distance. Who are these people? Nobody knows where they went. From afar, Lin's voice could be heard. He was a very uncool girl talking to her minions about something and explaining it to them. The plan was these people attack her, she calls for help and summons a high-energy fighter. Everyone else nodded understandingly. The girl said that you should take this hero so that the reputation is not ruined. After that, there should not be those who ignore her. She stood there and talked about it, as if not noticing that there might be someone around. The girl was sure of the accuracy of the mission. Gao, on the other hand, was squatting under an umbrella. He'd been playing in this slum since he was a kid. Well, if they want to play hide-and-seek, so be it. He smiled nervously. Of course he would, but these guys seemed to have gone overboard. He'd easily deal with them in this place. He wanted to go home, but he couldn't yet. The mission was still on. He had to deal with the attackers and then he could go. Suddenly his face changed. As if he had seen something strange, Gao froze in place and raised one eyebrow in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lin and his minions had already spotted their target approaching and ordered the operation to begin. She ran out of the nearest corner screaming for help, followed by the others waving knives and wearing black uniforms. The unfortunate girl skillfully played the victim and begged for at least someone to help her. Lin wanted Gao to be the one to come to her rescue. But instead of the expected hero she saw in front of her, a homeless woman who sat on the hard ground and begged for alms. Everyone else stopped. The unfortunate old woman was clutching a bag and trembling with fear. She thought she was the one being attacked. Lin stopped along with all of her charges. The robbers suddenly lost all of their fervor and stood as if they were stumped. And just at that moment, the main culprit of the celebration appeared. Gao looked at them with a serious look and cried out, "How dare they rob an old woman?" Lin tried to explain something, but it was all useless. The girl stammered and was very much afraid the plan collapsed in a second. But despite all the entreaties, Gao remained adamant. He agreed not to say anything to the government and let the girl go this time. Meanwhile, the robbers had gotten active. They said they wanted to kill her. People started waving their knives. Turns out that old lady is an elf who changed her appearance. But didn't she go to the other world after the explosion at the factory? After such a catastrophe, it's unlikely anyone would have survived, but how did this girl get here in the first place? A hammer appeared in his hands. Well, if the situation gets complicated, Gao can solve it all with his acting skills and heroic hammer. He sat down to the old woman and began to kindly ask if she hurt the homeless woman, who carefully pretended to be very surprised. Deciding to play her role to the end, the elf smiled and kindly replied that everything was fine. She was fine, the woman was trying not to spoil herself. Along with that, she took out a hidden blade from her small bag and prepared to attack. This woman was not so simple. Hearing that her waist was a little sore, Gao became wary that she was definitely up to something. Since the best defense is offense, he decided not to think long and took out his huge sledgehammer over the head of the unfortunate old woman. Lin, along with the others, still didn't understand anything and just shrieked in surprise at what this madman was doing. He is a monster, after all. Already realizing that her plan had failed, the elf decided to act now in the open to finish this guy here and now. She straightened up and opened her mouth, releasing some sort of sound wave. Straight towards her attacker, the girl was no longer hiding. Hearing such a piercing sound, Gao covered his ears with the palm of his hand to avoid deafness. It was definitely a sonic attack. Eventually, the elfess had already assumed her natural appearance where she sat. A huge dent formed from the sound. Turning to the others, Gao shouted that it was a hoax and let them run away on the guy's face. There was a clear concern the situation was developing rapidly. Lin still didn't understand anything and couldn't believe that this sweet old lady turned out to be another person. It sounded like nonsense. In the meantime, the pixie was surprised and fell on her back, her underwear showing in front of the others. The woman's legs flew just a few centimeters away from Gao, and the guy managed to dodge at the last second. Otherwise, he would have been finished. With a few leaps, the elfess flew into the air and began to approach the rest of the incident with swift jumps. A second more, and she was already holding a sharp blade near the throat of the frightened Lin. This girl seemed quite talented since she was able to resist the attack. The future student was very much frightened as to what this woman was even up to. She came out not human. The pixie reassured her she wasn't going to do that. Gao couldn't stand it and rushed forward, shouting he had to stop this madwoman from harming the others. Suddenly, finally coming to her senses, Lin painfully headbutted her assailant. The elven woman squinted her eyes and bit her tongue. The girl shouted for Gao to run away. Suddenly, she decided to take on the role of a hero since there was no way out. But a second later, Poor felt the strongest blow on her back, feeling as if she had been stabbed with a huge blade. Realizing that he was not in time, Gao saw all of this, of course, and screamed. In desperation, the guy would definitely not be able to save her in time. Already at her wits' end, the angry elfess threw the unfortunate girl away with one punch and began cursing those hateful humans. Lin's friends crowded around their friend and tried to shake her off, but the girl was still showing no signs of life. The elfess waving a huge knife approaching them, the woman was much stronger than these poor schoolchildren. A predatory smile appeared on her face. The woman smirked. Could this be the future of the Alliance? What a pity they're really talentless. But suddenly Gao burst into the crowd waving a sledgehammer. The guy shouted that the target of this woman is himself and the rest let them run away. With a small wave of her hand, the elf threw the heavy hammer aside, and the woman also possessed great strength. The hammer flew a few meters and fell on the head of one of the schoolchildren, knocking him out. A sign appeared in front of Gao, saying he had completed the double strike task. The guy didn't even realize it was possible to do that. The others who managed to survive immediately rushed to the duck, shouting that they didn't want to give up their lives. They were just schoolchildren, but of course the elf wasn't going to let them go just like that. These little ones know too much to send them to the other world quickly. Gao was perfectly oriented in this area because he lived here all the time, and the road he was running on should not lead the elf in the direction of his house. The guy ran as hard as he could, breathing thank God. He was constantly doing physical training that played a role. But a few seconds later, a sharp knife flew near his neck with a whistle. Gao only miraculously was able to dodge. This woman would not let him go so easily. They ran along the deserted street. There was not a single person here. Gao turned the corner and the elf woman continued to pursue him with a knife in her hands. The woman smiled. She knew she would have no trouble catching up with this guy, and this chase seemed like some kind of light entertainment to her. Suddenly, she hesitated and didn't notice a bag of trash and other scraps flying in her face. She stopped for a second. Just a couple of movements and the garbage bag was torn to shreds. The elf knew she could easily catch up with him, but he was too skittish. The guy himself also realized that his situation was critical, and he had to find some place to hide from her, or he was finished. Keep hurting. On the deserted night street, Gao was pondering where he should turn, but suddenly, a brilliant idea of a junkyard popped into his head. After running a few meters, he pushed himself off the ground and flew into the nearest window, shattering the glass with a crunch. Eventually, he was in the right place and fell to his feet. Physical fitness was paying off. But what he saw there shocked Gao when he heard a familiar meowing voice and staggered back, eyes wide open. The guy found himself in a strange room filled to the top with cats. There was also his pet. They were sitting still for the time being. The pet looked at his master and asked in surprise if he had come here to salute the queen. Seeing the strange gathering of cats, Gao asked in surprise if they were gathering an army to rebel against humanity. Meanwhile, the pixie continued to follow him. She flew into the same window, shattering the remains of the glass and screamed. After a second, the woman was also stunned and looked in surprise at the multitude of cats with burning eyes in front of her. Ben looked at the elven woman and asked in surprise what kind of trash the master had brought here that this woman was even doing here. Not a second later, the rest of the cats rushed at the elfess displaying their claws. Ben skillfully commanded her army. The cats started pouncing on the woman. The elf couldn't fight off so many animals from where they came from so strong. Noticing his master's surprise, the pet smiled happily. Well, how is her army really strong? Let him prove his loyalty. Finally coming to her senses, the elf began swinging her blade around, fighting off the many cats who dared to soil her clothes. The woman scattered the animals with powerful aerial attacks. She was now moving even faster. The elfess was very angry. She only wanted to destroy these hateful animals interfering with her plan. How could these cats be so persistent in the first place? Eventually, their queen became enraged seeing her subjects failing. The cat hissed and opened her mouth. Armed with the now familiar sledgehammer, the cat moved straight at the elfess to destroy her once and for all for such insolence. And so the cat and the elf clashed in battle, the heavy clang of metal sounding as if they were as strong as each other. Elfika dodged, and with quick jumps started to approach the unfortunate cat. She hit him and knocked the sledgehammer out of his hands. The unfortunate cat flew straight towards its master. Gao realized that he couldn't let these cats get hurt because of him, had to help. The attacker kept cursing people. How ignorant they are, how dare they only interfere with her plan. She was about to attack the boy again and screamed that there was an unbridgeable gulf in power between them, so don't even let her try. Turning to the woman, Gao swung the sledgehammer and prepared to strike, but the elf bounced aside in time. Gao gritted his teeth, wary that he had avoided this attack, or it could have destroyed him in a single blow. The guy looked closely, although this woman with pointy ears is not an energy warrior, but her strength is quite large. Perhaps she's even stronger than the major. Suddenly, Cat came to her senses, and with a slight movement jumped on her master's shoulder. She wasn't even going to give up. The pet began to meow, and its small body was covered with energy. Gao froze in place for a second and looked at the animal with a surprised look. Gao cannot understand what is happening to his pet, and why he suddenly changed so much. There was a familiar feeling that somewhere he saw it. The energy began to spread faster and faster, and now his entire body was covered in a white veil. Was it really like that time when he launched the cannon? Gao realized that if he did the same thing as last time, he would destroy the whole neighborhood. He couldn't let that happen. Metal spurs began to emerge from the ground, gradually lengthening into sharp spears. In all her long life, the elf had never seen anything like this. This kid that can create iron from nothing. How is this possible? He is a true monster. Hundreds of metal knives flew into the air and headed straight for the attacking woman. She wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Gao stood motionless and waited for the result of his actions. Knives floated in the air and were about to head straight for his opponent. Without thinking long, the elf rushed forward, swinging her blade. The woman did not even pay attention to the fact that she was in danger. She must cope. As the blades approached, she started swinging her knife, chopping the iron with a single blow, though it was very difficult. But suddenly, one of the metal blades flew behind her back and tried to stick right into her ass. The elf turned around and grimaced. The woman grasped the metal piece and in one deft move broke the spear as he only dared. Gao was surprised to see such an incident and raised an eyebrow at the fact that she was made of stone, because the metal should have penetrated her body. The energy gradually began to fill his body more and more. The guy stood his ground and prepared to attack again. He looked at the unfortunate cats who had gone to the other world in the fight with this woman. He felt very sorry for the unfortunate animals. But at the same time, Gao realized that this woman had all the information about him, and his family could not let her out of this place. He accumulated all the energy he had and prepared to launch his most powerful attack with an unimaginable wind around him. Absolutely all metal objects, including table and chairs, began to rise, a pile of scrap metal held in the air. For himself, firmly, the guy decided that this girl should stay here forever, and he would make every effort. Realizing that she wouldn't leave so easily, the elfess prepared herself. Ordinary iron can't hurt her, or even hurt. Let the guy not even try. But suddenly, Gao tensed up his entire body and directed the full power of his charge directly at the woman, energizing the spears in the process. Iron began to glow from the overabundance of phosphorus. The elfess opened, frightened eyes. How can you even combine these two elements? Trying to calm herself down, she realized that it seemed the rumors about this boy weren't lying. He could control various elements. There was also a fourth talent. What a genius he is after all. The elf jumped on the spot. Such people should be destroyed when they were born, or there would be trouble. Before she could dodge another spear, the woman covered herself with her hands, but the sharp metal covered in phosphorus began to pierce her. She realized now that these arrows were a danger to her, and a chill ran down her spine as she took action. With her power, she must not fall into the hands of this guy, or else the irreversible will happen. The girl was already really afraid. One of the spears still managed to wound the elf, and she fell to her knees with a heavy sigh, holding onto her wounded shoulder. The unfortunate woman was shocked at how it even happened that she was able to get hurt holding onto her shoulder. The woman felt incredible pain. She turned her head and saw an arrow sticking straight into the ground. It was some unknown alloy, but what was it? Her strength was slowly leaving her. The woman tried to say something, her mouth moving on its own and her voice weak. Meanwhile, Gao had already entered full symbiosis with his pet. He has more than 5 talents. Its eyes were obviously burning. In a second, dozens of sharp pikes hit the girl, and that was the end of her. The elf could not even understand anything at such a speed. The job was done. The guy stood with his pet on his shoulder and watched the barely alive girl. In the end, his strength left him, and Gao fell to the ground. His spiritual power was almost exhausted, and he could hardly stand on his feet. The cat also seemed to be very tired and fell off the boy's shoulder, but he managed to catch it at the last moment. Luckily, the cat was alive. She had just fallen asleep overworked and mumbled something about fish in her sleep. Gao breathed a sigh of relief. He lifted the cat by the scruff of its neck and scrutinized the animal, wondering if it was a cat or a liquid life form, why it was releasing energy. I had a crazy idea to kill him while he was sleeping. Gao had already reached for Koda's neck but stopped himself. Okay. Anyway, this little furry pet is his savior. The guy leaned the animal against him as if protecting it. Suddenly, the meowing of dozens of cats was heard. Gao turned his surprised eyes to the side and saw all the stray cats running towards him. And only now he realized that these were his pet subjects and told the cats to get out of here. Speed people would come here. The stray cats looked amongst themselves with disbelief. They were seeing this man for the first time and felt a little uncomfortable. But in the end, the animals obeyed. Gao gave them a final look and said that tomorrow he would buy some fish as a thank you. Once in the military facility, Gao tried to explain that he was being persecuted and wanted to destroy him. But the major only gave him the middle finger. The girl looked at the elf and asked, "Is she really done with her?" Gao turned around and said it was just an alien, but the deed was done. The major took a closer look at the strange woman. She realized that it was a first-rank dark elf, quite a dangerous opponent. But how did Gao manage to defeat him? The girl closed her eyes and sighed heavily, ordering the junior lieutenant to send the elf to the research center. From somewhere, the same schoolgirls who had tried to frame Gao a while ago appeared and started thanking the guy for saving them. The girls smiled and looked gratefully at their savior, saying there was no need to worry, their friend was only lightly wounded. Gao sighed heavily. Well, if that's the case, then it's okay to take it easy and consider it over. The guy thought to himself that there could be many more of these elves and how to deal with them. Gao quickly pulled himself together and promised his mother that nothing would happen to her. But trouble does not come alone, and the player saw how much is the Eye of Deprivation cost 100 coins a day. It was a real robbery. In the meantime, the cat had been sleeping for several dozen hours and did not even think of waking up. As a reward for massacring the dark elf, Gao received a reward of 5,000 gold coins, but they immediately went to expenses. Eventually, the day of the exams came. Gao was walking to the academy and girls were circling around him, each of them wanting to take a picture with him. The guy skillfully pretended that he didn't understand what was going on, because he didn't come here to have his picture taken. Although inside himself, Gao felt like the king of the position today. He has a good chance to take the first place in all parameters. But suddenly, the boy felt someone's very heavy gaze on him from behind. A silhouette appeared, eyes burning, and someone definitely has a grudge against him. And then came the day of exams at 8 in the morning. More than 400 students sat at their desks and prepared for the start of the exams. There was tension in the air. The examiner said he wouldn't budge at gunpoint, and if anyone misbehaved, they'd be expelled. Gao thought to himself that it's complicated enough that it's impossible to cheat, so you have to try hard. And so, after the teacher shouted out the exam began, all the students bent over their papers and began to write. Having familiarized himself with his task, Gao realized that it wasn't all that complicated and started typing with a pen on a piece of paper. He even taught the risk of someone being able to take the form away from him and took a small hatchet with him. From somewhere appeared Bald Man. His name was Nicholas, although he was not the main character, but his mood is also victorious. The teacher noticed this and ordered him to stop making excuses and leave the exam room immediately, but it had no effect, and the male instructor ordered immediate removal from the examination hall. There was nothing to be done. Nikolai got up from his seat and sullen, "Get out of here, man," failed without even starting. Half an hour later, Gao had somehow miraculously already completed the first test. The guy tried his best and didn't get distracted. An hour later, the second form was solved. Gao was already boiling with excitement. Students were leaving the classroom one by one due to inattention. In the end, after a couple hours, the whole test was completed. Gao was on the 7th Mi-5. Happiness, the guy was very proud of himself. Looks like there will be no surprises this time. We can rest a bit and relax our brains. Gao sat back down and began to wait. Suddenly, some material started to emit from the pen and fell on the piece of paper. It looked like a small piece of fire. There was a strange odor in the air. Gao took a closer look, and how this could happen, he had never thought that an ordinary pen could fail him. The flames flared up incredibly fast, and soon there was already a huge bonfire in the middle of the classroom. All the other students were horrified. Gao was all soiled, and now his face was completely covered in soot, so that's where the catch was going to come from. The guy couldn't think. He began to recall the movements of everyone who was with him today, but he couldn't figure out who could have done such a thing. The unhappy man grabbed his head. His form was destroyed. The other students began to wonder what was the matter and what happened. Need to find a way. The student was approached by the teacher and told that his work was ruined. Gao did not even raise his head. He had to go to the office and explain the situation. In the end, the guy couldn't stand it and raised his head and shouted that he should be given another form immediately. He wanted to repeat it and finally do everything. The teacher was a little surprised. He said that he respected such eagerness, but there was nothing left. Until the end of the exam, Gao would not have time to write everything. Another student showed up from somewhere and confirmed he just needs to write an explanatory letter, and maybe the committee will give him a deferment, but no such option was not suitable. Gao gritted his teeth. He had to take first place no matter what, and if he is released, it's a failure. Continuing to stand his ground, the guy held out his hand and demanded to be given another sheet of paper immediately. He was going to write the exam again. Teachers sighed and spread their hands. Well, if the student wants it, let it be so. But it is unlikely that he will have time. And in a second, a new form with a pen was already lying in front of Gao, and now it was necessary to try hard. Another teacher came up to Gao and patted him on the shoulder, saying that if necessary, they could give the guy more time to decide. However, Gao didn't even want to listen to anything. He just said that he understood everything and began to write even faster. The students began to whisper amongst themselves. They didn't understand how Gao could have brought phosphorus powder into the auditorium. Perhaps he had been set up. Hearing the whispers among the students, the teacher shouted for them to finally shut up or want to get out of here instantly. The situation was getting more and more heated. Gao was very nervous. 1 hour would not be enough to strip all these forms with less than half left. Gao began waving his pen like a madman and solving tasks one after another with incredible speed. All the teachers were horrified for all their long work experience. They have never seen anything like this. And the strangest thing is that all the answers are correct. In the observation room sat the major surrounded by the rest of the troopers. They too were slightly shocked. The principal and the lieutenant were talking to each other. The superintendent of schools said that in this situation an exception could be made in grades. Meanwhile, the major was immersed in her childhood memories. She remembered herself as a child when she really wanted to pass the test. The girl smiled and realized that Father Sunshine had lied to her a little at the time, a smile shining on her face. In the end, with incredible effort, Gao still managed to complete the task with 5 minutes left to check, and it was done. The students shrieked in surprise that this guy could handle 4 forms in half an hour, and he's gonna check them. He, clutching his pen, couldn't believe if this guy was up to the task he would eat his slip. Half a day later, all participants who had passed the exam were transferred to the training ground, which was a futuristic city. Practically, the exam will take place in a day and a half. Many participants approached the entrance to the building where the examiners were waiting for them. Among them was Gao, who had successfully passed the theory and now wondered where they had been led. This is a real underground fortress. It's really serious. The guy began to think. According to the director, the place for practice is chosen every year, and today will definitely not be easy. Lieutenant Chen stood in front of the rest of the students and greeted them. He gave his first and last name. First, the man wanted to say that the results of the theoretical tests were already known, and waved his hand at the screen. The students came to the dismay of the best student of Haifan, 535 points, and he is only in second place. Naturally, Gao was in first. He had the highest score, and the girls were literally hanging around him. He was a celebrity again. The guy started bragging and saying there wasn't much there, just that this was the maximum score you could get. He felt like a king again. The virtual assistant rejoiced. All the forms were solved. The league was the first to give up on him. Meanwhile, the lieutenant continued to speak. He said that now all those who pass the theory will proceed to practice. Most of the knowledge is present here. Gao turned his eyes to his assistant. He had a new quest, and it was quite difficult to subdue a dozen officers. After the guy realized what he was about to face, his jaw dropped and the officer continued to rant. How is it even possible to subdue a dozen servicemen by bending them to your side? Is it even realistic or not? A cunning plan arose in his mind. If he needed to subdue, people could use Gao's handcuffs and whip, which turned out to be a good idea. But in the end, the boy became furious. This task is simply impossible to beat the examiner. Gao wondered whether he needed the marks. The students walked to the huge door. The ease was that the assignment was to compete with the officers, but even that wouldn't help. The students looked at each other and talked. This is a place for a combat mission, but there is no ring where they can fight now. The lieutenant said in a calm voice that you don't have to figure it out all by yourself. It's all about surviving on the battlefield. The doors open. After learning that they would change their appearance, students looked at each other in surprise and wondered how they could possibly understand this madness. Eventually, the space changed. They found themselves in a strange place and turned into animals. The officer said they had to guess who was who. One of the students raised his hand and asked annihilation isn't really happening. After all, the man shook his head. He held up 2 fingers and said that destruction does not cause physical injury, but the pain sensations here are closer to reality. Worst of all, the loss came after 2 hits. The students were terrified. They realized that all hell was about to break loose. All this time, Gao had been thinking of a plan of action based on the situation. The best option would be to just form a team and fight. But the problem is that virtual location and appearance spoofing will create very big trust issues, and everyone will try to do harm. But that doesn't concern him either. He alone was forbidden to team up and act in concert. The situation became even more complicated. Exam time will start soon. The officer asked all the students to go to the battlefield. People in an organized crowd started moving towards the door. Eventually, an interesting picture appeared in front of the guys here. Was nature quite picturesque, feeling as if it was a tropical forest? Gao was there and started to turn his head, and there he was. But it remained to be seen who the guy was. Looking closely with horror and incomprehension, Gao realized that he had turned into a common duck, worse, and could not be worse. But why a duck? You could have chosen a normal animal, and how can he fight the others? He's finished? In addition, it is unclear whether it will affect the fighting ability of Gao. Began waving his arms that turned into wings looked funny. Suddenly, there was a rustle from behind and a splash of water, and a duck stopped and listened behind her. Suddenly, in a second, a huge crocodile, much larger than the usual ones in the real world, emerged from the water and opened its wide mouth. The crocodile introduced himself by the name Gao in surprise and ordered no one to imitate him. From somewhere else, Zebra also appeared and started claiming that she was actually Gao Ning. A confusion arose, and angry voices were heard everywhere. And only Gao himself, in the form of a common duck, stood and watched this mess from the side. They are seriously saying this is nonsense. The zebra and the crocodile continued to argue with each other without noticing anyone around them. It looked very funny. Eventually, Alligator gave up and started to apologize. Zebra walked a couple steps closer and said that he was actually Zhang Xiaotian. Crocodile started nodding his head and begging to be on the team. Zebra said that depending on how strong he was. Meanwhile, the duck was just furious at how dare they pretend to be someone else's name. It's sacrilege. It took a lot of work to figure out who was telling the truth. These two decided to team up after all. In the end, Zebra and the crocodile saw the duck but decided not to touch it. It is not dangerous and better to leave it alone. The two turned their backs and went about their business without even realizing that the evil goose was already preparing to attack them. Eventually, Gao couldn't take it anymore and swooped down on the zebra, hitting it with his webbed paw. This is a real kung fu duck. Finally, the alligator realized that the real Gao was standing in front of him and opened his wide mouth in surprise. Meanwhile, from such a strong blow, the zebra instantly began to dissolve into thin air, and this player was eliminated before the game even started. Gao looked at the crocodile, who looked away in surprise and did not understand what had happened at all, how a duck could be so strong. In the end, and the crocodile was defeated. This mask can be well used as a surprise effect. Gao was very pleased. But then suddenly, a Tyrannosaurus appeared and started scaring away all the other animals, which no one expected. From where you ran out, a man in his usual appearance looking closely, Gao thought that maybe it was a watcher or something like that. Thinking about it, realized that perhaps they were so creating extra difficulties for the students to test their strength. Gao had a clear advantage. Suddenly, an interesting picture appeared before him. Several ducks lined up in a row, moving in an organized formation like soldiers. And then in Gao's mind, there was another insidious idea. He will create his own duck army, and no one will prevent him. The principal apologized to his colleague from the first school for the 2 points, but the old man only smirked. He squinted at the theoretical test won by 3 seniors. If the real winner is this Gao, then he will enter the top 3, and then it is serious. The other teachers poked their fingers into the monitor and watched in amazement at what this newcomer was doing on the screen. Something incredible was happening. It turned out that being in the guise of a goose, he trained other ducks and gathered his subordinates, making a whole mini-army. The guy was so enthusiastic that he waved his wings and commanded his subordinates like a real military chief. Apparently, Gao was determined. That's what a great disguise is. No one even knows who he is. The other big animals, rhinos and wolves, just passed by and paid no attention to the harmless ducks what they could do. The fox and the rhino were talking amongst themselves. They needed to find a team before sunset. They just didn't need to meet Gao, who was by the way near them. In the end, the fighting goose came to a rage as the battlefield. Then you have to forget about the feeling of pity and rush to attack the 2 animals. It moved so fast that the forest and the rhinoceros didn't even have time to realize that the duck's wings were mercilessly whipping their opponents. The whole teaching staff watching the event was horrified at what was going on here. How can a duck stand up to these animals? The principal of the first school said it was a clear violation and action should be taken. But Lee replied that this guy was taking advantage of the situation, and the military agreed. But the director still didn't give up trying to prove his point. His colleague had done quite well. But you shouldn't try to be sneaky either. Eventually, the first mission was completed, and Gao was rewarded with a chest unlocking new abilities. Great news next. Everything will be much easier. The goose held 3 pills in its wings. If it keeps going like this, it might even break the 3rd barrier. But unfortunately, the weather was changing. The goose tensed up and realized that soon to move to the shelter as fast as possible. Moves storm will have to... On the screen glittered lightning about to happen, a huge storm. Educators watched and waited for further decisions from the students. Goose stopped to rest for the 3rd time. In the last hour, he was physically exhausted. Did the exam take a lot of energy from him? The headmaster of the first school laughed. Haifan has many quests. He will need to fight even harder and then the guy will win. Meanwhile, the goose was thinking about a plan of action. The night was a great opportunity to show his spiritual power, although he was not far gone. The participants got up early in the morning to go through the theory and then went for the practical test. They couldn't stay awake the whole time. At this rate, the opponents will be weakened by the exhausting activity, and it will not be difficult to cope with them. At night, everyone will be resting, and it's time to get into action, and the goose ducked his head and moved forward to attack the others. Night is his time to hunt. Unfortunately, there was not much time at his disposal with a small ostrich sleeping nearby. In the end, the unfortunate bird felt the presence of the enemy nearby and woke up, but it was too late. In the next, there was a poor rabbit. An angry bird grabbed it with its wing and tried to drown it in the lake. It succeeded. Next, who would have thought followed a huge lion goose-like rider jumped on his back and tightened the rope around his neck. A small boar also suffered such a sad fate, with a huge lump on its head and a goose holding a stone. Eventually, it was over. Gao dispatched his opponents and moved back with a sense of accomplishment. The educators, standing at the observation point the whole time, didn't even know what to say. It was amazing how this guy pulled it off. Now that's what's called a successful tactic. One educator said he's never seen this before. Students rarely implement such successful thinking. The principal only waved it off and tried to be modest, but inwardly he realized that their student was the best and should not be underestimated. And here is the next reward Gao received. The chest he has to destroy a dozen more opponents, and the task will be completed. In his wings were already 4 saws. This is enough to overcome the 4th limit just fine. But suddenly a huge rock flew past and then another goose bounced aside at the last moment. The worst happened in front of them was a real Tyrannosaurus, but with this big guy will be much more difficult to cope. Hiding behind the nearest bushes, the goose was thinking about tactics. Apparently, this big guy also hunts at night, and he has tactics too. Opening his beak, Gao popped another pill. Okay, we need to drink them now to take over more territory. The little bird's body began to overflow with energy, and the guy felt that the effect was completely different from last time. His stats increased several times. The goose stood there with his eyes open and didn't realize how strong he had become. It felt like some particle in the air began to dissolve into his blood and fill his body with power. Maybe it's because of the space. Eventually, the goose became fierce and no longer looked like a harmless pet bird, but a real monster. He's got muscles from somewhere, his wings have gotten more powerful, he's gotten bigger. Great. First, we need to solve the problem with the Tyrannosaurus, which has been lying there resting unsuspectingly all this time. Gao, as if the warlord was directing his goose army straight at the enemy, he quacked his bird throat and the army headed forward. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus was sleeping peacefully and did not suspect that a monstrous attack from the birds was already being prepared. The student seemed pretty strong to him, but he had already knocked out 8 students in an entire day. 2 more to go, and he would be done. Suddenly, the prehistoric lizard woke up hearing a strange sound beside him. Someone was approaching with swift, small steps. The dinosaur woke up and looked in surprise at the flock of geese that was heading straight for him, flapping its small wings. Raising his head, the Tyrannosaur didn't quite understand why these small creatures were heading towards him as a large predator. They wouldn't even be able to scratch him. Maybe they're being used for cover. They're brave but stupid Tyrannosaurs. He's ready to attack. All he has to do is eat them. The dinosaur opened its wide maw and roared its loud roar all over the island, deafening everyone around it. He got to his feet and began to walk toward the unfortunate ducks with wide steps. In fact, it was all going according to plan. Gao was triumphant. Now the enemy had opened up, and it was time to deliver the final crushing blow. The goose jumped up, flapping his wings, and found himself right under the tail of the huge reptile he kicked along with, pinched with his beak. The poor prehistoric predator did not expect such a meanness, and stunned for a second, tears spurted from his eyes. The pain was incredible. The multi-ton reptile jumped in one place like a kitten and screamed in pain, but the goose continued. The next wing beat threw the dinosaur high up. The unfortunate one didn't understand what this crazy goose wanted from him. They were still attacking. The dinosaur did not know what to do. Even despite his size, he could not oppose the vicious birds. For a second, Gao even felt a little sorry for this student. He had never seen him before, but had to be helpless. The Tyrannosaurus suffered all in tears and snot. He tried to recover, but the goose was merciless and struck again and again. Eventually, the huge reptile was lying motionless on the ground. From its wide mouth came Foam Gao, holding Liana prepared to attack. The man stepped out of the virtual reality capsule and sighed heavily. He was nearly maimed. Yes, and who is an ordinary domestic goose? There was a guard waiting for him at the entrance and laughing quietly. He tried to contain his laughter as it happened that a high school student was beaten. But the man was furious. He said that this goose was too wily to be a common bird to defeat all. Another silhouette appeared from the passage, most likely another poor fellow who had the misfortune to encounter this monstrous duck. Maverick, as the poor guy's name was, started shouting that this duck was a monster. He had never seen someone so strong and cunning. And here came another unfortunate. He was barely alive and was shaking with fear and wanted to tell about what had happened. But seeing the rest of the same losers stopped, and a silence hung between them. No one understood how it was possible. Another student immediately jumped up to him and told him that he could not continue. This was the same duck. They were also killed by her. Where did this lieutenant come from? His loud voice made everyone straighten up. The man, interested in how one could become such an easy prey. The soldiers did not wait long and said that they had all been defeated by Gao, and only now did people begin to realize this is the same rookie who broke the records. Raising a finger up, the lieutenant added, "Major warned not to let him be too arrogant. They are soldiers." Then the lieutenant's face changed and the man switched to a whisper. He personally intended to destroy this guy's spirit. The others said that it is very risky. Lieutenant realizes that he enters the virtual space, and there the rules are quite different. But the man didn't want to hear anything. He waved his hand and said that the others had already gotten good grades and had done well. At last she bellowed that if it weren't for him and his efforts, all the students would be running 30 kilometers in full uniform. Meanwhile, in virtual space, the treacherous goose lay on the great stone. Gao rested. He had hunted all night and was only a few people short. It was a pity that the examiner did not calculate the number of tasks. Gao chewed a small blade of grass in his hands and thought about what to do next. His army was also very tired and sleeping somewhere nearby, shoved in his head under his wings. For now, everything is calm and you can rest. But further, the guy will act himself, and the duck, like a nocturnal predator, moved the forest to hunt for new victims. This island was the last stage. All the disciples from behind the mountain had to reach the island to complete the final battle. Eventually, at a small forest edge gathered many animals. Here were all monkeys, tigers, wolves, buffaloes, and all the others. Hearing the alien voices and the roar of the animals, Gao was alerted that something had definitely gone wrong. The goose was preparing for another attack. The tiger that appeared from somewhere was his direct competitor, Haifan. The guy had good stats. It had been a long time since they had met. On the other side of the panther moved and was also about to attack. Gao was at everyone's throat, and anyone would want to deal with him. On a branch sat a squirrel with a snake. They watched with horror what was happening and did not risk to intervene. Was scary to the point of horror. Snake watching everything going on, sticking out her split tongue. They were from the girls' school. The girls were very timid. A huge buffalo named Lu Guoyuan appeared. He had 12 people on his account. The bull was breathing heavily. It was necessary to deal with this goose together. In the end, the panther could not stand it and was the first to lunge at the hated bird, displaying its sharp fangs and claws. But no sooner had the huge cat struck her blow than a goose paw flew into her face, so hard that it threw her backwards. The raptors watched as one of them flew far back and understood nothing about where this ordinary bird got the power that he did. It seemed as if they were not an ordinary student, but an experienced warrior. Gao continued to attack. He already intended to hit the next opponent. Goose looked down on them. They are just a bunch of inept kids who don't even know how to fight. Nothing special. Looking at the strength of this creature, the others even thought that it wasn't a student. Only how was that possible? But it was too late to think. The jaguar lay on a tree branch and dissolved into thin air. The predator had been defeated by a common pet. The other animals looked at the goose, which was approaching them in rapid strides. A monster. Eventually, the whole group of animals rushed out to save their lives. They were wrong to attack this beast. Some of the beasts scattered to save their skin, while the rest thought that they should destroy Gao only so they would have a chance to take the first place. Haifan, in the guise of a tiger, watched what was happening. He knew that pretending to be an observer would be a good idea. Meanwhile, ignoring the predator, the goose rushed after the others who were fleeing, sticking his sharp beak out in front of them. He wasn't going to let them go so easily. Still thinking they were being chased by the lieutenant, the other animals rushed straight into the water. One of the geese also tried to swim away. However, the lieutenant quickly caught up with him and, grabbing him by the wing of his neck, dragged him down. The unhappy goose tried to justify himself. He is only a child after all. All the other animals and even a huge elephant watched in horror and tried to swim across the river as fast as possible, or they too would be caught up. The other raptors decided to forget about the pesky goose for the time being and just cross the water, at least otherwise it would be worse later. Apologizing to his wounded comrade, the lieutenant swam up. The reality is that you have to be cruel. The unfortunate goose swam to the bottom plus one man, but suddenly Gao felt that his leg was being held by something very slimy. It was a tentacle, like an octopus. The lieutenant looked behind him and angrily asked, "Who dared to attack him?" The goose grinned and prepared to attack. And indeed, there was a huge octopus sitting below, holding the goose by the leg. With its tentacle and pulling the octopus towards it, the octopus looked truly horrible. The others, watching all this, came to the horror of the lieutenant pulls a leg-huge monster and is about to drown him. But no one could not help him, and the situation is critical. Finally, the soldier decided to act decisively. He grasped the slimy tentacle of the octopus with his beak and began to squeeze it. The cephalopod mollusk felt an incredible pain throughout his body and opened his wide red eyes. The goose was trying to bite him. Eventually, the sea monster wrapped its tentacles around the unfortunate bird and began to squeeze harder and harder, trying to crush the hated enemy. The lieutenant looked at the huge squid and shouted, "Did this little guy forget about respect? So he will be reminded now." But the octopus did not react. Eventually, Gao couldn't stand it. His face began to redden, was in confinement, and there was nothing he could do. But still, it was too early to give up. The goose dodged and hit his opponent with his paw right between his legs, and it turned out that it was the lieutenant. The unfortunate serviceman did not expect such insolence, and tears flowed from his eyes. Man did not know what to do at such a moment, and stunned. The octopus let go of the hated bird and tried to regain consciousness. It was very painful and there was no choice. Emerging from under the water, the brave goose continued to fight the huge octopus, even though the enemy outnumbered him in size. The monster tried to stop the unfortunate bird by extending its tentacles to it, but the goose began to swim away from the lieutenant. The animals on the ground still thought the goose was actually Lieutenant Chen and watched in horror the battle on the water, a monkey riding an elephant. Suddenly, the lieutenant began to pretend that he was really. Gao Goose stopped in incomprehension, looked at the octopus. "Yes. What kind of day is this today?" The beasts began to raise their heads in surprise. Could it be that the octopus was really Gao, and they had gotten it right? They were fighting with the lieutenant. Gao turned to the octopus and looked at him in surprise at what this madman was even up to. The octopus is using this against the student himself. Eventually, the goose did make it to shore and began to slap its webbed feet on the sand. Finally, the ground beneath our feet was solid at last. But in the same second, the guy stopped and looked up, surprised. His eyes almost popped out on his forehead, already preparing to attack. A squirrel and a snake flew at him. They wanted to be the first to destroy the goose, thinking it was. Lieutenant Gao was horrified. The situation was critical. The guy did not have much trouble repelling the attack. He spread his wings and scattered the snake and squirrel in different directions. Those pesky beasts. Meanwhile, the buffalo and the rest of the huge animal ran right at the goose. They can't lose to some pet bird. And then at the last moment, Gao saw that he was being attacked by a whole crowd of angry animals with red eyes. They do not want to pass the test. Goose put his wing forward and ordered everyone to stop calling himself lieutenant. What they were even doing here. The beasts stopped and looked at the soldier with surprised eyes. They had already stopped understanding anything. In the end, the enraged octopus grabbed the goose with its tentacles and threw it straight into the water. Octopus also started playing the game. He said he had a very good relationship with the major, attacked the lieutenant, and then everyone passes the test. The beasts looked at each other and came to a unanimous decision that they had to defeat Gao, as the lieutenant had said only they could pass the test. Gao, being in the body of a defenseless goose, saw a crowd of furious animals rushing towards him, and even if he wanted to, he could not do anything, fools. The beasts had already completely lost their minds and ran straight at the defenseless bird. They wanted to avenge the lieutenant immediately. Gao decided that he had no other choice but to scatter the beasts under the crush of the unfortunate animal, immediately passed out. The beasts were very surprised this goose destroyed one of the high school girls. Gao looked at the animal in surprise. That can determine the sex of the students. Okay, the guy decided to play by their rules and said he had no principles. That's the kind of man he is. The lieutenant in the body of the octopus was furious that this insolent man was allowing himself, and the goose laughed quietly to himself. A huge tiger waving a clawed paw was encouraging everyone to finally take this poor goose apart once and for all. But it turned out to be not such an easy task. In the face of the predator came a wet goosefoot and immediately knocked out the big cat. It was a distraction, flapped its wings, the goose soared through the air, and in one deft movement swept over the large bushes. The lieutenant didn't know what to do. He had to admit that this student was quite strong, and he was able to escape at a time like this. Of course, the goose wanted to run away, but the way he was blocked by a huge squirrel. It was one of the students and called to all the others to come to his aid. But immediately the unfortunate girl received a powerful goose wing punch right in the face. How annoying it still is when a woman memorizes you. A huge buffalo was already approaching the bird from behind, roaring with rage, and now the lieutenant would learn what real strength was. At this moment, the unfortunate Gao felt how strong this buffalo's kick was and flew aside, almost breaking in half. Seeing that the buffalo inertia continued to run forward, the guy sighed. Yes, it is still very hard to be a good person. But now the most important thing was to break out of the siege. He was surrounded by the other animals. There were elephants, monkeys, giraffes, and many more. In any case, it is necessary to destroy 2 more, and the goose bravely rushed into the thick of things, pushing away the huge gorilla with his foot. The pedagogical staff, who had been watching what was going on all this time, wondered how the principal had managed to get such a student. The headmaster of the first school scratched his beard and said that he did not think that this man wins without straining himself. After all, it is a bit hard for him. The rest of the raptors headed against the tiger. They thought that Hyphanen had betrayed them and were now on the side of that sneaky goose. Growling at all the others, the tiger was perplexed. What do you mean betrayed? They are too stupid to realize it. The huge cat only needed a few deft moves to turn the other animals into breathless bodies. One of the teachers said that Hyphen had destroyed a few more players and raised his scores, but he still couldn't destroy Gao. Director Lee watched it all with a sinking heart. He was rooting for Gao and wanted him to win because he deserved it as much as anyone. Meanwhile, the battle raged with renewed vigor as the beasts tried their best to defeat the huge octopus. They still decided to attack his lieutenant, tried to resist, but there were too many opponents. The tiger was already circling the squid from behind. Putting his sharp teeth forward, Hyphon growled that if he destroyed him, he would get the first place immediately. It was clear as day. All of his other minions, including the camel and several other predators, rushed forward at the octopus to defeat it once and for all. Meanwhile, in the guise of a goose, Gao was already on his last breath. He had used up a third of his health but had only defeated 2 opponents badly. The elephant looked at Gao with surprised eyes and still thought that the lieutenant in front of him he had withstood so many blows was still worthy of his rank. Translating their eyes, everyone else saw that Hyphon and several other animals were trying to defeat the huge squid, but so far they were not succeeding. The animals did not understand anything and rushed to the defense, thinking that in front of them, Gao in front of the squirrel galloped, and behind her, all the others need to protect a comrade. Those who were left behind began to sigh heavily. It's too bad the girls' school has separated from them, and now they can't handle this goose. Gao sighed heavily. Come on, it can't be. Is it possible that his luck has smiled on him for once? Where did you come from, that pesky squirrel? She shrieked, so that the lieutenant would not even think of running away. She would send him to the other world immediately. Looking at the disintegrating body of the buffalo, Gao said that the main opponent has already been defeated now. No one can stand in his way. Let him not even try. With a shout of having to fight for Gao, the squirrel rushed at the goose. The guy was silent. It looked like a real delusion. Attempting to counterattack, the goose moved forward and said that he even sympathized a little. Very pitiful fate. Finally, the task was completed, and Gao could receive the reward. In front of the small face of the goose appeared. Wheel of Fortune remained only to choose. With a flap of his wing, the guy began to spin the drum. If he didn't win, at least here, he would just go to the other world voluntarily. Fortunately, this time luck smiled on him, and a permanent special life form transformation skill was obtained. The goose just blossomed with happiness. Is it finally, for the first time in a long time, he got something useful to believe, hard to believe. Wheel of Fortune had finally given him a useful skill as good timing, and this time this skill would be with him all the time. But there is still no need to rush. The goose frowned and began to read the description of skills. Must wisely choose where to invest these points. But with surprise to himself, the guy noticed that it's not just a skill. It's a whole systemic tree of life transformation. Simply put, the human body is made up of more than 6 dozen different elements. Among them are quantitative elements. And this skill that Gao had just obtained was capable of transforming these elements by 30%, like turning carbon into iron to increase strength and damage resistance. At this rate, you can get a significant boost to your characteristics just in time. You can now win. But there was still danger. Gao covered his beak with his wing. It was bad if he was reported now. It would not be good, but it was a noble risk. Still putting all doubts aside, the martial goose said that if he reached intermediate and advanced levels in the future, he would become incredibly powerful. But suddenly the joy was over. The virtual assistant said, it's best not to abuse it, otherwise there could be side effects, including pregnancy. The goose's jaw dropped as soon as he saw, how much does it cost to improve an iron or copper skill? This is robbery real. Looking in his wallet, the guy didn't find a dime. That is, even if he buys cheap hardware, he can only use it for 10 minutes. The goose came to rage again. He grabbed the assistant. Dangerous after all. It is a system clearly discriminating against the poor and laborers. The aide said the system humbly accepts the admonition of its master and changes the price. Now it will all be in the equivalent. Goose clutched his head. He vowed that when he got a little stronger, he would still get rid of that pesky system, just need to not take the assignment. The main thing is to use only copper in the future. Gao was still angry, but it was better than nothing. Now we need to deal with the others. Meanwhile, The beast still continued to attack the huge squid, thinking that they were facing Gaunan. Some wanted to destroy it, and others wanted to protect it. Suddenly, the squirrel noticed that clouds were gathering in the sky and lightning was starting to strike. But at that moment, under the water was Gao. He was just under the huge octopus and looked at his weak point, remained only to strike. Making a great leap, Gao surfaced out of the water and prepared to deliver the final blow. He would end this once and for all. Seeing that the octopus was pulling its tentacles towards him, the goose applied the transformation of life into copper. This was to strengthen him. This skill was so powerful that the water around it began to rage like a storm at sea. The lieutenant realized that things were bad. Everything around him was about to become a living hell, and he had to leave as soon as possible. Standing on the shore of the beast noticed that the goose again attacks the octopus. Lieutenant did not understand what to do. Everything was mixed up. The man did not have time to finish his thought as Gao, in the guise of a goose, was approaching him at a great speed. The octopus began to move its tentacles with incredible speed to somehow repel the attack, but the goose was incredibly fast. The beasts on the shore were in complete shock. Gao had indeed turned out to be omnipotent since he could withstand the junior lieutenant's attacks. The octopus smiled. If it can be called that good, of course, kid. Every punch is so strong that the explosive force is almost 2,500. It had to get out of sight, and the huge octopus folded its tentacles in front of it and started plunging down. Everyone thought it was sinking. It was chaos in the command center, and it appeared that Gao was fighting on par with the lieutenant without using energy. And perhaps this guy was even stronger. They all looked at Principal Lee and asked what kind of monster he had on his team, where this guy even came from. Meanwhile, the lieutenant was exhausted. The man couldn't believe his eyes how he could even lose to an ordinary schoolboy. This fighting spirit is just unbelievable. Goose attacked. Again and again, this schoolboy's lust for life was just unbelievable. Meanwhile, tears appeared in the goose's eyes. With only a minute left, money was dissolving literally in the air. What a loss after all. Now being in his office for all this, through the projector on the wall, watched Major Girl sat in her seat and wished something. Seeing how this guy copes with all the difficulties, Major opened her mouth and from there, almost fell out. A lollipop girl could not believe it. She just saw Gao break through the fourth human limit with her own eyes. It's mind-boggling who he is. In the entire alliance, there are no more than 24 people, including herself, who were able to break through the 4 human limits, but that's too fast. Remembering the recent incident with the elves in the factory, it was hard to imagine that he had handled it all by himself. The girl took out the radio and ordered the junior lieutenant to hold back and fight at full strength. Need to check how strong the guy is. She hit the power off button. No one this guy can beat anyway, so let them fight at full strength. Now that energy was allowed to be used, everything would fall into place. The octopus began to fight at full strength. The goose attacked harder and harder. The lieutenant understood everything perfectly, and now he was ready to teach Gao a lesson if he was so eager to fight to the fullest. All the disguise was gone, and now instead of animals there were regular students. People were examining their bodies and shrieking in surprise. And only now did everyone realize that the duck was actually Gao, and everyone else was wrong for trying to protect him. It was awesome. The student had already gone wild, and gathering all his power in his fist was going to hit the lieutenant right in the face. The man froze on the spot. The experienced serviceman closed his hand, but even now felt incredible pressure from the enemy. The forces were almost equal. Mentally, he apologized to the guy, but still, the lieutenant can't lose face in front of the others and took out a large pill. The pill opened up and a gray powder spilled out, which began to fly around the man as if alive and constantly transformed itself. He's wearing a new outfit. Unfortunately, today, he has to teach the boy a lesson, and when he becomes a warrior, he can get revenge. Haifan, who had already transformed back, just stood on the shore, frozen in place and trembling as he stared at what was happening, unable to believe his eyes. And only now Fatty realized what the true power of Gao. For a second, he even became afraid and tried to win. It is impossible. Gas pedals formed on the lieutenant's arms that released jets of flame, accelerating his arm to incredible speeds. At some point, Gao stopped and opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect things to change so quickly. Now he had to leave right away. But his speed was not enough, and the lieutenant's powerful fist, accelerated by the jet engine, slammed right into the unfortunate guy's stomach. Naturally, Gao couldn't stay on his feet and flew backwards. He did a few somersaults and barely stopped on the ground. And only now the guy felt the true strength of this man after all. Not for nothing, he is a soldier with great experience. Gao was covered in bruises. But even despite all this, the lieutenant was attacking again. He was demanding the lad to show his true strength and not hold back. Bouncing off to the side, Gao found himself safe. The lieutenant struck literally a meter away from him, raising a huge wave from the water. Hearing that this was his true power, the lieutenant didn't believe it at first. There's no way such a talented guy could be a weakling. The man took aim again and prepared his reactive arm for the next blow, but at some point he froze in place for a second. They both sped up and were already moving at human limits. Gao said that the lieutenant needed to trust people more. The strength was already running out. The guy turned his eyes and saw that the timer was about to expire too. You must hurry up and do the tasks, otherwise failure is imminent. But suddenly an idea popped into his head. For sure he had transformed the copper, so he should try again to see if the lightning damage reduction worked. His power also increased. From the sky began to strike huge lightning bolts directly into the water. Electricity filled the entire space around. The soldier decided to retreat in a hurry to somehow save his life. The lieutenant remained in place and shouted something in his wake. Chen frowned in surprise. Does this kid want to leave life voluntarily? Well, not so fast. He wanted to let it happen. The man got off his seat and ran straight after the new student, swinging his fists. He couldn't let the battle end like this. Gao felt with all his body that something very strong was approaching behind him. The guy cried out in surprise. After the colossal impact, steam rose into the air, but the lieutenant did not see the boy near. Where he had gone, everything was covered with a white haze. The man whirled his head around in an attempt to find his opponent, but Gao was definitely here somewhere, just hiding. Suddenly, the military man felt someone grab him hard from behind under his arms. The man did not have time to orient himself. Gao attacked too quickly. Gao asked the lieutenant if he wanted to see which of them had more resistance to lightning. The man noticed that lightning began to appear from somewhere and shouted that the student was crazy and that he was the first to go to the other world. But he didn't have time to finish the word as he saw that a huge electric lightning bolt was flying at them from above. There were a couple of seconds left before the inevitable end. A moment later, there was a deafening rumble, and all the students standing nearby covered their ears as the water began to foam and turn into steam. The two fighters stood huddled together. The lieutenant still recognized that this kid was doing pretty well. They were both exhausted. With a smirk on his face, Gao thought that although he had reduced the lightning damage, but still, the pain was incredible. There wasn't much time left. After another lightning strike, they almost lost consciousness from the bodies of the two men. There was smoke everywhere with the smell of burning flesh and hair. Eventually, the lieutenant managed to break free of the boy's clinging embrace, and the man headed forward, speeding himself up with his jet gloves. In the end, after all these trials, Gao himself could not stand it anymore, and like a sack fell on the water, breathing heavily. Immediately, the lieutenant pounced on him and prepared to hit him. He accelerated his arm to the limit and wanted to end it all. But it was impossible to lose. From the last strength, Gao rose up on the spot and hit the lieutenant directly in the head with his forehead. But still, the strength was not enough. Consciousness slowly began to leave the desperate guy. After all, the head of this man is strong. But it was impossible to give up, as if they were two rams fighting each other. With a shattered forehead, the lieutenant leaned back. The man was unconscious, but finally managed to say that it was just fine. The rest of the students stood completely shocked. It was disgusting. What kind of duel is this? It seems these two drowned. The rest of the soldiers just stood there dumbfounded with fear. And this guy wasn't even an energy warrior yet. How much power he had. His director tearfully praised the guy out loud. It was just a great, amazing job, worthy of all the praise. But a second later, a hand in a red sleeve emerged from under the water, and despite the heavy wounds, Gao was still alive and conscious. Now everyone was really shocked. They shrieked and immediately fell silent, their eyes literally popping out of their foreheads. The guy crawled out from under the water and on shaky legs tried to get closer. He was smashed so much by lightning, but he still survived and is standing on his feet. The major, who had been watching this spectacle all this time, was struck to the core. The girl smiled at him. Not a bad guy, very strong. We should take a DNA sample from him and send it to the lab for testing. Suddenly, one of the students shouted for the rest of the students to wait. It seemed Gao was holding something in his hands. The rest of the students looked closely with their eyes wide open. And indeed, the guy was holding the lieutenant's leg in his hands and dragging him behind him. The man was barely alive but still breathing. Looking at his opponent, Gao smiled. Captain is really cool even though the guy won. But today he saw the true power of the Alliance soldiers. But immediately, Gao changed in his face and began to beat the unfortunate lieutenant with a whip. After all, one should not forget about the task of obedience. The students started closing their eyes. This is really cruel. Is this guy really not afraid of what will happen to him after this? Is crazy? After that, the lieutenant couldn't stay alive any longer and began to disappear into thin air, telling Gao to just wait for him for a while. He realized that Gao was weak and could be easily defeated, but he only had to strike one last blow. The fat man still made up his mind and took a quick step forward with a shout that he was about to destroy Gao at any cost and win this challenge. Tired and annoyed, Gao began to turn his head back. Did this fatty still not understand anything? What a fool. After a second, the guy grabbed the fat man's fist with one hand and started holding it like it was some kid. Gao didn't even turn around. The unfortunate Haifeng flew upwards, unable to stay on his feet with a force that no one had ever seen before. After all this, to the surprise of everyone else, Gao began to exercise. It was really already overkill how he had any energy left for it. Gao took the whip and started to approach the insolent fat guy. The guy said Haifeng had just attacked him and would now regret it very much. But the fat man didn't feel guilty at all. He yelled that he just wanted to get first place. What's wrong with that? It's a competition. With a calm and balanced voice, Gao said that he understood everything. At first, he thought who had framed him in the theory class, but now everything was clear. Turning to the place where the microphone was supposed to be, Gao shouted that the headmaster of the first school is a real coward. His son is acting so dishonest, and it's a disgrace. The entire teaching staff, along with the principal of the first school, were horrified and shrieked in surprise. Not believing these words, Fatty rushed at his abuser, shouting that his father could not have done such a thing. He was not that kind of man. But the poor man didn't even have time to take a few steps before a long whip caught his leg and brought him to the ground. And now Haifeng was lying on the floor. Gao said that even though his father was a mean man, but the guy had a good heart, so they'd be fine with a couple of blows. Without saying anything else, Gao swung the whip and began to beat the unsuspecting fat man. Only heavy sighs and screams were heard. In the end, Haifeng couldn't stand it, and his body started to dissolve. The guy was defeated in just a few blows. It was the end. Turning to the other participants, Gao growled in a frightening voice that it was their turn, and the people started to look at each other fearfully, not expecting this. The students waved their hands and pretended not to realize they didn't want to run into such an opponent. However, Gao was not even going to listen. Why bother worrying about it? If the evaluation is already decided, the guy turned literally into a devil. Meanwhile, at the observation point, the drama Heelin, the man with glasses, wanted to know what it all meant. The headmaster of the first school had framed a student. Naturally, the major arrived at the scene of the incident. She said that against the director has its evidence videotape and missing copy. But still, the director didn't give up. How Major knew that if necessary, the ministry could contact the logistics department, but the girl did not want to listen to anything. She said that all these underground games are already on the table at the ministry of the director, already held under the arms of 2 police officers. The man did not understand only one thing. If Major knew everything before, why she did it now in this environment? The Major replied in a calm voice that the ministry pays attention to evidence, and the director has none. The man had already realized that he had nowhere to run and wanted to ask only one question. Should the military do this to their families? His sons were not involved. Turning her back, Major replied that she didn't care if her sons wanted revenge, they should have the strength to do so. But the man got the answer he wanted. He laughed and said his sons had a great future and they had nothing. Not wanting to listen to all this nonsense, the woman finally shouted that it was time to shut up and stop talking, so get out of here. In the end, the angry man was escorted by 2 policemen under the arms, and he couldn't say anything, and it was time to go to jail. Fixing her glasses, she said it's no wonder why they reacted the way they did. She's very demanding. She doesn't have 3 apartments. One of the men present pointed a finger at himself and said he had 3 apartments and 2 cars, but the woman didn't seem interested. Breathing heavily, she said that ugly men are not suitable for her. She is interested only in handsome men. What is difficult here, she puffed like a steam engine. Eventually, the woman got so overzealous that she started sneezing. Her snot was flying all over the room. Gao himself managed to catch a cold somehow in a closed room, but he completed the quest nonetheless. Taking a transparent bluish pill from his pocket, the guy thought of swallowing it. But there are only 2 missions left and a breakthrough needs to be made. Eventually, his body began to change, muscles increased. Incredibly fast guy. Already turned into a real bodybuilder. As he was suddenly pinned to the wall by Lieutenant Gao, he was even cold with surprise at what it is so attacked, how to understand it all. The lieutenant wasn't going to let him go so easily. The man asked how the guy thought he was going to get out of here today alive or not. The best option now is to play dumb. Gao smiled and said that the lieutenant did not want to do it himself. But the man was interested in something else. Gao today had demonstrated a breakthrough to the 4th step. Why did he show strength no greater than a skamiso? Gao said that until now, he was supposed to be shy and modest as befits a hero, but now everything will change. Everyone else was silent. When people heard that Gao hoped to be safe in the capital, they immediately laughed. Well, of course, to dream beyond such a Brad, no one had heard for a long time. The lieutenant leaned against the boy and put a hand on his shoulder. He is right. When Gao goes to the capital, he will have a big test waiting for him. Eventually, everyone dispersed. The lieutenant only waved goodbye with a wave of his hand. Enough of this nonsense. The major and the doctor want to see Gao. The man turned around and somehow smiled mysteriously. It was Dr. Lan from the Union Institute of Scientific Experiments, which directly refers to Gao. The guy quickly realized that nothing good would come out of it and shook his head. No, he will not go there. Don't even talk him into it. But these excuses did not work. And in a few minutes, Gao was already standing in front of the door of the Institute of Experimental Research, goosebumps running down his back. When the doors opened, the major and the doctor stood before them. The 2 girls were strikingly alike, as if they were sisters. Not a second later, the unfortunate Gao was strapped into the chair with strong straps, and the doctor began to examine his entire body centimeter by centimeter. The kid turned around and looked for support, and next to him he saw only the major girl telling the doctor to start the research right away. He saved that girl from an angel. destroyed an elf, and this is the kind of gratitude that makes him a guinea pig. Despite the fact that the major didn't want to hear it, the guy continued to list his merits. Isn't it enough to just let him go? He made a serious face and said that he wanted the reward to contribute to the union's goal of a decent life for every young person. He shook his head. Gao was human, of course, but he wouldn't be so upset if his head was removed or spanked. But don't make him a test subject. It seems that the doctor did not want to listen to him, and the woman from somewhere pulled out a large syringe with a long needle and asked if he said everything. The major laughed. It seemed to bring her genuine pleasure. She said it was just to collect blood, so don't worry about it. And the doctor, just what the woman needed. The woman took out a huge chainsaw and with a madman's smile, started to approach the unfortunate guinea pig. Next to the door to the lab, another girl passed by and heard that some poor guy was being forced to pull down his pants. There was no face on the unfortunate fellow. Luckily, it turned out to be only a collection of blood no more, but what a sacrifice it was to him. In any case, Gao needed to get out of here as soon as possible. The blood test shouldn't tell the system anything right or wrong. Lan holding the vial of blood and looking at it through her huge glasses, the woman was extremely interested in which interesting specimen. After a few seconds, the doctor's face lit up. Yes, this guy's blood contains a special material. It is highly charged and active. The major even suggested it was an alien race or something, but the doctor denied it can't be. He's just a normal human being, just special. With a heavy sigh, Shen was glad that this guy wasn't an alien after all, and ordered him to give him 50,000 as a reward. The girl ordered to give him a walkie-talkie, and her own number if anything happens. Let Gao immediately inform her first. Hearing that the service charge was exactly half of the lieutenant who was on the other side, just was insurmountable. In the end, Gao was released. His mother was already waiting for him at home. On the table was a lot of delicious food. Guy came back just in time. The boy wondered if his mom wasn't going to ask about the exam results, but the woman replied that she knew everything perfectly well and wouldn't blame him. But despite all this, Gao said that he actually passed with flying colors, and they could soon leave the area and move away. Gao had already started dreaming about how they would buy a big house in the capital city and live a luxurious life, but suddenly the woman interrupted him. Mom took her head and said that today she is very tired, so she will not eat. Let the son take care of himself. By the way, the woman said she bought a bottle of good wine on her way home and pulled it out of a nearby cabinet. She presented it to the boy and said it was some sort of gift from his mom to honor him for doing a good job. She said she was very happy for him and opened the door, but still something was wrong. The woman looked too tired. Gao looked at her with an uninterrupted gaze. He did not understand why his mother was behaving like that. He thought she was upset about something. Suddenly, in front of the kid's face appeared a virtual assistant robot flying around him and apparently wanted to say something. Gao looked closely. And here is actually a new mission assistant announced that the guy now need to achieve 3 intermediate titles in a short time. When he saw that he was rewarded with another chest, Gao dismissed all doubts. But this is a gold mine. He must do everything. At this rate, he'll soon be able to observe his surroundings, increasing his mental power, which is already at an extreme level. After Gao heard that he needed to become an energy warrior to do so, he took it head-on. Easy to say, oh, hard to do. It is far away. After a hearty dinner, the guy went to the local library to study everything about energy warriors, but still this task was beyond his reach. But suddenly an interesting thought crossed his mind. Wait a minute, he has the number of the major. You can call her and ask her what to do in such a situation. A small piece of paper immediately appeared from his pocket with Shen's picture on it and the digits of a number. Here was a saving hand out of nowhere. A few hours ago, Gao was already standing on the stage. Next to him was the lieutenant who was handing him the scholarship money allocated by the academy. Everyone around began to whisper that it was indeed a huge sum, but the guy himself realized that it was not a scholarship, but a reward. Following that, the lieutenant handed the guy a business card with the major's number on it and told him to call here if anything happened or if he needed anything. The last little pause with a smile on his face, the man added that for the service fee of 50,000, it sounded like mockery. After saying this, Gao instantly blushed. What other service from a major sounds this as ambiguous as possible? And now, sitting in his house, he was thinking maybe the guy really needs service, but what does that mean? At the end, he ventured a difficult amount of money big, but it seems Gao really needed special help. Yes. Or the lieutenant is unlikely to be up to something. As soon as Gao called the number listed, the voice of Major Shi asked why he was calling so late. What was wrong? The girl lay on her bed dressed in a rabbit costume and asked what Gao would like to serve on the table today. They have everything here. It was only now that the student realized that this was indeed a service number. The lieutenant was an old rascal after all, and knew what he wanted. At the other end, someone turned on the speakerphone, and it was at that moment that Gao guessed who it was the major was talking to. The girl in lingerie was choosing what to wear today. She wondered if Gao had chosen what favor she wanted to receive. In a shaky but loud voice, the guy shouted that he wanted full service, and it was as if everything inside him had turned upside down. Shen smiled and asked if he really wanted a full service, it would cost the same amount more. but Gao instantly agreed. The girl said that the car will pick up the client within half an hour, but he will not be able to return for a while. Let him talk to his family. Gao hung up the phone and began to ponder. A deal for that amount of money. It's pretty serious apparently. The major really isn't cheating him. Eventually, a black car slowed down at a military base, and a man got out and took a few timid steps. Gao was on the spot. Behind the wheel sat none other than a lieutenant guy. Surprised is that a military base, but Chen asked, and where he thinks the hotel is located. The man offered to go along with him. The major is already waiting for them inside. They must hurry up. Can't keep the lady waiting. As soon as the two men stepped inside, there appeared to be a gymnasium. There were heard blows and heavy breathing. Major was practicing her punches. She turned her sweating face toward the new arrivals and asked cheerfully. They had already arrived. The girl looked beautiful. At the sight of such beauty, both the lieutenant and Gao agreed that in such a case it wouldn't hurt to have full service. They were willing to do anything. Then there was another scream from the girl and a heavy thud as the major hit the pair with such force that it flew into the wall. After this, Gao did not know what to say to him. His jaw just dropped. This girl is a monster. How can anyone be so strong? Continuing to wipe herself, Shen said that now they could talk about service. The girl looked very calm despite the setting. When the lieutenant handed the money to Major, Gao cried with grief. All his money had gone in one payment. Tears were pouring down his cheeks. Before he can begin his service, he needs money, and Major took it all from him, but the girl only smirked. Gao finally calmed down and asked in a friendlier manner if she could help him get closer to the energy warrior. After this question, a piece of paper immediately flew into the guy's face. Shen replied not to worry. When she takes money for a job, she does it. Now the girl was already in a bath towel and said that while she was going to take a shower, let the client familiarize herself with the terms of the contract. On the very first sheet of the contract was the fateful phrase, selling himself. Gao, at this point, felt that he was in bondage. Frowning, the guy wondered if this girl was even thinking of hiding after all. You can't show your anger so directly. This place was full of terrible conditions. Worse, Gao saw his price of 2 million allied coins. It was very cruel after all. In the end, he lost patience and threw the contract on the ground, saying that he was not going to sign it. Is barbaric. How can you even do this? But Major came out of the shower and said that full service was provided, so no refunds. But after such insolence, Gao got even more angry. He just entered the house. How he even had time to be served? What a lie. But Major moved closer to him and gently said she had given him a chance to stay in the room with the young girl in the shower, and who was to blame him that he didn't take it. Gao slowly boiled. The guy tried to calm himself down somehow and said that there was no need to be rude. It's just a girl. In a calm voice, Major said he doesn't want to sign the contract, so why should a girl pay such a sum of money for him to help become an energy warrior? Shen said that the principal of the school where Gao studies named the full amount, and she took over that the guy is now seeing. The major began to explain the power of the energy warrior is the source. It refers to the origin of everything in the world, including space-time and matter. To become a full-fledged energy warrior, you need to create in your body a core of energy that will nourish the power of the owner. So the price of the energy material absorbed during the breach is 500,000, and the guy had 4 of them. In addition, the higher the hidden talent, the more energy required. Gao was bombarded with a lot of information in an instant and couldn't think straight. On unbendable legs, he stood up and asked if his unearthly beauty would work as payment. And besides, he did save my life, but the girl said she could hunt him down and then save him. Wouldn't that even the odds? All right, she's very cunning. The guy gave me a thumbs up. They have this operation, but the major wouldn't listen. It was already the height of insolence. Gao scattered the contract all over the room. He could sell his soul or loyalty, but a body is never allowed. When Gao saw it wasn't working, he started looking for other options. This girl's not easy to break. Maybe her IQ is the same as Gao's. She looked completely calm, as if she was completely confident that the guy would give in to her and still sign the contract no matter what. A smile appeared on the boy's face. Okay, if she wants to play this game, let her, so in this can be played by 2. Gao started laughing, either out of joy or out of joy. His laughter grew louder and louder and grew into a hysterical laughter. Major looked at him with surprised eyes. Well, what is it that he decided to sign the contract after all and accept the terms? Clutching his face, the guy began to ask how on earth a strong man could ever give up, and he certainly doesn't consider himself a weakling. Looking through his fingers at his interlocutor, Gao said that since she was so confident, he wanted to see how strong he could become when he became an energy warrior. After all, he'd made the major a loser twice before he broke through with the human limit, didn't he? The major quickly realized where this was going and turned red with rage at this upstart who thinks he can beat her. With a wave of his hand, Gao said, sure, he is weaker than the major now, but when he becomes an energy warrior, who knows what might happen. In the end, the girl couldn't stand it any longer and she kicked with such force that the table next to her shattered. The desired effect was achieved. Gao smiled as the shards flew right next to his face at the guy was completely calm. After such insolence, the girl could no longer sit still, and her voice changed. Major decided to remind her that her strength is basically the same. Gao naturally wasn't even going to give up. He pointed a finger at himself and said that he too had a bit of spiritual power, so don't let him be deceived. Hearing that this guy thinks he's the future god of battle, Shen frowned. What does he think he is? Does he think he's universal? An energy shield began to form around the girl. It filled almost the entire room. The air was beginning to become viscous from the tension. Now she finally realized that this man did have psychic abilities she had sensed in the underground complex. Gao smiled. She of course did not confirm it, but the guy already could long ago control his mental energy. He is the truest genius. Eventually tired of it, the major walked past the boy and said she was giving him a chance. If in 3 years nothing comes out, she will destroy him. With a smile on his face and a cheeky voice, Gao asked what would happen if he could still defeat her. What was the reward? After a few seconds, the girl blushed like a tomato and said that if he won, she swore that she would give him full intimate service. For a second, Gao hovered. He felt strange what she had just said. Is this girl not joking and seriously? But after a second, his face changed and the guy started smiling. Well, that sounds like a good option. We should try. The next day, the major was standing on the training ground and she was ready to fight. A few other people stood around and watched. The girl was apparently very angry and swung her arm. She shouted and prepared to strike. The atmosphere was growing. A cracking sound was heard, and the impact force measuring apparatus was finally broken and turned to rubble. The result was startling. 2 men standing nearby opened their mouths in surprise. The major had broken through the human barrier. But the girl didn't seem to care much. She wanted to see how strong Gao would become. Let him try to defeat her in 3 years. When their meeting was over, the guy was already waiting for the lieutenant. He said that the major had promised to pay all materials for the breakout, and that he did. Throwing his hands behind his head, Gao simply replied, taking possession of it. Then the lieutenant seemed to have a heart attack as if it was possible. The guy thought to himself that if he could say that he had just pissed the girl off and almost brought her to tears, it would be wrong. The lieutenant turned to him and said that he had to remind Gao of something. After all, he is perfectly aware of what is the identity of Major after all. The man approached him and said, Major, this is not just a military rank. The deputy commanders-in-chief are also called Shen. The guy understands or not. And then the lieutenant was almost speechless. If Gao knows about everything, he at least has an idea of what he's gotten himself into. Gao, who hadn't realized what was going on until now, grabbed his head and finally realized what she had gotten herself into and what would happen to him. Waving his hands, the crying guy said he was just kidding. The understanding lieutenant nodded and covered his ears. He didn't hear or see anything. In the study room, Gao was already waiting for the doctor. The girl clapped her hands and said happily that she was happy to see him again. A lieutenant stood next to the guy and said that it was the major's order to make this guy an energy warrior, so you have to be careful. A few minutes later, Gao was already dressed in a special suit and standing fully prepared for the new procedures. The doctoress stood a few steps away and smiled. She was in anticipation and told the guy to go into the closed capsule. Nearby was a strange device, a closed-looking capsule for modeling an energy field. The subject was already lying inside, and Lan was explaining that no sound could penetrate this capsule, so all you had to do was stay asleep. Moreover, she said that since the subject's strength was several times the human limit, it could last for more than a month. The capsule had already started to close. Gao looked at it fearfully. What does a month mean? He has to be stuck in this thing for a month. This is unthinkable. Gao shouted that he had not yet filled out the enrollment document. Let the captain or someone come to his aid. This is barbaric. The lieutenant was getting worried. There was something wrong with this guy. Maybe we should open the capsule. But the doctor replied that it's normal. Gao can't observe the outside world while in the capsule, and people start to panic in enclosed spaces. But suddenly the mechanism began to make a crackling sound and was covered in energy bursts. The lieutenant jumped back and yelped in fright. Seeing the military doctor's excitement, she said that everything was normal and nothing critical was going on, and that there was no need to worry. She would take care of everything. The rest of the doctors also began to worry. The absorption rate is increasing, and the energy supply just can't keep up. It's being pushed past all the limits. With a smile on her face and flushed cheeks, the professor was indeed surprised too quickly absorbed energy needs to be added. She exclaimed that it was necessary to increase the infusion of energy material 12 times, if the experiment was to be serious. But one of the employees was indignant that the boy's body may not be able to withstand such a load, but the woman did not listen to him. Upon hearing these words, the professor asked in a snide voice, did they doubt her abilities, to which she immediately received a negative answer. There's nothing to do but increase the power, and the researchers started turning the levers, and there was a rumbling sound everywhere. The lieutenant came with a report to the major and reported that the subject was absorbing energy too fast and needed to increase the volume. The girl sat with her head resting on her hand and thought, if this kid is that strong, it's already serious, and how much she had. But a smile touched her lips. No, she's stronger after all. She's had 20 times. There's no way some kid is stronger than a serviceman. Raising her hand, she said there was nothing wrong with it. Let her consume. As much as she needs, she'll pay for everything. The lieutenant was surprised. It was only then that the man realized that it seems his hunch was correct, that these two are actually in some kind of relationship that is strange. Besides, Major said to call a car, and now they will go to visit Gao's mother, and a few people should guard the woman, only not to interfere. After that, the lieutenant's jaw dropped. The man did not expect such decisive action. She is already establishing a relationship with the mother of her soulmate. Opening the door, Shu looked surprised at the arrivals. Woman did not understand where the guests on her doorstep for a long time here. Certainly no one has not come here. On the doorstep stood the major, but not dressed in her uniform. She was dressed in plain clothes, and next to her was a man in a jacket. It was a lieutenant. The girl politely introduced herself and said she was a friend of her son's and came to check on the woman and brought gifts. A minute later, they were sitting at the table, and Major was saying that she had come to fill out a questionnaire because the guy wasn't here. After the girl said that she wanted to engage Gao to work at the military school, then the lieutenant choked and coughed. How is this even understood? Madness. The woman raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was a military school that cost quite a lot of money. Surprisingly, the major behaved as kindly as possible and even agreed to help the woman with housing if she moved to the capital. Eventually, Shu guessed, what is it about and who is sitting in front of her? Perhaps this girl is a military major. Confirmed her rank. The woman slightly hesitated. It was too quick a decision, though. Tempting, she decided to leave it to the military. The major bowed and said that the woman could do whatever she wanted, but that the major herself would take care of her son. And now the lieutenant has lost his head. The early relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is just beyond words. How is that possible? Eventually finalizing her deal, Major was already sitting in her car and talking to someone on the phone, wondering what she wanted in return. The girl smiled and wanted a couple students in return, but the man who spoke hesitated, as if he wasn't getting anything out of that smile. And now the unfortunate guinea pig Gao was lying in his capsule and was in anabiosis. The guy didn't feel or sense anything. He was in a trance. On the other side of the tube was Major's grandfather. He was asking what on earth she needed in the battered lands. There were never any talented students there. But Major smilingly continued to say that he was wrong, and besides, Grandpa owed her, so let her not bicker and agree at once. The lieutenant looked at his superior with disbelief and asked, with such influence, why would she do such a thing? I understood that if the boy and his mother don't agree, they won't enroll him in school, because that's what the agreement says. The major said in a serious voice that if they don't agree, then no one will be involved, and it's not worth putting pressure on these people. There was silence between them for a second, as the major sat with her arms folded across her chest, while the lieutenant seemed to gather his thoughts. Eventually, the man mustered up the courage to declare that Major was Gao's future fiancé. At least he thought so. The car doors immediately swung open, and the unfortunate man flew out into the roadway at full speed. Major pushed him out. Holding his cheek that burned with fire, the man sat in the driveway and understood nothing. He couldn't believe. If these two had nothing. Half a month later, the major, who had received orders from the military, left the Forgotten Lands with her charges, and the lieutenant was ordered by the major to wait for Gao's awakening. He watched the boy's condition day and night to make sure it didn't happen. After a few more months, Gao still hadn't woken up. The lieutenant was getting worried and kept fidgeting around the capsule. But when the subject, and even now, did not wake up, then the lieutenant passed in sheer terror and just already begged Gao to finally come to his senses. The man then turned to the doctor and asked if she was sure this guy was going to be okay. Lan started screaming with rage again. The others suddenly started to panic. Something started to happen. Gao started to move, and you had to watch his movements every second. One of the scientists reported that his heartbeat and other vital signs were normal, but it looks like he's still absorbing energy. The professor with a worried face shrieked for them to immediately triple the energy, let them not spare any resources. The others clustered around the doctor. If they didn't give him enough, now it could be life-threatening. He's been here almost 2 months, and if he sends a guy out like this, he's going to get fired, and that's at best. In the end, one of the scientists cried out that it was necessary to raise the energy to 40 times, but no more, or the guy would just explode. It was decided to increase the energy by 5 times. The lieutenant shouted for the others to get out of here now, if they wanted to stay alive. But after a second, everything stopped. The rest of the doctors just stared in horror at the capsule that continued to vibrate. Suddenly, something flew out of there and there was a pop. One of the researchers ran and bounced to the side and grouped himself. The whole room was covered with steam. There the others saw a silhouette. It was Gao, alive and well, and besides, he felt fine, even better than before. When he found himself outside, the guy began to turn his head and did not understand whether the cabin in which he was lying just exploded. The first thing he saw was the frightened faces of the research assistants or the lieutenant, who stood as if stumped and said nothing. Turning his head to the side, the subject saw a dismantled capsule with only scrap metal left and was horrified. I immediately thought of how much he would be charged for his use, and how much he had ruined expensive equipment. Crying Gao couldn't stop being scared here. Of course, everything was fine and the capsule was state-of-the-art, but it almost sent him to the other side of the world. A lieutenant appeared from somewhere and in a frightened voice started talking to the guy. The man didn't even know what to say to him at first. However, Lan was very dissatisfied with the horrible quality of the capsule. Even such a simple load couldn't stand. What a bunch of losers. The other researchers were also furious and slowly began to voice their displeasure. Let them get their money back, doctor. Right. Next, the woman turned to the lieutenant and asked what he thought about it. The man had started to stammer so far. His hair literally stood on end, and someone should definitely take responsibility for this whole mess. And it would be bad if it was the lieutenant. The man decided to improvise and said that it was an outrage someone had sent a faulty capsule to the military test site. The plant would be held responsible. Lan looked at him and smiled. This lieutenant definitely understands everything correctly. Well, then this conflict can be settled quickly. Correcting her spectacles, she ordered to immediately write a report on everything and report to higher management. Also let them increase the price. The lieutenant wondered how cunning people among the scientific staff could be. How could one even think like that? He then handed the subject a receipt of 100,000 coins and congratulated the lad on completing his probationary period. Seeing that the major herself filled out the receipt for him, the guy was very much surprised and why such concern. But his eyes literally popped out when Gao saw that he was being sent to the university as an elite warrior. In addition, there was the date 3rd. And what date today? The guy turned to the lieutenant. The man announced that today was the 8th. Gao turned to the lieutenant and looked at him in surprise, but the man still stood opposite the boy with the same stern look. Moreover, the military officer added that if the boy's mother wants to move in together, it can be realized and they will live together in the City of Hope. But the best news for today was that Gao became much stronger. The guy started waving his arms and showing his energy potential. The servicemen knew it was a reverse extraction and was greatly surprised how the guy could extract substances one from the other. Even in their military academy, geniuses like this kid are few and far between. They found a real nugget. One could only guess how powerful the energy core inside this man was. Lieutenant became serious. Holding the small glowing ball of energy in his hands, Gao wondered, this is how to control energy with his own magnetic core. After a second, everything around him began to change. The guy found himself in a strange space. In front of him was a huge core of red color. Keeping a few metal pieces in the air, the guy asked the lieutenant like last time. But in a serious voice, the man said that Gao had not yet broken through and received an official order about what tools. When he activates his core to its fullest, then he will officially enter the first order. The body can be divided into 3 positions: arms, torso, and legs. Trying to hold back laughter, Gao finally realized that the lieutenant was actually a second-order male, again pissed off. With a wave of his hand, the subject said that they should wait until he got at least the first order, then they would fight. Chen said in response to questions that he doesn't have any metallic elements or even phosphorus, so don't even let the guy get his hopes up. It really upset Gao that in their military department and generally have, why is it that if something is missing, they just won't buy the thing? At some point, the lieutenant's head was pierced by the thought, stop. If he doesn't give him anything now, what will happen if in the future this kid becomes a boss? Realizing that the situation might become more complicated in the future, the lieutenant still softened and approached the guy and agreed to help him. The news that it would all be free pleased Gao somehow too quickly. The lieutenant changed his intentions for that to mean anything. But it's better than nothing. Leaning on the lieutenant, the guy said the man was a good man. Back home, Gao did not understand anything. On his face was clearly frightened and confused. He did not understand why his mother did not want to agree to these conditions. The guy sat across from the bed. Shu was sitting on next to was the lieutenant, folding his arms across his chest. The man waited patiently. After a brief pause, the woman asked for the opportunity to speak to her son privately. Chen immediately agreed and rose to his feet. Finally, the woman said that the guards had better be removed. She no longer needed protection, and then she would go to the town of Hope. The lieutenant nodded. Eventually, when they were alone, his mother said she would go with him only in return for 3 conditions. First, the woman put her index finger up. She will find her own apartment and decide where she wants to live. All this was because she does not want to interfere with his studies. And secondly, he will be able to visit her only during vacations, and even on weekends the entrance will be forbidden. Well, that was the edge. Gao wondered why he couldn't see his mother in peace. The woman suppressed his displeasure. Okay, with that sorted out. And what's the third? She showed 3 fingers and wanted to start saying her terms, but suddenly stopped. For some reason, she didn't want to talk about it, and said it would just be 2 terms and that was the end of it. When their brief conversation was over, the mother said to wait a bit. She would go pack her things and headed for the exit. When he looked to the side, he saw a cat sleeping on a small bed. This fool is still here. Well, it's for the best. Walking up to his pet, Gao asked if the cat wanted to go along with them. The animal woke up and looked at its master in surprise. Finally awake, the cat reached out and said the guy would drive himself, and the animal would find them in a couple days on his own. Then Fluffy laid back down on the soft pillow and snored. Okay, then they would see each other in a couple days. Coming out of his room, Gao saw that his mother had already packed. The woman said that she was fully prepared and could leave. Seeing that his mother had only one bag in her hands, the boy wondered why she had so few things. Shu replied that there were only the essentials. Then a look of surprise flashed across her face and she asked where the cat had gone. The cat was not in the room, and the woman sighed heavily, saying that the cat seemed to love the Forgotten Lands and did not want to leave them. Eventually, they arrived at the airport. A huge airplane was already standing on the runway and preparing to depart for distant lands. The cabin was noisy with quite a few passengers. Xiao and her mother sat in their seats and waited anxiously for the flight to depart. Suddenly, all around everything changed. A system notification appeared with the words, "Introduction to the game," and a start button. Where did you come from, chest? And congratulations now, master. Can start evolving his skills. Does he want to start that right now? It was something unusual and the guy immediately freaked out. He wants the pill like before. Gao doesn't even know how to use the thing. So what should he do? But now everything had changed, and Gao stood in front of the many tabs and tried to study the information from the system in some way. His expression changed when the guy saw that he had to pay twice as much for late payment for the eye peelings. He pondered perhaps he should have chosen evolution to save a larger amount of allied currency, but saving money wasn't the most important thing right now. His face changed and became more confident. The main thing now is to increase his own chance of survival, otherwise it will be hard. Again appeared system window. There was a new mission with 100% getting a rare chest, but nothing else, no information. Without seeing any explanations, the guy was very upset with this system. It would be hard to survive, but at least there was nothing to do. Although it was a safe option, he wondered just how much the number of attributes would increase if he went to the intermediate level. As soon as he pressed the button, a new skill appeared. He called 300 children's songs. In front of his face was an icon with a joyful little man. For himself, Gao thought, this is that to transform from a middle school student to a child. How do you even understand reverse evolution or what? But looking at the next system notification, the guy was stunned and did not know what to say. Bonuses were too overwhelming. Tears from his eyes flowed by themselves, songs such that even ashamed to open his mouth, he could hardly refrain from screaming. Sitting with his mother, the boy twitched and almost flew out of his chair. The woman sitting next to him looked at him in surprise. A lieutenant sat next to me and in a stern voice advised me to sit up straight so that nothing would happen. The plane was already taking off. With a loud roar of engines, the huge flying machine rose into the sky, and after crossing its boundary, it burst out of the clouds. Stunned, Gao leaned against the porthole and saw the whole city far below, the same place where he lived. Now it is clear why these lands are called Forgotten Lands. There were very few houses, only occasional lamplights. Today is the day Gao officially leaves the Forgotten Lands. He leaned against the porthole. There was some strange feeling of unease in his soul. Not far from them sat 3 students. They were guys about Gao's age, and they were chatting cheerfully, their voices audible throughout the cabin. Seeing the newcomers nearby, one of those seated turned to the lieutenant with the words, "Why not introduce the newcomer?" But the lieutenant said it was not just any student. The unfamiliar guy kept teasing. He turned to Gao and asked if he had learned martial arts or not, so they would teach him now. Thinking about it, Gao said he didn't do that but could sing well if they wanted to listen. Hearing an affirmative answer, Gao coughed and prepared to show everyone his vocal data, at the same time to test the new skill. But the lieutenant didn't understand anything. He just looked at the guy with surprised eyes at what he was going to do. But no sooner had the man finished his thought than he heard a song so poignant and unusual that tears came to the student's eyes. The mother sat next to her and smiled quietly with her eyes closed. She was proud of her son all the time. So he also sings. The other students were begging the lieutenant to finally shut this guy up. It's impossible to listen to him. You want to jump out of the plane. But seeing that Gao wasn't even going to stop, they agreed to see how long this kid could sing for. As he continued to chant at the top of his voice, Gao noticed that his hand was beginning to fill with magnetic energy. Eventually, after a couple hours, the guy did run out of steam and was breathing heavily, staring in front of him after all. Singing isn't easy. After such a performance, all the students immediately ran to him and started offering him drinks or food or to learn martial arts. A smile appeared on his face and he thanked all the others, but there are still good people on Earth, so not all is lost. The other students sighed with a heavy sigh in their chests. They really hoped this guy wouldn't sing again for the rest of the flight. Seated next to Lieutenant Gao prepared. They will soon be seated. The serviceman wanted to make a brief introduction about the city. First of all, this place is divided into 4 zones on the sides of the world. The total area of the territory is 1.5 times the size of China. The eastern capital where they will now land is the economic and military center of the eastern region where manufacturing facilities are concentrated. With a thumbs up, the military man added the last. What should be mentioned is the military academy. The 4 best of them are called the Big Four. Then, the lieutenant added, of course, the strength index is not the main index everyone specializes in. Their Dongdu is undoubtedly one of the best. Finally, they arrived as soon as the guy got off the airplane. Then his eyes immediately opened to the full, It was magnificent. The city was all lit up with lights and there was not a single dark place. As if it were daytime, cars were running everywhere and voices were heard. Quickly, coming to his senses after the shock, Gao waved his hand and said that the City of Hope has finally waited for its genius. He is here. In the night darkness, an indistinct silhouette was visible and many more cats. A ringing voice said the second plane was their target. A girl showed up who looked strangely like a white cat, even had a little whisker. She called herself the Queen of Cats. After her order, the rest of the feline army moved forward with a loud meow. Their soft paws pounded the pavement. The movers working at the airport at night were very surprised when they saw dozens of cats flying at them. The same cat-like girl found herself behind the back of one of the workers. Even though her mother said that you can't hurt people, you can make an exception. Feeling the energy force behind his back, the unfortunate airport worker turned a frightened look around. The cat girl smiled and said that if you probably just stun the person, no big problem. Tang Tang was a girl with pink hair. She jumped out of the flying car and headed forward with a belligerent stride. An old man appeared behind her back and said that there was no need to chop from the shoulder, but the girl waved it off and moved forward. She didn't like to be lectured. Tang looked at the departing car with serious eyes. She was waiting to meet her enemy and couldn't wait. Swinging her leg, the girl fighter hit the approaching car with all her might, so that it was flattened like a tin can. With a belligerent look at the passengers, Tang asked, "Are these the ones who want to destroy her?" A frightened Gao jumped out of the car and didn't understand where this girl had come from. His nose was broken. Tang jumped up to him and asked if he was the genius everyone was talking about if he'd heard her name, but the guy didn't even know her. From somewhere, this same grandfather appeared and ordered the girl to stop fooling around. This, by the way, is a serious mission. Tang only snorted. Turning away from the strange stranger, the girl said that he was just lucky next time she would not leave him a wet spot. Gao in a dissatisfied voice that there are so many strange students in this military academy. The lieutenant asked him not to start. Eventually, these two met again in the logistics department and immediately stared at each other again, that annoying wench. Finally losing her composure, Gang began waving her golden rod and prepared to flatten this kid. Ignoring the frantic girl, Gao took a few steps closer to the front desk and said he would have to reinforce the defense forces. Turning across the back, the guy ironically asked, "She that also enters going 18 years have." A little embarrassed, Tang blushed and said that she was just a well-preserved woman who should take care of her appearance. She was a goddess after all. After hearing about the special enrollment, the guy immediately showed the necessary sheet of paper, and then Tang choked and almost bit off her tongue. Tang looked at the enrollment sheet with surprised eyes. It seems they were accepted here, even based on beauty. The young goddess demanded to be enrolled as soon as possible and to name her merit points. The teacher replied that she had 856 points. Holding a large braid behind her back, the girl began to feel proud of herself, not badly. Let's just try to outrun her. Gao saw his merit points and asked, "Why is it that this wench has less? Does she violate the military regulations?" "You can to do that." He only looked at the departing girl who slammed the door goodbye and seemed to want to fight him. Then the guy asked the teacher, "Where is his dormitory?" The girl replied that let him go after this student, they live together. After that, Gao's jaw dropped open and he couldn't believe that he was going to live together with this crazy woman. But there was nothing to do and had to drag behind this madwoman. Tang walked at a fast pace, and Gao just followed her at her heels. Finally, the girl stopped and angrily asked, why does he follow her? Let him not even come closer than a dozen meters. Then she turned away and started muttering something to herself. The annoying guy still didn't want to keep up. At the end, she softened and turned around and asked if he was a super energy fighter. Then did he have anything other than singing? Gao asked singing counted. Tang replied that all the kids knew the song, so Gao decided to sing it immediately. It was another good opportunity to test his skill. Eventually, they came to the dormitory once the guys were in the right place. Gao opened his mouth again from the surprise. He didn't stop wondering for a second. The student dormitory looked like a real 5-star hotel, not at all like the place he had lived before. But even with this stunning view, Tang remained dissatisfied. She thought that the academy was very stingy. Why would they live in such a stable? After that, the girl immediately offered her new acquaintance to join her team of reapers since they were already living together. Putting her hand to her chest, she started to talk about her team and says that she is the best in this academy and will soon become great. When they entered their room, Tang was immediately transformed. She was wearing her home clothes and holding a huge bear in her hands. Gao found himself in his room and began to think, since he had just entered the academy, he knew little about it. In addition to regular fighters of the first rank, the academy also trains artificial technologists who specialize in the development of immortality. And only now the guy realized that this weapon used by the major or the lieutenant was prepared in advance, and he thought they were making it out of thin air. Holding the metal gauntlet in his hands, Gao pondered in a real battle the time would not be much, so creating a weapon was not an option. He created a ball of magical energy in his hand again overnight. Must try to magnetize his entire hand. While Crazy Tang slept in her room along with her teddy bear, Gao kept singing his song. The next day, they both met with the rest of the students. Gao noticed that the girl was very energetic today, didn't sleep well. Looking at his hands, the chosen student thought that these children's songs were very effective since all his hands were now magnetized. The rest of the students, however, were extremely unhappy. The singing of this madman had prevented them from sleeping all night, and now they looked like zombies. But even despite all this, Gao was completely calm. These students would never guess who sang last night, let them not even try. From somewhere appeared that annoying assistant, which the guy had already forgotten about, and announced the beginning of the mission. Seeing that he had to sing this childish song for half a minute, Gao realized that he would be the end of these students just to destroy him. But there was no other way out. Behind his back, the silhouettes of angry students were already appearing. A teacher appeared on the podium. It was Gu Yi from the logistics department. He said that all soldiers must strictly follow the regulations. Gao stood in the front row and listened intently to the man who kept shouting about strengthening his muscles and body. The guy himself realized that they were just kids, but at the very least teenagers, and they already wanted to make fighting machines out of them. It was getting less and less time until the end of the assignment, and something had to be done. With 5 seconds left, Gao realized that if he started shouting his songs now, he would simply be destroyed by the angry students. The teacher continued to talk about the incoming students and the rules of the academy without even noticing what was going on here. Among the outstanding students was a guy named Kong. He was in the middle of his second breakthrough and was a hopeful student. Feng was a girl of 18 years old, was at the beginning of the second breakthrough stage during the entrance exam. The next one from Trinity was Lin Guy with long bangs and white hair at the beginning stage of the second breakthrough. The teacher wanted to say something else, but suddenly fell silent and stopped half a word before he could finish the sentence. A faint voice came from somewhere in the crowd and Gao started singing after all. There were only a few seconds left until the end of the task. The entire teaching staff became numb for a second. Silence reigned, and only faint singing could be heard. Teacher Gu was going on a rampage. Which student dared to start singing at such a crucial moment? It wasn't hard to guess that it was Gao. The guy was standing in the middle of the crowd that was already looking at him and gaining momentum. Eventually, the students recognized the voice and realized it was the same kid who had been singing about the little frog all the previous night. There were whispers in the crowd. People were already beginning to guess who had woken them up. Gao shakily continued to sing. Upon contacting the dean, one of the educators said that he had heard that Yudu was responsible for recruiting students this year. Meanwhile, Gu asked in an enraged voice what the name of the person singing. Meanwhile, the guy continued to sing unabashedly. From the crowd came a voice that said that it was a special student, and his name was Gao Neng. The teacher paused for a second. The others, including the dean, also began to look at the special quota introduced by the headmaster recently. Mr. Dean was cursing his granddaughter in his mind, and it was that most genius student she was always going on about. The man coughed, but this is a high-energy fighter and his character is quite complex and nasty. A man named Gui was furious. He wanted to destroy this tomboy for trying to disrupt such an important event. An educator from the logistics faculty went to the dean and said he'd never seen such an outrageous student before, and something should be done about him. But the dean himself realized that this was out of bounds. His granddaughter had put him in a very uncomfortable position. In the end, the teacher couldn't stand it and shouted that if the student wanted to listen to the song, let him listen to it, but he didn't have to sing at the top of his lungs. The rest of the bunch of students were also starting to get furious. This underdog was singing louder and louder, and his voice was getting more and more annoying. They all rushed at one poor Gao and wanted to crush him like a bug for all the humiliation he had caused them. But to everyone's surprise, the new student didn't pay any attention to the angry crowd of students at all, and just continued to sing cheerfully. But one of the educators with big glasses noticed the guy's hand. He just made 3 breakthroughs at the same time. Even the dean slowed down a bit and said, "It's pretty interesting, worth looking at this student." The assistant dean was pleased. Of course, the character of this boy is not so good, but his strength is impressive. One of the students who wanted to attack annoying Gao was immediately hit hard and fell to the ground in a somersault, and the celebrant himself continued to sing as if nothing had happened, not even paying attention to the fact that the crowd continued to riot. A little chilled after seeing this strange newcomer massacre one of them. Even despite all this, he's strong. But worst of all, a Tang girl appeared from the crowd and shouted, "Why don't they attack together? He is the only one together. They can defeat him." And immediately after these words, the students rushed towards the unfortunate Gao altogether, wanting to close his mouth at least somehow until the guy didn't move. But not a second later, the annoying student literally vanished from under the noses of the attackers, leaving them to themselves. The students huddled together and received several blows. Suddenly, a friend heard startled shrieks. One of the students noticed that this guy was already behind his back and grew cold with fear. Gao was already preparing to attack the victim. In the end, the unfortunate student found himself without pants and screamed with rage. This kid is completely out of his mind. But this was completely unforgivable, and the student took a pill out of his pocket and challenged Gao to a duel. He had to defend his honor. But no sooner had he taken a couple of steps than Gao swung his leg and knocked the pill out of his hands with a slap. Then the most unforeseeable thing happened as Gao swung and hit the unfortunate student right between the legs of the unfortunate student. Grasping the sore spot with foaming at the mouth, the unfortunate student fell to the ground and began cursing his hated opponent. Crunching his knuckles, Gao in a calm step began to approach the offenders since they are attacking him all together. Should the guy fight them fairly? The dean was watching from the sidelines and he recognized that this kid was still pretty good at attacking. Approaching Gu, the assistant dean asked, "Can a man do something to make this student show his strength to the full?" The teacher thought. Eventually, the man realized what was required of him and, calling the students a bunch of garbage, asked, "Can't they handle one student?" The angry crowd was even more enraged, and they had already decided that they were going to smash this annoying student all over the field. Loli stood behind the guy and said that if he joined her team, he might get help. Continue again. Gao didn't pay attention to her, but simply opened one of the amplifying pills, and energy immediately poured out from there. The guy's body immediately began to transform beyond recognition. It was covered in energy and began to transform. His hand turned into a metal weapon. Gao felt an incredible surge of strength. Now he will show what he can do in front of everyone. One of the educators said it's iron and phosphorus, but still not enough to stand up to a whole crowd. The students were already determined to destroy the annoying newcomer, but Gao was firmly convinced that he would defeat them and was already preparing to attack. Suddenly there was a rumble and the ground shook from a powerful explosion. The rest of the students flew apart. After the smoke cleared, half of the students were passed out and the other half were picking their teeth. Suddenly a muscular man with a mohawk appeared from the crowd and told everyone to stand back. "They are no match for this kid. If they want to live, let them run away." The man walked a couple steps and approached Gao. The others all parted to form a circle around the two duelists. The man with the mohawk arrogantly said that this guy picked the wrong place to fight. Now he will go to the other world and won't even realize it in time. But not even a couple of seconds passed as this upstart was already lying on the ground, completely beaten, and his armor was broken. The top three students began to look amongst themselves with startled looks. They themselves did not expect this from this newcomer. Teacher Gu gestured for the three of them to destroy this kid, or at least show them what they could do. The top three freshmen moved forward. They felt their strength and thought they could easily handle him. Lin advised his girlfriend to be careful. "This kid is very sneaky, can pull down his pants and not even notice." Kong cracked his knuckles and said that it was nonsense. If he couldn't beat even a freshman, then he didn't deserve the first place. The guy transformed his entire body covered in hard metallic armor. He was determined to show what he could do. Assistant Dean watched this and was greatly surprised. This student has unlimited potential, so skillfully handles metal. Without a second thought, he armed himself with sharp blades instead of fingers and moved forward at the hated enemy. And so two guys clashed in a battle. There was a rumble and an unimaginable wind that lifted the ground into the air. After such a heavy blow, both opponents flew away from each other with great speed and tried to regroup. The other students opened their mouths in surprise. These two were on equal footing, even though their ranks were completely different. Taking a huge leap upwards, Gao headed towards his opponent and swung his fists. Now he would smash him. A creak of metal was heard at the last moment. Kong closed his hand and his opponent hit straight into his metal glove. After seeing such an amazing spectacle, the rest of the teaching staff could not believe their eyes. An ordinary rookie defeated one of the best. The dean himself remembered all the words of his granddaughter. She had praised this guy, and apparently not for nothing such students they have no more than 20. Experienced teachers began to talk over. The deputy did not understand how the headmaster could find such an uncut diamond among the forgotten lands. This kid really needs to be put in his place. Standing in front of the other students, Gao kept singing his silly songs the whole time. Eventually, an idea popped into the deputy's head. Gui exclaimed that whoever defeats this kid would get 200 merit points. The rest of the students came in awe after such as a huge amount that will allow them not to worry about their grades. Naturally, Tang was among the first to want to get these points so that she could become the best student in the stream. Realizing that the situation was escalating, Gao tried to stop them and asked them to let him finally sing the song in peace. But the frantic Loli was not going to listen to him. She rushed to the attack, waving a huge scythe and approaching the guy with swift jumps. A fight broke out between them. Gao maneuvered from their attacks and dodged with incredible speed, all the while continuing to chant. At some point, the guy felt the cold steel. Near his face, a small blade flew literally a millimeter away from him. It turned out that Kong was still alive. The man did not tolerate such treatment and started attacking again. On the other side of Gao flew student Feng, of course. The girl also could not miss such a chance to get even for such a humiliation. Goosebumps ran down the unfortunate man's back, and he couldn't dodge two such targeted attacks. What to do? In the end, Kong's metal fist collided with Gao's leg, and the guy felt an incredible recoil, but still remained in place. Then he pushed away from one of his opponents and flew towards Feng. The girl could not even realize anything as she felt a blow with her head in his chest. Her cheeks instantly flushed red. That's the nerve of that kid to even dare to approach her now she's going to bury him. Lin, who had been silent all this time, asked his friend if she was all right. The guy was starting to slowly boil over with rage. Swinging her two blades, Feng exclaimed that he was still lucky to be handsome. Gao bounced to the side, thinking that it couldn't have been any other way. But on the other hand, the situation was not in his favor. If he survives, he will remain disabled, so cannot go on. Seeing the cost to use the transformation, Gao choked on his tears. The system itself makes him spend money. But there was nothing to do. He used iron transformation. If Gao still wanted to survive, something had to be done. The guy's body began to strengthen. But at the last moment, the student noticed Kong's huge fist coming towards him. A couple more seconds, and the unfortunate student's face would turn into mincemeat. But Gao's speed was incredible, and he made a quick dash forward to break his opponent's armor with literally one blow. In a second, Kong flew up a few meters. The rest of the students were horrified by such a spectacle. The best student among them was defeated. The teaching staff did not even know what to say. Given the strength of this guy, was left to guess what is his true nature. The dean was watching the whole thing, and he had already realized that this strange student definitely had some hidden power that he wasn't showing. Standing a few meters away, the rest of the students went cold with fear of whether they even had any chance of defeating such a monster. Gao looked at his hand and saw that his metal glove had already turned to dust. He combined copper and tin, turning them into another glove. Now they were much stronger than the past. Fang was already approaching him, and the girl shrieked that just because this kid had defeated Kong didn't mean that she would be afraid of him. But in the next second, Gao thrust two gloves forward. The girl's blades began to deform, turning into ordinary shreds. The next second, the unfortunate student felt a powerful fist moving towards her jaw. There were only a few seconds left. Luckily, she managed to dodge. At the last moment, Lin, who was watching this, was horrified. The guy was worried about his friend. Seeing such a horrible sight, Lin rushed to the attack. He had gas pedals on his metal shoes that gave him strength. Gao, of course, understood that this guy wanted to use him to become a savior on a white horse, but he clearly didn't look like a prince. In the next second, the unfortunate Lin felt the strongest blow of something hard in his jaws and immediately said goodbye to his perfect teeth. Now Tang began to be really afraid of the girl, thought that in front of her is a real monster. Without thinking for long, Gao moved straight towards her with wide steps. The last opponent was left, and then he could calm down. Seeing Gao running towards her at breakneck speed, the unhappy lowly covered herself with her hands and began to apologize and admit that she was wrong. The metal glove made contact with the girl's breasts after a few seconds, but stayed in place. Gao stopped and looked at his opponent in surprise. Didn't he hit with all his might? The deputy dean also opened his mouth in surprise. The man couldn't believe how this girl could withstand such a strong blow. The head of the faculty himself had been watching the boy closely all this time. He seemed too arrogant. Gao will be difficult in the future with such a character. The battle would have gone on like this. If there hadn't been a loud voice calling for everyone to stop, Gao was even a little scared. On the ground, with a loud sound, jumped the deputy dean. A man moved forward with incredible speed. Pointing his finger at the student, he ordered Tang to get out of the way. The man said he would handle it himself. Gao has already proven everything. Now let her shut up. With a voice shaking with fear, the guy still continued to sing. He just couldn't stop, or the assignment wouldn't count as a failure. Hearing that his request had gone unanswered, the vice dean was furious. Great. Now the man will teach him a lesson in behavior. He pushed himself off the ground, leaving a large dent there, and began to approach the insolent student with huge leaps. Guy looked simply monstrous. The man had huge muscles and eyes burning with rage. No one dares to defame the honor of the academy. When Gao saw the danger he was in, he waved his hands and said in a trembling voice for the man to stop. He was their last hope, but the deputy didn't even think to listen to him. He roared that it was too late to think about it. The guy had used his last chance. Poor Gao shrank like a frightened kitten from fear, and a titanic fist was flying at him, wanting to smash him. And then he had a crazy idea. Gao was on the verge of shouting that Major Shen is his wife. She promised to come to him for 2 days. Suddenly, everything ended in the end. Gao opened surprised eyes. The guy felt the earth shaking behind him. The impact never reached him. The deputy was a little shocked. He asked how this brat dared to say such nonsense. It was the first time the man had heard such nonsense. The dean himself didn't say a word. The old man just sat and watched. He was thinking about his granddaughter. He had many thoughts in his head now. Guyi, with a trembling voice, he asked again. He heard it, right? This kid just said who his wife was. Sitting on the ground with a trembling voice, Gao continued to say that he was not lying. He and Major have an agreement that in a few years she will become his wife. Naturally, the teachers weren't convinced. They wanted to find out for themselves. Maybe we should call the lieutenant and find out. Taking out his phone, the dean asked what the adjutant could possibly know at all about such things is just silly and absurd. Finally, the old man decided to call his granddaughter from his communicator. Heard the familiar voice of the major girl, asked, "What's up?" On the other end of the phone, Major spoke in an enthusiastic voice about Gao the girl. and really thought he was a great person in every sense. He is awesome. However, the old man was interested in something else. Dean's voice began to tremble. The man was gathering his thoughts. Coughing, the teacher said that he had heard that this Gao had some kind of agreement with him, so the man wanted to know if it was true. Hearing about this very spicy thing, Major began to feel a little embarrassed. Her cheeks blushed, and the girl did not know what to say. Hearing such a reaction, the old man instantly realized everything. So if she is embarrassed, it's all true. It can't be. Eventually, the man found out everything he needed to know, and in a trembling voice replied that it was true. The others just couldn't believe it. All the teachers, including the dean, thought about it, and the main one said, "Let them do whatever they want. They can even beat this guy to teach him a lesson." Hearing his co-workers talk, Gui frowned as they themselves had just said that they needed to teach him a lesson, but now they had changed their minds. The man was afraid if the others found out that he had somehow maimed this student, the next one in the morgue would be the instructor himself. Seeing that Gao was trying to press pity, the man cringed. He was so stingy, he pretended to be beaten, though in one piece. Putting aside unnecessary thoughts, the deputy approached the student and said, "There is school discipline in this place," but for a second the man stopped, putting his hands on the guy's shoulders. The instructor said that the student did well for a second. There was silence everywhere. No one could believe it. Trying to fight off the coming anger, the man said that this freshman served as a good example for the rest of the class. But still, his behavior sticks out from the general collective. Gao suggested making him run 2 laps around the playground as a punishment. But no, the punishment will be different. The deputy said they will deduct 100 benevolence points from his total. That will be his punishment. The grinning new student asked, so what to do with his merit points that he was credited with as victory? Patting the student's head, the deputy said that he didn't even dare to think about it in such a situation. A round lay from the students in the blackout. But the dean jumped out of his seat, said to give this guy his rightful reward, no reason to refuse. Slapping himself in the face, the deputy couldn't believe such a decision. Okay, I'll have to give him a reward and then calculate the punishment. Let it be. Then, to the surprise of everyone present, Gao collapsed to the ground, his body too exhausted after such fights to rest. The next second, the deputy picked up the guy's exhausted body and screamed what was happening to him. Even though his yi had not been touched, Gao was in a pitiful state. His mouth was foaming and he was too tired. His eyes gradually closed. The last thing the unfortunate man saw was the frightened face of the deputy dean, who was trying to bring him to his senses. Then appeared annoying virtual assistant and reported that the task was completed and very successfully the host is rewarded. After a few minutes, the student himself also woke up and began to stare in surprise at the robot flying around him. Looking at the system notifications, the guy was a little upset. He was given several awards, now he had to choose the most useful one. His hand reached for the skill after all. It was better than some useless pill or, worse, some advice. The virtual robot flew to the slot machine and began to play random skill. Well, here we go again. Roulette here. You cannot do everything. Normal? Meanwhile, the deputy was holding the student and trying to find some medic. The guy definitely needed medical attention. 2 academy staffers ran up to the student and said his vitals were normal, just that the guy was severely malnourished. It remains to be seen how Gao will be out and choose a mentor for his group. Dean said it would be decided for him. After looking at his deputy, the dean thought briefly and said that Guy would be his mentor. Ignoring all his refusals, the dean said he remembered perfectly well how the man wanted to destroy the boy, so now he would have a chance to get even. Guy felt cheated by the natural man, couldn't even lay a finger on this student. Now I have to mess around with him too. Gao, completely exhausted, lay on the hospital bed and tried to open his eyes. He spoke very faintly, barely audible. The first thing the unfortunate student saw in front of him was the deputy, and several other students among whom was a frantic Loli. A nervous smile immediately appeared on his face. What are these people doing here? Why did the classmates along with his mentor come to visit him? What a pleasant surprise. The room was full of people. They were extremely concerned about their students' well-being. Deputy Guy coughed. The man apparently wanted to say something. He propped a hand on his cheek and looked at the student. Even despite her mentor's apparent reluctance, Fang said that her father had insisted that it was the vice dean who became her leader. The man stroked his bald head and agreed that he would be able to take care of his old battle buddy's daughter. Kong was next. Saluting like a soldier, the guy said he went to learn from the deputy because their fighting styles were very similar. Next was Tang. The girl said she chose the deputy only because she had to choose. She didn't have any special intentions. The deputy slapped his hand to his face. It seemed this girl's father couldn't control her after all, and sent her to this academy. The next was Lin. The guy was apparently shy and replied in a trembling voice that he just wanted to study in the same group as Feng, and he seemed to have fallen in love. The unhappy student then flew out of the room accompanied by a kick in the ass, as one might enter a military academy for love. Approaching Gao, the enraged Kong said that one day, someday, they would meet again and fight one-on-one. Tang came up to the guy and told him that when he passed out, the principal made this bald man their boss. By the way, the deputy dean was already holding his head. These students did not willingly go to him. They do not care at all. The man then turned to the newly awake Gao and told him to move faster just because he won doesn't mean he has. Hearing about the battle list, the guy even cheered up a bit. Tang saw this and asked he wanted to be at the top of the battle list. In that case, he just needs to join the team. Tang patted his shoulder and had already grabbed the sleeve of his jacket. Making a serious face, the girl said that otherwise it would be too late, and these words felt pity. In the rankings, there can only be 4 in each team to enter the battle list. You need to be in the top 300 best fighters in the capital. Being known in the combat pass guarantees you many privileges, and your studies will become very easy. With a smile on her face, she added that loyalty points were also a kind of currency for purchasing items in the logistics space. For example, Kong is only a sergeant and he doesn't have these privileges at all. Guy head. Visibly, he felt his insignificance. Gao then turned to the vice dean, the man standing some distance away and scrutinizing his newfound students. The man was curious as to how this student had managed to magnetize his hand. Gao replied that he had been doing it along the way. Hearing that the newcomer could only do this with the power of thought, Triple Fang cried out in surprise that this was even possible on the first organ. The deputy raised a finger up and thoughtfully said that even if he could do it by force of thought, it is a huge expenditure of energy and mental capacity. Tang since jumped up to the guy, then she will tell about her core. She is now in the middle of her second awakening and her magnetic core is pale pink. The guy replied that his core is dark red and how they actually differ. The girl did not believe her ears. It is simply impossible. The mentor explained that the color of the core changes depending on the stored energy. The more energy the core absorbed, the stronger the color. Then, hearing about the dark red color of the core, deputy looked at his student. He is indeed a monster and is reaching the 4th level already. Gao wanted to know if he could beat the hunter team to top the list and stand at number 1. Put a hand on the guy's shoulder. The man laughed. Yes, of course he can do it, but it's unlikely he'll succeed now with his skills. The man waved goodbye and went away. Self-confidence is a good thing, but it would be nice to work hard for it. Soon the deputy, along with his brood of students, approached the training room. It was a huge building, an entire center. The training room utilizes magnetic glass technology to simulate any battlefield environment. Stopping by the sign, the students, along with their teacher, bitterly realized that all the rooms were simply occupied now. Approaching Gao, the deputy said that if the guy gets in line now, he'll be allowed in here in about a week. There was nothing to do. The time stretched terribly slowly, and here Gao is already sitting in his room and meditating, accumulating energy. The guy's hands were completely covered in iron. In the end, his magnetization speed finally slowed down and could be calmed down. Looking at his hand, the student wondered. The teacher said it was a huge drain on mental capacity, so doing it alone is not the answer. According to the study, 1,100 points is the equivalent of 4 million coins. The cheapest pill is worth 5 points. Gao continued to ponder. As the saying goes, increasing income. It is good to cut expenses. It's equally important to learn how to save money. Thinking was interrupted by a loud knock on the door. There stood Tang Girl, drummed on the door and wanted to enter. Seems to be manners she has not been taught. Opening the door, the first thing he saw in front of him was a girl, dressed in a Tang frog costume, crying and asking why he wasn't singing today. The thing is, when Gao sings, she falls asleep very quickly, and now I can't close my eyes. It was a great opportunity to learn everything, and the guy asked how best to make money. Tang pulled out a big bill and said she would pay for the singing. It was foolish to refuse such a generous gift, and Gao snatched the money. We'll talk about it later. Well, it's time to sing, the student inquired. Didn't the girl say she wanted to hire a team? Tang perked up. Did he really want to join the ranks of her friends? But that wasn't quite true. With a smile on his face, Gao said that on the contrary, he wanted this girl to join his team. For a second, there was silence between them, broken only by the crickets outside the window, neither of them daring to say a word. In the end, Tang gathered her thoughts. Never she will give away capital. It is excluded, and think about it. Let her forget it. Gao recalled that she incidentally lost in the morning skirmish. Tang began to shout that it was because she hadn't used all her powers. Leaning over, Gao said that within 2 days he would be on the battle list, and then she was going someone else. Tang something didn't have much faith in this one. After a bit of thought, the girl still agreed if they didn't reach the battle list in a couple days, she would leave. The first thing Gao wanted to do was to change the vulgar company name. Tang immediately started protesting. It's a great name. Pondering, Gao put his hand forward with a proud look and said that he would name his team Invincible Team. Tang's eyes began to gradually widen. She opened her mouth wide and as if she wanted to say something. Still unexpectedly mad, Loli agreed. She also liked this name. Gao was a city with herself. Well, naturally. The remaining team members are Kong and Fang. The girl in the suit said she would contact them immediately. Gao asked again about the money. After some thought, Tang replied that they had a mine where they could extract materials and sell them cheaply on the market. It's all about the production department looking for people with a lot of talent. Gao is a real catch for them. The boy bit his fingers. He realized he was perfect for this department. Yes, and he liked it himself. There was a beeping sound, and a robot assistant appeared to announce that the evolution of the system had been completed. Gao looked at the assistant in surprise. While Tang talked to the rest of the team, assuring them to come, Gao rejoiced that the system had finally evolved. As soon as the guy saw the number of development paths that could be chosen, he got a little confused and had to think hard. He didn't like what he saw at all. It's only going to get worse if the system evolves. Can we leave everything where it is? Oh, and by the way, what kind of people usually go to the afterlife the fastest are the greedy ones, of course. Gao wondered if he was greedy. With a heavy sigh, he straightened up. In a world everyone is afraid to part with their lives, and our hero is most afraid of mediocrity, so he will do anything. The robot heralded that its master had chosen the most difficult path of evolution, and it was about to begin. Something changed. Unnoticeably, Gao felt as if he was falling into some black abyss. His body became weightless, and he literally did not feel it. From the outside, it looked like he had lost his mind. Meanwhile, Tang was on the phone with the others and begging them to come here. As soon as Gao saw how many bonuses he received for choosing this path, his jaw dropped. After all, he has intuition for a reason. His eyes immediately lit up. The lust for profit, after all. It was not for nothing that he chose the faculty of production and this very path. Already dreading to imagine what would be in the third attribute, the guy reached out his finger to the system notification and pressed the button. Seeing what awaits him there, the poor unfortunate took to his stomach. He has a uterus and will become a surrogate for this system, or what? For a moment, Gao felt that he was in a strange space outside, only hearing the voices of familiar students. All the guy cared about at that moment was whether or not he could get pregnant. He was a guy, not a girl. When Gao was able to regain consciousness, the first thing he saw was the surprised faces of his friends wondering how this team was going to win. But even despite the obvious distrust from Gao and Tang, were brimming with confidence that they would succeed. After all, they are the best of the best. Feng sure didn't mind joining this team. Just what kind of rookie Captain Kong said that they basically have no choice. The guy leaned over to Tang and asked, if they were going to challenge the list, then maybe they had some sort of plan of action. Taking out a small communicator from her pocket, Loli replied that of course she had information. The opponents were not too strong, and defeating them would not be a problem. Having stayed away all this time, Gao decided to take the opportunity to check out this feature with tasks. Two options popped up in front of him to destroy Group D and choose his own reward. Some other options at least. Already familiar with this system, Gao smiled as he thought that the reward would be steep, because the risk was too great. But after the guy saw the task, he almost fainted. Now he had to destroy absolutely everyone. Everything was going wrong. Clutching his head with crazy eyes, the student begged to cancel everything and bring it back. He doesn't want to study with this new system. From behind, discussions continued. Tang demanded that as deputy commander, she would take the main attacking role. Turning to them in a trembling voice, sweating with fear, Gao asked them to interrupt. He had something important. Still in the same shaky voice, Gao said that he wanted to beat every team he had in a month and what they would say. After a moment's pause, the whole trinity looked at their captain in surprise. If so, it's not funny. They naturally didn't believe it was simply impossible to beat all the high-level players in a month from the list. Gao Yi himself was well aware of this. But what choice did he have? The guy realized he was one step away from going to the other side of the world. With a menacing look, he ran up to the others and said in a growling voice that it was true they needed to beat every single team. Seeing the seriousness of their commander's intentions, the rest of the team was even a little scared. So this is no joke. The first to speak was Feng, who shouted that it was an impossible task and that they would rather lose their lives than do it. But with full confidence in the voice, Gao said he would pay for all challenges. In case of victory, he gets 80%, and in case of losing, nothing. Mad Loli said she's not afraid to fight, only he'll pay for all the battles. If so, the girl agrees. In the end, almost all the team members came to an agreement. Here is only Feng with tears in her eyes ran away from these crazy people, and how did she manage to get to them? Kong, along with his classmate, began stringing together comments about being able to beat all the members of the teams in a month. Gao from fear spit out all the water when he heard that Tang had written to Major about making a team with her future husband. But Gao was even more frightened when he heard the Major say that she doesn't know who her future husband is. With great speed, he approached the mad wench and with one blow, he knocked the communicator out of her hands. Tang didn't even realize anything at first. The guy grabbed the communicator and started talking to the Major. He was telling her not to worry and that everything was fine. Not to worry. Seeing with what impudence this newcomer talks to the Major, all the others did not know what to say, as he only dares to communicate with this girl. After a quick goodbye, Gao hung up the phone and began to shake hysterically. He was one step away from being killed. Then, trying to look serious, he waved his hand and told everyone to talk to the teacher about tactics, and he was tired and going to bed. Once in his room, Gao sat in front of the table and looked at the dozen energy pills I had ordered from Tang to try. Taking one of the pills, the guy pushed it to his mouth and already prepared himself. The battle requires cultivation, energy, and strength. The problem must be solved as soon as possible. But looking at his stats, and he got frustrated after Gao had devoured the entire 5 pills, nothing had changed much. Starting cultivation anew, Gao lamented. It was a pity that these childish songs couldn't help him, or else he would have already become a true deity. The next day, students from the other groups were shocked when someone started insulting them on the internet and made people furious. The deputy dean sat in his office and held his head in his hands, wondering what his charges had done again. Suddenly, the speaker hanging above the deputy's window started talking. In Tang's voice, the girl shouted that she was the deputy captain of the invincible team. Somehow, these students had managed to get into the room from the radio station, and now they were yelling all over the academy about the deputy. Meanwhile, teacher Gui wanted to fall to the ground in shame. He inwardly cursed his students for being so stupid. Eventually, patience broke down, and the man began to scream with rage. What a bunch of underdogs! How could you do that? But naturally, it was a cunning plan. Tang concluded that in that case, the teacher would have to help them and assist them in every way he could. He just had no choice. Gao, with a smile on his face, said that, of course, everything would work out if they defeated Group D, they would gain more glory. Tang suggested that the teacher might forbid them to challenge, but Gao shook his head, but he couldn't do that. Feng in turn very much doubted what if they failed. Kong smacked himself on the head and said that then they would be embarrassed. Suddenly, the doors flew off their hinges and the deputy dean appeared on the doorstep. He was like a raging bull and ready to tear everyone apart. Grabbing Gao by the scruff of the neck, he shouted that using radio broadcasting was insane. They disgraced the entire academy. The man had already raised his huge fist to strike, but Gao shouted that now they were in the same boat and it was better to act together. They had no other choice. The deputy almost exploded with rage. He didn't even know what to say. The air stuck in his chest as this kid only dared. To avoid snapping at the unfortunate child, Gui hit the radio with all his might, and the device turned into a pile of scrap metal in a second. There was no choice, had to agree. Through gritted teeth, the teacher hissed and asked the question, when did they want to start this? The frightened Gao had goosebumps running down his back and looked at the frantic teacher with round eyes and replied in a trembling voice that it would be tomorrow. There was a clap of a man slapping his forehead, but couldn't they wait and at least practice this as a real judgment call? But there was no choice but to agree. Gui sighed heavily and said that he would help them. Gao glowed with happiness. But it wasn't like that. The teacher just waved his hand. Let them dream. He would just let them practice in the training room for the day. Standing at the exit, the teacher turned around and said in a furious voice, if they embarrassed him, they would all go to the other world immediately. After a while, they were already standing in the training room. Gui shouted that the main thing to focus on was teamwork as the foundation. Among these people, Kong was suitable for defense, Feng had very great flexibility, and Gao had very great explosive potential. The only one left was a frantic Loli. She raised her hand and said she'd be in a long-range sniper position. Everyone else looked at the strange girl in amazement. She's out of her mind. How is she going to do this? Coughing, Gui said that this girl really can shoot well, despite having a melee weapon. As for teamwork, they will now practice after entering the training room. The man walked to the door. A second later, the door opened. It was something like a virtual space to simulate combat. This time, it was decided to use the hunt mode. Everyone entered the room. Only Tang Girl was left as if she was afraid of something and was still thinking. The whole team in a second found themselves in some desert. The rules are simple. For the destruction of the team members, get 1 point, and the captain 1.5 points. Feng couldn't stay on her feet and almost immediately began to fall through the sand. The girl was being held by someone's leg and dragged down. The girl was already hidden under the sand and instantly lost here. It was important to coordinate, so in a real battle you have to hide your location. Snipers are those who attack from a far position. They must be destroyed. Then Gui approached the unsuspecting Tang. The man swung his fist and punched straight into the sand favor. Loli managed to bounce to the side and was safe. The girl happily said the teacher's pants were falling down. Let her pull up, otherwise it would be embarrassing. But naturally, such a teacher could not be broken by such a teacher. Gui flashed across the distance and grabbed the unsuspecting Tang's head. After a second, and she vanished into thin air. Not to take the opponent's words is the second and most important principle of real combat. The teacher had already noticed an enraged Kong had formed behind his back and was already preparing his strike. But this guy lacked the speed and agility of the deputy, turned around and delivered a powerful blow. Right in the solar plexus, the opponent was defeated. Now the last deputy was left alone with Gao. Guy stood a few steps away and did not know what to do. He was shocked. Finally, having to get rid of Captain Gui was in anticipation of finally he would destroy this insolent man and pay for the humiliation. The man was about to strike a blow but suddenly missed. He lowered his eyes and saw the student lying on the ground, laughing quietly. Gao swung around and threw a handful of sand into his opponent's face. Gui didn't expect anything like that and froze in place. After that, the man became even more furious that the insolent man dared to resist. Well, that's even more fun. The man struck harder and Gao vanished into thin air. All the players were destroyed and now it's all over. But definitely something was wrong, and the deputy felt it as if someone's presence nearby the man tensed. Students from the Forgotten Lands are really different from the rest. It was incredibly cruel but fair. After that, the training continued all day. The students attacked their mentor and tried to defeat him, but so far without results. A black car stopped near the military base. The doors opened and 3 men got out. Soon the movie hall was filled to the top. People were looking at the podium there to introduce the freshmen, basically nothing special. One of the people watching turned to another student and asked him if he had heard anything about this match. The man was surprised. Soon the teachers appeared. Among them was the vice dean and himself, and even the rector was among them. But the main highlight of the program, as expected, was Major Shengirl was in full uniform and looked around all present with a serious look. A whisper spread through the rows of students. All the academy's leaders had come to see with their own eyes what was going on here. The major sat in her chair and occasionally glanced at the other students with her hands folded in her lap. Hitting the storage locker with his fist, the student came to a rage. It took Lao Tzu 4 years to climb to first place, and they are going to beat them. They had just managed to get here, and today some brats are trying to take their place away. The other students were also shocked, but the fat man among them said that they were just a bunch of newcomers, that they were not to be feared and could hardly compete. The guy was still pissed if he didn't humiliate the snooty guy. He'd just be a lowlife in front of himself. In the end, the two teams were already facing each other. The opponents were called Invincible Team and Lonely Souls. Along with his comrades, Gao was in good spirits as he waved to his opponents and greeted them. The opposing commander folded his arms across his chest in a disgruntled snicker as the recruits pissed him off more and more. As challengers, they would choose the battle mode between them. A tense silence slowly grew between them. Seeing that they've chosen the mission mode, Lonely Souls smile. And these newbies have brains to think. Looking at his opponents, Gao asked, "They seem to be good people, so why would they use radical methods?" Kui was the commander of the Lonely Souls. He spat in front of him and said, "Let the newcomers not even think that they would have a chance." A smile did not leave Gao's face as he realized that in this situation, the forces were not equal, so this mode was their key to victory. Soon the two opposing teams were at the battle site. It was some sort of battle trail with destroyed houses everywhere. Feng already read the purpose of the mission needed to find the cauldron and place it on the sacrificial altar. The eastern village was on the left. Conf rejoiced as it looked like they had gotten lucky with their location and needed to move out as soon as possible before their opponents got ahead of them. Go realize that this mission mode will not be as easy as it seems, so you need to be ready for anything, he warned the others. The whole team walked a few meters and stopped at a large rock to which a large plank was taped. Applying his all-seeing eye skill, Gao concentrated his energy and began scanning the area to see what was nearby. The village wasn't very big, a few houses that had almost fallen apart, but it was still a pretty creepy place. Gao said that the opposing team hadn't started searching yet and ordered Feng to stay here and keep watch and signal the others in case of trouble. The team moved in search of that very cauldron. Tang walked everywhere and tried to find the right item, but so far, everything was empty. Neither the cauldron nor the opponents were visible. Perhaps they had already found it and brought it to the altar. The rest of the team worried about it. But the team captain said that there are no other traces in this village. The rivals couldn't have come here yet. We have to look even better. With a thumbs up, Loli asked, and the coffin counted for a place they hadn't looked yet. Immediately, a startled shout was heard. Pointing her finger at the dilapidated hut, Tang said that in the house of the great ancestors there was a black coffin. The girl did not dare to go in, which is very scary. In the observation room, the screen showed Kong's face. The guy said he would open the coffin and let the others disperse. The rector, along with the first dean, sat and watched. The freshmen had yet to find enough experience, but that was even better. Eventually, the whole team found the necessary coffin, and Kong tried his best to slide the heavy clay lid open. And there it was. Inside lay a decayed skeleton, and on it was the clay cauldron that was to be placed on the altar. Without even thinking it would be dangerous, Tang grabbed the cauldron and shrieked happily that half of the mission was almost done. It was all very strange, and the team captain wondered, but it couldn't have gone so smoothly. The cauldron was lying almost at the very entrance. Fang appeared in the doorway and asked, did the others already found what was needed? After all, it was time to move to the side. Everyone began to discuss. Naturally, it will not be so easy because the opponents have not yet appeared. Maybe they are ambushing and only waiting for this. Waving his hands, Kong said that they could lose because in this mode, the challenger has the right to choose the draw mode, and that's like losing. Gao's teeth gritted with anger. Okay then, they have no choice but to act on the basis of improvisation. Hiding behind a large tree, the whole team waited. Kong wanted to go out to scout and see what was there, but the commander stopped him. Deciding that it would be better to scan the area, the guy started to accumulate energy. Maybe the opponents were somewhere nearby. Gao wondered how it could be that the opponents were not here, where they had gone since the mission was not yet over. Kong was also worried. The commander was breathing heavily. He used a bunch of strength to scan the terrain. What a difficult situation to have to choose. In a cheerful voice, joyful Tang said that if there is no one there, why are they standing here? We need to go to the altar and finally finish this mission. Kong didn't wait for an answer and rushed forward. waving his blades instead of his hands and telling everyone else to run after him. Realizing that there was no point in stopping this guy, Gao moved forward, ordering everyone else to still be careful. After all, the opponents might be here. As they ran down the street, they noticed that no one was really here. The whole village seemed to be deserted. But suddenly there was a monstrous scream. Everyone else stopped and looked around fearfully. It was Kong, roared to help her classmate, but the team captain wanted to stop her. Perhaps it was a cunning plan. Not even a few seconds later, a sharp spear stabbed into the unfortunate girl's leg, and she began to dissolve into thin air. Feng was badly wounded and said she would have to search for the altar even faster. Loli said she would quickly find it while the others regrouped. The group commander heard someone's shrill laughter and a familiar voice mocked them. "Well, let these rookies try to find." The man stood with his team and smiled. "This rookie is not worthy of being a roster member, so we'll lose right here and now." Seeing that the altar was destroyed, the whole team was frightened, and what they should do now. How is it possible to win in such a situation? Gao finally figured out why do the mission when you can destroy the altar and set traps all over the village. It's genius. They thought the goal of the mission was to fulfill it. Well, that'll actually be a good lesson for the future. The guy broke the jug. With a fierce shout, Tang moved forward at her opponents. Waving her long scythe, she vowed to destroy them at all costs. But no sooner had the girl rode to her destination than the captain grabbed her arm where she was going to save the people in the village. Tang burst into action and wanted to say something, but the team captain shut her mouth. Now was not the time to bicker. "We need to save a life." The guy jumped up to Feng and tried to help her, but she said she'd hold off the others and let the captain go save Kong. She could handle it somehow. The rival girl smiled. Do these fools still want to save people? Nothing will work out for them. A second later, an electric charge passed through Feng's entire body, and the girl cried out and froze in place. It was an electric discharge released by one of the rivals. The little girl grinned through her mask. It's electric trap. Being at a distance, Gao realized that this spear was actually a guide, and their sniper was pretty good at what he did. In the end, the electric girl said that if everyone else was watching, then there was no need to torture the newbies, but just destroy them. Past Gao. A second later, another electric discharge swept past. The guy looked away with frightened eyes and sighed. Now they were 2 against 4. The enemy commander advised them to surrender immediately if life was still precious. While in the waiting room, the other students only watched silently. No wonder there was such a difference between the rookies and these veterans. The rector said that they were newcomers, but the vice dean was worried for some reason. The dean himself asked his granddaughter, "Is she disappointed now?" But the major smilingly said, "It's not over yet. There is still more to see." The old man still didn't understand why his granddaughter thought that this newcomer Gao had a chance of winning. He was outnumbered and weaker. With a smile in her eyes, the girl said that if the Lonely Souls team now thrust themselves into a frontal attack, they would lose. But it was too early to draw conclusions. The deputy called Kui Jun a fool. 3+ years of training did not give him the proper lesson. He still acts so recklessly. As suddenly, the other students began to shriek in surprise. Something incredible was happening on the screen. Gao himself also saw this and opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't realize that this was happening. And now the mad Loli came into play. She used all her powers that she had in reserve to surrender. It was not her style. In the girl's hands was a huge cannon so big that it was several times the size of her own. The entire enemy team looked surprised and scared, as this had to run away if they wanted to stay alive. Charging the cannon with energy, the girl fired with such power that the energy beam began to vaporize everything around her in seconds. In the end, a huge furrow appeared in the middle of the village. Gao looked there with surprised eyes, and this girl knows how to hit properly after all. The opponent's ears, along with their sniper, began to dissolve into thin air. Now the odds were stacked against each other, and the battle was 2 on 2. Naturally, Tang was proud of her accomplishments, and poking her thumb at herself, she named her gun Nirvana. But not even a couple seconds later, the girl collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. She could only use the cannon once. The rest of the opponents realized that they had a chance to win, and prepared to attack. This girl can no longer do anything to them. The fat man, along with the lanky man, rushed forward. They were determined to destroy their opponents and to hold on to victory at all costs. People watching from the sidelines were wondering who this lowly girl was so strong despite her frail figure. She waited for Gao to show her true potential and the rest of the teachers, but she didn't say a word. The remaining members of the Lonely Souls team were attacking. They realized that this rookie was considered invincible. One must be careful. The first to attack was Fatty. He said that he would kill this guy in a flash and not to worry about it. No one can resist a fiery fist. Gao for now. He stood in his place and waited. It seems like this Fatty was basing his attacks on forceful attacks. Do they really want to stretch out the time? Okay. Using magnetic control, Gao created a shield of some kind near himself. Closing himself from the future impact, the air began to fill with magnetic force. Immediately stopping, Fatty stuck to the ground. He felt he could no longer move. His arms became incredibly heavy. The kid didn't understand how it was possible. He had used all his strength as he was supposed to, so why couldn't he move? But the poor man didn't have time to finish his thought. Gao pounced on him with burning hands and grabbed his thick body, kicking him right between his legs. All who watched this performance from the outside were horrified. Probably it was very painful. No one would want to be in the fat man's shoes. Only one member of the opposing team was left. The guy was visibly nervous because he was left alone with this newcomer, about whom there are creepy legends. Gao poked his finger at him and smiled. Now they are one-on-one and time to find out who is the stronger of the two. Now things are getting interesting. The opponents stood opposite each other. Gao ran straight at his opponent and the latter stood still and could not understand how it happened. Suddenly, a knife glittered in the man's hands. Never mind, it's only a freshman handling it. Won't be much of a problem. Don't worry. Swinging with great speed, he launched his small dagger. Let him now try to dodge it. The sharp dagger stopped just a few centimeters away from Gao Gai's face as he applied a repulsive magnetic field to stop the iron. Everyone froze on the spot. The enemy didn't even know what to do in such a situation. He was facing something like this for the first time. Grasping the blade, Gao stopped the knife a centimeter away from his face and now held the sharp blade with one hand. Next came a dash and a powerful blow, and now his opponent's head was separated from his body. Gao had won a crushing victory in a one-on-one fight. The students who were watching were horrified. Never before had any of them seen something like this before. For a freshman to be so strong, the university head couldn't believe his eyes. This was a ruthless way of battle being. At the first stage, this guy was able to win. The dean was also extremely impressed, wiggling his large mustache. The man could not understand how anyone could possess such power. Realizing that there was nothing else to look at, the teachers and the major stood up from their seats and the winner was already clear. The major looked at the screen and smiled, but she was right in her choice. Gao had not let her down, even though he was outnumbered. The only one left was Fatty, who was lucky enough to survive, begging for his life and not to be tortured, but that's not how it's going to go down. When the battle was over, an exhausted Gao collapsed to the ground and sighed heavily. They had almost lost the last trials. Thank God it worked out. When he looked at his expenses, he was horrified that he had almost no money left. How could he be so wasteful? Gao shifted his gaze back to where the huge cannon lay. They were able to win today, only because of this girl's efforts. Tang noticed the commander's interest and asked, does he want to practice too? It took her a long time to master this. It was like a stone was thrown at poor Gao when he found out how much that gun cost. $5 million. It's crazy, and you have to pay to fire it. The guy realized that such a weapon was definitely not good for him. Tang popped another pill in her mouth and agreed. When Gao noticed this, he asked what kind of pills they were. The friend said that they had 700 or 800 more of them. Inside the student, everything turned upside down. He was determined to rob this girl today and take everything for himself. After completing the challenge, the invincible team noticed that the training room had been given to them as a reward. Overjoyed, Tang suggested everyone go out to celebrate. She's treating the rest of the group couldn't believe their ears. Suddenly, the girl felt herself grabbed by the head. By someone's very strong and large hand. It was their commander. He said they fought like total losers, but even so, the whole team claimed they still won. So what's the problem? Seeing her commander's belligerent attitude, Tang snorted. She would rather go out to celebrate than challenge each other. While the two were arguing, Gao was pondering. It seems he was underestimating the battle list too much, and the other teams would be much stronger. This time, they're just lucky. It's a fluke, nothing more. It's going to be serious. We have to be well prepared. The guy decided to go back to training, need to tighten up his physical and mental fitness. Tang shrieked in surprise. What about the holiday? The student ignored this and continued to ponder on the path to becoming the strongest one. Cannot relax. Training must be constant. I also had a crazy thought in my head. What if I turned down the assignment and paid her back with this girl's pills? Sounds good? Although this thought was immediately discarded, Gao must defeat the major, and if he does not train, all this will not work. The guy slammed his fist into the wall. The way of the strong is like swimming against the current, very difficult, but he must keep his promise. For a moment, he thought he heard the major's familiar voice, perhaps. Overworked, he was hallucinating, but it wasn't a hallucination. Major was very angry today. Gao called her wife in public and also hung up on her tonight. How he would explain it. Everything inside the guy felt like it had turned upside down and goosebumps ran up and down his spine, and now he had to get out of here. Without a second thought, he took off from his seat and began to walk down the corridor to save his life. Launching an energy wave towards the guy, Major asked in surprise, "Isn't he tired after today's battle?" The guy immediately fell to the ground with a dizzying sound and could no longer move. At that moment, a feeling of déjà vu visited him, a familiar scene somewhere he had seen it before, and he didn't like it anymore. The robot fell on the guy's head with a loud sound. Worst of all, the mission called for Gao to put the major in his place and not drop his manhood or the mission would be a failure. The conditions were just monstrous. Gao did not even know what to do. The guy was very scared and excited in his head, all mixed up. When he found out that he had to stay for 3 days with this girl, Gao could not believe his ears. He is only a child. How can you even think about such things? This time there was no backup around, and good guys don't fight women. Gao had to get the hell out of here, but before he could finish, a sharp spear stabbed into the wall almost an inch from his neck, piercing his shirt and scratching his back. With a light step, the major approached him and spoke in a low voice. Did Gao think he could run away from her in such a state? Laughing hysterically, Gao said that of course it wouldn't help, but it was worth a try. The guy was trying to save his life. Preparing another sharp spear, Shen repeated her question why it was he who called her wife. Maybe finally, at least now on pain of annihilation, will explain. Gao decided to lie. He said that he was forced, but immediately another spear was thrust into the wall near the guy's head and the situation was getting even more heated. He himself did not understand why he said it. Of course it was a lie. Gao now realized that he would not get out of here alive. The guy kept looking at the two spears. If there were no options left, you had to improvise. The guy said he just called her wife, or did he lie? It's the truth. Gao continued to shout. She said that in 3 years, if the guy wins, she'll be his lawful wife, so what's wrong with him? However, Major wasn't going to just give up, and if she lost, then in that case, this student tried to defame her reputation. At this point, Major was in an extremely strange situation. She could destroy this arrogant and not become his wife, but the girl for some reason hesitated. She launched an energy wave a centimeter away from the student's body and broke the heavy concrete wall in half. In an angry voice turning to her nemesis, Major said, hoping she would remember what she had just said in front of the Alliance. Frightened and surprised, Gao wanted to say something else, but Major interrupted him. If he wants to ask for money again, he won't get it, he has to earn it. But the guy wanted to know how to use the realization of energy. Couldn't he do it with his talent? Major stopped. She quickly softened and raised an eyebrow in surprise at all his talent. It is certainly possible, but it will be extremely long. Major decided to demonstrate how this happens. She began to create energy from literally nothing. It is a concentration of 3 fundamental things. The girl stopped in her seat when Gao held out her hand with a shard of something metallic, if she meant this is what she had already gotten. Seeing such a thing, Major jumped up to the guy and couldn't believe her eyes. It's impossible to fuse energy just like that. A little embarrassed, the student said that he had recently discovered this ability. Yes, and previous tests had also shown something similar. In a trembling one-patient's voice, Major said that it is very interesting the First Order can learn. The realization of energy is really a masterpiece. When he heard that she agreed to train, Gao smiled. His plan was working like clockwork. So where would they be able to train? Students got to his feet and took the girl to the secret place, of course. Now he is not a rival to the Major, but who knows what will happen in the future, if you try hard. Seeing such a sight, the students started to open their eyes and mouths in surprise, and couldn't believe what they were seeing. The Major and this rookie go out together, and they don't even hide it without fear of being spotted and rumored as possible. After a while, several faculty members were already standing in front of the dean, saying that they had seen the Major and this newcomer Gao walking together. The old man couldn't believe it. You can't call her quickly. You have to send someone to watch these people and keep the other students away. The dean realized everything quite quickly. His precious granddaughter had come to the academy just to meet Gao. Otherwise, it was all very strange and where they had gone in the first place. The old man hoped that everything would be all right, otherwise his granddaughter would go crazy and destroy everything in her path. The dean continued to sit and ponder. Eventually, Gao along with the Major came to the appointed place. The Major was a bit apprehensive. The guy replied that he could only study in the dormitory, although if she was afraid she could go somewhere else. Major immediately jerked in surprise. No, she didn't want to go somewhere else. Yeah, and besides, what does he mean, Gao? After all this time, thinks she's afraid of him or what he might do to her? Bullshit. If not, the girl wants to check out what kind of room is this belly room. Let her open the door. Gao almost jumped out of his pants with joy. Everything worked. Meanwhile, they were already being spied on by several teachers. A man and a woman peeked out from behind the bushes and started looking through binoculars. Seeing that 2 students enter the strange room, the woman got up from her seat and said that she would report everything to the principal and let her partner watch. The man was alone and created a protective barrier around himself to keep calm. It was just an observation mission, nothing more. Gao's face changed. He spoke in a languid voice and asked if it was too deep. From the outside, it resembled something very much. The Major was sitting next to him and also breathing hard and saying that it was okay. He could go deeper, but it was already a real nightmare. Watching the teacher almost fainted. It's a nightmare. How can you even do it? What he will tell the others. The man could no longer listen, but it was forbidden to leave his post either. No one should come near this dormitory, not a step closer. In fact, these 2 students weren't actually doing anything vicarious, Gao. Along with Major was just practicing their mental energy time after time. Outside, it was already starting to rain. Students scattered to hide from the weather. Wet raindrops penetrated through thin clothes. Someone tapped their finger on the table and asked why they hadn't come back yet. More than an hour had passed, and the young people in their time were having too much of a wild time. The dean couldn't help himself. The man was holding his head. His favorite granddaughter had gotten involved with some strange guy, and now the whole academy would know about it. The man stayed in his seat and walked to the window outside. The rain raged outside. It seemed like it was going to go on all night. The lovers are finally together. Despite all the rumors, Gao wasn't doing what everyone else thought he was doing. He was just training day in and day out. Major, watching all of this, wondered. It's only been over 3 hours since he was able to make the connection. It's pretty fast. This guy's talent is undeniable. On the student's hands were 2 energy balls. Between them was a shard of iron. Turns out, it is a mental power connection. Eventually, the Major got tired of waiting and with a sharp movement took away the pebble from the surprise. Gao shrieked, "What is it?" she suddenly. With a serious voice, Major said that during the actual battle, there would be various fluctuations that could affect the weak mental strength. In my mind, immediately, there was an association with a kite that flies on a thin rope that is about to break off. The opponent will not wait. Then the guy was wondering what he should do to best focus. For now, there wasn't much of an idea. Showing between 2 fingers and the energy connection. Major said that everything is very simple to train your power, that's all. The next exercise is called God. Major said that the students now have to create something out of nothing. Gao was surprised. Somehow this all sounds strange. The girl cracked open another pill and said it could be perceived as a sort of aura, or as convenient. The same metallic dragon that had appeared near her the first time again. Major explained that you just had to visualize what you wanted to create. Gao said in a shy voice that it would be better to start with a doggy. He knows more dogs than dragons or tigers. The students thought to himself that actually he knows more rats. But then he will definitely not live if the Major sees the big rat again. Beginning to concentrate energy between his hands, Gao strenuously visualized an ordinary dog in front of him and begged for it to finally start appearing. He kept thinking that the dog was loyal, fluffy, and very cute. That's how it should be. Major sat and watched everything. Finally, everything was ready on the bed. A little metal dog with burning blue eyes stood on the bed and wagged his tail. Looking at the way the recent newcomer greeted her pet, Major couldn't understand how it had happened. It was because the success rate of creating such a weapon was 100%. Gao looked at his dog and inwardly rejoiced. The guy finally realized that energy conversion is inherently creating weapons with his own hands. What prospects it can open up. The Major finally came to her senses and suggested that the guy try attack controlling this beast with his own hands to see what he could do. Gao, his new pet, decided to name Kai and immediately ordered the dog to attack. The animal snapped out of his seat and moved to attack. But in just a second, this mechanical beast was turned into a pile of scrap metal, and this beast could no longer attack. A frightened guy picked up his pet, or what was left of it, and started begging not to leave him. He just came into the world. The Major laughed. The power of the magic bond is not that strong. You can't create it so quickly. It can only be slowly accumulated. After thinking about it, the student realized that for this to happen, he would need to find a soul-enhancing pill so that the bond could become even stronger. The guy didn't look at his watch. It was only less than half an hour before midnight. He had to practice and make it in time, otherwise the quest would be failed. It was already late, so the Major decided to go to his place and rest, but Gao asked to stay for another minute. The guy had a plan. He wanted to say that he had a couple more questions, but hesitated and suggested that the girl stay if she wanted to go. And then Major realized what he was getting at. The girl became serious. Does he want her to stay with him and sleep with him? The frightened student waved his hands. He naturally didn't mean it, as she could only think Gao had assured her that it wasn't that clear-cut. Taking out his phone with trembling hands, the guy said that his girlfriend would like to meet the Major now. He would just call her. Dialing the right number, Gao leaned the receiver to his ear and heard the sounds of merriment as if they were boozing. Not a good time to call. Refusing the offer to come to them, Gao said that the Major is now in his room in his dormitory, so he definitely can't leave. On the other side sat Tang. The others were all already drunk and lying unconscious. The girl said she would come out right away and be there in a minute to say, but the girl hung up before shouting that she was the best drinker and no one could beat her. In the same shaky and frightened voice, the guy said that his friend would be here now. Major sat down on the chair and replied that she had already heard. Looking at his interlocutor, Gao asked how come these two became granddaughters, although they are not even of the same father. Leaning back in her chair, Major replied that their grandfathers had once been business partners, which was why they had introduced them to each other. The thing is, they had a business together, weapons and ammunition and all that. When Gao heard that, it scared him. It was serious. The rector had been on the line all this time. Suddenly, the phone vibrated, and a frightened voice said that everything had changed. It turned out that Tang was going to their dormitory. Rector was speechless after such words. What the hell are they up to? The man squeezed the communicator so hard that the phone crumbled to dust. He was furious at what this girl was doing. At first, the man thought something wrong. Could this be a love triangle? But no, it can't be. They just want to report on the battle. Eventually, the thoughts became too many, and the poor old man hit his head on the table. This world became too incomprehensible for him. While in his room, Gao heard familiar quick footsteps. How this girl could come back so fast is unthinkable. A drunken Tang appeared on the doorstep. She couldn't believe her eyes. Could her sister really be here? Major picked up the girl. They started talking to each other. It looked extremely strange. Loli was talking about using the capsules to pack food. Then the girl pulled out a huge can of alcohol from somewhere and said that Grandpa had stashed this stuff away for a special occasion and managed to steal it. And so the girls started drinking amongst themselves. They had a friendly conversation discussing their family affairs and their grandfathers. The two girls are always drinking in the dormitory, and he thought Major was a sensible girl. Tang was already getting excited when suddenly Major affectionately touched her latch, and the girl raised her eyebrow in surprise. Seated on the sofa, Major threw her leg over her leg and offered her comrade to drink with her, but the guy immediately refused. Tang too said it wasn't a bad idea, but Major kept dragging her latch then hurt the girl. Making the decision to go practice Gao, withdrew and began practicing his spiritual connection any better than chanting alcohol. Eventually, midnight came, but nothing changed, and the guy sat in his seat with a stony expression on his face and didn't understand anything. Why the assignment didn't complete? Did the system miss a day, or does it want him to complete this assignment in only 3 days? Eventually, the girls got so drunk that they slept right at the table and even Major passed out. That's what it means to be students. Looking at all this mess, Gao wondered what the problem was. Can the task be considered completed, but why there was no notification from the system? After carrying the drunken Tang on his back, the guy decided to carry her to the bedroom so that she could at least sleep humanely and not in the kitchen like some homeless person. When he came to the bedroom, he carelessly threw the body of the drunken girl on the bed. There was a rumbling sound, but it seems she was so drunk that she didn't even feel it. Then, already trembling hands, Gao took the drunken Major and carried to the bedroom. He was shaking with impatience because the girl was incredibly beautiful. Eventually, the two fell asleep in each other's arms and didn't even seem to notice the guy moving them into the bedroom from the kitchen. Gao never thought he'd have to clean up after 2 drunk girls in the middle of the night. It's unthinkable. Wetting a small cloth, he came to the bedroom and placed it on Major's forehead to ease her hangover in some way. Then he collapsed on the nearest chair, tired and exhausted. The system had completely worn him out and it was time to sleep. But the student almost swallowed his tongue after receiving a notification from the system. He has completed the intermediate task and will receive a chest as a reward. He looked at the virtual assistant and didn't understand anything, but the robot was smiling. Meanwhile, the Major and the strange, frantic Loli lay snuggled up in bed and seemed to notice nothing. Even a tank couldn't wake them up. It seems that Gao began to guess what this is all about from the surprise and madness of what was happening. The guy covered his mouth with his hands. It's possible that Major wasn't really drunk. She stayed here of her own free will and kept sleeping. Or maybe she was just pretending. Sweat began to trickle down the guy's face. Maybe the Major wanted to get him drunk and make him take the chance. But that's crazy. Why would she do all this? The girls were sleeping peacefully and Gao sat in place and pondered. This whole situation was incredibly strange to him. A smile spread across the boy's face as he thought that perhaps the Major didn't want to leave here of her own free will. But no, it was a stupid thought, and the student shook his head to ward it off. She was a granddaughter and couldn't even think of something like that. On the other hand, now you need to accumulate capital to realize your plans in the future. The only thing left is to open the chest. The body began to overflow with energy again. It was another breakthrough. Isn't right now just unthinkable? The guy felt as if his strength was increasing proportionately several times. He stood in his place and thought. The mental power was at the 2nd level, and the spiritual energy at the 1st level. Gao was over the moon at the wonderful news. A mental force began to form. His hand reached for the glass and it obediently rose up. It finally worked. After a few seconds, the pressurized glass started to crack and eventually broke into several small pieces. Encouraged, Gao began to experiment his current strength. He definitely wanted to screw up. Therefore, one must make every effort. And then Kai the dog appeared again, standing in front of his master and wagging his mechanical tail, looking at him with his blue eyes. The new owner ordered the animal to give a paw, and the dog obediently extended his mechanical limb to the boy. The dog obeyed the command to lie down and lay down on the floor. Now he did not disintegrate into metal pieces, but obediently performed the task. Then, the animal brought the master's slippers, holding it with its mouth. Everything happened like magic. Gao then ordered him to say the word daddy, but the doggy only barked and nothing else. Was foolish to expect such a thing. Indeed, the beast does not speak human language. Gao was a little upset. How could he forget about such a trivial thing? He plopped down on the soft chair that seemed the most comfortable in the world and sighed heavily. Today was the best day in the world. The rest of the students lying in their dorms again started hearing that damn singing. This kid started waking them up again. Meanwhile, sitting in the rain, the teachers were cursing their lives, but it was good for the young to have time to sing. The next morning, Gao woke up light. Not in vain from the heartbreaking scream, the guy cracked his eyes open and asked what that scream was. A furious Tang stood in front of him and shouted that it was all over because the girl had slept with him tonight. But no, it wasn't like that. Looking at the bed where Major Gao was lying, Loli was sleeping with Shen, so she had nothing to worry about. In the meantime, Major had had a wonderful night's sleep. She listened to all these ramblings and paid no attention to them or pretended to. Meanwhile, Tang wondered how the guy managed to resist her beauty. Gao blushed with embarrassment and did not understand what beauty. When she saw Gao's eyes, the girl closed her eyes and blushed. Where was he looking at her? And she had forgotten that she was in her underwear. Then she immediately rushed to her sister and started complaining that her husband was taking advantage of her, but Major didn't seem to be paying attention. With the help of his spiritual power, Gao picked up the tray of eggs and said that today's breakfast would be scrambled eggs. No one minded. Major watched it all from the sidelines and wondered at the transformation of spiritual power and how he could even do it. Meanwhile, the eggs were already sizzling in the frying pan. The smell of this delicious dish spread throughout the room and whetted my appetite. Folding her arms across her chest, the Major asked Gao if he could improve his mental power in just one night. The boy pretended to be surprised. From somewhere, a surprised Tang popped out and started to quickly say how he was able to do this. The girl was also surprised at such skill. Smiling and starting to be modest, Gao waved away and said that he himself did not realize how it happened. He would find out from the Major a little later. Suddenly, Tang jumped on him and clawed at his back. The guy didn't expect that. She said she wanted to see it. They're both on the team. I had to agree, and the fidgety girl jumped for joy. Gao realized that when this creature is near, my vigilance is reduced. While the guy was pondering, Tang looked behind his shoulder and asked what it was he was doing. The girl was very surprised to see something. Then, the student showed her her new pet dog jumping from place to place. Tang couldn't believe it. Even she couldn't do that. The Major looked at her with a serious look and asked, how about the mental power connection? Could it be that the guy can control that too? He nodded his head and suggested that perhaps directing the dog to attack directly at the Major was possible. She had no trouble turning the dog into a pile of scrap metal in one blow. The attack power is too weak. The technique itself is lame, but it's not bad. She ordered to train until she could do something normal. Gao, continuing to restore her pet, agreed. Waving her foot, Major said to add a little more energy. If it was too little, the dog wouldn't be able to move at all. Once again, breaking the pet, she said that more attention should be paid to dexterity and strength of movements, otherwise everything is wasted. This battle continued for a few more hours. All the while, Tang watched it without taking her eyes off the girl, just couldn't believe it. But it was boring. Eventually, a few hours passed. Gao offered to make breakfast, but Tang said she wanted to go out. She had already eaten a home-cooked meal, and that was enough. Even Major agreed, but in that case, they should then return. Gao happily breathed. Major was going to return. This is already good. In his office, the rector was already pecking his nose. He had been waiting all night for those students to finally come out, and he couldn't stand it. Just in case, the man decided to go and see if they were all right. Maybe something had happened there after all. It had been a whole night. A car stopped near the academy and 3 silhouettes got out. Heading straight to the inner courtyard, among them was the rector himself. When they crossed glances, Major was also there. The girl wondered very much what it was Grandpa was doing here. The man coughed and said with a little hesitation that he was just strolling here. But it looked improbable. The director of the military academy is walking just like that. The man ignored the question and asked his granddaughter how much longer she would stay here. Isn't there any urgent business at headquarters? And only now Gao began to realize that naturally the rector could not have come here just for the sake of another test, which he decided to disguise cleverly. Gao realized that it was necessary to act, otherwise he would not be able to complete the task. The guy offered to leave the girl for a couple more days. However, that wasn't necessary. The Major herself brushed it off and said that she would be back at the operations headquarters herself in a couple days. Then the girl said she didn't need to be discouraged. She had good reasons why she wanted to stay for a couple of days. After a short silence, the director frowned but still agreed. Okay, if his granddaughter is talking about it, then she knows what she's doing. Most of all because of this, Tang was happy her favorite sister will stay with her for 2 more days. The girl jumped for joy and clapped her hands. Major said then she would still come back in a month to look at the overall results. Gao put her hand to her heart and said they wouldn't lose a single game. The guy was filled with determination to move only forward to achieve his goal. Group. A battle list is only the beginning of more to come. Eventually, night fell on the city. A few dozen cats sat on the roof of one of the buildings and looked down from above. Among them was the same white cat. She wondered, which way is the military academy? The animal looked uninterruptedly at the night city. Gao, in a trembling voice, started talking to the Major. He wanted to discuss what happened tonight, but the girl seemed to be in no mood. And then there's that crazy Loli who pushed her sister upstairs and said they were going to talk all night. Gao Panic's head is both a success and a failure. How can you ever reach a high level if you can't win? He thought again. No chance to lose. He just doesn't have a chance to lose. He must win. It's no big deal if the mission with the 3 watches fails. Going to his room, the guy started practicing his spiritual connection. Control mental power should a strong enough person. The dragon that the Major had called out to him the first time he met him. Of course, Gao's dog would not be able to handle him even if he wanted to. The student began to ponder who might be stronger, and on what to concentrate. The power of dexterity or stealth in the head arose different options. I'd like to imagine someone moving fast and stealthy enough to attack stealthily, but is it possible to do so? Looking at the clock bitterly, Gao realized that the mission with 3 hours would soon be over. But it didn't matter, Major had already spent one night with him. But suddenly the door jerked open and the Major appeared on the threshold, and the girl asked why he had not closed the door because it was already night. Seeing that Gao was still practicing, the girl noticed that he was doing the embryonic form incarnation. Funny, of course. Another pill immediately appeared in her hands and crumbled with a crunch. From there, began to face the bright blue light. In a second, the Major had a huge block of stone in his hands. She said that after the guy was trained, they would use it. Strange situation, of course. Gao will fight alongside her. So why is the girl helping him today and trying to teach him? An idea popped into her head that maybe she was doing it on purpose so he would win, and she would fulfill her promise from earlier. The annoying robot did not keep him waiting. He again announced that the host would receive an advanced treasure chest. There were many different options. This is both bad and good. Gao realized that with his current strength, getting a strong weapon is useless, so one must choose something else. Resolved, he will engage in improving his skills, increasing strength. It's always a win-win prospect for the future. Seeing what he had done, Gao opened his mouth in surprise. The guy had just doubled the amount of energy in one fell swoop. But when he's done, he'll need to buy an energy pill, or the second magnetic core will be full and the first empty. The Major, who had been waiting for him all this time, smiled and said that if the guy was ready, he could start right away. After a whole night, Tang burst into the room, wondering what her sister was doing in Gao's room. But after a second, her face changed and a smile appeared there. Tang didn't know what to say and her eyes gleamed with real delight. Гао тем временем сидел и продолжал практиковаться. Конечно, они этим занимались. А чем же еще? Пусть ребенок проваливает отсюда, Танк сильно разозлилась. Not bad, of course. Major said that Gao has already roughly learned the basics, but more practice is needed to perfect the skill. Otherwise, there is no use. Tang suggested that her sister should go out for a snack because she was already hungry. You can't go so long without eating that you can starve to death. But she was ignored, and the girl was forced to munch on cold pizza alone all the while she was watching and trying not to fall asleep. With horror for herself, unhappy girl realized that everything is over. Sister also was driven crazy by this madman, and now they are not destined to be together. In the end, when it was midnight and not finished, Gao was terribly sleep-deprived. He had huge bags under his eyes, but the guy was still satisfied. He wanted to try to break through again, but his strength was leaving his body and he began to fall down. Eventually, he collapsed to the floor and immediately fell asleep. The robot congratulated him on completing the mission, even though he had lost all his energy. The Major stood towering over him and smiling. She whispered her praise with her lips. In the dream, Gao was fighting this bald teacher who had gotten fed up with him in the meantime, and there, of course, the guy was winning. They clashed fists and Gao easily deflected the attack. The teacher was shocked. He didn't expect this student to grow so much. This was followed by a powerful blow and the muscular man flew several meters into the air. He shrieked and lost all his teeth. Gao rejoiced he had finally defeated his nemesis. Now no one dared to stand in his way. The guy laughed like an evil genius. The classmates Kong and Feng were already sitting beside his sleepy body, while Gao was muttering something to himself with a blissful expression on his face. Then, the guy finally woke up and seeing his classmates in his room, very much wondering where the teacher Cog had gone, started to get angry. When he heard that his mentor would destroy him for calling him a bald sucker, Gao was very nervous, and the last thing he wanted to do was to mess with that man. Leaning toward him, Kong asked if it was really Gao who had written it on the battle list, but the boy stubbornly did not understand what he was talking about. When he looked over, he saw a piece of paper lying somewhere behind the bed with words written on it that he was left with a bonus. But if Gao loses, he is finished. Gao immediately realized who wrote it. Major still wouldn't give up trying to destroy him. The task was too difficult. The next day, Gao was again the center of attention. Everyone looked at him like a star and whispered among themselves. As soon as the student went outside, reporters with microphones immediately came running toward him. They wanted to interview Gao for a second, even confused. But then he quickly pulled himself together and said, "They're asking him how he got such courage. Well, he'll share the secret." Clenching his fist, the guy said, with confidence that he just knows his strength and is confident that he will win. That's the secret. Seeing that all the attention was directed directly at him, Gao began to boast. He said that let everyone come and fight with him. Bring him glory. Reporters noticed the arrogance and started crooking their faces. Too arrogant guy for a superstar, don't you think? This was all watched from the sidelines by the rector, and Deputy Gui said that the Major had been teaching these 2 days why he was so unruly. But even in spite of everything, the Deputy Rector was sure that it was nothing. If they had signed up for it, then let them reap the benefits of their courage. The Deputy looked closely and thought, arrogance is strong, but you can't go far on that alone. You need strength. At this time, Gao rejoiced. Fortunately, he had already managed to accumulate enough capital by this time. All that was left was to implement the plan. The virtual assistant pulled out a wheel of fortune from somewhere and congratulated the host he got a special opportunity without words. Heavenly book. But transforming life requires money. Adding magnetic cores requires money, and everything else will also require a lot of money. There were still a couple of assignments on the communicator, including one from the vice dean to learn 6 more steps to annihilation. Roughly speaking, it's a boxing technique. Practicing punches, stances, and all that strength increases instantly when you start practicing. The choice was not necessary to strengthen these skills. Students scratched his head and prepared very dense training. But the main thing to buy equipment. The girl, one of the buyers, wanted to buy everything from this sheet also from the battle list of the Group DS, and also demanded a discount. The other shoppers just opened their mouths when they saw the guy who bought everything and loaded it into a huge backpack that looked like a turtle. Even though it was hard, but the guy coped to realize his plan must give it to the full. He was not even embarrassed by the fact that he spent almost all the money. Looking at his gal laughed happily. Well, wait, soon you will know his true strength and realize that after all he cannot be defeated. Further again began battles. The hall was already again completely spectators. Although the team 4 teeth younger, its strength is not comparable to the past. Team 4 teeth consisted of strangely 4 fat men. They stood and with gruff faces prepared for battle. In front of them was the same fat girl. She clenched her eyes and clenched her fist until it crunched in her fingers. She would destroy this rookie bunny in a second. But even more, the girl got angry when she saw Tang. It seems she had already picked her main target, but the others tried to calm her down. By the way, Lolka was angry too. She asked the commander to leave that toad on her. The fat girl will pay for her words. Immediately, Kong was hit squarely in the jaw as soon as he tried to stop the girl from getting under the hot hand after all. Commander Gao was in high spirits and the opponents were even stronger. Wasn't it a great experience to improve his skills? This team didn't have such already great merits. However, in hunt mode, they won almost all matches dangerous opponents. Fang approached the guy and said that it was generally apparent that these people were a stronger team and preferred to go for a frontal attack. Should be careful. Kong said that he basically didn't care about it but wondered what the team captain thought. Tang sighed heavily. Again, mission mode is a bore. But when the invincible team chose the hunt mode, everyone cried out in surprise, a sure step towards losing. The fat girl from the opposing team smiled. It seems these fools don't even realize who they're messing with. Eventually, Team 4 Teeth found themselves on the battlefield. They were already in full uniform. The commander told them to be careful. Tang already held her huge cannon and cursed the opponents. They attack like rats and try to scatter all over the field. Gao smiled. If they are going to fight against him with such methods, they are just fools. They don't stand a chance. It was time to realize his energy in the hands of the guy lit up a bright flash. He concentrated all the power he had trained. Commander 4 Teeth wondered how this kid who had only broken through was able to realize such a complicated technique. He can't even release magic. But despite all the doubts, the guy still succeeded. He realized the magic, yes, and as a flash was incredibly powerful. Then he snapped his fingers and the powerful energy spread out in all directions, forming a rain of sorts. All the other team members were surprised. The captain did it after all. Gao himself was shocked. He didn't seem to be able to do it yesterday. A smile spread across his face. Okay, and it's a good thing they can't see what's going on. It's the key to their success. In the end, the fat girl could not stand it, and waving a huge axe rushed straight at the enemy. Enough playing these toys, it's time to finish. But instead of a blow, nothing happened. On the contrary, the opponent lost her head almost in a second before she even realized what had happened. Her head was still conscious for a while and flew to the ground, but the girl could not understand how such a thing was possible. The audience was also shocked by the newcomer who had just recently entered the academy fights them playfully. But what happened next amazed the others the most. Next to the guy stood a huge creature, incredibly scary. Even the experienced professor opened his eyes in amazement. This is a real imagination to embody such a simply unthinkable yes. And on the battlefield, Teacher Gui finally realized. So this is what the major had taught him all these 3 days for a reason after all. A genius is a genius. One of the fat men was waving a huge spiked bullwhip at the attacker. He tried to attack, but so far he had not been very successful. When he didn't see his sister near him, the man was even a little scared. His fighting spirit vanished and he looked like a frightened kitten. Meanwhile, the huge creepy creature had already climbed behind him and was preparing to attack the man before he could even react in time. Eventually, the fighter was defeated. He was lying on the ground and couldn't even move a finger. His sister didn't understand how he managed. They started talking and wanted to know who had destroyed them with such speed, but there was only one idea. Eventually, the girl realized that this newcomer had probably set up some sneaky technique to defeat them all. In one voice, Kong and Feng said that the realization of energy here, just can it be so powerful at a low level? And only one rabid loli was very unhappy. It's copyright infringement. The guy just stole her idea. How can you do that? The spectators continued no ribno to watch what was happening. Monster meanwhile burrowed under the ground. People could not believe their eyes. The fatties were furious to be destroyed by the rookies. It's just not mentally shameful. All their lives, no matter what, they have to put their best foot forward. The two fat men, accelerated by the jet engines, moved straight towards Tang, but the girl did nothing but just stood there. Eventually, she realized that she couldn't handle the two fatties and started asking for help from the team captain while the fatties attacked. The guy himself realized the situation was dangerous and shrieked for them to move away from her and attack the captain immediately. As soon as one of the fat men approached, Feng moved forward and swung her blade. The man so far stood still and didn't move. The fat man realized that he couldn't attack this small one, and remembered how Gao was just as helpless. Probably she has some kind of protective property. However, this one with red hair, Gao knocked out almost immediately. The fatty broke the blade and moved forward with his fists. But suddenly, that is such, even without realizing it, felt that on their crotch, something hit with such force that it is impossible to tolerate. They clamped their eyes shut in pain and tried not to scream. Their teeth gritted and their heads jumbled. It was Kong pushing off the ground with his hands. The guy pointed his 2 feet straight into their faces for a powerful kick. How dare they only run, girls? And in the end, the whole Invincible team started beating the unfortunate fat men mercilessly. Now it was like a school fight. A voice announced that the competition was over, and the Invincible team had won a landslide victory. Tang raised her head and listened. After finishing, the team captain told Feng to be a little more careful next time the girl scratched the back of her head, and Guilty agreed. Then, raising a finger up, the guy shouted that tomorrow at the same time the Invincible team would challenge Gogo on the training ground. Let him be ready. The deputy dean rejoiced, but his colleague took his head in the D rating. Things are really getting complicated. Something has to be done. Looking at his prophet, Gao couldn't hold back a smile. He had earned a bunch of points for this competition. He really didn't miss out on pumping up the abilities. The restless Loli immediately jumped up to him and hugged him. We should celebrate properly today, but no. The guy didn't agree. It's time to train again. Something has to be done about that girl. She doesn't want to practice at all and keeps distracting everyone. Tang was raving about how insolent she is. And when it's a holiday, Gao paused for a second and looked closely. There was a system notification to select the third attribute. And what the hell is this? Appeared. And Skin Cat realization of energy. And what is the connection between this attribute and realization is somehow strange. But the player quickly figured out the creatures he created with the realization can be bred, meaning he can cultivate them. Back in his room, the young hero began to train hard, not paying attention to anyone around him. In the room was only him. It was interesting to see what would happen if you bred a new animal. My finger reached for the dashboard itself and pressed a button. Finally, after a flash of light, an egg hung in the air. Rather unusual with a colorful pattern, but it was an egg nonetheless. I wanted it to hatch faster, so Gao would have to be a chicken to hatch the thing, or the dragon wouldn't hatch. But no matter how hard the guy tries, nothing happens. So you just have to wait and give him time. Well, okay. It was decided to go to bed early, and Gao plopped down on the soft bed to get a good night's rest before tomorrow's fight. Otherwise, he could lose. And now, the entire media space was buzzing with the freshman team coming off another crushing victory that had the university's full attention. In his office, the rector didn't realize he was doing nothing but watching them. But how could he be so strong? Across from him sat Fei, the male commander of the Confederate Army. He threw his leg over his foot and smiled. It turned out that it was the son of the head of the university. The man smiled and said that he wanted to look at the boy who was going to become his son-in-law. After the Invincible team showed everyone what the newcomers were capable of, the other newcomers also decided to perform and began to build up their strength. The students tried even harder. No one dared to call them weaklings, so they had to give their best. Their determination overwhelmed them. The vice dean sat in his office and held his head in his hands, but a vague feeling tormented him. The man was very ashamed he hadn't trained Gao in the proper way and didn't pay attention to him. The guy didn't even come to his assignment, once offended somehow. Instead of all this, Gao constantly came to the production faculty there. He was already welcomed as a native. He talked to the teacher of longswords. A man with a cheerful look walked over to a huge projector and began to explain the structure and logic of the long blades. Looking at how much money he spent on improving combat skills, Gao poured sweat. Money went through his fingers, and the guy did not even understand where else to take them. Now he needed illustrations of all kinds of workmanship. Busying himself with weapons was now of paramount importance, and the lad kept a steady watch. Outside the window, the vice dean was watching him. The man was furious. Of course, the kid's skipping his classes again. Who'd have thought it? The teacher noticed the substitute and asked in surprise if Gui was accompanying this student to his studies. The man even flinched a little in surprise. He decided to excuse himself and said that he was just passing by, and decided to stop by, and had so much to do that he should leave. Hearing that some important guest was coming to them, the deputy dean was alarmed, who had decided to honor their academy with a visit. A few minutes later, Gao himself was standing in the principal's office, shouting that the matter was very serious and the guy needed to prepare. Seeing that the student was not taking the situation seriously at all, the deputy grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. Gao began to wave his hands away. Hearing someone's firm voice, the guy stopped and looked. It was someone new he didn't know before. In front of him sat Faye. The man folded his arms in front of him and scrutinized the lad's every move with an inquisitive gaze. And only now it began to reach the guy on the back, gradually began to run goosebumps is the colonel, and apparently the father of the major. But no, it turned out to be just her uncle. The man was furious. What insolence, he is only 37 years old. How can he have an adult daughter? Hearing such news, Gao hurriedly retreated away from here. Let them talk nicely and he went to train. Why disturb such a conversation? The colonel had naturally heard everything the student had said before and wanted to know how to understand it. Gao became cold with fear. The unfortunate one realized he'd be finished in a second. He can't even move from his seat. The man's arm is really heavy. The rector decided to intervene in the conversation and told the boy not to worry. The colonel just had a few questions. Looking at Gao's frightened face, the colonel decided to calm him down a bit. He said he just wanted to know what their relationship was. Well, since there is no way out, the student decided to lay it all out. They, together with the major, met in the forgotten lands of Gao's voice. As Gao narrated, the colonel's face changed with each second. The man looked at him thoughtfully and tried to understand. Finally, when the conversation ended, the colonel finally realized that there was really something between them, and they weren't pretending. Gao nodded his head. The man sighed heavily. This kid sure knows how to get out of difficult situations. Then the last question, he drew a full chest of air. The colonel's face changed. What had these two been doing for 3 days when Nenner entered the military academy? Man, it literally roared. Realizing that his life now hangs in the balance, the student began to ramble that between them, only pure love and nothing more. Let them think wrongly. In the end, the misunderstandings slowly came to nothing. These two were doing nothing but practicing. The colonel heard everything he needed to hear and turned around and waved his hand. Okay, Gao can be free to go. Why else waste time? Gao still decided to smooth things over and said that he had a present for his uncle. Colonel stopped and looked at the kid in surprise. On the table, in a second, there was magnetite ore, and even charged, it gave off a strange glow. It was also warm. Seeing the colonel's surprised face, the student decided to explain a little. In the Forgotten Lands, there was a mine, and when they went there, they got it. Eventually, the puzzles in the colonel's head began to fit together. It turns out this kid wasn't lying when he said he saved Shen. The man slowly began to understand everything. The colonel patted the guy on the shoulder and softened up. Okay, he'll accept such a gift. The student doesn't need anything now anyway. But then the man still threw him a silver pill. There were 2 tons of silver. Gao almost swallowed his tongue in surprise. Gao had already left and the colonel was still looking at the ore. Although this kid is a slippery type, he has potential. That's a good thing. The teachers watched and marveled. They knew very well that Gao didn't really need money to compete. Gao had made a fortune. The deputy asked the colonel if they had any other business. The colonel replied that some military business remained. The man has become serious on the battlefield. There are problems that have been going on for months, and the reincarnation is just around the corner. Pausing briefly, the man shouted that the subject he had been asked to bring up was change. The deputy and immediate rector froze in horror. The events moved many kilometers away to the Valley of the Elves. There towered an incredible height of a tree with its crown going straight into the sky. There were dozens of elves flying near him. They were dressed like real people. The only difference was that they had 2 transparent wings behind their backs. On the tree grew strange fruits of bright blue color. They were very moist and looked more like some kind of apples. Suddenly the water began to bubble, and from there, a silhouette of a female gender appeared, but so far it looked like melted plasticine. Soon, the piece of water transformed into a regular elf. The villagers told the newcomer that the mistress had been waiting for her for a long time. Wrapped in her blanket, the elf smiled and obediently bowed her head, saying she would go straight to her right now. It was the same girl who had fought Gao not long ago. She kept thinking about it at a price and swore that she would destroy him once and for all. At the entrance to the mistress's chambers, 2 angels hovering above the ground were waiting for the elf, who said that she was very lucky that the mistress's favor favored her. But she understood that it was because she had the information she needed. The girl followed the 2 winged creatures. The tower in which the lady lived was of colossal size. Its top could not be seen behind the thick clouds. Someone's soft hand rested lightly on the book with the drawn angel, and a soft voice was heard. The elf knelt in front of the throne where the angel girl sat with huge wings so large that they took up almost the entire space. The lady's name was Fei Fei. She had several wings and said that an elf could go to the City of Hope and become human afterwards. Then the woman said that the elven woman had done her duty and could wait 2 decades. Then her powers would be restored. The servant obediently bowed her head. Meanwhile, the student dormitory was in the middle of a heated discussion about the very changes the colonel had mentioned earlier. Despite all attempts to question him, the student was adamant, of course, he had met the colonel, but he could not tell him about military secrets. Tang Sayed, she heard how a strong man had gone to the other world 2 decades ago on the battlefield. Gao opened his mouth in surprise at how she knew this. Kong was a little surprised he had heard other information that had happened 2 years earlier. Feng only looked at her comrade in surprise. Folding her arms across her chest, the frantic Loli said that it was right that it happened then, because reincarnation lasts exactly the same amount of time. Between human monsters, the battle did not stop for a second. It was bloody and brutal. The last time this battle was 18 years ago. Before this great battle, the Forgotten Lands, which are now worse than wastelands, were the capital of humanity, the best place to live. A thought crossed the guy's mind. Yes, this battle never stopped, even though the strong will be resurrected from the other world. The team captain told everyone to make sure that in today's battle, the opponents don't even come close to them and only fight with Gao. The guy's arm is covered in metal armor. Yes, today, he will only fight alone and wants to know how much he can do. Besides, the guy was saying that he felt it would work out, and even he could break through to the second order. Tang shrieked in surprise. The colonel along with the rector were also present at today's battle. They sat in the waiting room and watched. All eyes were fixed on them. The colonel's face flashed on the main screen. All the people present in the room shrieked in surprise at such a young colonel. The rector sitting near the man asked the colonel to refrain from shouting now. During the speech, let him sit quietly. Today's battle will be held between the undefeated team and Fei Yan. Two logos of the opposing teams appeared on the screen. Fang was a little excited and said that even though the opponents were in 12th place, they should not be underestimated. The opposing commander carried the name Hua say that he might have already participated in Group B, but it is unclear why he is still here. Gao Tu was also a little tense. He had a strange feeling that he just does not want to say goodbye to this team. By the way, he is quite modest. Putting on his iron armor, Gao got ready and took a few confident steps forward. The guy was confident in his strength. Today, he will fight alone. The two girls from the opposing team began to talk. They recognized the strength of this newcomer, but still their brother will show what a real fighter is capable of. Not wanting to wait any longer, Gao raised his hand up and ordered them to attack. He would fight today 1 against 4. And that was settled. The two sisters raised their heads in surprise, and Hua frowned. He was beginning to get annoyed at this arrogant behavior. The man started to get a little angry. He asked Gao what he meant when he said he would fight 1 against all. He didn't know who was standing in front of him. Without listening to him, Gao pulled out his long blade and said he didn't care about the rest of his team members. Today rest, don't you dare touch them. But this was already an incredible impudence. Hua came to a rage. In a second, he thinks too much of himself. Stop being so arrogant. On the first order, he dares to talk like this. Hua had already pulled out his weapon and was moving forward with incredible speed in his hands. He had a red blade in his hands. Gao, after a second, he applied his reinforcement. Now he would see how fast he could fight this opponent. Having taken a fighting stance, the guy brought his huge blade and already prepared to hit his opponent. He stopped for a second and prepared. Unexpectedly, Hua felt a powerful blow from his opponent, even though he was a beginner, but he still had a steady hand. With horror, Hua realized that his blade had begun to crack and was about to break in two. How could this rookie have such strength on the first order? It was a half-step destruction. Gao moved forward like a tank. He did not even notice his opponent and struck one after another. The audience was horrified, and even the colonel, who had seen a lot of things in his life, smiled. This kid interested him very much. Everyone began to praise Teacher Gui, but the man realized that it was not his merit at all, because the student did not go to his classes at all, but trained on his own. He was incredibly embarrassed because the man didn't even know this skill, even as an educator, what he could teach the others. Being on the battlefield, Hua was shocked. It's impossible this guy can't be stronger than himself from where such strength comes from. The other three moved forward. The girls shouted for their brother to be more careful. They needed to help him, or he wouldn't make it. The girl with long purple hair swung her blade and prepared to attack. Now she would test what this newcomer was capable of. But before she could even make a move, she collided with a sharp blade and managed to block the blow at the last moment. The next moment, and Gao felt an energy pulse throughout his body. It turned out that they could generate electricity. Looking at how their opponent stands on his feet and does not even think of falling down. The sisters were horrified. Even in such a state, he is able to fight. A second later, a huge mechanical monster appeared from the ground. It was the Dragon Gao. Monster began to destroy the opponents one by one. Then the monster's ribcage opened up, revealing a cocoon that could be climbed into. The spectators were frozen with fear. They had never seen anything like this before. How strong this newcomer was only left to guess. Combining skills, Gao climbed into the chest of his monstrous pet and began to hide underground. Not even a second after, a huge dragon with incredible speed disappeared under the ground. As if swimming in water, opponents did not have time to realize anything. One of the girls felt a strong grip on her legs and began to move under the sand at an incredible speed. The poor girl didn't even have time to say anything before she was completely buried under the sandy young. Only her arm remained. Seeing how dire the situation was, Hua shouted for the opponent to let her go and better attack him. Immediately, the man was very worried. Naturally, his pleas went unnoticed. A huge dragon appeared right behind the unfortunate guy's back while he was distracted. To his horror, the unfortunate man noticed how one of his sisters appeared to be split in two and was already dissolving into thin air. Tears formed on Hua's face. He held half of his sister's body in his arms and called the opponent shameless and heartless. For a second, there was silence. The dragon disappeared underground again and Gao's voice was heard, saying that he had only destroyed their captain. The next moment, another girl went underground. She started hiding under the sand and screaming that she didn't want to go to the other world. It was very scary. The poor thing screamed for help, but a massive hand appeared behind the girl's back and was about to grab her. Finally, Gao covered her mouth with his hand, and the girl could only moo helplessly, tears forming in her eyes. The audience was shocked and scared at the same time. This newcomer is really ruthless. How can he do this to the unfortunate players? Everyone had already started shouting for the invincible team to get out of here, and only the rector and his colleagues were sitting silently. Deputy Gui couldn't stand the noise any longer and barked into the microphone for the others to shut up finally, and Dolly to watch. After all, having calmed the crowd, the deputy sat down in his seat. The rector said that it seems that the reform of the educational system is really inevitable. In the end, from the opponents only, Hua was left. All the other three girls were annihilated by Gao. Alone, a truly monstrous result. Gao finally came out of the sand and felt that his strength was running out. He had destroyed 3 of them in a short time. His companions noticed it too, and Kong said that the commander's energy was running low and that he needed to be replaced, but Gao didn't even think about it and just smiled. Now he and Hua were one-on-one. The boys stood opposite each other and prepared for the final battle. Hua realized that the opponent was already running out of time. Looking at his opponent, Commander Hua asked the guy at least knows what it means to get between the third and first order. Hearing a rather amused response, the guy said he could use all the energy to attack or defend or even compress it. Now he would demonstrate. His entire body began to be covered with energy pulses, and Hua became like a lightning god. After the explosion, the rest of the invincible team watched in amazement as this kid blew himself up. Gao's body appeared out of the smoke, and the guy flew a few dozen meters away and seemed to be unconscious. After such a thing, even he wouldn't be able to stay alive. The deputy who watched this slapped his face. However, the rector said that the academy does not prohibit such a thing in battle. All means are good. Gui already he was beginning to slowly disappear into thin air, but the guy was happy that he was able to defeat his opponents. What now? But no sooner had he finished cheering than a powerful boot kick landed in the unfortunate man's face, and his nose immediately broke. It was Feng. The girl still couldn't understand the person from the third order uses such a sneaky technique. What a shameless one. But even so, Hua was very happy he had destroyed his nemesis, so now he can go to the other world with a clear conscience. But suddenly the invincible team heard a familiar voice. Gao was standing behind their backs and breathing heavily. Well, wow, technique? Now even Hua couldn't believe his eyes how this guy managed to survive against this technique. There was no reception. Before he could finish his sentence, the poor man felt a hard foot on his chest and his breathing began to slow down. Above him towered none other than Gao. Guy was already very exhausted and held a blade in his hands, about to finish off his opponent in a blow. It was finally over in a second. Gao thrust forward his sword and proudly shouted, "Who wants to be next?" But suddenly, his entire body was absorbed by a powerful energy impulse. Gao did not even have time to realize anything and remained standing in place. In the end, all that was left of him was a pile of ashes, with Gao's eyes not even quite realizing what had happened at that moment. It seems Tang took his call to action too literally and decided to show her commander who's the boss. The girl licked her lips out of pride, looking at everyone else. Finally, she showed what she was capable of. From somewhere she still had her glasses. When the two opposing teams met after the fight, Hua looked at his opponent with obvious worry and fear in his eyes. But actually, Gao didn't care about that right now. He wanted to avenge Tang for such a despicable act, his eyes burning like a raging bull. Approaching the training room, the deputy dean heard the sounds of a dispute. It seems the team had not shared something again. The man stomped around for a while. There was real chaos going on there. The team captain had Tang on her knees and was slapping her soft spot, but the girl was trying to justify herself. Eventually, the deputy came into the room and ordered them to stop fooling around and let them go after them. Kong asked what was wrong. The man said in a serious voice that now it was better to have a snack, and then we should talk about the changes, and then there would be a training session. In the end, the entire team led by their leader was sitting at a large round table with a pile of food. Guy's voice was very anxious. Flicking his wands, Gui said that, as the rest of us know, a 20-year reincarnation is coming soon. This means that the resurrection is coming in a few years. After the Great Battle, the Alliance was completely wiped out, and the entire human race concentrated only in the City of Hope. Clenching his fist to the point where the wand cracked, the deputy said that resources were scarce, and humanity was unable to resist the monsters. Alien races, including elves, can be resurrected every 2 decades. Combined with land loss is a disaster. There was silence at the table. Gao pondered. So the gap between the strongest is the key to solving the problem. Then everything becomes very clear. The deputy said that this time the goal of the alliance was not to create the strongest warriors, but to raise the overall strength of the majority. The deputy explained that creating the strongest consumes 100 times more energy than creating simple warriors. But this kind of training of the strongest so far, there's no point, because they used to rely on whole groups to level up with monsters. These years of reincarnation benefits once monsters, but also at the same time their weakness elves rely on the Tree of Life clan of Heaven on the White Tower. The reasons why the Dark Elves obeyed orders is because the Celestial clan has taken over the tree. Alien races must restrain each other. The students sat at the table and listened to the mentor. Even in this case, by the most conservative estimates, they would have to face 6 dozen strongest. The first to speak after that was Kong, who only had 2 dozen strong warriors who were still weaker than their opponents. Clenching his fist, the deputy said that the only way to survive was to fight. If the humans put up a fight, it would be a great victory for the sake of all mankind. This duly impressed Feng readily said that she was willing to give her best to protect humanity. Everyone picked it up next. Tang took the floor and shouted that she was ready to defend humanity, even though she was arrogant. Kong To also expressed his willingness to fight to the last guy was a very loyal person and willing to give his life for the people. And even Gao agreed, even though it went against some of his plans. Eventually, the discussion ended. The deputy stood up and said he had to drop off the report, leaving Gao here to title it. As soon as the guy got up from his seat, he saw that all his friends were drunk out of their minds. They'd all been drinking. Tang, even while in a drunken delirium, said that she would beat Gao without much trouble. The guy started to get annoyed. This girl is a monster. Taking advantage of the moment, he decided to paint her face with funny drawings, see how she would look at herself in the mirror afterwards. Eventually, the training session was coming to an end. The deputy was training his charges as hard as he could. In the end, Gao still achieved a second-order breakthrough, and the others also succeeded because the training was incredibly grueling. The battle was about to begin. The whole team sat in the training room, on a huge mat, and pondered. Between the boys, there was anxiety and the opponents had made a substitution. Now they had added top-level players. It seemed difficult to beat them. But despite all that, the team captain said that today they will fight even no matter what. Looking at the level of optimism of their leader, Feng was even a little scared. But weren't their opponents many times stronger? How would they even be able to win? Gao, on the contrary, was brimming with optimism. He was determined to see what they were capable of. After so much training, it would be a great chance. On this day, another funny incident occurred that confused the rest of the students of the academy. In the academy, there was another person named Lin, a man with long white hair. He was the captain of the God Hunters team. It was the #1 team. Many have heard that they won dozens of battles without a single loss, quite treacherous and strong. There were 4 others in the team, a girl Chao, a guy with a headband, Yuping, and another guy with strange glasses named Qing. And so they met their opponents. The invincible team felt a little uncomfortable. They were 6th order, so strong. Gao was firmly convinced that he must become stronger, because sooner or later he would have to face these opponents. Eventually, the God Hunters presented themselves to the deputy and saluted like the soldiers. They saluted their leader. Approaching the vice-rector, they provided a recent report of events. These people behaved quite differently as experienced fighters. The team captain turned to Gui and said that he had heard that there were a lot of newcomers today who had excelled significantly. The man nodded. With a wave of his hand, he said that he had heard a lot of information since his return and was a bit surprised himself. Gao and his team came closer at the teacher's request. They were noticeably nervous because the opponents were much stronger. One of the participants said that when Lin was in his first year, he didn't have a team to rank among the top. Gao nodded understandingly. In a few years, it will be hard to say which of these teams will be winners. And right now there was an incredible gulf between them. Only Cao alone in the middle of the 5th order is the strongest student in the academy. She crossed her eyes with Feng between them, definitely appeared enmity. Jupin. Looking at his opponent, Kong grinned. He was a barbarian and had gained that title in the fight against the Great Dragon. Despite being across from the strongest man in the academy, Gao looked at him with disdain, once a guy becoming the same or better. King stood in his place and didn't understand anything. Nobody looked at him and the guy somehow even ducked down and didn't say a word. According to the scenario, Tang was supposed to be looking at him, but she was hovering in the clouds and looking somewhere in the direction of not paying attention to her opponent at all. With incredible politeness, Lin shook his opponent's hand and said that he had heard that this guy had achieved many successes and he would come to watch the fight. After the meeting, Gao clearly started to get nervous. Teacher put his hand on his shoulder and noticed the trembling in the guy's body. The deputy was in high spirits and didn't even pay attention to the fact that his disciple was very much afraid of his opponent. And so began the Battle Moon team versus Undefeated team. Spectators were already sitting in their seats and thinking about what the battle would be. One of the teachers said it was very brave, but it seems these newcomers know what they're doing. After all, they've defeated many strong ones. The lunar team had already gathered. Their commander was dressed in armor and said that they would fight from the defense. The rest of the team members were puzzled. Surprisingly, Hua was among them, and he immediately agreed with the commander because he had no desire to argue with him. The man in armor said that the two of them would set traps for the opponents to support a Jing. The undefeated team was also discussing a plan. They thought their opponents were just afraid of them because they were always hiding somewhere. Gao was sure that if they take the initiative, we must act according to the fourth rule discussed in advance. There were enough onlookers to discuss that it was unethical for high school students to use such sneaky techniques. While walking and looking for his opponents, the guy was visibly nervous, and looking around, he felt that someone was definitely following him. Suddenly, a strange sound came to his ear, and he heard someone approaching him. It was a slight whistle. A second later, the tree the guy was leaning on was broken by a powerful blow. Something very sharp and powerful struck past him. Hua jumped up and saw a huge monster underneath him. Gao decided to attack him first. Well, this is the chance to make amends for last week's defeat. As soon as he landed, he saw a huge energy ball flying straight at his face. It was Tang's cannon just in time. Hua went to the other world. His revenge ended before it even began. The guy was too careless and inconsiderate. Onlookers wondered so quickly to use the energy cannon right at the start of the fight and how much energy they would have left. Perfectly, everything was going according to plan. Even though the frantic loli was lying down, the girl was overdoing it. Taking her friend in his arms, the team captain ordered everyone to run away from here immediately. Friends obeyed and their stomping was heard. The captain of the opponents, sitting on a dais, held a longbow in his hands. He didn't understand what these madmen were doing. It looked extremely strange. Among the spectators was Lin. He had already figured out the strategy undefeated team, and so leading by accumulated points they could just run until they won. Gao smiled full-mouth fourth rule. Take advantage and run away from here, saving your life. True. Although this girl has lost consciousness, but she is still alive, all team members were in the integrity of the fight. The God Hunter team couldn't understand what was going on. Is it a battle tactic with such skills to send into a real battle? It's dangerous. But despite all of this, Captain Lin praised them for their ingenuity and what these people were going to do next. A smile spread across his face. The Moon team was perplexed. They gathered around their commander, and what to do next if no one pursued the opponents, they would lose. The captain realized that they were at a disadvantage if they chased. There might be a trap, but if they stayed where they were, they would lose. In the end, they decided to run and destroy all opponents, even despite how dangerous it would be there. The unbeaten team continued to run away but already began to hear familiar voices behind them. Did the opponents catch up with them so quickly? Behind them ran a man dressed in spiked armor made of gold. He looked extremely threatening. Heavy footsteps could be heard very far away. He decided to jump on the unsuspecting Fang. The girl shrieked in surprise but would not be able to get out of the line of attack. The only way was to apply protective armor. The girl's entire body was covered in iron and a creak was heard. At one point, she grabbed her opponent's arm and began to hold on tightly to the man. Not realizing anything, tried to wrench his arm away. Feng continued to hold him and did not let go for a second. The man asked, "Does she want to go to the other world with him or what?" But his opponent didn't notice Kong appearing behind his back along with a huge dragon. The man let his guard down too much. It didn't take a second for him to find himself on the bench too. The fighter went to the other side of the world and didn't even realize how it happened. In the end, the invincible team kept moving. Feng and Tang were "Here are the keys," and the two guys carried them in their arms. It was a bit difficult. Gao summoned his dragon. They kept score, so it shouldn't be hard to deal with these two. The captain of the opponents didn't understand why it was so bad. They are superior in strength to these newcomers, so why is it impossible to defeat them? There was no other way, and the man moved forward. He would pursue the others to the end and ordered his ally to apprehend this monster. Jumping up, the knight drew his bow and launched several arrows at the fleeing opponent. There was a rumble, and the invincible team saw a huge explosion in front of them. It was explosive arrows blocking their path with fire. The knight jumped to the ground with a loud sound and prepared to strike. These two would definitely not be able to get away from him. Gao asked if the shooter can defeat them in close combat, but the knight replied that he basically has no choice but to fight. After throwing out Tang, the team captain told Kong to take the two girls elsewhere, and he would take care of the shooter. And now, they were already standing across from each other. Kong disappeared from sight, holding his arms, leaving the team captain alone. Naturally, Gao was not going to give up. His body began to be covered with metal armor, and in his hands appeared a huge battle sword. It will be fast. His opponent was not so easy either. He could anticipate movement and block any attacks. Gao felt projectiles flying around his neck. He was telling the shooter to give up. He doesn't stand a chance in close combat even if he doesn't try to beat him. The gunner himself realized that he had no choice but to stay against this monster, and the whole team was defeated. He realized that his opponent was trying to piss him off, but Stoiko held his ground and ignored the taunts. After catching the moment, Gao used his crowning technique. A smile appeared on the guy's face and his sharp teeth shone. Taking a long step towards his opponent, Gao swung his sword and struck him directly into the body of the knight, expecting nothing of the sort, and tried to get away. He couldn't believe how this rookie could handle him with such ease. Gao threw dozens of punches one after another. The man couldn't believe it. He was in the middle of the second order and this rookie could handle him in seconds. At some point, the knight felt someone's very strong hand holding him by the neck. It was Kong. The guy came just in time. A cracking sound was heard, and Gao's powerful blow struck the blade with great speed and separated his opponent's arm, throwing him aside. The knight couldn't believe it, but why did this happen? They had just fought one-on-one. Where did this helper come from? Raising his blade over his frightened opponent, Gao repeated. He didn't tell Kong not to come back. He just asked him to carry the others. The God Hunters were impressed by the unbeaten team always acting tough when left with opponents who were stronger. Lin smiled. It seems that these newcomers are ready to enter the true battlefield, after all. Well, it remains to be seen what they are. The rector, who was watching everything, snapped his fingers and ordered the battle arena to be vacated. Something started to happen. For a second, a rather depressing statistic appeared on the screen, which said that humanity had only a small number of people left, and the old man began to speak. Students tensed up. The instructor said that today's battle may make many of them feel strange because it is an unusual battle. The man said that in today's performance, the team wanted everyone to survive, and he wishes the same. The team fist bumped today begins the reforms of the military faculty. They can enter the battlefield without even reaching the fourth order. Seeing that they were in Group D, Tang jabbed her finger and told everyone to look at the screen. The girl had a sparkling smile on her face. Gao To also noticed this and visibly tensed up. Too quickly they were released. He didn't even have time to prepare. After the fight, Lin turned to Gao and waved goodbye, saying that they would see each other on the battlefield. The guy stood still, puzzled. The student was approached by the vice dean and said that he had done a good job today. Gao asked, "Is this list for the battlefield?" The man said, "No, it's not on participation." But then what the student couldn't understand what the problem is. This list is compiled by the tutors. Looking at this stubborn kid, the leader smiled like he's not afraid of anything. Well, except for going to the other world, and that's not a fact. Gao's mind was spinning with thoughts. Of course, if you have a mentor with you, it will soften the situation on isn't the real battlefield very dangerous? Looking towards the mentor who was approaching the others, Gao thought about what if they encountered real monsters? It would be a different experience. Once back in his room, Gao pondered his head with unpleasant thoughts of refusing, but no, that would be too embarrassing. After moving to the second order, he will be able to magnetize his legs to increase his speed and mobility, but the training room is not dangerous. His thoughts would have gone on like this if that annoying robot had not appeared and announced that he had a new task. The student thought, for this task he needs to catch some animal. It could be a rat, but given the system, it is more likely to be life-threatening. The thought of opening a workshop to cut costs came to mind, and would use his perfect attribute and make soft armor. But then again, if the system made him serve most people in 3 days or something like that, it was no longer in the guy's plans. Sitting down on the chair, Gao began to dream and think about how much money he could make if he opened a workshop thought to make a fortune. Grasping the robot, Gao exclaimed how to actually do it. Here only do not give stupid hints, can only kick ass. There was a reminder of 1,000 mountains and 1,000 waters are always full of love. But it was more like some kind of nonsense than a clue. I got an idea from upstairs. There was a crazy loli who was making weapons. Maybe go to her and find out what's what. A tired face of a girl appeared in the doorway, saying it was late and we could talk about it any other time. Gao decided to use all of his charm and asked why it was that he had not noticed before. What kind of Tang cutie girl didn't realize anything and pulled away? His cheeks instantly flushed red and his voice began to tremble. What was this madman up to? The boy wanted to say something else, but the soft hand covered his mouth. Tang didn't want to listen to anything else, and it seemed to have made the right impression. She waved her hand and said that she would never fall for it, even though Gao is handsome, even if she doesn't even dream about it. Pointing her finger at him, the girl said that he would have to write her love articles for many days and give her gifts. Love can't just be expressed. Seeing the refusal, the girl was surprised, then could at least make breakfast or something like that. Gao started to boil up. Okay, let him shut up. He's not here for that anyway. Loli's face changed when she heard that answer. Then why did he come here? Is he tired of living and saying stupid things in the middle of the night? Gao asked the girl in a trembling voice if she had any money. Tang seemed to realize what was going to happen next. Hearing the fabulous sum of 100 million, she immediately closed the door right in front of the surprised guy's face. But in a situation like this, you can't give up. Gao started knocking and telling her to come back. It's very important, but it's a robbery. Still, he decided to lay out the plans as Gao said he had a couple questions about the workshop evaluation. The doors slowly opened and there showed the girl's surprised face. What does it mean to have a workshop appraisal? It's much more complicated than a company appraisal. Gao was surprised. Why is it more complicated than that? It's just an ordinary workshop run by one person. And that's it. Making a serious look, Tang said that the workshop is judged on the patented technology of the product well or capital. For example, neither of these are available. Gao began to think that it was impossible to make a patent in a day or two, so he decided to accumulate capital. Hearing that the evaluation is based on the amount of money, Gao laughed. Is it really that simple? It was still very difficult. Tang said it was difficult to do it without investment. For example, someone would invest half. Realizing that this is a gold mine, Gao began to persuade the girl. He said that it is wonderful to open your own business to do something you love. Tang was sad. She said that when she had been in this place for less than 4 years, she could return and inherit less than $1 trillion. And that was sad. She turned around and seeing Gao leaving, shrieked that he hadn't answered yet. They will be leaving for the battlefield soon, so why did he decide to open a workshop? With a fierce look, he said that it was because they were going there that he wanted to open a workshop for development. Tang laughed when she heard what the crazy plan was. Her cannon cost 50 million, and Gao was sure he could build it with his own hands. But when she saw the confidence in the boy's face, she was a little surprised. Wait a minute. He's really sure, Gao exclaimed. Of course he can. Well, if that's the case, Tang decided to argue, but I wonder what the subject of the argument is. Gao already sensed that there was some kind of setup here. With a thumbs up, Tang said she'd provide him with everything he needed. But if the business failed, he'd give up his credit and give half. Late in the evening, Gao and his girlfriend met another man who arrived in his own jet-powered car. Eventually, the couple sat already inside. Tang said that the factory they were heading to was the oldest in the city, and its construction was ordinary. Suddenly, the car braked sharply and the two passengers hit the front row seats with a thud. Tang Strong was frightened and asked the driver how he drove the car. The man replied that it seems to be the Public Security Bureau conducting a hunt. Gao looked out of the car and wondered who she might be hunting. But to his great surprise, instead of the usual policeman, he saw a strange girl dressed in a short skirt and an ordinary t-shirt. There was an accident on a city highway, and all the people jumped out of their cars to see what was wrong. Immediately, emergency services were called. The girl with the cat whiskers sat on a lamppost and considered the result of her actions. She was again dissatisfied with something. But suddenly the cat looked behind her back and raised an eyebrow in surprise at who she saw in front of her was extremely familiar. Gaoto also looked at her with surprised eyes. He certainly didn't expect to see her right in front of his nose. Catgirl wrinkled her face and showed some of her sharp teeth, getting ready to run away. Several soldiers immediately appeared on the scene and started using grenades to catch the pesky wench, but she was too fast. Tang assumed that it could be a spy or something like that, need to go another way. Gao all this time felt that this girl has seen somewhere before. When the guy along with his girlfriend did arrive at the factory, jaw literally dropped from what he saw. And this they call old junk. The factory was truly colossal. It had a futuristic look and a tower with several rings rising high above the ground. Soon all three were already sitting in the high-speed elevator and descending to the lower floors. An 8-fold ring on the outside is the assembly lines, the girl continued to explain. They arrived at the entrance to the main room and the concierge was waiting for them with his hands behind his back. His name was Uncle Bai. The girl immediately asked if her grandfather was inside. The guard replied that the master was already waiting for them. Even here, Gao heard a powerful aura. It was quite different from the soldiers. It seems to be a more violent person. As soon as they went inside, Tang's face immediately changed into a smile and a blush appeared on her cheeks. She must not have seen her grandfather for a long time. In front of them stood a rather vivacious old man. Despite his age, he stroked his granddaughter's head and greeted her cheerfully. Gao followed the guy, a little shy. The old man immediately raked him and smilingly greeted him. Well, we need to get right down to business. Soon they were already sitting in comfortable chairs, and on the table were cups of flavored coffee. The old man already understood perfectly well what his granddaughter was up to, and agreed he would give her the opportunity if she could manage it. Even he would invest in the workshop. But then the old man coughed it might be too little, so the master decided to give them a full 3 months. She crafted her workshop. To everyone's surprise, Gao smiled and said that a few days would be enough for him, which was extremely confident. The master guard and the driver froze in place and stared at the boy in surprise. Tang flapped her eyes. Her friend seemed to have gone completely crazy. Looking at the grandfather, the girl said that her classmate could really create something, but not that fast. The old man only laughed. Leaning, Gao turned to the master. He said he could give him as much time as he wanted, but he would make the cannon in 3 days, and it was out of the question. The old man grinned. It's certainly good, but 80 million and less than 0.5% is a bit small, don't you think? The conversation continued, and the old man decided to make one condition. Gao was surprised when he slid a small piece of paper towards him. Moving towards his new acquaintances, the master said that one condition was that one of the partners would be Shen the Major. He lowered his head. He knew the relationship between the two and realized that the Major wanted to keep the missing amount. If Gao wants to achieve everything by himself, then he can't afford to lose precious interest. Rising from his seat in a shaky yet confident voice, the guy said he didn't want this girl in the deal. Tang shrieked. They had agreed with Grandpa. So why did he change his mind? The old man said he didn't mean it. But even though Gao refused, he said he couldn't take the money that way. It wouldn't be fair. Tang didn't understand why not. She's offering a very good deal. Yes, and Grandpa will help, and they have a good relationship with the major. The driver said that they would postpone this conversation for later, and for now, the guy could familiarize himself with the principle of production. But the master interrupted him. His face turned serious, and the man said he didn't know what the kid was capable of, but it was interesting, and he agreed to give him a chance. But again, he has one condition. The old man put a finger up. Gao, already prepared to listen, and knew that nothing good would come of it. It was that Gao's first order of business was to make two things. First was the sword and the anti-magnetic armor before making the cannon. It all sounded very simple and clear. Gao held a piece of paper and nodded his head. In principle, it was reasonable. However, the guy asked if he could be provided with drawings of these two things so that he would have at least some idea how to make them. For a second, there was silence. Nobody knew where to start. Not knowing such simple and trivial things is barbaric. Coughing, the old man would like to ask what in general the guy was doing all this time. Gao replied that he had not created before, but good at everything. The director slapped his hand on his face and ordered San, who was his assistant, to take this kid and show him all the necessary blueprints. Let Bean and Hai practice with him and tell him what's what, so it's better that way. After this, even the driver was a little surprised whether bringing in these two masters was a necessity now, but the director was firmly convinced. Finally, they reached an agreement and shook hands. Gao agreed to such terms, and the principal wished them luck. Soon they approached the workshop there. Already waiting for them were two workers. San asked if they had brought the blueprints they were told to find. One of the craftsmen said he had already brought the necessary drawings for Mr. So we can start work right away. The other master couldn't help but notice that this kid is really handsome, except good looks don't do any good. Can he pull it off? The master wanted to offer to have a cup of tea and relax a little, but Gao said he was already done with his study. The workers looked at each other. Yes, this kid is just being bullied by engineering. This is no joke. Having read the encyclopedia just once, the student already understood the approximate property of the electric sword and its working principle. Eventually, Master and Gao stood at their work looms, and the second worker waved his hand and ordered them to begin. The first worker, Bean, started extracting energy with his crisp movements everywhere. It was obvious this is what a professional means. This man's technique was indeed perfect. The rest of the staff opened their eyes and watched, amazed at the process. But what was more surprising was how masterful Gao was at extracting energy. He did it as if nothing was impossible for him. Finally, the station staff must have realized that this was the same gifted boy who had recently come to the academy. Bean continued to smoothly grind the details of his product, making every touch perfect. The man had been doing this for decades. Suspicious, of course, the student wondered if he was now finished. It would be strange needing some of his power just to hide. Seeing the realization of the energy, the rest of the station workers were delighted. They began to adjust their glasses. They had never seen anything like this before. Ka began to create parts for his weapon literally from the energy itself. They appeared one after another. Looking at all of this, the high worker wondered whether it was possible to connect it at all. It was against all laws of logic and physics. The man understood that producing components using energy realization was indeed impressive, but also required a great deal of skill. The man stood and watched, but could not understand how it was possible to reproduce such precision. Is like threading a needle. After only a few dozen minutes, the student was already holding a huge energy sword overflowing with energy. Swinging around, Gao struck a powerful slash at the nearest machine and destroyed it in just one blow. Everything worked out. Now the guy was standing next to the ruined machine and silence hung around him. His rival was just starting to work. People couldn't believe what happened. But this guy who invaded their Holy of Holies was able to create a sword after all. Bean only had part of the weapon made. He hadn't even begun to put the elements together. The man didn't even know what to say. It was unbelievable. The student was immediately jumped up by Tang, and they bumped hands. The girl said she always knew her friend was the best. Master Hai still offered to at least eat a little after this. He was still impressed, but Gao refused. The guy now had another dilemma. It's only been one day, but he still has to make an electromagnetic cannon. He doesn't even feel like eating. The second competition was about to start, and the masters were standing at their places and preparing to work, just waiting for the signal. Master Hai realized that if he lost to this kid now, he would disgrace his entire factory for years to come. But what to do? He started doing complex math and thinking about how best to optimize his work to succeed. The armor was complicated. Master realized that no matter how talented this kid was, he still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Gao surprisingly let the man start first. Hai raised an eyebrow in surprise and couldn't believe his eyes. Yes, that he was mocking him, or that he wanted to give him a head start. What an arrogant guy he is. A whisper crept through the ranks of those watching, and they couldn't have imagined such a thing. Since that was the case, The man began to create. Master Hai was a high-ranking engineer and was already combining elements, creating a design. He created 5 dozen elements in just a few minutes, incredible speed. All that was left was to put it all together. Even Gao, who was watching this, shuddered in fear of creating so many parts in just a quarter of an hour. This much the guy didn't even think can win. With trembling hands, the craftsman continued to create his product. He was a little afraid and wanted to win by all means. Taking out the energy ball, Gao still began to act. He bypassed all the creation methods and began to simply fasten the parts together, creating them out of energy. The balloon started spitting out metal parts completely finished. They didn't even have to be sanded. After a few minutes, Gao had already finished almost 6 dozen parts and had already caught up with his rival. The man was covered in sticky sweat. He was already beginning to doubt his skill after all. This guy was a real monster. Would he be able to create faster than a student? After all, after an hour, the armor was already ready. Gao put his hand on it. This piece of armor was made perfectly according to all the requirements. Master Hai bowed his head and admitted his defeat. Inside, he was tormented by a sense of shame. He had lost to an ordinary kid at his best. Master Bin said that the competition wasn't over yet. The armor might not pass the preliminary test after all, but Hai ordered him to shut up. Realizing that he had won, after all, Gao decided to mock a bit. He recognized the skill of these two outstanding people, but still the guy was better. Tang turned to the man standing next to Mr. San. The man pointed a finger up and seemed to admit that he was wrong about this guy. They arrived at the main office and San ordered the assistant to give Master Gao the blueprints of the electromagnetic cannon to start making it. The woman nodded. The man turned around and said that after Gao finished his work, then they would talk about the investment. The guy only nodded his head. Entering the warehouse of blueprints, Gao was not a little surprised that the electromagnetic cannons are divided into different types. There was a lot to learn. Listening to the assistant's conversation, Gao held in his hands a large reference book. There were more than 200 pages, and this is all to be read and memorized. Suddenly, the woman was distracted and said she had to leave to call back. Gao only mumbled something under his breath and continued digging through the reference books. Choosing the thinnest and lightest book, the guy started to read. It was brand new, so the information must be reliable. All the time he was thinking that to make such parts a complex production process with many parts is too costly. An assistant appeared from somewhere and apologized in a guilty voice for making me wait. She said that guns 1 through 3 were blocked. Well, here is the pitfall. Gao smiled but still agreed. The choice is narrowed, so you have to choose well and try hard. While Gao was thinking about what he should choose, the assistant looked at him with loving eyes. After all, concentrated men look incredible. She shrank back and said she'd bring a cup of coffee, so let the gentleman take his time and mind his own business. Without paying attention to it, Gao continued flipping through the handbook. Gun number 4 was created using innovations. This made it difficult. The first copy was a long-range, large-caliber rifle for large-scale combat operations requiring high combat power. Gao continued flipping through the guidebook looking for the information he needed, but it was too complicated with too many letters and elements. The second number was more maneuverable and able to quickly change its position on the battlefield, which made it difficult to track. And finally, cannon number 3. Tang used it as a customized piece and basically not much different from the first two. The more the guy read, the more excited he got. Number 4 suggested that the human body would become part of the cannon. When humans become fulcrums, the power will increase, and then it will be possible to fire a volley. The power consumption will decrease. Breathing heavily, Gao literally stuck to the handbook. This is indeed a grand technology and the best innovation imaginable. The thought occurred to him that he was not presented with this technology, perhaps, because this cannon has not yet been created by anyone, so it's a challenge. Dazzling prospects flashed before his eyes. If Gao could create this thing, then he would become invaluable to the company. He would have been researching the guidebook if the assistant hadn't suddenly appeared with a cup of coffee and a girl smiling with a full mouth. Ask him how long he had been here. Gao was extremely impressed that he had been stuck in this library for over 3 hours. To make cannon number 3 would take too much time, and there wasn't much of it. Number 4 seems more logical and correct. After agreeing to go out for a bite to eat for a while, Gao finally said not to close the lab. He will take the reference book number 4 with him. After returning to his workplace, the guy started to study it. There were a little more than 2 days left. No time to waste or everything would fail. Gao held a small sheet of paper in his teeth and began to produce energy sparks in his hands, and the elements moved by themselves. At the computer at the time, the director, his assistant, and Tang herself were sitting at the computer, and they were following the events with their eyes. Even the director of the company was surprised to actually use the realization of energy to create a cannon much faster and less costly. It's a good way, but it's hard to redo. The old man sighed heavily. In the entire league, there probably aren't many people who can realize energy like this. Master said that this guy's speed is certainly high, but still not enough. Tang was even a little scared. Does Grandpa mean to say that he won't make it? The old man smiled. Gao shamelessly said he could do it in 3 days, but at this rate he would need all 5. When Tang realized what was going on, she began to worry, but her grandfather would not invest in him. She blushed and trembled. This conversation ended too quickly. Tang couldn't find her place. She was constantly worried about her friend. It would be too unfair not to argue. She said that in any case, it is also a lot of. Master smiled. Is granddaughter going to him? Exercise like a sweetheart. But no, it wasn't like that. Turning her back, Tang said that because of Gao's poverty, she must help. Everyone knows about his relationship with Major. Gao continued to labor, and the master said that given today's trends, he would invest half of it. Tang resented it was too little. The assistant standing nearby said that even this is already unprecedented when the master says about half of what he is going to put in. The granddaughter was about to start being cranky again, but the old man started pulling her cheek, making her uncomfortable. At this time, the cat girl was sitting on the roof of one of the houses and beckoned to the next one by throwing her leg over her foot. A large black cat emerged from the crowd of cats and approached something like an altar. Bowing its head, the animal was excited. The boss was very unhappy with the results. The cats were too weak after eating so much delicious food. They want to join the warriors. The girl shrieked for the others to let the poor guy go. From now on, everyone would start practicing 4-on-4, and the supply group would continue to assemble. Then, standing up on the broken-down truck, the girl said she would be gone for a few days, but that doesn't mean the rest of us should slack off. Let her practice. The girl had a smile on her face as she reassured her subjects that she would never abandon them, but she wanted more warriors next time. In the company's production center, Gao was still busy producing resources. The guy didn't move away from his machine. The boss watched with his granddaughter. It had been over 2 days, but not even half of the parts had been made. Tang grabbed Grandpa's hand and said in a pitiful voice that the appointed time had not yet passed, so it was time to talk about investments. After the grandfather suggested that maybe his granddaughter had a crush on this guy, Tang instantly blushed and said that it was complete nonsense. But that's not what's important right now. Look at the screen. It looks like Gao has started to assemble all the components. Something interesting is about to happen. Even the assistant looked at the screen in surprise. Indeed, the master had already started gathering all the necessary resources. Standing behind the machine, Gao used energy to fuse all the necessary resources together, and the cannon was already beginning to take shape. 2 craftsmen looked at it and suggested that maybe they should check all these parts first and assemble them immediately. Maybe there is some kind of defect. Looking at all of this, I would think that Gao would want to reduce the number of parts to make the gun smaller, but that's impossible, given the trends. The old man's face revealed a look of shock. Wait a minute, that's not gun number 4. It's something else entirely. Tang hearing about it made her very excited. She had never heard of item number 4 before. No one had ever told her about it, not even her grandfather. San explained that this prototype was a top-secret development that almost no one knew about. The girl asked if it had any advantages. Hearing how cool this gun is, Tang glowed with happiness. The girl didn't even expect this specimen to be so strong. She wanted it. The assistant said with a heavy sigh. Too bad it's just a concept that no one has developed it yet. It's still in the blueprint stage. The supervisor explained that all because this concept is based on the human body and body compatibility, and if the problem is not solved, there will be no release. Tang surprisingly raised an eyebrow, but how come Gao made her right now with his own hands? But the old man was sure it was impossible. The doors opened and the factory manager appeared on the doorstep with his assistant and his granddaughter, eager to see what they had gotten in the end. Mentor wanted to see it with his own eyes. The old man was completely sure that it was impossible and wanted to make sure. Eventually, the cannon was ready. Gao had finished the work and now held his product. It was a long cone. But still, even with that in mind, there were missing details. Maybe he'd missed something. The guy started thinking hard. It's too late to fix it. Just add a few details and that's it. Gao took the next mechanism. He continued rummaging through his device as suddenly someone knocked on the door. The guy didn't even pay attention to it. When Principal Gao walked in, he was a little scared. But after all, the appointed time was still hours away. The old man reassured him. He just wants to make sure. The old man approached the table and asked if the student was developing prototype number 4. Gao grinned, but he had already figured it out. The director took the items in his hands and began to carefully inspect it, looking impressive, but still, there were some flaws. When he heard that it could be created at all, Gao wondered what it all meant. After all, he had only worked hard. Gao asked if the director was going to try it out. The old man said there was no need and shook his head. Even without tests or anything like that, it was already clear how talented Gao director said that he had already shown his abilities improve. Gao turned to everyone and said that he saw that there was a mistake in the blueprints of this cannon. Everyone else cried out in surprise, so he knows. The guy went on because this gun is something experimental that no one has done yet because research also stopped a few years ago. In spite of all this, Gao wanted to try it out and practice. His eyes lit up with excitement. He disregarded any danger. Even the company director with multiple experiences wondered if Gao was really sure what he wanted. But the guy nodded without hesitation. There was nothing to do, if he had the courage to say such a thing. Then the director ordered Sanu to bring someone who knew how to use it. The men looked at each other, but suddenly a thin voice was heard. Tang raised her hand and said she wanted to be a test subject and try it out. But no, that was out of the question. The old man valued his granddaughter too much to put her in such danger, even though he wanted to. There was a silence when Gao expressed his desire to test the gun himself. Everyone else was shocked. Ignoring all this, Gao said that he was confident in this thing as himself since he was its creator. No need to worry. An hour later, the auditorium was filled with station employees all looking at Gao and could not believe that this kid created an experimental gun number 4. The boss told Gao not to force himself if he felt something bad. Let him stop the experiment at once. Gao thought that everything depended on just one click. The system should not fail. At least at this moment, it is a responsible mission. Putting his arm with the gun forward, the guy prepared to shoot. He built up energy around him. Everyone froze. Fingers approached the small lever that was responsible for launching the cannon in his hands, felt a tremor, as if someone had struck with electricity. An energy shield formed around Gao, protecting him from the penetration of any living creature. Until now, everyone thought the guy would chicken out. But Gao acted with a distinct shock on the faces of all the station workers. The cannon began to work, the air vibrated, and a low-frequency humming sound was heard everywhere. Not even half a second later, the entire station was shaken by a powerful shot of energy. Beam penetrated the wall and came out accompanied by a rumble. Everyone froze in their seats as soon as they saw the result of the thick wall being punched through. In a second, the whole audience was filled with screams. Finally, it worked. The old man was hugging his granddaughter and crying with happiness. The experiment was successful. He himself could not believe his good fortune. The project that had been designed years ago and abandoned finally worked. The old man whimpered like a little child. Over 5 years, this gun had cost him billions of dollars, and Gao had made it in just a few days. The assistant came closer and said that there was one more problem left to solve: what to do with the shield. The old man said that it was too early to put this gun in the masses. Everyone decided to have Tang try using this thing and compare the experience of using it with her weapon, then it would be clear. The old man was surprised, but Gao was sure that this girl had a lot of talent in handling weapons. So why not? The boss was sure that in addition to all the nuances, this item might not match the host's energy field. The aide said that if another person can use the item, that means the gun can be used in production. Tang gladly agreed. She said she would do her best. Everyone wished the girl good luck and got ready. Soon the gun was already on her hand. Tang did not hesitate for a second and only asked me how to use it because it was enough just to pull the trigger. As soon as the finger touched around the girl, an energy shield appeared around her. Tang clutched her eyes. Never before had she felt anything like this. After the gunshot, everyone went quiet. An employee appeared and said that not counting the shells, the damage amounted to more than 2 million. But this was nothing for the company. Just a brief pause. Everyone exclaimed that they should announce this discovery to the Science and Technology Center. This is the breakthrough of the century. But the old man was of a different opinion. He said that something else was important now. Something else had to be finished. Hearing that, for him to immediately register the forge and start funding Gao, smiled inwardly to himself. Finally, the plan worked. After the field test, the company boss, along with Gao and his granddaughter, went to the office. Tang couldn't stop looking at the new weapon. The old man wondered. One thing was whether Gao would consider joining their ranks as a full employee. If something was needed, let him just say so. Looking at the old man's interest, Gao read his thoughts. He wanted to ask just the capacity of the cannon with different human bodies after all. Lowering his head, the boss said that Gao could apply for a patent, even though the blueprints belong to the company, but the guy has that right because he's the creator. Gao said with a smile that they must know about the device called talent tester used in the military laboratory. That simply put, he used the gene of life, extracting blood testing talents of copper and iron to achieve cooperation between man and device. The old man marveled. What a brilliant theory. After all, talent by blood, and use it to transmit genetic information is great. Although inside himself, Gao realized that he had learned it himself only by pulling the trigger and how to explain it all to him, since he had only recently realized it himself. The old man came closer and said that they leave the patent to him. Although they usually buy out patented technologies this time, the profits will be shared. Grandpa still wanted to say something or ask if this money was enough to develop further or maybe still needed. But suddenly, the guy put his hand out in front of his face and said that it was unnecessary. Fang had already invested too much in his company. Gao Po signed the contract and did not refuse the interest. After all, he earned it with honest labor. After that, Tang was jumping for joy. You see, she is much better than her sister. So let the guy remember that for the future. It didn't take long for the robot helper to congratulate his master on completing the forge task, and now he will receive a new reward. As a result, the guy got anti-bronze, by the way. Quite cool system. Still did not lie and did not deceive him. There is already all the same justice in the world. When Gao was already sitting in the car, Uncle Fang waved at him and said that he had written down the address of the blacksmith shop. The car moved off, leaving the old man on the road. Fang smiled to himself. The Shen family had indeed snatched a tidbit. Someone was holding a communicator and listing the names of students who had joined the military academy recently. A woman in a military uniform with long hair raised an eyebrow in surprise. Gao turned out to have also joined the battle list. How unexpected. It was the same pixie she was cursing the humans they are everywhere and constantly harassing her. But that's okay. The girl infiltrated the society of people to take revenge on this insolent guy for humiliation. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. It was none other than Gao. The girl turned around and shrieked in surprise. What a small world indeed. Passing by, the company woman tried to be as strict as possible. The main thing is not to panic and do not give the appearance, not to be burned. But to her great misfortune, Gao stopped for a second and shouted for her to stop. The woman stood up like a stumbling block. She turned around and looked at Gao with a haughty look, asking if he was the one addressing her. Even with her clever disguise, Gao recognized the elf immediately, even though she didn't have long ears. But her manner of speech was still the same. It was time to act decisively. Gao leaned against her and said that he wanted to meet the girl, embarrassed. Is all the military so decisive? With surprise to himself, the guy found that he could not feel the fluctuations of energy, although he came almost close as it reached such a difference. A smile touched the student's lips. In such a case, there was only one way to check it, and Gao intended to find out now. The woman was very embarrassed when this strange student asked to touch her butt. It was certainly unexpected, and she blushed. Silence lasted for a few seconds, and then the woman pulled away from Gao. Yi exclaimed, "What he just said is barbaric." Taking out the money with a serious expression, Gao said that he would pay 100 allied coins if she allowed it. Inside, the students no longer remembered anything about this person, only that she had a cast-iron ass that couldn't be penetrated by a spear. People were already starting to gather around. This discussion was attracting the attention of the students. Besides, Gao Neng himself was there, the local star. The elven woman diligently portraying a human wondered, is everyone in the military academy like this? Gao said that he is an elite and does what he wants. The elf was very worried that her body was no different from a normal human, but still, if you take blood, you can see the difference. There was nothing to do but agree, and the elf said that for 5,000 she would spend one night with him. Her cheeks flushed. The plan was starting to take effect, the guy thought. If it does succeed in making sure, it's certainly a great achievement worth the effort. But no sooner had he finished his thought than the firm hand of Tang was on his neck. The girl was furious that he had arranged it here. He already had a wife, what a womanizer. The elf finally understood and folded her arms on her chest in surprise. So he was also playing with her. But Gao did not retreat. He pushed his friend away with his hand. Eventually, the couple left, leaving the furious Loli alone. They really abandoned her. How can you do that? Tang pulled out a buzzing communicator and saw that Gao had started broadcasting his location. Here's just what he doesn't want to hide. They stopped in an empty corridor of the university and started talking, and it looked like the guy was offering to go to her house. That's how it ended. The pixie realized this guy was dead in her house, so don't even get your hopes up. After a few dozen minutes, they were already standing at a tall building. The girl said she lived on the 3rd floor, so all that was left was to go upstairs. On the way to the apartment, Gao pondered the 3rd floor he could jump from without much trouble, but maybe Tang would take reinforcements with him. After scanning the building, the guy realized that besides them, there were about 8 other people on different floors in the tower, and in case of emergency, they could call for help. But to his horror, Gao noticed that there was no Tang nearby. Why she had not yet come. He had left his location on purpose. Gao's situation turned gray with fear, but it won't be a big deal if she doesn't understand he did hint with his location. They ended up in a cramped elevator. The girl walked up to Gao and asked who would go first to shower him or her. The guy stood still. He decided to improvise and suggested we go together if it was a good idea. Why not? Suddenly, he grabbed hold of the girl and pulled her to him, holding onto her ass. The unfortunate elf cried out in surprise and said he was too impatient. Then she took the initiative and jumped into the guy's arms, telling him to take his time. They still had a lot of time ahead of them. Making sure he was wrong, Gao pushed the girl away and told her to go to the shower. The elf replied that if he was paying, then let him dispose of it. Finding himself in the room, the guy began to climb various corners in search of any objects that could compromise this lady. Finding an ordinary ID card of a real Chinese woman, Gao compared the facts and found that this girl was an ordinary person, and not what he thought. His mind was all jumbled up at once. How is that even possible? He could clearly feel her aura that this was no ordinary person. Not wanting to stay here any longer, Gao slammed the door shut and left the room, needing to get out of here before the girl came back from her shower. The security guard at the front desk wondered, do young people do it today so fast? Here in his time was quite different. Guy walked up to the man and asked if he was the security guard for this house. The old man replied in a stammering voice that yes, he was. Ashamed of his ignorance, Gao said that he was studying at the military academy. Could the gentleman show the way? The old man pointed his finger in a direction, but before the man could finish even a few words, a sharp thing drove into his chest. It was a kunai. The man wheezed and went backwards. Blood instantly rushed from the open deep wound. The old man wheezed and began to lose consciousness. The man did not understand anything at all. The student opposite saw everything perfectly and recognized that these monsters were quite vigilant in their observations, but nothing would come of it. As Gao continued beating the unfortunate old man with his blade, he didn't even notice that some snake-like growths with burning eyes began to descend towards him. The old man began to cover himself with a strange skin. Like scales, he hissed that the man in front of him was indeed a dangerous man, but it wasn't over yet. Naturally, this knife could not hurt the old man, and he swung his sharp paw in an attempt to catch the kid who bounced aside. No sooner had the man taken a couple steps than his head was separated by something very sharp, and a large serpent appeared literally out of nowhere. The building began to collapse. Plaster and stones falling everywhere, Gao felt that someone else was going to attack him, and prepared himself. From somewhere came several more monsters. Similar to the first one, there was a woman. They all had purple skin. The monsters roared. They had only one option to destroy this kid, and that was it. They rushed straight at the defenseless victim. Naturally, the guy was ready for it. On his hands already appeared armor. Gao said that instantly destroy them all. They do not stand a chance. The battle heated up with a new vigor when the dust began to settle, and the opponents stood opposite each other and prepared for a powerful throw. Gao's hands blocked two opponents at once. Their strength was monstrous, no less than a third order worth trying, or else he was finished. In my mind, I remembered the last phrase of the assistant alien traders revealing themselves in the City of Hope very strong. A man's muscular arm flew through the wall and tried to grab Gao. The guy sensed danger at the last moment. Two more of the same aliens appeared from somewhere. They also saw the victim and intended to attack, but the dragon was already ready to fight. The picture was as follows. A guy together with his pet stood against several monsters that appeared out of nowhere. Gao transformed his armor into silver alloy. It was the most powerful fusion available so far, and a sword glistened in his hands. The first to be hit was one of the male aliens. The blade came down right on his hands. The monster didn't have time to cover his face and felt the pain. The sharp steel severed a piece of his arm and it bounced off to the side as the monster squinted and gritted his teeth. It was incredibly painful. Several more mutants had already appeared behind him, preparing to attack while their prey was occupied by a kin. The dragon reacted in time and repelled several monster attacks at once, and a crunch and rustling sound was heard as if many legs were moving on the ground. With one deft blow, Gao's step-by-step destruction split the monster in two, followed by the crack of tearing skin and a scream. Eventually, one of them was defeated in just one strike. Gao brushed the blood off his blade and prepared himself. There were still a few more of them left. Several hands reached for the dagger and grasped the blade. Gao felt an incredible pressure. Even his armor could not always cope and cracked under the pressure. Luckily, being in this outfit, the damage wasn't too much. The guy flew back a few meters and stalled with his blade. The four of them managed to surround one and can't catch the boy, heard some strange voice from outside, and the student turned around. Another strange mutant with red skin appeared from somewhere. Along with him were two girls with snake scales instead of skin. Red Monster moved straight at Gao with unprecedented speed. The guy was very frightened. Does there really exist such fast mutants? Seeing that the opponent had dodged the Red Monster, was confused. Surprised, this guy managed to dodge. His attack is not good. He wants to escape. Gao jumped out of the window and hung on one of the balconies, holding on with only one finger. If someone yanked him, he would fall down. Holding his hands firmly on the ledge, Gao pondered if he thought that the old man he had first met at the reception desk was the weakest. What were the others then? And yet they were definitely not alone. The boy looked to the nearest window and saw another similar silhouette of an elven woman. Jumping into the room, Gao found himself in the place from where he tried to escape. The elf was already waiting for him here, and smiled and asked why he came back here if he ran away. The floor shuddered, and another red mutant burst through it. He had decided to pursue his victim to the last after all. From behind, several more monsters broke through the window and also prepared to attack. The guys surrounded and attacked all together. The red demon ordered his snake maids to attack first. The girls immediately agreed without a single bicker. The two girls rushed forward and began to take turns throwing punches. Gao closed in as best he could. These two were no weaker than this red. The task was not easy. Against the guy were several strong mutants of the third stage, and how to cope was unclear. Then the doors flew open, and on the threshold showed Tang. She had finally arrived by beacon, and just in time when the guy needed help. Seeing such a strange picture, the girl immediately oriented herself and asked how much money the monsters wanted for him she would pay. The others, along with Gao, had already forgotten about their battle and were just watching this strange girl fight. As it turned out, it wasn't about the money. The two snake women immediately rushed at the girl, waving their arms. In the end, the unfortunate Loli was beaten and was already crying, and where the bastard had managed to drag her and Gao only kept silent. In the end, Gao's nerves gave up and he shouted, "Unless Tang's special beacon, she is blind." But But the girl was not going to give up and began to argue. Now, that wasn't the point. She was wondering what kind of monsters these aliens were and how Gao had managed to catch them alone. The poor thing didn't have time to finish her thought before one of the snake women delivered a mighty blow, knocking her aside. Luckily, Tang was alive even though she was stuck in the wall. She said that this woman is a fourth order, she will take her on. The monster girl wasn't going to give up and attacked the unfortunate lowly. Time after time, Tang didn't know what to do anymore. She didn't even have a chance to get out of it. Seeing the joy on her friend's face, Gao wondered why she was so happy they would soon come to an end. Monsters surround them, and she was here playing games. With words that there was no need to worry, the girl threw Gao a strange blue pill and told him to eat this thing. The guy didn't quite understand what it was about. Tang explained that this is their company's technology worth tens of millions of dollars. Gao swallowed the pill and felt a very familiar feeling. This magnetic pill, really, how could he not guess? The whole body became much lighter. Tang didn't miss the opportunity to mess around now. Gao owes 37 points, but they'll talk about that later. Now they have to deal with the monsters. The red mutant saw it and got scared. Now it's getting dangerous. It's a life force pill. Now the enemies will be much more powerful. A strange white glow appeared in the guy's hands. Did he really become now fourth order? Strength increased manifold. It's too late to think about that now. He can do the same thing as the fourth order warriors need to seize the opportunity. Waving her huge scythe, the little girl rushed into the attack for her. It was conventionally a game. Now these monsters will go to the other world. Only now did Gao realize just how big the difference between them was. Tang rushed straight at the monsters and one by one sent them to the other side. Realizing that things were bad, the two snake women rushed forward to destroy the little wench before she chopped them all up. Metal tentacles began to emerge from the ground at an incredible rate. The women stopped and looked in horror in front of them. The guy smiled. And where are these two going to go? They should take care of themselves. The girl standing a few meters away looked surprised at this battle, and again, this monster appeared. This guy monster. The elfess suddenly blushed and felt something touch her butt. The girl cried out in surprise. And indeed, several metal protrusions approached the girl from behind and began to touch her. And only now the student realized everything. This squeak is exactly the same as the Elfica's suspicion turned out to be. Without mistake, it is really her. Tang continued. I fight nothing understood how her friend can only use energy power alone. He really has talents. Everything would be fine. If this pill didn't consume too much energy, Gao could feel himself getting weaker. With every passing moment, he didn't have much strength. The elfess quickly realized everything and cried out to destroy this girl while she was under the influence of the pill. She wanted to run away, but several tentacles flew right behind the elf so she wouldn't be able to escape without trying. It turned out that the elven woman's name was Nightingale. A red mutant appeared from somewhere and covered the girl with his body, taking the blow. Gao, already prepared for another attack. The strength and stamina of these monsters is truly astounding. He doesn't even know if they have any other abilities. With a step-by-step destruction, Gao took a few quick steps and delivered a powerful punch right into the red mutant's back, leaving a large scratch. Seeing that their master was in danger, the two female snakes immediately moved to help. They had two large spikes appear from their hands. At the last second, there was a crack of metal as Gao reacted in time and closed with the blade of his blade. The women could no longer attack him. But even so, the sharp sting stopped just a centimeter from the student's face, and he even saw the poison capsule. The red mutant was still alive and said that there was no need to worry about the effects of the pills not being infinite. You just have to stall until they wear off. Hearing this, Gao began to become furious. His body became covered with fire. He literally began to burn from the excess energy in his body. Well, let's see how they do it with just one hand movement. He summoned several dozen tentacles that immediately grabbed absolutely all the monsters. The unfortunate mutants screamed in unbearable pain as their bodies were pierced by sharp metal bars. Catching the moment, Tang took two big swings of her scythe and flashed and separated all the heads from the monsters in just a second. The two snake women realized that they were in a desperate situation. They were surrounded by metal bars, and against them were two opponents of superior strength. All this time, Gao pondered. By the way, the Major's ability also has similar properties of reaping and draining. The huge dragon devoured several metal bars and merged with them, increasing its power. Why not try it? Then he began to transform, and now the monster looked completely different. He became red in color, and the get filled with sharp teeth. The red dragon was now much stronger than its previous version and was already attacking the huge mutant, looking at it as if it were prey. Tang was even a little afraid that Gao would have enough energy to do something like this. And only then the student began to realize that he had completely forgotten about the energy, and it seemed that his body was about to pass out. She better not remind. Gao collapsed to the ground and his body stopped obeying. Now the unfortunate lowly was left alone against these monsters. The girl began to shake with fear. Unfortunately, the pills also began to run out. If these monsters find out, they're finished. The red mutant along with his snake women moved forward. There was only one opponent left, they could easily deal with him. But no sooner had the mutant finished his sentence than he was pierced by a sharp sword. The man coughed up blood and tried to stand on his feet, but to no avail. His sisters were also on the other side of the world and had no time to dodge the invisible attack. The man was furious. Gao thought about it as he lay on the floor, his lips barely moving, but even in this state he was laughing. The snake woman motioned to the red mutant and picked him up under his arms. He coughed and continued to slump to the ground. The force was leaving him. In a trembling voice, the terrified man shouted that he had to destroy these two quickly, or all would come to an end. The snake woman was afraid. Then she became enraged, and with quick steps began to approach her opponent. Gao was still motionless and had no ability to fight. Hearing his voice, the monster became even angrier. He still has the strength to speak. Amazing, then he will be finished in seconds. But as soon as the female monster approached Gao at a distance of 2 steps, the guy pulled out his blade and impaled her in one powerful move. Saying goodbye to my life, the woman finally muttered how he still had energy. He was barely alive. With a smile on his face and a cheerful voice, Gao repeated he still had energy worth listening to. Perhaps then, she would still be alive. Pointing his finger, Gao said he had a second magnetic core, so twice the energy. That's the secret. Eventually, the battle ended. The monsters were lying on the ground and were barely alive. The guys pondered what to do with them. Maybe leave them alive. In response to why he had so much energy left, Gao only said that he was just a genius, and only geniuses would understand him, and stuck his claws right into the monster. The few remaining mutants who were still alive were still shackled by the metal bars and could not even move, but only screamed. Suddenly, with a crack, the window broke and the vice dean flew in along with another faculty member. They came to the rescue, but only too late. The entire undefeated team was here, along with the deputy, and they were all turning their heads and not understanding how the student had managed to win. Upon seeing the bound monsters, the deputy immediately realized that they were aliens. They disguised themselves as humans and tried to spy. Hearing that Tang was spreading rumors about him as if he was going out with girls of easy virtue, Gao threw a fiery glare at the girl. In the end, the place was cordoned off by police and taped off with special tape, and no one was allowed in. The deputy was shocked at how the two could handle powerful opponents, but Tang said it was all thanks to her. She showed up at the right moment. Well, now the guy couldn't stand it anymore, and he and Tang started fighting, and the deputy just watched them from afar and chuckled to himself. After all, having calmed down the annoying girl, Gao said that in addition to these aliens, he had some important information the others would like. The night elf he'd destroyed in the Forgotten Lands about 3 months ago was alive, and the others had only cried out. It was hard to believe that someone could be resurrected, but given the power of these aliens, it was possible. Hearing that the major also knows about this elf, the deputy was horrified, so they had defeated her together. After gathering his thoughts, the deputy said that Gao and Tang should go with him to the military headquarters together and let the rest of them take care of the scene. The military headquarters is a huge building, more like a military town enclosed by high walls. Here the main events took place. As soon as the deputy dean arrived there, the servicemen immediately ran to him and said that they would escort the arrivals directly to the meeting place. The soldier looked at Tang and said that he knew her. She is a battle mage and was at the entrance of the academy. Isn't that right? Gao immediately recognized the lieutenant and said with a smile that he was still no match for him even after such a time. The man fell through the ground. The deputy patted him on the shoulder and told him not to take it to heart because it was still just kids. The lieutenant just nodded. But after a few seconds, the deputy added that they are, after all, right, Lieutenant Weekly? The unfortunate man almost fainted. Eventually, arriving in the conference room there, waiting for them, was the Major General. He wanted to hear an explanation. After 10 minutes of conversation, the ashtray was already full of cigarette butts. Apparently, the information was extremely important. The servicemen didn't quite understand whether Gao was sure of who he saw at the time of the incident, whether it was really starting the Elfis. But the guy claimed. When Gao started to tell that this Elfis had a cast iron ass, everyone else fell silent. It was a strange explanation, but still. After a short silence, the servicemen talked amongst themselves, sounding like a guess. But the plan must still be adjusted. Turning to the major, the colonel general asked where the body of the defeated elf woman was. The man had a huge scar on his face. The major said that the elf was now in the lab in custody, but somehow strange that she was able to become a normal human. The general said that the military department was very grateful for Gao's act. But still, there was one more question. The guy readily said that he would answer. Folding his hands in front of him, the major frowned and asked if the guy was sure it was really an elf, since he had only determined it by the vibrations. The student began to explain he was striking at vital places, but now the Elfis was acting with the help of other aliens. The general interrupted him. Thanking the guy for his work, The general wanted to end the meeting, but the student wanted to ask the commander a question. Standing up from his seat, Gao said that the situation seemed rather strange. How could the Elphys be resurrected from the other world? In the end, it all came down to the fact that the student was only interested in how many merit points he would get. Tang jumped up from her seat and started yelling. The deputy now couldn't stand the fact that these two were doing this. They're actually in the military, so stop messing around. However, the general was calm. He only grinned and said that evaluating the merits of these two requires a lot of time, so let them go and rest. Hearing the order, the deputy told the two to get out of here. Gao and Tang said they would immediately carry out the order. Going to the room, Gao pondered, this deputy is very strong. Even he can't believe that he works at the university. Maybe he was once a military man. When the kids left, the military continued their meeting. The general wanted to hear the thoughts of his colleagues on the matter. The others didn't know what to say. All the soldiers' thoughts were that the resurrection was happening too fast and the energy was spreading all over the world. The deputy said that even if we can hold them off, these monsters will still continue to resurrect and increase their energy, and that's the problem. To top it all off, the City of Hope arrested many suspects who later turned out to be spies. The general rose from his seat. If such a thing was the case, only one question remained. At what point did they begin to resurrect earlier than they should? The major said she could vouch for Gao's words as she had verified the truth of his claims more than once. Even the general wondered just how much the girl trusted him, but the major again confirmed her trust was boundless. The man frowned. In such a case, you need to research this information as much as possible and check all available options. While in the room, Gao and Tang were very tired. They demanded that the lieutenant make them breakfast. The man was humiliated beyond belief. The general continued the meeting. He said that the information they were given was too vague if anyone had any arguments. One of the military suggested giving the academy students a chance to prove themselves. We need to give the students a feel for the real world. And then the deputy dean couldn't stand it. No, it's impossible to send students to such a dangerous operation. It's sacrilege. They are children. The servicemen asked but how they should act. Then the latest news was related to the elves among them. There are no strongest, and they are under the protection of the clan. The general suggested organizing 4 soldiers into a team. The academy will be able to gather such an army. The deputy dean, gritting his teeth, agreed. Then the general ordered the major to go to this guy and find out more information and then let him report everything. The man added, these two aren't part of the surveillance team, are they? But no, it was different. The man said they should be removed from the list. It's because these kids are still inexperienced. They need to come up with a good plan even though they have potential. But it's too early to let them do this. The car was moving at a great speed. On a wide road inside sat a major and 2 students. The lieutenant in the back seat of the car, Gao and Tang, were having trouble sharing a seat. The major said the situation was more serious than it seemed. Besides, 20 years of reincarnation only works on the strongest of aliens. Major turned and shrieked. After saying that, Gao suddenly cheered up. Could it be that that elf girl was one of the strongest here actually? Why is the problem serious? Major frowned. Tang and Gao were brimming with determination. It turns out that the elves can be resurrected in less than a year. The guy quickly realized everything comes out. The Alliance's next plan is to attack the night elves before they can resurrect themselves. Eventually, the car pulled up to the academy. Shen said, for the two to go rest. She wouldn't see them off because there was still a lot to do. Lastly, the girl leaned out of the window and said that she heard that Gao was able to make electromagnetic cannon number 4. The guy was a little shy. Surprised at such modesty, Major smiled. Did this kid for some century exalt his merits before the rest? The car took off. And lastly, Major told the guy to help her improve the spear. Gao didn't even have time to reply. Gao began to boil with anger. This loli is always setting him up. Did she really tell the Major about the gun more? After all, there is simply no one. Worse, the girl reminded him that her grandfather's company owned his forge, and he just had to take up this spear. Gao was helpless. Eventually, the guy finally made it to his room and settled down to sleep. Too many events had happened in today's day. Need rest. He still couldn't sleep at all. His head was spinning with many thoughts inside him. The guy was proud that he finally made it. He was so tired that he didn't even notice that the mysterious silhouette was already sitting on his windowsill watching the sleeping guy. Gao woke up quite late in the morning. He stretched and yawned sweetly. He hadn't been able to sleep well for a long time. Finding himself naked from the waist down, Gao wondered if yesterday he had undressed something he did not remember. He lay down in clothes. The next moment, with horror to himself, Gao realized that someone was in his bed. Someone else had access to his room. A stray thought crossed my mind that maybe it was crazy Loli who had decided to go out like this at night, but it was unlikely. He got goosebumps. I couldn't let that happen. He wanted to perjure himself. Taking out his smartphone, the guy started taking pictures while tangling the uninvited guest in the blanket. He shouted that Tang had the right to remain silent. But throwing back the sheet with surprise to himself, he noticed a regular cat. What was going on here at all? The cat was sleeping peacefully on the bed. Taking it by the scruff of the neck, the student began to wonder how this pet had managed to find him. But the poor furry animal only meowed at being woken up so meanly. Eventually, the cat spoke. She said she was hungry. She said she wanted those delicious pancakes and 5 pieces of salmon fillet along with milk. What a demanding beast! Even Gao, being a human, would not eat such a thing. But it seems that this cat did not care about the rules of decency. There was nothing to do. I had to feed this furry impudent in the plate was a flavorful piece of meat. And so the owner and his pet were already sitting at the table discussing. Gao asked, "Is the cat now going to live with him?" Licking her paw, the cat said that she could stay here from time to time, and she could give all her free time. With eyes blazing, the furry pet said he'd organized an entire cat army, set up logistics and everything in all the canons of life. The cat purred with satisfaction as it approached its master. She said that there were now more than 5,000 and would be more later. Looking at the way the furry insolence spread out on the table, Gao and continued to ponder. Of course, these animals are very intelligent. Besides absorbed mysterious. There's a connection between the magnetic pile and life force and the pill and monster resurrection. You just have to find it. Reaching out to his furry pet, the guy wondered if she could tell him more about it. The cat was scared. After getting back to normal, Gao said he was going to do something and invited the pet to walk together. The cat immediately agreed it was fun. Soon, they came to a large building. Gao peered into the screen of the smartphone. According to the address given in the company, it is here. Entering the elevator, the guy is happy to find that his forge is located on the 18th floor, quite good for a start. He didn't expect anything less. Clenching his fist, the student was even more pleased. From this day on, the forge belongs to him alone. Gao was surprised to find the very same girl assistant in his blacksmith shop who was bowing and shyly stomping in one place. Gao continued to ponder. And why was she sent here to harm? It must be to strengthen his bond with the company or for technical support. The guy was very much surprised when he learned about the salary of 50,000 a month, exactly as much as the girl received at her previous place of work. Goosebumps ran down his spine. Just need to calm down. He can't afford to pay that kind of money, but still, the guy agreed. The assistant began to show the building plan. Where is the forge located? It was a drawn large poster. Gao delved into the location with interest. The girl said that the forge will be open under the brand of this company, and there will probably be many visitors, so you should not worry. Seeing the rates for his work in the tens of millions, Guy almost lost his breath of speech. Yes, this is just great news. Industry is growing. On average, if he works at least 3 times a month, the annual turnover will approach $200 million. This is a real gift. The forge owner said that since it was a high-end order, he could only do 3 a month. The employee agreed and went to make tea. Without too many questions, the guy got to work first, needing to make his high-end anti-armor. To all of this, and you also need to get stronger to fight these aliens in the future. After all, they are several levels higher. The great battle is just under 2 years away. Not a second to lose, and the student set about making a new superpowered armor. For the next 3 days, Gao did nothing but make armor in his new forge, and the place was a real mess. All this time, the cat only calmly slept. She soft bedding, but already everything was ready and the animals woke up. In the end, the armor was no different from an ordinary sports jersey, does not restrain movement at all, and does not interfere with normal movement. As soon as the guy picked up the ringing phone, Tang immediately started shouting into the receiver. She told Gao to go back to the academy. Something terrible had happened there. Gao cleared his ears and shouted that he was almost deaf. What could have happened there that caused such a commotion? The cat jumped on his shoulders. Gao looked at her and sighed heavily. What could have happened there? Apparently, if Tang was scared, then something really important. Arriving at the place, the guy found Tang alive and well. So what's the matter? He snapped out of his seat just to let her feel the cat. After finishing petting, the pet girl pounced on him and said that their invincible team was eliminated from the list. Gui had facilitated this. Everything collapsed in an instant in the eyes of the unhappy fellow. Now it was all over. He had lost everything he had. How could it be possible? And what to do now? The rest of the team said to obey orders, but Tang was sure that the guy wasn't like that. He wouldn't just give up. Much to Gao's surprise, Gao was also of the same opinion, since the academy said that he couldn't. So there was a good reason why he shouldn't interfere. Leaning over, the frantic girl started whispering something in his ear. She said the League would fight this time too. Moreover, there is an unspoken agreement between the human race and the aliens that they are limited to the battlefield. What better girl to know who and where to fight, and there will be lots of cool items. She literally lit up with anticipation. She said that the number 1 on the list was called that because he had recently gotten the essence from the blood well. In response to the guy's surprise, she replied that it was exactly like that. She had, after all, recently given him a pill. Doesn't he want to get the same power? Of course, the student wanted to become stronger, but at what cost? It looked and sounded extremely doubtful. He didn't want to get himself into trouble. Tang replied that with her, you don't have to worry. She knows the battlefield well, so everything will go without too much trouble. Gao still hesitated. The plan was to gather their own army and come to the battlefield so the teacher and the others wouldn't be able to stop them. The girl tried all sorts of methods to persuade her friend. She even promised to pay him and also to give him those very pills. Okay, Gao still managed to agree, but he asked for double the fee. He wants 2 kinds of pills. Tang was in tears. Eventually, when the student started to raise the price, the girl agreed, but there was still one unresolved issue. With a serious voice, she asked if the guy had an escape skill, but Gao only shook his head. No, he definitely did not possess such a skill, but why would he need it? But it's okay. The girl was sure that they will definitely be able to win and headed upstairs without even listening to his reproaches. In parting, she shouted that actually Gao had changed. He was not like this before. What happened to him after all? The guy stopped, but he didn't care much about that. He didn't have the rescue skills to quickly escape from the battlefield, and it's called no big deal. In the morning, the war tower shook with the shrieks of the aggrieved Gao, screaming that he had been betrayed and spat on. The boy sat in his deputy's office and cried, saying that the teacher had betrayed his team with his decision. Wiping away his tears, the boy continued to whimper. But the teacher was adamant. He said that it was the decision of the military board and it was not up for discussion. He had no influence on it. With incredible fervor, Gao began to swing his legs. He shouted that he wanted to destroy his enemies, even at the cost of his life. The teacher was surprised. It had the proper effect, and the man put his hand on his shoulder and sighed heavily, as if the kid had really grown up and become a soldier. The deputy lifted his proud head up and said that now he could call him a real man with full confidence and let it be so forever. He himself, despite his steadfastness, began to cry. All the same, education was given as a sign. Now this boy has a real kind heart and soul. Even Cold Heart Deputy melted after that. Well, he agrees to teach any skill. Let the guy choose what he wants. With full confidence in his voice, Gao leaned his hand to his temple and said he wanted to learn an escape skill. It was like a hammer to the head. The teacher cried, "No! This kid didn't change. The man just hoped it would be quick. He's a good learner." Gao tried to explain his choice. Let the teacher understand correctly. On the battlefield, it is important to assess the situation in time and get out of the way if anything. Guy said that he is not the person who is fluent in martial skills. In fact, the head of the logistics faculty is considered the main warrior here. Hearing that the teacher is going to teach him a skill that can be combined with turn-based destruction, the guy cheered up. It already sounds interesting. Guy said that this technique is very effective, but it still needs to be and can be improved. He will teach the boy to draw the sword and make a half step. The teacher said that with such skills, the guy can easily cope with even a warrior of the 4th order, and about the 3rd, and not worth talking about. The tired teacher waved his hand and headed for the exit. He said he would send the guy this technique and let him learn it, all his free time. Then the teacher led the boy into a room where the head of the logistics department was already waiting for them. The man asked if his old man was talking too much. Gu approached the boy holding some kind of card with his fingers. He said he could give him one of the spheres he himself knows. He said that when he himself was still on the 5th order, he could easily use this skill to escape against a 7th order monster. With trembling hands, the student accepted the gift and rejoiced perfectly well. If he can run away from such monsters, this skill can also be strengthened. Gao approached the teacher and said that by the way his sword broke, the man replied that he could exchange his points for equipment. Hearing this, Gao was inconsolable. What a horror, he himself fought and broke his sword, so he has to buy it with his own money. But what a barbaric thing to do. Gu looked at the old comrade and smiled himself. After all, the deputy spent a lot of money on his own skills, so why is silent? Seeing the furious face of his comrade, the teacher from the logistics faculty said that he would not say anything and hoped that Gao would be successful. As he sat down in his chair, he said it wasn't easy to take a piece of the leadership if it went on like this. Humanity didn't stand a chance. Guy was enraged by this system, and he himself was furious that reforms were necessary, especially when humanity was in danger. Looking at the old comrade, the deputy dean said that he remembered how this person used the sword. Gu waved his hands. The man moved closer to his old friend and smiled. Just let him think about it and don't be nervous, he is the dean of logistics. Why would he need a gun? Gu slapped his face with his hand. His friend had never been like this before. He had never asked for anything from anyone. What happened to him? Did that kid have that kind of influence? Cao, in the meantime, was in his room and was studying the techniques. He was doing his best, and even stayed up at night. Seeing the cost of improving this skill at 1,000,000, Gao was horrified. Why does evolution cost so much? At this rate, there will be no money left. Studying all these nuances, Guy came to the conclusion that this whole battle is tied to money. The more expenses you have, the more you have to earn. After the improvement, he noticed that increased one more skill, it was still worth it. 2 skills for the price of 1 is not bad. It was worth looking at the evolution of the ghostly sorrow. Gao opened the system window and looked closely, wondering what he would get in the end. But now Gao was even more surprised at the 8 million for improving a single skill. How could he get that kind of money from a millionaire? But another idea was born in his head. If Master gave him such an expensive skill, maybe there was some kind of deal between these two or something. As soon as the guy thought about it, the 2 teachers in his office started sneezing loudly. And then this sly fox Gao again thought of something. Since he has no money, he'd better go to our millionaire Tang and start begging again. still had to backtrack and agree. He agrees on the battlefield. The girl immediately rejoiced. Here only it will not be free. She remembered what she'd promised. She just decided to give him the rescue pill first. It was fairer. Gao asked to repay him in cash. She is just worth the amount he needs. Well, will not be able to refuse. About just dropped the necessary money, and even a few million more, so even better, left only to evolve. Sitting in his room. Great now. His plan comes to fruition. He can improve his skill and become invincible in case of an escape. Evolution began eventually. Several skills merged into one, and a new, completely different, completely new realm opened up. To practice this skill, you first need to magnetize your feet. Nothing is just feet is a great idea. When Gao will use his ghost step, it will feel like he is walking on air, such as the effect of this super skill. The guy's face immediately began to change. Now I see where such a huge price can escape from the 7th order. It will all be useful for annihilation. Practice began. Gao magnetized not only his feet, but also his whole body, and gradually felt as if he was bouncing off the ground like a balloon. The only trouble was that to maintain this skill required an incredibly large amount of energy. Gao could already feel his body gradually depleting. Falling on the chair, the exhausted student realized that he also needed to improve the order in order for everything in the complex to give the result. The next day, a smiling lieutenant appeared on the doorstep of the house, bringing a package from the major on the box. There was an inscription for Gao. The man was smiling for some reason. The first object was a spear, but what is the second? Unclear. Guy looked closely and his eyes were rounded with surprise. It was a saber of an unusual class, a very rare weapon that can only be obtained by a very select few. Such a treasure fell into his hands. Even so, Gao decided not to give in to his principles. Did the major really think that if he gave him such an expensive item, he would do it for free? The cloaked man again came to the angel with a report. Now, if the plan of the human race was clear, need to agree in advance, a battle was coming. The man pulled his robe even tighter, hiding his face even more tightly. Now it was necessary to make an agreement with the heavenly clan. After all, they would act together. After listening to her subordinate's strategy, the Queen of Angels said that if it would have worked a few years ago, it's not feasible now. In response to her subjects' bewilderment, the Queen explained that Nightingale's identity had been revealed, and now the human alliance was well aware of their plans. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. Subordinate said that the goal of the human alliance was the elves. Isn't there anyone coming to help? It was about the 7th princess who was supposed to marry soon, but if she tied her life to another race, it would be a disaster. Leaning over, the queen said that her father would have to agree to marry the princess. With a wave of her hand, the queen said that it was necessary to announce to everyone at once that in a few days the human alliance would attack the night elves and let them be ready. In the logistics department of the academy, something was happening outside the door from where the surprised and delighted shouts of the pitchers could be heard. People were curious about Gao's 4,500 points, and he shyly scratched the back of his head and said that he had simply earned them by hard work. Taking out a small piece of parchment, he said he was going to make a saber. Like this weapon was really beautiful and needed materials. The saleswoman took a closer look and frowned. Surely it was a good saber. On the materials will be very expensive. Yes, and there is no sheath. While hugging the student, she said that she personally had a good scabbard, but the price was a bit high. Gao, he immediately agreed. When he heard the full price, the guy wondered if an ordinary scabbard could become so expensive. But the saleswoman assured him that a good weapon needed a good package. The saleswoman insisted very strongly, and the student had no other choice but to agree. Of course, the price was unaffordable, but still it was worth it. Eventually, he made all the necessary purchases. Having spent almost all of his merit points, there were only about 100 left. The old lady asked him where he was going with such equipment, but it was not that at all. She wasn't really interested, just decided to warn the student that the probability of his demise was almost 100%. The guy shivered a little. As he went about his business, Gao kept thinking that this old woman was definitely not a simple person if she knew so much, and often warned him. Time was running out and the guy was already sitting in his workplace and preparing to make a saber quickly. Between money and power must be a balance. Eyes became more confident. You need to reach the last stage before getting out to the battlefield. And the best way to get to the 3rd order? A few days later, the work was finished. Gao looked extremely exhausted. Under the eyes were big bags, but the weapon was ready. Apart from that, he managed to reach the late stage of the 2nd order here, and he will move to 3rd. The results have been impressive, and the skill of pulling the blade began to pay off. Now the weapon was much easier to control, and the enemies should have scattered. On the training field, Gao now felt at home with his ghost step. He moved as fast and flexible as possible, bypassing all opponents. He swung his blade so fast that he didn't even realize it, and the dummies fell apart one by one. In the end, the training was over. The results were in the face of the results, left to polish the tactics a bit, and everything would be fine. Smile itself recognized by the face the advantage of the 2nd magnetic core Obviously, concentration increased. In the end, night had fallen on the city, and the students were going to their dormitories and there were very few people left. Having found himself in his room, the student decided with firm conviction that it was time for the cat to lie down next to him, unsuspecting. The girl proudly pointed her finger at herself and said that she had perfectly concealed herself. After that, immediately handed the black material cloak into the hands of the comrade. Soon their main mission was about to start. They need to prepare well. Gao felt the quality of the outfit, and he felt comfortable in it. Meanwhile, the cat was looking at the backpack with interest, and even climbed a little inside. The animal was also extremely interested. To Night Elf City is 800 kilometers from the supposed battlefield. Between these, there are 3 lines of defense: first Mi Yuying and Lusa Katsuzato. Handing the guy a few bottles, Tang said that no one knows what is between the second and third line. There is a distance of about 600 kilometers. Basically, if I can't get to the second line of defense, it will already be easier. There, they will be able to get elven fruit. Tang was surprisingly serious. Gao asked if she had taken a towel, washed her face, or combed her hair. Everything was in order. They bumped fists. It's time to move out. It's a dangerous mission, but still doable. Especially the two of them. Stopping in front of the motorcycle, they began to discuss the plan again to make some minor revisions. Gao was talking animatedly about something, but his girlfriend was not so enthusiastic, and if the teacher noticed them, he would immediately kick them out. Gao was sure that if they went early, there would be trouble. But no, it was just a matter of hiding well, and then everything would be fine. Tang was very confident in her abilities and didn't even realize that everything could go wrong. Turning around, Gao said he'd better go into the academy and get a good night's sleep, but his girlfriend stopped him. What else he wanted, let him say right away. Turning around, the student said that this suit would then belong to him, and if they strayed from the plan, then 10 million coins would count as liquidated damages. Even though it was a real robbery, the girl agreed it was too cruel, but there was still no choice. Jumping onto her bike, she pointed to the back seat and asked to get on and hold on to her. Gao raised an eyebrow in surprise. The girl's eyes glistened, and she had full confidence that the plan would go as planned, and she didn't even doubt her decisions. Gao did as instructed and grasped her friend's breasts. The girl instantly blushed and bulged her eyes. What is this pervert doing? How can you do this? Eventually, after a few minutes, they arrived at the border with great speed. It was well guarded and fenced in. The motorcycle stopped and turned off the engine. Gao asked Don T they usually put checkpoints at such places. Tang replied that it was all settled about that. She pulled out 2 black and silver cards that were some sort of passes or tickets for VIP customers, so there shouldn't be a problem. They passed quickly and stopped again, though it is a fortress but is also a supply base or trading post, if you will. The guys stopped at a small warehouse. Here it was convenient to trade things with the military as a rule. The price here is much higher, but the department gives bonuses. Tensing, Tang warned that beyond this boundary would be the battlefield. The boy leaned even tighter against her and prepared himself. The gate opened noisily, and the motorcycle rode at a low speed into the deserted area. Turning around, Loli said that the Alliance protected zone was next. They would have to skip a few more zones, and then they would be in place. Gao kept turning his head to the sides of the military battlefield, looking really terrifying. The guy even got goosebumps on his back. After a few minutes, they stopped, and it was too dangerous to drive any further. They might be spotted, but they would have to walk. The Night Elves are in the northeast, and the regular orcs in the east. Actually, the orcs occupy the most significant defensive structure. Gao cautioned actually they need to be very vigilant until then. If both races discover them at the same time, they will fail. Tang said confidently that there was nothing to be afraid of for the time being. They were not far from the patrol zone, so they rarely come here on the planet either. Still doubtful, Gao asked she was sure. Tang turned to him and grimaced. Of course, if the patrols are here, everything will be fine. The dense forest, the girl said to move forward for her. It was like a walk, and the girl was even excited. The student looked at the screen of his communicator and got cold, but there was no signal, so they were really on the battlefield and there was no way to contact anyone. 24 minutes later, they were already running through the forest. Gao asked the girl, is sure that the military will go this way? Tang tried to reassure him. Then she turned around and with a smile, asked if Gao knew that it was called the Battle Mountain. It was only made for battles and nothing else. This only made it worse. Gao was covered in goosebumps. So what she's saying is that this place has someone fighting with someone all the time, and that should calm him down. In a completely calm voice, the girl said there was nothing to worry about, just let him trust her and move on, nothing would happen. She then took out a bottle from her spatial backpack and handed it to Gao, telling him to drink it to give him strength and vigor. The guy perfectly noticed that his girlfriend was visibly nervous and immediately asked if everything was okay. Tang visibly started to get annoyed. Hearing her screaming, Gao jumped on the girl and covered her mouth with his hand. If she screamed like that, someone would definitely notice her. They collapsed to the ground. Gao was on top and looked at his friend with a serious look, covering her mouth even tighter. Unfortunate Tang almost lost her mind. What this madman wanted to do to her on the battlefield on her back was very scary. Leaning in even more, Gao was surprised to find that there were monsters walking around. The guy could not believe his eyes at first. From the thicket of the forest appeared several giants with huge clubs, real legendary giants. It is amazing. Their heavy footsteps shook the earth. Gao said he had heard of these monsters, but at a time like this, yes. And besides, they are inactive here. Something is wrong. Tang freed herself and crawled closer. The girl also wanted to watch the mountain giant clan. Is amazing. Hearing her start screaming again, the guy covered his mouth with his hand. Tang only mumbled something unevenly. He starts molesting her again. The couple found themselves in an extremely interesting position. Gao was even a little embarrassed. He thought something was wrong. Someone was watching them. Tang wanted to see these monsters because it's a rare occasion, but the guy pinned her to the ground and told her not to even think about moving. He yelled for Tang not to cause trouble or else they'd all be screwed. But then the girl asked at least not to push her. It was too stressful. The giants stopped for a second and turned their heads in the direction of the sound, all of them quiet. Gao covered his friend's mouth even more tightly with his hands. Cannot be seen, and then these monsters will not leave a wet spot from them. Two huge shadows were approaching the lying people. Gao was even afraid to breathe. The monsters were already very close, literally a few steps away. And then in the guy's head, everything was mixed up. He realized in what situation he is now against these monsters. Even a tank will not help. The couple quickly hid behind the nearest rock and covered their mouths with their hands, trying not to breathe so as not to attract attention. The monster was extremely close. Suddenly, a strange wolf appeared from somewhere. The animal began to growl and look at the giant. But after a second, there was a bang. Literally a second later, all that was left of the unfortunate wolf was a wet, bloody stain on the grass. A couple of the same frightened eyes looked over there. The giants continued to ignore the strange aliens. They hadn't even seen them yet and were just walking around. Gao said he heard those monsters talking about offering someone a marriage or something like that. The girl wondered how such huge and stupid monsters could propose marriage to someone. It was more like a delusion. She offered to follow these monsters, but if they were uncovered, it would be bad. Tang was sure they wouldn't be noticed. It's rare to meet giants. Turning to her partner, she asked, or doesn't he want to find out more information? It could help them further. So what is he afraid of? As they were running, suddenly the guy leaned her against a tree. Tang shrieked in surprise and fearfully started shivering again or something. She turned to him and said, "No need to do that. If Gao wants to eat, then let him say she will give him food. Why do that?" But it wasn't about food at all. Gao clamped his hand over her mouth again and pressed her against the tree. It was a group of strange people dressed in clothing similar to prehistoric, again aliens. They must be from another umbrella battle. The strange people began to smell the mountain and smelled the stench of blood, which made them wary that someone was fighting here. And only now the couple noticed that they are all stained with the blood of the wolf. Actually, it can attract the others. Need to do something urgently. In Gao's mind, there are about 200 of these aliens here. If there's a fight, they don't stand a chance. It was necessary to improvise, making Gao's terrifying voice bellowed, "Who dares to invade the territory of the Night Elves? People wary." One of the aliens saw the two silhouettes and was very frightened. They were Night Elves. Gao and Tang put blindfolds on their faces so that these people can't recognize them and started saying, "How come they're from a different race or what?" One of the men said he was from the North Cave clan and had come to offer his hand and heart to the Elven Queen to marry. Hearing that they are being sent home, one of the aliens is outraged. Their prince has come from afar to propose. Are elves so ignorant? Why they kick them out? The man could not understand what these elves wanted from him and why they were treated in such a way. Tang too also got into character and said that she is the 7th princess of the Night Elves. Doesn't she have the right to drive the foreigners out of her land? The aliens began to whisper. Could it be that Her Majesty's Elven Queen had come in person to greet them rather unexpectedly? Turning to her partner, the girl asked, "Well, how to him?" She learned that the 7th princess about her age can be well played. One of the messengers put his hand to his chest and greeted the princess and asked why Her Highness was in such a place alone. Hearing the strange answer, the man asked if the princess didn't know that they had come here to propose marriage. She hadn't been told. Not wanting to listen, Tang said for them to finally get out. She is well aware of everything, so they need to leave quickly, or else they are dead. The man quickly realized that before him was an imposter and ordered to destroy the girl immediately. The whole army stirred. Gao grabbed his friend by the hair and ran away, cursing Tang for her stupidity and pretending. The man ran after the strange people and didn't understand how this kid could have a speed of at least 5th order. Gao ran and laughed at how easy it was to fool these fools. The man heard this and became furious. How dare they insult him? The lad let his threats pass his ears and said that the Lord had already made all the arrangements and these aliens were surely dead men. Hearing the familiar name, the man was startled. Could it be that these two from the Heavenly Clan were already bad news? He was perplexed. The Night Elves, who had previously intermarried with the Celestial Clan, decided to call for help from the others, and everyone else agreed. Continuing to run, Gao insulted them. A bunch of fools. He had no trouble at all trapping them. Now they were all finished. Seeing that her friend was speeding up, Tang threw a pill into her mouth. She also needed to increase her stats or they wouldn't get out of here at this rate. Behind the girl's back, two huge wings immediately grew. The man saw it, and now all doubts were gone. They were definitely from the Heavenly Clan. So if these two aren't lying, then really everyone else here is just a horror waiting to happen. We have to stop. The man braked in place and put his hand out in front, ordering the others to make a stand to protect the ninth prince now. Meanwhile, Gao continued to be angry with his friend. She also hid her wings from him. In addition to these pills, how many trumps she has up her sleeve. Tang and Gao looked at each other and shouted with glee that they were liars. How could they hide this news? Eventually, they found themselves in a cave from there. Anxious voices could already be heard as the guys discussed the plan. Gao so-and-so decided to tell. He said that he had received this running skill from teacher Gui as a gift. Now he could run much faster as a fifth-order warrior. The girl also decided to tell everything. She had these wings, of course. She would rather not tell. Besides, they consume too much energy. Hearing such great news, Gao immediately inquired how many of these pills she had. But it was the last one. The girl was visibly frightened. Tang started crying. Well, if he doesn't believe, then he can search her body, but only then will she stop being innocent and the sister will get angry. Gao snorted. Does this girl really think that anyone would believe her? Well, it is best to forget about it now. They have enough problems as it is. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard from the cave entrance. The couple immediately became wary and looked at the hole. There were a lot of aliens. Tang said that returning the same way is not an option. At all the road to the Night Elves, and here will definitely bring other teams. Gao realized that if they sat here and did nothing, they would be found and exposed, and then it would be even worse. The only option is to advance to the first line of defense so they can find their soldiers. It's the shortest crossing of terrain. Gao exclaimed that their military would bypass them and would not be here. The girl wondered why that was so. The thing is, it was a covert operation. The guy said the military would avoid the main road and take roundabouts to avoid detection. Tang grabbed her head, but what about now they are together with the largest cluster of aliens? Gao only glanced at her over his shoulder. With a wave of his hand, the guy said that finding a way out of a difficult situation was his specialty. So now everything will be ready. Looking at the map, the guy thought it was necessary to study the terrain and understand what point for the attack the military will choose for a better exit. He marked two places on the map where there were mountains everywhere. According to his calculations, these two places should fit perfectly. The girl immediately poked. At the second place, her uncle once said that on the battlefield, it is not so easy to find a hidden place, and the best place is in the forest. Eventually, they decided and drew an X on the location good. Then we need to choose this particular location for the final goal. Tang didn't understand then how they should go, which place to choose. From here, there aren't that many exits. The guy pondered. They won't go the direct way. He jabbed his finger at one of the places on the map and said they would go here. Tang was surprised too. Suddenly he changed. Suddenly a dragon appeared from under the ground. It rustled its multiple legs and roared. The girl was immediately frightened. With a smile on his face, Gao said that he had already calculated everything, and with the help of the earth dragon, they would go underground, so they had plenty of time. Then they climbed into the cocoon and clung tightly to each other. Tang only squeaked and wrapped her arms around her comrade, then their teeth snapped together. It was quite cramped inside, but there was nothing to be done that would save energy and cut down on time. The dragon moved incredibly fast. The events have moved to the first Night Elf battle camp here, housed a total of 2,000 well-armed men. One of the commanders-in-chief holding a cigarette in his mouth was looking through binoculars. He was sure that with their number of fighters they would have no problems. The human alliance immediately began to attack without delay. It was necessary to make a swift dash and destroy them. In the end, in a matter of seconds, it was all over. The camp turned into ruins, and everywhere lay the lifeless bodies of enemies and people. A few people sighed. This is what, and the strength of the martial department compared to the elite is too weak to even feel. The students were very upset. They could not match the soldiers in strength and level of military training. It threw them into panic. One of the soldiers came up to them and told them not to despair, that people from the military department are always on the battlefield. Suddenly, one of the men was grabbed by the leg by someone with a strong hand and dragged down. There were several sharp claws on the hand. It was the Night Elf. People stirred and looked down. They were attacked so suddenly that the army didn't even have time to realize what was happening. There was a loud explosion and the earth shook and people started to run away in panic to save their lives. The first guy who was captured had a very hard time. He instantly gave up his life with only a lifeless body left. The great battle began. Monsters attacked. Monsters attacked. People tried to pass in themselves. Soldiers tuned up the students and said it was all right, not to worry. The man himself saw that his master was destroyed. In a second, the man was extremely wary but still needing to keep his cool. When he came to his senses, he shouted to the others to pull themselves together. The battlefield was no place to panic if they wanted to survive. Let them fight. The rest of the students finally slowly began to regain their sanity and prepared for battle. They had no other choice. The events moved to the Palace of the Night Elves. It was a monstrous building with many towers rising straight into the sky. There was panic in the royal palace as someone attacked their stronghold, and they already guessed it was the human alliance. On the throne sat Una. She was the queen of the night elves. The woman was extremely concerned one of the outposts had suffered the most. The elves began to discuss the recent events. They were extremely worried. But on the other hand, it is only to their advantage they will have excellent support from the outside. But the man in the hoodie said it wasn't necessary. His voice so quiet it was barely audible. The man was saying that humans have too many strong warriors. It's not a fact that other races can help the night elves and basically want to interfere. The third principal bowed and said that it was the heavenly clan that proposed marriage. So basically, they have support. The man in the hood said they have, of course there are countermeasures, but they are divided into good and bad. The best strategy is to send the seventh princess to the front lines. The third principal went into a rage. How was it possible to send her highness to the battlefield and let her suffer is nonsense. But the hooded man was adamant that this would be the best option and a way to push the other clans together. The third principal still insisted that if they threw all their forces into the battle, their capital would be left undefended and the people would be able to attack. The man only grinned. If the elves didn't want to adopt any of these strategies, then basically they would be defeated. Let them think. He suggested playing out the scene as if the seventh princess had accidentally received news of the human invasion and ran out to the battle. The rest of the elves doubted that this could get the other clans to fight. Maybe they would just think it was crazy. Hearing such speeches, Queen Una slammed her wand and told the others to go away. She needed to think about it. The elves immediately fell silent and obediently bowed their heads, leaving the royal palace needing to leave the princess alone with herself. Meanwhile, the earth dragon was breaking through the thickness of the earth. Gao, until this moment, never thought he could get lost, but there was a first time for everything. The guy was worried they'd been underground for hours. Yes, and his strength was starting to run out. Besides, Tang seemed to be asleep. He pondered whether to get up and regain his strength, and also to look at the situation a little closer. The situation was heating up. The dragon burst out of the ground. The boys were on the surface and looked around. They found themselves in a forest, but it didn't match their route. Looking at the map, the guy looked more closely. Maybe there was some mistake in his calculations and they took a wrong turn somewhere. It could be. Tang was worried that if they didn't make it in time, the soldiers would already occupy the heights. Gao wondered if she still wanted to fight. After a couple hours, they regained their strength and moved underground again. The earth dragon tore up the ground with its powerful paws and moved forward. Suddenly, Gao saw something strange. White glow in front of him. Perhaps it was some kind of ore. He tried to wake up the girl. He activated the mission with the mine using his attribute. It should have been easy. Tang woke up and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Hearing about the mine, the girl immediately became animated. Did they find new useful resources? The comrade only confirmed. Not even needing to ask, she immediately agreed. Mine. This one perfectly. Resources are never superfluous. Only one thing remained strange. Gao discovered the mine before the mission appeared. Maybe it's some kind of system bug or something. On the other hand, thinking was not good for him, and he was lucky to miss such a chance. The guy immediately pressed the start button of the mission. The virtual assistant informed the goal of the mission is to find the largest mine in the land of the elves and extract resources from there. This encouraged Gao. He asked his friend if she wanted to visit the biggest mine of her life. Tang immediately agreed. Tensing up, the guy activated the search for the ore. Mine must be somewhere nearby because the ore was marked literally everywhere. 10 minutes. They continued their search with extreme satisfaction on their faces. They would soon find the mine, but half an hour later, their fervor was gone, and their faces didn't look so pleased. Even an hour later, there was nothing. Tang was already extremely tired and said she was going to sleep. Let the guy wake her up when he found something. Gao only nodded. The guy was really pissed off. Why the hell can't he find regular ore? It's like a miner's mission where it is. Accelerating, he didn't even have time to think before the dragon flew out of the ground and was in free fall. They were flying downward. A rumbling sound was heard as the lizard fell to the ground and threw its masters. Gao rubbing his bruised head, Tang seemed to pass out from surprise. The girl looked up with tearful eyes and asked where they were. The place was extremely strange. There was blue light everywhere. As soon as the guys took a good look around, their eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed a mine, and a huge one at that. They were standing at the very bottom. There were some crystals growing from the ground, and a blue light was emanating from them. They stood there for a few more minutes looking at the huge crystal towering in front of them with a blue light that they had to squeeze their eyes shut to avoid being blinded. Tang unnoticeably felt an incredible surge of energy from this place. As if her body was overflowing with power, she was also affecting her vitals. The cat came out of the backpack and started licking crystal with her tongue, which seemed to give her unprecedented pleasure. Gao immediately took up his shovel and started digging when he saw his friend standing there like a stumbling block. He asked what was wrong with her. In a second, the work boiled over as they swung their shovels and dug out crystals, a veritable gold mine of energy. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Gao pondered. To complete the task requires only 100 units of ore. This is too complicated. Something the system today is kind. The full moon had already set in the sky and illuminated the borders of the city with its bright light, casting a shadow over the huge castle. There was a gathering going on near the World Tree. The Elf Queen thanked everyone for attending for their time. Everyone begged the seventh princess to show herself to the guests at last, and so the girl came out into the white light. She had bright white hair. The girl's eyes were a little sleepy, feeling as if she had just gotten out of bed. The elf looked at everyone from afar. There gathered a lot of different monsters. Among them were giant and orcs and murlocs. All of them recognized that the princess is beautiful. The girl slightly raised the hem of her dress and bowed courteously in front of the guests. It was obvious that she was very shy. All the monsters who came from far away began to introduce themselves, their voices trembling at the sight of such a beauty, each one wanting to get her as their wife. The princess also introduced herself by stating her title and said she only needed her mother's permission to marry. All the guests shouted that they were ready to fulfill any request of the queen. She wished they were extremely enthusiastic. The queen approached her daughter and smiling said that she only recognizes word of mouth and wants the princes to prove their ability. Immediately, the monsters piled up and started beating each other up, each wanting to prove their power more than the others. The queen and the princess only looked at what was happening with astonished looks. It seemed to them like a circus performance. But they were interrupted by the sudden appearance of an elven guard. The panting man said there was an urgent report from the front lines. The man took a knee and said in a frightened voice that humans had taken over the borders of Skyhawk zones and were approaching the second border. The elf princess covered her mouth with her hands to keep from screaming. The queen began to curse the hateful humans. Sure, they are ruining everything. The princess said she'd never marry until she'd exterminated every last one of those hateful people. All the other monsters stopped fighting amongst themselves and cursed the humans too. What ignorant creatures had prevented such a celebration? The princess exclaimed that she must avenge the human abuse and let no one stop her. She's going to the battlefield. The queen cried out for the princess to be taken to the safe place immediately. 2 guards arose. The wedding was canceled for now. The guests began to talk among themselves, and what should they do now? They had come so many kilometers for nothing. The guests bowed to the queen and thanked her for her kindness and for her hospitality. They understood everything. On the other side of a small river stood the queen and said that for the time being everything was cancelled, and also apologized to the honorable princes. The woman shrieked in surprise when the guard reported that her daughter had wounded them and fled the castle on the battlefield. They couldn't catch up with her. The man holding onto his wounded arm said that the princess had told him that she was going to the front lines to fight the humans to the last man. The leader of the orcs exclaimed that if his subjects were to obey him and move on, the battle must immediately protect the princess. All the other arrivals also moved towards the castle exit. They wanted to get their princess at all costs, even at the cost of their lives. Being in the cave at this time, Gao raised his head and astonishedly wagged his eyes. Something very heavy was walking above. The vibration could be heard even here. Tang exclaimed that none of this matters. Let the guy look here, she found something. The student shifted his eyes to the side. Seeing the fountain of life in front of him, the guy was speechless. Not only will they be rich, but they can be immortal. That's interesting. Turning to each other, the guys began to discuss the tree of life can spawn a fountain. Of course, this tree belongs to the elves. It seems these two were thinking about the same thing. Their faces immediately changed and became more serious. And then into the cave announced them. A loud scream comes out. These two were digging right under the night elf city. This is a sure way to the other side of the world. Suddenly, everything began to vibrate. A huge root appeared from the ground and began to wriggle as if alive. It looked like a snake. The first to get in his way was Tang. A powerful root grabbed her legs and lifted her above the ground. Gao did not even have time to think of anything. He could not help his friend. The guy just yelled for her to calm down finally and stop panicking. They're under a city of night elves. They can be heard that way. Gao immediately rushed to the rescue and began to tear the roots of the damn tree, but they were so strong that it was useless. Eventually, there was tree sap on his finger, and he tasted it immediately, and the liquid was quite tasty like syrup. Tang, still in suspense, begged to finally be helped. The tree wants to destroy her. Applying his slashing skill, the guy swung his blade and struck with tremendous force right into the root of the cursed tree. But no, it was to no avail. The sword bounced as if from a stone wall. Gao looked at the strange plant with surprise at what it was even made of. The unfortunate girl stretched like an eraser. Tang screamed to finally get help already. She couldn't stand it and would soon go to the other world. Suddenly, a cat appeared from somewhere completely unexpected and rushed forward at the plant with loud meows, displaying its claws. To everyone's surprise, the pet got his teeth into the plant and started gnawing on it like it was a fish. But do cats really eat plants? Eventually, the realization came by itself. A cat sucking out the fountain of life it drinks? The sap of this tree must be tried. Gao understood the logic and grasped the root. Need to bite the tree and suck the fountain in life. At this rate, it will weaken. The girl also realized what the trick was and bit into the root with her teeth. The juice was very sweet, like they were drinking honey. Kao even used his energy force to suck out every last drop of. The guy was very enthusiastic about the process. But at some point, he felt the energy was about to explode. He just didn't have enough room in his stomach to digest it all. If you keep doing this, you can get a high-level order. Your heart started pounding with double the frequency. Suddenly, Tang and the furry pet felt that the energy was just overwhelming them already, and there was no room left in their bellies. Now they were going to throw up. Still holding the root in his mouth, the guy said he had to stop sucking or the tree would explode. Finding that the host's body was overflowing with energy, the virtual robot suggested that he break through to the third level, or it would happen forcibly. Gao didn't even realize it before he felt his body was being torn apart by the energy. It was a strange sensation. He swore he would destroy the damn system. The guy felt like his body was overflowing with electricity. It was pretty painful. Gao hoped that his friend would live. She had no system to alleviate her suffering. The girl was holding some kind of flask and said she couldn't continue sucking. Gao was getting nauseous. Eventually, he grasped the root of the tree and, overcome with nausea, tried to claw at it with his teeth, needing to keep it going so it wouldn't become. Upstairs, meanwhile, the tree began to shake and water began to burst out of the ground as if it were an ocean. The elves finally realized that the other races had infiltrated the mine. They suspected something wrong, had to get out of here. The tree reacted quickly and struck a powerful root at the invaders. Gao and his friends flew aside, thrown back by the powerful blow. The trio landed right on the hard ground. The cat immediately spread like liquid without taking any damage. The wood was too hard. Gao was glad he had power armor on him. If not for that, they would have long gone to the other world. Turning to her friend, he noticed that Tang continued to vomit. The girl was throwing up this juice like a fire hose. But there was good news. There was a force field of bodies overflowing with energy and about to break through to the next level. Tang wondering why it suddenly felt so nice and warm. It was because the fountain of life was filling their body with energy. That was the secret. Looking at the root of the tree, Gao suggested cutting off a little bit of useful, all-you-can-break-through thing an infinite number of times. But no, it's nonsense. They'll definitely be heard by the elves. We need to pack up and get out of here as soon as possible. But greed prevailed. Gao told his friend to cut, or at least try to cut the root, and he would dig ore while he could. Grabbing the shovel, the guy began to chisel the crystal as hard as he could. He had only 5 units left to complete the task. Tang tries to cut the root off but gets hit, but quickly regains consciousness. She is back in fighting formation. The girl felt that she was about to break through to the third order and immediately reported it to her friend. Feelings were inexpressible. The guys would probably have been standing in their place when suddenly they heard someone's anxious voice. The elves recognized that someone had broken through to them. It was time to leave, and the guy grabbed Tang by the scruff of the neck and rushed off before the girl could even realize it. The guards who had just arrived on the scene couldn't figure out how this guy was moving at this speed and who he was. But the unfortunate fighters did not notice how a tree root crept up behind them and with a powerful movement pressed them against the wall. It was only now that the elven guards realized that the nature god was angry and they had to get out of here, or they were all dead. The security chief shrieked, wiping himself clean of blood, that he needed to catch up with the intruders and destroy them immediately. Running away, Gao saw that he opened the Wheel of Fortune. Of course, the guy decided to spin it and get a prize. What to expect in general? To his great fortune, the player gained the new ability of see-through matter, which allowed him to see through objects. Tang unfortunately was in a deplorable state. The girl was very hot, her feeling like she was about to explode from the overabundance of energy. Gao Yi himself felt an unbearable fever. He had to find a place to get out of here or it would be the end of them. Loli was already starting to panic. She grabbed her friend by the scruff of the neck and yelled that she couldn't take it anymore and had to get out of here right now. Overcoming the pain and fatigue, Gao summoned his dragon guy and himself realized that it is necessary to leave. Otherwise, there will be irreversible. On the surface, the 7th queen and her maid were walking through the forest. This was a safe zone, away from the fighting. There was nothing to be afraid of. But suddenly she felt the earth shudder. The soil began to crack under her feet. The girl looked under herself, frightened. The 2 intruders appeared from the ground. Tang sighed heavily. Now she felt much better. And the fever had gone somewhere. Gao still thought they had crashed into something. The elves, standing on the surface, immediately drew their weapons. It was humans. And how could this human be able to destroy their high-order warriors? The princess noticed the incredible concentration of energy in these people. The girl immediately became wary of them. Something was wrong. She looked through the thermal imager and noticed the incredible amount of mana they had inside them, like high-energy fighters. The girl warriors immediately drew their weapons and said they would destroy the invaders. Let the princess be safe this time. Tangto also realized that the princess she was trying to impersonate was standing in front of them, but they were nothing alike. The virtual assistant immediately suggested that the host use a look through the enemy. Gao didn't understand anything but immediately agreed. From the characteristics of the elves, it was clear that all of them were at the end of the 4th order, quite strong opponents with whom you will have to deal with. There was also the 7th princess. Her name was Du Decent. There was such detailed information here, like a reference book. But the guy threw up again when he saw how much money it took to use this ability alone. But it was too late to think about that now. The 4th order warriors in front of them had accumulated enough energy. and were already prepared just like that. He ordered his friend to use the pills to increase his energy. Tang shrieked in surprise. How did he know these elves were fourth order? It was too late for the girl to think and fired a powerful energy laser from the cannon. The maid saw that the princess was being attacked by a huge projectile and tried to push the girl aside. The princess flew off and fell to the ground with horror, looking at the terrifying vortex passing within an inch of her body. The other elves from such insolence came to rage, need to immediately destroy the invaders and protect the princess. Looking at them with a serious look, Gao praised his friend. Well done. Now he will show his combo skills to those nasty elves. Swinging his blade, he struck the first strongest blow to the elf. The girl did not even expect such a thing and immediately took damage. Bloody splashes fell to the ground. The elf fell to her knees and breathed heavily, though it took a lot of energy for such a blow, but it was not for nothing. The guy still had plenty of strength left to fight. He immediately drew his blade and prepared for the next strike. They would not live. Next came 8 water slashes. The sword moved with such speed that the elves didn't even have time to realize anything. On the other side of the battle, Tang also fought. The elf girl applied her shield, and the alien couldn't penetrate it even with great desire. But seeing the cat, the Ostrowisky wondered what the furry pet cat was doing here and pounced on the elf with his claws. The elfess was horrified to find 3 deep cuts on her chest. The girl felt incredible pain and cried out. She wanted to say something else, but the next moment she noticed a huge plasma projectile from the cannon, already moving towards her. Eventually, the enemy was defeated. Tang stroked about the furry pet and marveled at how savvy and strong this cat was. The princess looked at the intruders in surprise and asked, "Really, they drank from the fountain of life? It is impermissible. How dare they dare?" The girl took out her longbow from somewhere and charged it with a powerful energy wave and aimed an arrow. Looking at how the ice arrow was coming towards him, the guy stood in his place. It was unexpected, and the princess also decided to join the battle. Fluffy Cat suddenly appeared and grabbed the arrow with her teeth right on top of it, taking it out of the line of attack away from her master. It was just great. The cat looked proudly at her owners, and it was like she was saying she was the best. Further, the eyes of the couple lit up. It turns out they have become too strong, that even these elves don't seem like worthy opponents to them. The princess was horrified. Her eyes only expressed incredible fear. The cursed people were more like demons. Gao ordered his friend to grab the princess and get out of here. They might be discovered in the elf city. Tang, meanwhile, was dealing with the lifeless body of the elf. Need to get these creatures out of here and leave immediately. To himself, the guy asked, can he even rely on this dachshund? She's doing complete nonsense on the battlefield. He saw the princess running away and directed the magnetic wave right at his feet using ghostly footsteps. At this rate, the princess won't be able to escape from him. Gao accelerated impossibly fast and gradually caught up with the fleeing elven princess, who tried to escape with all her might, but it was to no avail. Then the student pulled out his blade. He wouldn't let the girl scream. The cat was next to its master and was already preparing to jump on the monster. At the last moment, the elf noticed that the furry beast was already flying at her with its fangs out, and she didn't know what to do. Next, the unfortunate princess felt the strongest claw strike. Even her hard armor could not withstand such a girl flew down. At full speed, Gao was already flying straight towards her with his arms spread out, and now she wouldn't be able to escape. She would have to accept defeat. Realizing she was in a desperate situation, the elfess found herself pinned to the ground. She begged to be let alive and do nothing. Sitting on top of the defeated enemy, Gao demanded to give immediately all his treasures from the outside. It certainly looked different. Disregarding the elven woman's pleas and entreaties, Gao continued to demand the treasure. Tang apparently didn't think it was possible to take more from the princess. Showing her glowing necklace, the princess said that all her treasures were here. There was a large and valuable stone. Somehow it was unconvincing and the guy demanded more, but that was all the pixie had. She even agreed to be his slave. Noticing the level of her acting skills, Gao will still have hidden weapons need. Be ready for a surprise attack. The princess kept begging not to be touched or harmed, but the invader was unstoppable. It seems Gao got so carried away that he started just groping her. The elf begged her not to touch the place and to let go immediately. But no sooner had poor Yi said a few words than a heavy hammer came down on her head, and a loud sound was heard. It turned out to be a matter of a cat furry pet suddenly started talking. He was annoyed at the meow that with elves, so and talk to other ways, there is no other way. He took the hammer in his hands and looked at it. It was a symbol of brilliant military battles, and how could he forget about it when he was going to do it? He thanked his Fluffy for his help and said he would have to take him with him in the future no matter what. Then Gao turned back into a lustful demon, now able to touch and inspect the girl from head to toe. She had a ring, an earring, a belt, and a dagger, but it was unclear what material they were made of, something in Elvish. He would have continued to look at his prey if he hadn't been distracted by Tang's voice, the girl running towards him with all her legs and shouting about aliens. A panting friend said a whole army of aliens would be here soon for the engagement party, and indeed the earth began to tremble. To them approached a whole army of various monsters had to run away. Two of them will not be able to cope with them. Finally, Gao began to realize where they came from. It seems that these monsters are here because of the princess, then it's not good to run away. Grabbing the elven girl on his shoulder, the guy sped up. Tang also took out her wings and started running incredibly fast, need to hide from the monsters. In front of them stood the orcs. One goat-headed monster shouted that they needed to stop the invaders and take the princess away from them so it wouldn't be. Among them was a native whom Gao had seen earlier. The man assumed they were people from the Heavenly Clan, but why would they kidnap the princess? The monsters started to look at each other. Someone had heard that the Heavenly Clan also wanted the princess as a wife, so they just stole her for that purpose. Then it all makes sense. Keep running, Tang asked. Why are they dragging this princess along? Isn't it better to throw it away? Gao said. It is the monster's target. He continued to squeeze the elfess tightly. She didn't find everything strange. Why did the seventh princess leave the city at such a time? Why was she let go so easily? Tang assumed that maybe she had been released on purpose and used as bait to lure the alien teams into their territory. The girl smiled and said that it would be better to destroy it, because nothing would happen and they would benefit from it. But this was not to be done. Then the monsters would definitely realize and reveal they had another plan. The guy smiled and got ready. Looking at the forest thicket, the student said that when they go in there, he would let the Earth Dragon take Tang with him underground for safety. In response to what will happen to him, the guy replied that he will take the princess with him and attract the rest of the monsters, and when everything is ready, he will call the Earth Dragon. In a disgruntled voice, Tang agreed only on one condition: she would take the cat with her, only so she felt safe. After a little bickering, the guy still agreed and handed the pet to his friend. The cat quickly jumped into the girl's arms. Taking out a small vial of pills from her pocket, Tang said that she would then give him these battle wings, and it was obvious how hard it was for her to part with them. That's when the guy realized he'd just been tricked. This chick's always lying to him. It was time to leave. Gao summoned his Earth Dragon, and a multi-legged monster immediately appeared from beneath the earth. Running inside the monster, Tang said goodbye and said they would see each other when it was over, wishing her friend to be careful just in case. When all was done, it was Gao's turn to draw them here. The guy gobbled the pill and prepared to use the wings. A second later, two white wings appeared behind his back, the shameless liar constantly lying to him at every opportunity. The little rooster, as soon as he saw the invader, ordered the others to immediately grab him. The monsters had already spotted the guy. Continuing to play his part, Gao exclaimed that they were just a bunch of fools. The seventh princess is destined to marry into the Heavenly Clan. The pile of monsters continued to move along the forest path. They were furious. The Heavenly Clan had completely lost the fear that they were allowing themselves. Gao looked back at the cluster of monsters and thought that his wings and ghost step wouldn't help him much, but he had no choice. After flying a few meters, he stopped. Escaping from these monsters would be a difficult task, the only way to create another dragon. With a heavy sigh, Gao thought pityingly of the first dragon. He had just reached the steel level, but he had no choice. After opening the pill, the guy was surprised to find that a portal had opened in front of him. But where did the Earth Dragon go? How to understand it? Going through the portal, Gao found himself in a strange place. It was different from the previous one. In the middle, there was an egg, but it was completely different. Its color was much duller, and it was purple with black patterns on the shell. Gao stared ahead with a confused look. Then there was a crackling sound, and the whole space was flooded with bright white light. Gao clenched his eyes so as not to be blinded. The result exceeded all expectations. Completed evolution into a flying dragon of heaven and earth. The monster was far stronger than the previous ones. Looking at the system window, the guy finally realized that it was all thanks to his attribute. The dragon had become many times stronger. The dragon's body opened up. Good, now they need to hide underground to get out of here. Gao, still holding the princess, moved inside. The player was furious when he found out that evolution would take away another 1,000,000 coins from him. Because of this barbarism, the system decided to bankrupt him. The monsters stopped just as the dragon disappeared underground. They only had to look at the hole in the ground. A lizard prince appeared from the crowd. He grinned and said that he would quickly catch up with this dragon. I wonder how the Heavenly Clan digs holes. Saying this, the lizard immediately rushed down after the dragon. He was sure that he could catch up with this monster in a couple of seconds. But after a few minutes, the lizard appeared back on the ground. His face was extremely worried and guilt-ridden. Unfortunately, he failed to catch up with the huge elephant, suggesting that perhaps they had sent a high-level fighter to fight. Meanwhile, the queen, along with her subjects riding on a deer, was already preparing. She met the orcs and was very much surprised. The elfess looked very worried. She was worried about the seventh princess. What could happen to her? She's still alive. But suddenly all the monsters started to look at her with suspicion. They were still assuming it was all the work of the Heavenly Clan. All the monsters demanded an explanation. Where did the Heavenly Clan come from, and why did it steal the princess at a time like this? And only now did it begin to dawn on the queen. Perhaps all of this had been pre-planned by the Celestial Clan. It was their covert operation. The guards appeared out of nowhere and said in serious voices that they needed to rescue the seventh princess and clear the air. The queen still doubted they were sure this man had run to the elf city, but the lizards were watching everything from underground. In that case, no time to waste, the woman waved her staff and ordered everyone to follow them and rescue the princess, no matter what it cost them. A lizard appeared from the ground and reported that this guy moved forward and then turned. He changed his trajectory. The monsters were surprised the stranger changed trajectory and went around the city of elves, but where he was going in that case, how to understand it. The guard also noticed that it was all too strange and asked the queen what to do next. But the woman said nothing. Maybe they are really members of the celestial clan, but the queen has ordered them to shut up. It can't be a betrayal. Looking at the map, one could see that Gao, along with his dragon, had circled the elf city and moved on through the mountains. Diving out, the guy looked at the map. According to his calculations, behind this place is the inner part of the heavenly clan. Everything is going just fine. The heavenly realm was peaceful for the time being. Two guardian angels stood guard at the entrance of the castle as always. Seeing that a huge army of creatures was approaching them, the two angels took a picture of what was going on. Two guards immediately stopped the invasion and asked what was wrong. The monsters stopped and, breathing heavily, began to growl with overflowing rage. After looking at each other, the members of the different clans seemed to realize that it was true. The heavenly clan really wanted to kidnap the princess. React as it was necessary to free the princess from the clutches of these traitors, the elves must also bring an explanation. The Queen of the Elves tried to defuse the situation somehow and affectionately asked everyone to calm down and talk, but no one seemed to listen to her. The pack of monsters rushed straight at the Skywalker. They wanted to crush those slimy worms who dared to give them a hand at such a most dangerous moment. The flying dragon, being underground, continued its movement inside. Gao noticed that ahead was the White Tower well. Who cares? If the guy can get to the city, he will definitely be able to find a place to hide the princess. Gao was visibly anxious but hid it. Two angel guards standing outside the princess's room heard a strange sound inside and decided to go check to see what was going on in there, possibly something dangerous. When Gao appeared on the surface, he sat on his knees and held the exhausted body of the princess in his arms. But it was already a little late. Someone's hurried footsteps could be heard approaching the door, and the boy became alert. Leaving the exhausted body of the princess in her own palace, Gao jumped inside the dragon and waved goodbye to the girl. The plan was accomplished. Having invaded the chambers, two angels with horror noticed that on the floor lay the princess of night elves. But what she is even doing here? Also here was a hole. The doors opened and from there appeared another angel. It was the sixth prince. He asked what was the matter. The guards turned around. The man saw the elf in his chambers and wondered what another race was doing in his castle and who could have gotten in here in the first place. In front of him was not just an ordinary elf girl, it was the seventh princess. Someone had brought her here, and worse, the girl was in bad shape. Angel immediately picked up the unhappy girl and started trying to wake her up, trying to find out what was wrong and what had happened. The two angels were talking to each other. They say the sixth prince thinks of her all the time. That's how lucky he is. The man paid no attention to them, grabbed the girl in his arms, and looked at the elven girl with a frightened look. He was worried about. In deep childhood, the seventh princess along with the prince were good friends. Besides, they were in love with each other. The princess grasped his hand and led him along. They were strolling through the Garden of Eden and enjoying a carefree childhood. Hearing that the sixth prince would never give her up to anyone, the princess smiled and looked at him with eyes full of love. The man leaned against her and asked in a whisper, "Did the girl run away from those monsters to find him?" It was hard to believe. Suddenly, the princess sighed heavily and woke up. She still hadn't gotten over the battle and was attacking everyone. When she saw a familiar face in front of her, the girl calmed down a little, but she still couldn't believe that her brother was really in front of her. Tears immediately appeared in her eyes. She could not believe her happiness. Did the sixth brother come here to save her? The princess was terrified. The man didn't quite understand what he was talking about, because it was the first time he saw the princess in his chambers. But quickly oriented, the man confirmed. Yes, it was he who saved her with his own hands. Let the girl not worry. Now she is safe. They were distracted by alien voices. The rest of the princes invaded the room, just as they suspected the elf princess had been stolen by the celestial clan. The angels saw a huge lizard suddenly appear from the hole. Who is he, and how dare he sneak into the chambers of his highness? Licking his long tongue, the lizard swiveled his eyes. Everything happened just as he assumed. The sixth prince had snatched the princess to not give the others a chance. The two guards didn't understand what kind of nonsense this lizard was talking about. How dare he suggest that he had invaded the palace? But despite all the entreaties, I did not even want to listen to anything. He demanded explanations from the prince, who himself did not understand what had happened. Elf woke up and said that in fact everything is not so. Sixth brother only saved her and kidnapped those people who were on the dragon. Not wanting to believe it, the lizard said it was nonsense. He had seen it all himself, and moreover, the Nora leads directly to the princess's palace. While underground, Gao began to sneeze loudly, and again someone remembered him as a guy who had been fighting consumption but still couldn't stop. The lizard in the palace was still trying to convince the princess she had been tricked. The heavenly clan came and destroyed the guards to steal her away. Turning to the sixth brother, the girl asked, And where he actually saved her, the man replied that he met her in this palace. Eventually, the puzzles began to fit together. The girl realized the sixth brother had really sent people to destroy the army and steal her away. The man realized the state he was in and waved his hands, saying he was misunderstood and would explain everything. The lizard suggested that perhaps the princess was hit on the head and it caused the blur she may not believe, but it all adds up exactly like that. The princess immediately felt a strong pain in her head. She grasped her forehead and tried to steady herself on her feet, basically tried to explain everything. He became furious and screamed, "What are these people talking about? He doesn't understand anything. They planned for the princes to fight the humans." But as soon as the man said that, he immediately realized that he had blurted it out and covered his mouth with his hands in an attempt to do something. The lizard laughed, and now the prince had spoken out, and now everyone would know what kind of sneaky scam the Heavenly Clan had decided to pull behind their backs. The sixth prince fell silent. His expression changed, and he decided to act decisively. As soon as the prince gave the order to destroy these lizards, the angels began to tighten the ring. The invaders must be destroyed this minute. But even in spite of the danger, the monster rejoiced now he knew everything, and everyone in this land will know about the sneakiness of the celestial clan. The prince himself took the elf by the hand and, saying that it was dangerous here, decided to take her somewhere else so she wouldn't get hurt. The lizard king came to rage. If their opponents do this, then their clan will teach how to behave properly. The man was furious. He swung his fist and headed straight for the angel, who did not expect such a sharp attack and did not have time to react. The two lizardmen meanwhile approached the cluster of other monsters, including the elves. They demanded to hear them out immediately. The messenger shouted that it was all the sixth prince's doing. He sent men to destroy the elven army and steal the princess. They saw it for themselves. The lizard said that the sixth prince recognized it was a conspiracy behind the backs of the others. They purposely made a mating alliance. This put everything in place. The monsters were even more furious, and the elf queen didn't know what to say. She didn't believe in this nonsense. The queen shrieked in surprise that she herself knew nothing about it, but inwardly cursed the prince for such stupidity. The women realized that if the kingdom of the other races were not pacified, not only would they fall, but the heavenly clan would fall as well. In the end, the monsters could not stand it and rushed to the attack first. When orcs, they scattered angels like toys. The archers had already prepared themselves, and they stood on the castle's elevations preparing to cover everyone else in a hail of arrows. One of the angelic guards was the least lucky of all. The orcs stabbed him in the back with such force that it pierced through him. The man only cried out. The rest of the orcs also started the chaos. They destroyed and burned everything in their path around them, and a real nightmare was going on. The elven queen begged them to stop destroying everything, or it would lead to a real catastrophe. But it was all to no avail. One of the elven guards asked if they should help. The queen became furious. What does it mean to help? Are they barbarians too? A huge lizard stood at the entrance to the hall. He wanted to avenge such treachery, but his path was blocked by several angels armed with spears. Suddenly, someone of very high rank appeared. He had wings like an angel, but the light from him was incredible. This was the leader of the Archangel Legion, a man with long white hair. He was far stronger than his compatriots and ready for battle. He was ordered to destroy all the invaders, and the man immediately set about rectifying the situation. He was determined. The angel swung his blade and struck the first blow to the hated lizard, who closed his arms in an attempt to get away, but it was to no avail. The lizard flew away from the powerful blast wave. The angel was much stronger than it. Lastly, the lizard said to ask for help from their prince, or else they're all dead. Angels use archangels. One of the lizards stopped at the free place and launched a flare to signal distress. The sky lit up with red light. He looked at his communicator and sighed heavily, but he had to hold out until the main army arrived. Suddenly, the sky was covered with clouds and a bright light poured down as if God himself was descending from heaven. Both the angels and the rest of the monsters felt the incredibly strong aura. All stopped in their place and looked up with surprised eyes. Several creatures with long wings stood on the highest tower. It was the 7th and 8th Order, the strongest wars of all. The orcs and the rest of the monsters also had to stop and listen to what they would be told. Everyone wanted to keep their lives no matter what. Gao inside. The dragon was very much surprised. He was flying to the heavenly clan in the most sacred royal order, need to return immediately or else he was finished. But before that, the guy should at least see what's going on around him. He got ready and scanned the area, gathering energy. Not far away was a carriage on which sat the same Prince Rooster. He did not like battles and thought he was smarter than the others. Had to leave. Unexpectedly, the third principal sensed that something was happening behind him. Someone burst out from under the ground and broke his calm. It was the muzzle of the earth dragon inside. The plasma was already igniting and the monster was about to open fire. An explosion was heard, and the rest of the subjects were very much surprised and frightened. Their prince was in danger. The orc was very much surprised to see that the prince of the winged tyrants had been destroyed, but who had such power that could destroy such a monster? The other subjects had tears in their eyes and demanded that the heavenly clan bring their prince back to life immediately, or else they would be finished. The bird stood on two legs and asked His Highness to do justice for justice in the world their prince sacrificed. The king of the winged tyrants, being in his territory, heard this call, and the clouds began to gather around him. He could not let this happen. The monster was truly terrifying, with long feathers and huge wings, and wondered who dared to touch his family. The other monsters realized that the situation is critical. No need to delay, must avenge the prince even though he was of a different race. Another volcano has erupted in lizard territory, and the air is filled with the smell of sulfur. The Lizard King was furious when he heard the news that the Heavenly Clan had attacked them so unceremoniously. He rushed into battle. In the territory of the mountain giants, their king had awakened. He was in a rage, striding at a huge gallop straight towards the Heavenly Clan's territory. A huge altar was burning in the orc territory. A sword was stuck there, engulfed in flames and standing on many skulls of defeated enemies. Outside the garrison of the Night Elves, the Elder came to a horror. He revealed black eyes for a couple more years. So why did the aliens become active? This was Ghost Disciple, Li Tianan S. Male Disciple was confused. Is the battle at the starting stage? This is too fast. The old man whirled his head in horror and was asked what he had done in the territory of the Night Elves that they were so angry. But he didn't understand. The man was terrified. According to calculations, they'll be here soon enough. What could be so serious that it provoked such a battle? The events moved to a portable military base. There were many military tents filled with fighters ready to perform. The commander-in-chief was very surprised when he saw the old man Li in front of him. The man appeared literally out of nowhere. Seeing the surprise on his subordinate's face, the old man became furious that he had nothing in his head and had not heard about the recent events. However, the general continued to understand nothing. They did not touch the fountain of life, so why did everything happen so quickly? The man was frightened. The Orc King did not stop forward. The general claimed that the human army had not touched anything. He was not aware of the events at all. The old man understood that the eastern region's top 5 strongest could not be allowed to attack the humans right now. He turned around and said he had to go back to the City of Hope to talk things over. But if he left like that, it would be over. After the old man disappeared, the general only looked at him in surprise. The aide asked who it was, and the general replied that it was the ghost apprentice. Hearing what his aides say, the general told him to shut up. The gentleman couldn't just run away. He went into town. Though to himself, the man did not understand why the master had left them at such a crucial moment. Was it really necessary? The trinity of angels stood on the dais. They realized the kings were coming this way, but couldn't imagine what had even happened. The king of the Mu Heavenly Clan ordered everyone to stop. Do they even realize what they're doing? This is angel territory. But no one was going to listen to him as I expected. Everyone moved forward to finish off the Heavenly Clan once and for all. As long as there was a chance, one must advance, and the entire monster horde moved. Right there, an incredible roar could be heard from such a monstrous army. Being underground, Gao triumphed now. His day of triumph, he had contributed so much, it was time to leave this place for safety. The king of the angels became furious at how these plebs dared to act like this. In their sacred place, he vowed to destroy them. Suddenly, the sword of the Orc King appeared from somewhere, and with tremendous force, it stabbed into the ground, and the ground beneath it began to crack. Eventually, the Orc King himself appeared, and he was truly terrifying, looking like a huge lion with a human body. His subjects fell to their knees and began to beg the king to avenge them. The Night Elves and the Celestial Clan conspired amongst themselves. The bird people also asked their king to avenge them. The prince was destroyed. Something had to be done immediately. Looking at his subjects, the tyrant king said that, as guards, they all deserved to be destroyed. The huge bird waved its hand and ordered the Heavenly Clan king to come here immediately and fight him in a fair battle. The angel guards were horrified by this voice. It was so loud that it would bleed from their ears. Suddenly, the supreme angel appeared. He had 6 wings. He was so huge that all the others just fell to their knees from his greatness. The Bird King screamed that the angel men had destroyed his prince, and now he demanded an explanation immediately to sort things out. The Lizard King appeared. He was a huge dragon with big wings. The monster roared, looking at his enemies. The king of the mountain giants was also here. He was so colossal in size he didn't even fit on the slide. The elves were horrified. They had never seen such powerful rulers clustered in one place before. It's only getting worse. They are definitely finished. The frightened angels stood back and shook with fear, drenching themselves in cold sweat. They never thought they would have to participate in such battles. More than a dozen of the strongest warriors were right here, and they were all hungry for retribution. Now a great battle was coming. The most important king of angels appeared. He laughed and did not expect to see so many good acquaintances in one place. For him, it was a big part. The man said that whoever came would have the honor of going into the tower to drink wine with him. As for other matters, please ask the younger ones. Next, the man jumped from his seat and headed straight for his residence at breakneck speed. The orc and the tyrant began to talk amongst themselves. They had to be sincere, even though they had gathered because of such a lousy situation. Angel pondered hearing the words about sincerity. The man was extremely offended by such insolent behavior, rather than trespassing and debauchery. In this case, he will show everything he is capable of. The angel opened his wings, and all the air began to vibrate, overflowing with energy. All the other monsters froze in place because of the power they had. They didn't expect it to turn into such a big battle, and the situation was heating up. From somewhere, an archangel appeared. He held the elf princess in his arms, and lowering a huge blade, he pinned the angelic prince with his feet. The others were horrified. This is Mula. No one expected to see him here, but why is he the main culprit? The king said that such is his sincerity. Well, now they, like the rest of the monsters, only stood and looked at the exhausted prince. The others rejoiced. The tyrant said the angel's habits hadn't changed a bit, and the orc rejoiced that now they could have a drink. The unfortunate prince swore that he didn't do anything. It was a monstrous mistake. He was framed. Why would he do such a thing? But the father only ordered his wayward son to shut up. The prince looked at him in horror and prepared to take his punishment. Thrown back by his father's mighty hand, the unfortunate young man flew into the wall with such force that he lost consciousness almost instantly. He sat leaning against the wall with his eyes rolled back and turned white as fog, his mind leaving the unfortunate young man. The king of angels said that since it all began on his land, the princess would be here to witness it. With disgruntled faces, the others agreed no one objected if this was the best way to settle the conflict. The king looked at his wounded son and said that afterwards he would deal with his son as he should and teach him a lesson. At this time, a meeting was also taking place at the residence of the people in the City of Hope, and panic reigned as we had to figure out what to do next. In front of them stood Mr. Kin, an old man with a long mustache and an equally long beard. The man looked extremely worried. Among them, the ghost disciple was also sitting among them, saying that all he had managed to find out was that everyone had gathered at the Heavenly Clan. Dingmu, one of the high-ranking members of the council, said that the gathering of the strongest had not happened for decades. The ghostly apprentice replied that it was reported to him that the alien race has a resurrection seed they can resurrect in advance. This may be relevant to the question. The discussion continued. Everything could be exactly as they suggest, but strictly speaking, it's just a guess. All agreed that we must prepare for the worst if the great battle begins. The human race may be in danger of annihilation. One of the officials jumped up from his seat and said that there were only 500 million of them, and they didn't have the power to do anything against the alien power. A man with a thick black beard remarked that it was better to go to the other world in battle than from old age. At least it would be done with honor. The others asked Mr. Chin what he thought. The old man took a cup of tea and sighed heavily. The old man frowned and concluded that if no one wanted to leave this land, then there was no other way to hope for them. All the others cried out in horror. Is their head talking about some kind of change? Lots of questions and different opinions. They all pretty much stand still. Old Man Chin claimed that they were all old men already and not capable of fighting at full strength. Alien races are planning something, it's already obvious. For a second there was silence between all the members of the board. People thought over these words, and everyone realized that they were in danger. In such a case, no one had any objections on this matter, and all came to a consensus, albeit under the pressure of circumstances. In the end, the ghost apprentice couldn't stand it. He exclaimed that in such a situation one must take action and not just agree, or else they would all be finished. Rising from his seat, Old Man Chin said that we should leave this matter to the younger generation. Why should old men be attracted to nothing? After it was decided to select the best fighters and send them to the front lines, everyone rose and bowed. No one had any objections. The ghostly disciple thanked the elder for his help. Chin replied, a few people should go to the front lines and bring the soldiers back. The bald man added that they needed to get their fighters back as soon as possible. They couldn't afford to lose any more elite fighters in a battle like this. In that case, it was decided Old Man Chin, Ghost Disciple, and Dingmu would go to bring them back. Even despite their venerable age, they were strong. Suddenly, the ground in the forest opened up and Gao's head appeared, and he sighed heavily and sucked in a chest full of fresh air. He got to the surface and tried to come to his senses. Examining his hand, the student saw an energy stream. He could still feel that the power of the fountain of life was changing his physical performance. Gao realized that he could definitely become the #1 student. Then he began to swivel his head. Recently, Tang had said that the soldiers would be arriving soon. We need to find a good place to take a look at the view. Taking the strange necklace out of his pocket, he remembered about the vault from the princess. Need to check what was in there. Should be interesting. With surprise, Gao pulled out of storage the normal school uniforms both high school students wear. No matter how much the guy tried, there was nothing but clothes. There was already a whole closet of ordinary underwear and even underwear. Holding a woman's panties in his hand, Gao got angry. He's not robbing a dressing room, he's robbing an elf princess. So what's this nonsense? But seeing the cool maid's uniform, Gao rejoiced. Well, he can let the Major and Tang try it on. It seems it should fit them. Suddenly, everything began to glow with a strange yellow light. The guy looked closely, and what he found there made him freeze on the spot. In his hands were several vials of potions with incredible energy emanating from them, a fountain of life. But what are these two other potions? The fountain of life could be saved for the future for reinforcement, although it is possible that these potions are not meant for humans. Taking out of storage also the bow of the elf princess Gao, said he wanted to recycle it and estimate the value of the assistant took a closer look. It turned out that the cost of this weapon was 2.5 million the robot offered to recycle, but the students hesitated for some reason. Thinking about it, he realized that the princess seemed to be of average level as well as her weapon. Well, better recycle this thing for materials. Then a strange red fruit like an egg appeared in my hands, and I had to evaluate it. His jaw dropped by itself when Gao learned the value of the immortal fruit of the elves. 150 million coins was a fortune. He started asking the assistant where to find the information, and it turned out that the encyclopedia cost 500 million, so let them go away. He wouldn't spend that kind of money on an encyclopedia even if he was drunk. There was one more item left to evaluate, a strange pebble. After learning the value of the item, Gao felt like a deity. His fortune already exceeded 300 million. After all, he did not rob the princess for nothing. After looking at the two strange fruits, my eyes lit up, and if I ate them, I could save the whole world in one fell swoop. Sitting on the ground, Gao thought about the fact that everyone calls him a miser. But would he eat this fruit if he were greedy? After eating these two strange fruits, the guy felt a strange energy spreading throughout his body and felt himself becoming stronger. Suddenly, he was terribly sleepy, and following his instinct, he fell to the ground and a cocoon began to form around him. It was a huge egg made of slime, and Gao wanted to think about something else, but he was too sleepy. Being in the military garrison, General pondered. In the heavenly city gathered the strongest warriors, and it is unclear what they are planning. The situation is critical. The man frowned. There was not a moment to lose, and he had to get back at them and attack. Going outside, the general ate strange shadows that were coming closer and closer were the strongest warriors. But no among them was Old Man Li, and other important figures for mankind gathered the strongest warriors. Something should happen any minute now. The general himself realized that if it was so serious, the battle would be incredibly brutal, and the man shivered in surprise. On the small pink cloud stood all the high-ranking members of the human elite. They ordered an immediate retreat. In response to the surprise, the ghost disciple said that the heavenly clan's territory was currently in a violent war. Until they took action, one must retreat. The general didn't understand. Did all these people come here because of the change? They have a more important task. Looking at the surprised subordinates, the ghost apprentice said to return to their seats. They had many other tasks to discuss. Without much hesitation, the general agreed to salute. This is great news. The most powerful men have reached an agreement. Back at the operations headquarters, the general ordered everyone to pack up their belongings and head for the City of Hope. Being in the forest, Tang was also lying in a kind of capsule. Girl just woke up and did not understand what was happening, feeling strange. Breaking her cocoon, she stood in place and began to look around. Her body had incredible strength as if she had been reborn. Gladly for her, she found that already midway through the third order, the girl swung around and struck with her scythe, destroying the rock. A smile spread across her face. She really is a genius. No one can compete with her, but it remains to be seen what happened to Gao. The girl was surprised to see the cat lying on the grass and stretching sweetly. She was still with her, but it was too early to rejoice. A pack of forest monsters surrounded the girl and came closer, emitting a loud growl. Picking up the fluffy pet, Tang began to thank her for the cat guarding her sleep. But the fluffy didn't understand anything. Grabbing her new friend in her arms, the girl said it was time to head home. The cat hissed readily. Looking at the furry pet's restlessness, Tang wondered, is she really so eager to find her master? One way or another, they would meet the guy. The cat was not going to wait long. She broke out of the clutches and rushed to find her master even in spite of the screams. At last, Tang shouted that if they came back together, she would buy the cat the most delicious food. Fluffy stopped for a second. This interested the beast cat, turned her eyes and eyed her new friend with interest. Tang, with a smile on her face, assured her that the best chef in town would cook her breakfast, lunches, and dinners. She could promise that. The cat jumped on the girl's hands and started licking her face. Thank God this animal likes to eat. Things were relatively quiet in the Human Race Legion's fortress for the time being. The deputy dean suggested a little lunch while the break was over. Smiling, the man said that thank God the students were safe, but unfortunately the dozen or so scouting teams sent out seemed to be hopelessly lost. Back in town, Tang was furious that the local cafeteria had no steaks. She ordered the most expensive meat. The cat was also very angry. Guy, hearing a loud scream, he immediately went to the scene. Seeing the disciple, he asked why she was here. The deputy was very curious about what this girl was doing in the Eastern Fortress. How she got here, Tang? The teacher immediately realized that something was wrong and grabbed the girl by the scruff of the neck and demanded an explanation for what the two of them had done. Tang immediately agreed. Hearing the story of how the two had infiltrated the elf city and drunk from the fountain of life, the teacher was furious. A frightened girl sat in front of him and reported back. She felt guilty, but there was nothing she could do about it this time. While in his office, the deputy commander of the armed forces listened to all this and was extremely concerned about the situation. Standing in front of him, Tang told him that after all of this, they were being chased by a bunch of alien races wanting to destroy it was dangerous. Even though the situation was dire, the general realized that if it weren't for these two, it was unlikely that the people would have been able to return. They had made a great contribution. The man frowned. All this is all well and good, of course, but it's a pity it's impossible to do such a miracle. Otherwise, one could really solve the problem. It's great to be able to move freely underground or through the air, bypassing dangerous areas, but it's just a matter of figuring out how to do it. The general frowned. The situation was getting more complicated, and he realized that Gao was probably not alive now and had probably been identified and destroyed. Seeing the worry on the men's faces, Tang herself began to worry, realizing that her comrade was in danger but not knowing how to help. The girl's face turned gray with fear. They don't mean to say that Gao is now already in the other world. It was like a hammer hit her on the head. The general tried to explain there are the strongest warriors, so the probability of survival tends to 0. The girl almost cried. She couldn't believe those words. It couldn't be that her comrade just disappeared given his abilities. Seeing that the girl was about to panic, the general ordered his deputy to take her to get some rest. She'd been through too much already. Tang naturally didn't want to believe it. She rushed out of the office and ran away screaming that Gao was still alive. She was in a panic. Seeing such eagerness, the deputy said that he too would like to go to the battlefield and find this kid. Military said that it is understandable but too dangerous. Even though the military doubted, the deputy said this guy is a different second line of defense altogether. He just wants to go and look. Facing the wall of misunderstanding, the man turned around and wandered towards the exit. He himself was devastated after all this. Standing empty in the hallway, he was in an extremely depressed state. The man was crushed completely. With rage, he slammed his fist into the metal wall, leaving a dent. But suddenly he heard sobs and Tang's voice. The girl sat on the steps and sobbed inconsolably, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. She still couldn't believe it could have happened. The man crouched down beside her and patted her shoulder and advised her to calm down now and go get some rest. And only the cat among all the others was calm. Connection with his master was still there, so how he could go to the other world is impossible. Gao at this moment was in perfect order, and even better, he was already one step away from the fourth order. This is perfect. His regeneration had reached colossal levels and he felt that he was omnipotent, but he had also discovered a new ability. A second blade appeared in his hands. He can now use Soul Slash. The soul power has more than doubled. With joy, the guy cried. At last he had achieved what he had wanted for so long. He was catching an unbearable high from himself. Glancing at his communicator, Gao realized that a couple of days had passed in which time the army should have retreated. It was time to return. All the time he was thinking to himself about the alien races who now fight each other means the city of the night elves is empty. In my head, I thought to sneak into the city of elves and take some valuables there. Probably there will be a lot of treasures on which you can get rich. All the strongest aliens gathered in the city of the Celestial Clan, and with a bitterly divided mind, they reached an agreement. The Night Elf Queen was furious. It was completely against her plan. The Celestial Clone would not participate in the engagement. The woman felt guilty towards her daughter and asked for her forgiveness, but they don't have the strongest, so can only obey. She cannot allow her daughter to marry someone other than the Heavenly Clan. It was unthinkable. These monsters are unworthy. An old counselor appeared from somewhere and said he had an idea. The queen was immediately willing to listen. Any plan was better than nothing. The old elf suggested that the princess's chosen one move to the city of the night elves. If they really want to get married, then so be it. But the plan was doomed to failure. The queen said it was impossible. All the principals were together with their strongest, but the old man said it was possible to invent a prince. For example, the wood elves. When the woman heard of them, the woman perked up. He means those who live in the far south, far away from everyone. The old man said that this was the way to announce to everyone that the elf clan had affinity with other races, so they just needed to warn the Celestial Clan. After listening to the plan, the woman said that if the counselor had come up with all this, he had probably already prepared. The old man bowed and nodded his head. There is a difference between wood elves and dark elves. Shouldn't the king's guards be strong, then let them have an accident? The queen immediately agreed to all concessions for the sake of her daughter. She was willing to do anything to prevent tragedy. The woman exclaimed that we should start right now. We can't delay. After the ceremony, the wedding procession should start. Meanwhile, in the darkness of the night stood Gao. He hid behind a tree and pondered how he could best infiltrate the city. Is he really strong now? A terrible thought crept into his head that perhaps they were trying to fool him with their own power to strike a sneaky blow later. Hiding behind a tree, the guy saw a strange silhouette dressed in the clothes of elves, aka he is the second prince. How is this possible? Activating his ability to look through, the enemy guy looked closely to assess the opponent. Well, the possibility of having to fight with him. It turned out to be a regular forest elf guardian who was disguised as a prince. With this skill, the guy can even recognize the intent of enemies. As the saying goes, what you sow is what you reap. Gao thought about it. Another plan was born in his head. Okay, go ahead, you can't think. Jumping out onto the road, the guy blocked the strange elf's path and demanded that he give up all his jewelry immediately. The false principal looked at what a man is doing here and only of the third order. He left his alliance and walks alone. There was no time to deal with him here anyway. Elf drew his blade and ran forward into the attack, needing to destroy it immediately. But it was useless. Gao immediately overpowered the prince without difficulty and pinned him to the ground. Judging from his attire, his status is high, so let him hand over the money. The frightened elf shouted that they never fought anyone. If the prince didn't return, the forest elves would find this man. This made no impression. Gao said that even if he destroyed this elf, who knows if it was him. But the elf was stubborn. He showed an identification plate with his name on it. If he left this world, everyone would immediately recognize. Covering the elf with energy to keep him from running away, the guy took a closer look. It looks like a real one, quite skillfully done. Seeing his bond broken, the elf was horrified as to how this man had managed to do this, leaving him hiding his power and much stronger. Leaning over to him, the boy thanked him for his efforts. Now the elf could rest with a good conscience and Gao would take his place at the ceremony. Before the elf could even think about what would happen to him, a blade pierced his chest, destroying his body and soul. The elf wanted to say something, but did not have time. Soon, it was over. Gao looked at the enemy. A really strong weapon, once it encounters a weak opponent, effortlessly destroys him. Grabbing the plaque, the guy came up with a plan. Now he needs to merge his soul with this thing, and then no one will know anything. When the deed was done, the young robber bent over the body of his defeated foe. Now we must see what else he has in his pockets. Taking out a high-grade oak bow, Gao decided to keep it for now. It must be a wedding present, though very expensive. And also there was a mask now. He can pretend to be the prince of the wood elves and no one will recognize him. Really genius, man. Putting on the mask, Gao immediately reincarnated into one of the forest elves. Even his own mother would not recognize him, in such a guise, and just beautiful. Looking at the palace of the night elves, the guy came up with a plan. Just go in and look around a bit, and if they notice, then run right away. A few guards stood at the gate, waiting for the prince from the wood elves and peering into the night darkness, but so far there was no one. They were already beginning to worry why there was still no messenger. According to his itinerary, he should arrive any minute. Now there was little time left. Maybe something even happened to him. But no, that can't be it. People left here long ago, so the prince must have been safe. Meanwhile, the reincarnated prince decided to come in from the back door. Only a fool would go in for a frontal attack. At 8:30 in the morning, everyone gathered near the world tree of the night elves for the time being. Things were quiet around here. The orc grinned and said that what happened today reminded him of a small allusion to humans. The orc explained that humans have a classic story called The Three Kingdoms of Japan Today. The night elves and the Sky Clan are just copies of them. Saying that, the horned orc immediately laughed as his minion gave a thumbs up. His Majesty is indeed brilliant. The elven queen was in a panic. Why hasn't the fake prince shown up yet? Something has definitely happened. The plan is going downhill. The woman pondered, probably better to prepare someone else, but it's too late for that. They just won't have time. There was already an entire army prepared, 2 high-level and a dozen mid-level. Everything was ready. The fake prince peered through the crack and took a closer look at the security here. Really serious? It's a good thing he didn't go through the main entrance. For a second, the guy even thought that nothing would work out. The guards were scaring him. And if he was uncovered, luckily, there are no missions here. Summoning his dragon, Gao ordered him to come out. The monster only rumbled contentedly. He hadn't acted in a long time and was tormented by boredom. The dark elves were furious when they saw the intruder who dared to sneak into their chambers. The guards were about to attack, but the ground beneath their feet began to shake as the dragon appeared out of nowhere. Energy fluctuations were hard to hide, and the guy had completely forgotten it. He is in step. Here is the fourth order. Need to be careful. Seeing a large breach in the wall, the elven guards shouted for the robber to come out immediately. He wouldn't be able to escape without even trying. Gao realized that these elves could not deceive him. Let them not even try to smile on his face. Using his scouting skill, the guy looked around to see how many monsters there were. They did have guards. There were lizards and orcs almost everywhere, and the situation was complicated by the fact that he had come in the back way. In that case, there was nothing left but to simply pretend to be the prince of the wood elves. He shouldn't be revealed, at least. Gao ordered his dragon to crawl away as far and as fast as possible. The monster nodded its head and began to move its paws quickly. A fake prince of the wood elves jumped out of the ground in the center of town. It's called luring a tiger out of its lair. Next, we'll be crossing the sea. Undercover, the guy moved towards the exit as if nothing had happened. He wasn't even afraid of being exposed. The prince of the wood elves stood in front of them, and he barked that he would open the gate immediately. The guard rejoiced finally. Their puppet had come here. Luckily, no one had noticed anything yet. With unprecedented speed, the guard rushed out and ran straight up the wall. Gao was stunned after such a thing. Could it be that elves can also walk on walls? When the military man found himself right next to him, the guy was very scared of what he was going to do, but the guard just threw himself on his knees. Not wanting to explain anything, the man grabbed the prince's arm and saying there was no time to explain, pulled him right behind him. Time was short. After all, the fake prince was in place, the night elf queen pretended it was very unexpected, and not her plan at all. Gao held her hands, and the queen told his royal majesty to say hello to the king of the wood elves. The elf queen looked at him with such a look that it seemed that she fell in love with him. The guy already started to get nervous. Is it really so? The rest of the people present wondered whether the guards had not come with the prince. A guard appeared from somewhere and began to politely apologize, signaling that something else needed attention. He showed something with his hands, but Gao did not understand why it is staring at him. He does not know the language of the elves, so do not even try to explain something. The embarrassed queen decided to explain. She said the 13th prince had been robbed and all his guards destroyed, so he came like this. The woman spread her arms out and continued speaking. The others looked amongst themselves. Could it be that the humans had started scheming against them again? But when the 7th princess appeared, all present forgot about everything and looked at the elf in love. The 7th princess looked extremely upset. She realized that this marriage would not be for love. Tears glistened in her eyes. No one understood why that girl was crying. They already know it's all Mu's fault, so why does the 7th princess blame herself for everything? The others present begged the 7th princess to stop crying, otherwise they too would be up to their necks in grief. No one understood what had upset her so much. Being surrounded by monsters, Gao realized that he was just a fake prince. So the best thing to do now was to just come up with an escape plan. The princess approached her mother, and the queen began her fiery speech. They pretended as if nothing had happened, although everyone realized it was a setup. The monsters even started talking amongst themselves about marrying both. But the queen is a married woman somehow, maybe. An elder appeared from somewhere and said that the Night Elf Council had also made their decision, even though the princess does not want to leave the Night Elves. Hearing that the future candidate for the role of the princess's husband must renounce his race, the others were horrified because they are the heirs of the strongest. The elders saw all this and tried to reassure them that if they refused, they would lose a great opportunity to become a husband. After hearing such conditions, the others somehow already did not want to go to the role of a husband. Let the princess herself decide who she prefers. Gao forgot for a second that he was actually conspiratorial and said that the acting was top-notch, but if he were in their shoes, he would have done it differently. From whence you came, an angry guard and gave him a kick in the ass with such force that the fake principal flew into the air and went into free flight. After flying a few meters, the unfortunate elf hit the water and almost lost consciousness. It was quite painful and unexpected, but quickly orienting himself, he got down on one knee and prepared to propose marriage. He had no other option. Gao lifted his face up and saw the princess of the Night Elves. The girl blushed instantly. The crowd around started to cheer. Gao severely embarrassed. The guy looked in front of him and did not know what to say. Never before had he attended a wedding, especially as a husband. Continuing to kneel before the princess, the guy said he was ready to get married, and his highness would not have to be separated from the queen. The others began to rebel. This prince only wants to corrupt the princess. Nothing else. True love is unknown to him. This is nonsense. The elder tried to calm those present by saying that it was only a misunderstanding. Those who were willing to join their clan were aware. The princess, wiping tears from her red face, asked, "Is Prince Gaimi really ready to join the Night Elves?" Girls are very happy. But suddenly there was an embarrassment. The prince, contrary to all expectations, pulled back his hand and said that he did not agree. All the others shrieked. The queen and the elder were simply shocked how it was possible they had agreed in advance with the Wood Elves. What was the problem? Gao roughly imagined what was going on here, and he had to get married, but the Dark Elf Queen is behind all of this, it's clear. After the guy refused, the only way he could survive was to talk trash here to get the two elves to fight. The prince held out his hand and said that in order for things to be fair, there should be a contest between the others. This is the way civilized people do things. The others came in motion. This well said. They were ready to support the young prince, all done right. The guard didn't understand why this was happening, and the queen only squinted at him with an angry look. It was against the rules. There was only one conclusion: this boy had been bribed by the other princes, and there was no other way. The man was furious. He jumped up to the prince and whispered, "How dare he give the Night Elves? Isn't he afraid of the consequences?" But the prince only looked at him. "It was a good chance," the elf exclaimed, "as this captain's mere threat to his highness is not allowed." The captain, only trembling, stood in his place. He stopped to understand the essence of what was happening. Everything was not going according to plan. Chaos happened. The others were also in agreement. Night Elves had set it all up. No wonder. Why did the Wood Elf act like this was the way it was meant to be? The army chief didn't know what to say. He started to stammer, but the principal interrupted him and said that he was just about to be sent to the other side of the world. How dare he say that? Principals from other states also confirmed that they saw everything perfectly well. This chief of guards will only be executed immediately. Let them carry out the sentence. The guard didn't understand anything and what the principal was going to do. The man understood that an imposter was standing in front of him, but why was he suddenly acting like that? In the end, the guard couldn't stand it and attacked the elf, shouting at him to shut up. But not even half a second later, the guard was shackled in ice shackles. and the man couldn't even move. Unexpectedly for Gao, the queen agreed with him indeed. Insulting a royal envoy, much less a prince, is a sentence. Taking out the ghost blade, the guy in the guise of an elf immediately split the guard in two. The ice cracked, and the man immediately went to the other world. Seeing that the elf prince had destroyed the soul of the unfortunate guard, all the others were horrified. Are they so ruthless that they didn't even leave a chance? The queen just stood and silently watched what was happening. She realized that everything was not going according to plan. She could not reveal herself. The woman gathered her thoughts and said that even despite this little embarrassment, the ceremony would continue. It was time to show the gifts. A huge golden chest fell to the ground with such force that the ground shook underfoot. It was the first gift. The first to present a gift was a member of the family of giants. He said that this is the heart of his tribe, a huge crystal, which he treasures very much. The orc provided his snow crystal. He said his love was as pure as this ice. All the others followed suit. Elf imposter watched what was happening and realized that these gifts are no lower than the fruit that he found that the princess wanted to take possession of it. The guy began to slowly go crazy at the sight of such expensive treasures. That would be great if he could get them in his possession. And now it was the turn of the Prince of the Wood Elves. All began to wonder what he will present as a gift. Perhaps it is a holy spring or something more expensive. Gao was calm. He realized that he was about to present her with a bow, worth several tens of millions, the most expensive thing the elves have. But no, it was impossible. The guy would never part with such an expensive thing. He just wouldn't forgive himself for it. Completely disobeying. No laws of common sense, the guy said. He had come this greatest journey, and it was his gift. The princess should be grateful. With incredible insolence, he raised his finger up and said, "Marry or not to decide, the princess needs to decide this matter soon." All the others crowded around the Prince of the Wood Elves and did not understand. Nothing will not be a gift. This is sacrilege. How can you behave like this? Everyone else laughed with joy. The sincerity of the prince was simply astounding. Now he had become a universal friend of these monsters. But internally, the other candidates rejoiced. One less competitor, and that's for the best. Now they will have a better chance. Gao Herd called him now and then to come in for a cup of tea to visit. The guy was happy. Everything was going according to plan so far. But the whole company of monsters stopped. When they heard the worried voice of the princess, the girl was very upset. Folding her arms on her chest with tears in her eyes and a crying voice, the girl asked, "Doesn't the prince find her attractive about to pay?" Everyone here looked at this couple with astonishment. Could it be that the seventh princess had been in love with him for as long as possible? Looking at her mother, the seventh princess said, "Even though the forest elf is angry, but it's all because of the night elves. You shouldn't look at it that way." Everyone in the room's jaws dropped, including Gao's. But why did the princess choose him? It looks bad. Gao is wary they want to choose him as their lawful husband. If things go on like this, it will turn into a tragedy. The elder intervened in the dispute. He said that now the princes who had passed the first round would have to pass under the sacred tree. Everyone else crowded near the huge tree. Gao began to ponder how to use these fools to get out of the situation. Elder questioned whether two lovers should have a private life or tell each other everything. Let them answer honestly. The situation was getting more complicated for the guy inside. Everything went cold. It was a bad thing. Despite what he would answer, the choice is still up to the princess and her choice. The first to respond was a huge orc who put his hand to his chest and exclaimed with full readiness. The man breathed a full chest of air and said that both should treat each other sincerely, and there should be trust no matter what. That was a good answer. It affected both sides. Gao started thinking hard about how to screw things up so he wouldn't have a chance. Then began to answer other principles. Giant was sure that everything should be clean and transparent. There are no secrets if they respect each other. Finally, it was the turn of the prince from the elf kingdom. Everyone waited for his answer. Gao stood across from the princess and thought. After a short pause, the boy said in a firm voice that he was choosing neither. His eyes glittered a bright blue. He said the princess must serve him faithfully. He also wants to have several concubines besides his main wife. Poking himself with a finger in his chest, the guy continued. The princess must obey him completely. His words are the truth. Literally with his back, Gao felt the sizzling gaze of the queen. The woman was ready to tear him on the spot for such words. Inside himself, Gao was triumphant. Everything was going great. He said the biggest foolishness. Could the princess and now agree and embarrass herself? Even the elder couldn't stand it, and he shouted for this prince to be removed at last. No one wants him here. From the other kingdoms, there was a slight snicker. Even if this elf is not going to marry her, then still such a response is already too rude. But even despite all the nightmare, the princess agreed to choose game. As her husband, she even agreed to all his arguments without delay. The faces of everyone in the procession are petrified. But why is this happening? Has the princess lost her mind from falling in love like this? The queen and the elder began to dissuade the princess from such a decision, but she was adamant. The girl said that she had already decided everything. The huge bullman disagreed. He cried out, "Why did this princess choose this impudent man? Let him explain his decision to everyone else." The princess explained that it was very simple, they were both elves. Even if they were now separated, there was still elven blood flowing inside. The girl pressed her hand to her chest and said that even though the prince spoke lightly, she still agreed and believed she could change him for the sake of her race. Gao even put his hand over his head to keep from going blind. There's no way a girl could be so loyal. Though if you think about it, she's too good of an actor. There's no arguing that she's unrivaled to say so. Maybe not everyone. The girl agreed to all the conditions, even to obey for her was not an obstacle, but the 13th prince did not want it at all. The girl didn't understand anything at all, but after all, he came all this way for her, and now that she agrees to take him as her lawful husband, so why refuse? There were practically no options left, and Gao shouted that his heart is already occupied. He loves his own sister, and even on this condition, she is ready to go to everything. It was a disaster. The guy didn't know what to do. He'd already embarrassed himself more than anyone, and the princess decided to take him as her husband anyway. It's unthinkable. The other monsters were grabbing their heads as to how such a monster could even be married to such a monster. It was disgusting to even look at. Gao exclaimed why she was so eager to marry him. What's the big deal? The guy had completely lost track of the situation, but in the same second, his face changed. She wants to destroy him, say the most horrible words, and then destroy him for his crime. He looked around, and the place was suitable for him too. There was a beautiful pond nearby, and it was not a sin to drown someone. Suddenly, a gleaming knife appeared in the princess's hands. Where did she even get it? The girl kept saying, "Really doesn't he want to?" The blade was approaching the imposter's throat, so all the princess was doing was putting on a show for this moment. In that case, it's time to improvise. The guy stepped back, and the princess flew after him, still holding the knife in her hands. There was a slap. These two fell into the water, and the others continued to stand on the shore, not realizing what had just happened. The princess and prince imposter swam to the bottom, releasing many air bubbles from their lungs. With horror to himself, the guy noticed that the princess swims better than him, and already preparing her blade, bringing it to his throat. He tried his best to get away from her somehow, but the princess was surprisingly strong despite her frail build. She spun around and kicked him right in the groin. Gao took a lungful of water and cursed to himself, "Can't let it float." He had already seen the girl rising to the surface, in which case there was no other option left, and he made a dash for it. Grasping the leg of the floating princess, he transformed his hand into an iron. Underwater, it is very heavy. The girl will not be able to surface. When she felt something very heavy holding her leg, the elf let the air out of her lungs and screamed. She didn't expect the plan to go down the drain. She turned around and shouted for the prince to let her go, but even if she didn't try, she wouldn't be able to resurface. The elf swam up to the girl, and holding a hand with her knife touched her breast. The princess instantly blushed and stopped understanding anything at all. Her cheeks began to flood blush. The girl was furious. How can you even after all that happen to be so insolent? The water began to churn and rise as if a real storm was about to begin, and the rest of those present looked on in surprise. They didn't realize what had happened. The monsters were just frozen in their seats and didn't know what to think. The prince and princess are fighting. Suddenly, seeing what happened, the orc opened his mouth in surprise at what was going on. He could not have expected anything further, especially at a wedding ceremony. The prince was pierced by a sharp object like a ring, but the princess was unharmed. The situation became more complicated. Breathing heavily, Gao shouted that this princess is very cruel. His shoulder was pierced by an arrow. She wanted to destroy him because of the refusal. How is this possible? And returning to the others, the guy asked. They also heard everything perfectly well. Monsters looked at each other and confirmed. Pulling an arrow out of his wounded shoulder, Gao did not even expect that the bow he was going to give to the princess as a wedding gift could be so useful to him. The princess herself wondered where her knife had gone. She had just held it in her hands and now it had disappeared somewhere. When the girl saw that she was being slandered, she shouted that the bow was not hers and that the prince had stuck it in her shoulder to compromise her. But the proof was irrefutable. On the weapon was written the name of the princess herself. All the others looked at him in surprise. The monsters were talking among themselves now. There was a doubt in their souls about whether the princess of the night elves really wanted to take the prince's life. The unfortunate girl realized that she was in a desperate situation and only looked around with a pitiful look for support, but no one looked at her. The wood elf began to improvise. He said he would return to his territory and thank all the princes who would help him in this confrontation. The mountain giant was the first to agree. Since the night elves are chasing this poor man, they will get him home. The orcs also supported their comrades. Huge Bull bellowed that now he knew who the princess really was. Better to forget about her for life and never remember. In the end, everyone went home. Accompanying the prince, he became a national favorite for his exposure of the dastardly princess. Eventually, the unfortunate girl sat down on the ground and started crying. Her mother tried to calm her down. She didn't think it would happen like this. The company was already moving towards the dwelling of the wood elves, as suddenly they were stopped by someone's very sweet voice. All stopped and looked up. Looking up, the orc's mouth dropped open in surprise at the sight of none other than Her Royal Highness Princess Fei in front of him. The girl angel floated in the air and looked at the travelers. Gao also raised his head and looked at her in surprise, and what she was doing here was not part of the plan. The guy started to tense up if he had to fight her. It would be bad. Besides, he's hurt. It's getting dangerous. After the princess told everyone to get out of the way, everyone who accompanied the elf prince ran back. No one wanted to give up their lives. The orc thought to himself that of all the creatures on this earth, there was a woman they least wanted to mess with, and she was in front of them right now. In the past, she destroyed 17 royal heirs who dared to defy her. No one has been going to mess with her since. The elf queen looked at the old acquaintance in surprise and asked, "What brought her here?" Faye said she heard the princess wanted to get married. Then she shifted her gaze to the imposter prince and said that it was this elf they had chosen as the chosen one. Gao was nervous again. Faye said that of course the 7th princess has good taste, but this elf already has a chosen one, so the marriage is not destined to happen. The 7th princess looked at her sister and asked, "How long has she been here at all?" The girl was extremely surprised at such a visit. The angel girl said she wanted to take care of the matter herself. If so, she'd understand. The elf queen just obediently closed her eyes and said it was fine, and she would leave the matter to her sister. Then the angel approached the elf and stared almost closely. Gao was ready to fall through the ground. How much this woman has managed to learn. Looking at the wound on the guy's shoulder, the angel asked, "He what hurt the guy?" Immediately twitched and looked at his recent wound. Faye walked up to the guy and pulled the arrow out of his shoulder with a sharp movement, which caused a crunch and a splash of blood. Then, near his face appeared a bottle with a strange potion. The girl explained that it was a wound-healing tincture. Let him drink it, and all will be well. The already frightened elf accepted the offering and thanked the girl for such kindness. But why would she be so worried? Touching a finger to his earlier elf immediately healed. Of course, this girl is strong, but with knowledge she has problems, has not forgotten who is in front of her. Angel raised an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed, the elves had the ability to heal themselves worthy of royalty. Not bad, of course. Seeing such a night elf queen and princess trailer you, from the surprise of how it is possible, he is after all a simple guard disguised as a prince. Gao already noticed that the elves were looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze, trying to figure out who was in front of him, but maybe they didn't realize it yet. With a heavy sigh, the angel understandably said that he had been treated very badly, and it was understandable why the Lord wanted to leave, and tension began to build between them. The girl wanted to offer help. Let His Highness stay here as a guest for a while and then she would personally escort him. Gao wanted to refuse. The angel girl then turned to the orc and called his name. The bullman readily raised his hands. She asked if everyone else minded resting here for a couple days, and so many events no one minded or was just afraid. Gao blackened with fear. She's just threatening them. Even the police can see that these monsters can't do anything against her. It was time to improvise. The guy laughed. Did the Princess Angel want to stay for these couple of days because of an agreement a few months ago? The girl was wary of what other agreement. She did not understand anything. Her face became serious. The prince began to explain. She herself offered. Everyone else present only stared at the girl in surprise. It was the first time they had heard of something like this, that she had also promised the prince. The orc looked at the elf prince and tried to figure out what the catch was. It seemed to him that there was a reason for this. Angel Girl was horrified when the prince reminded her how she had gone to the factory a few months ago. This shocked her and made her very angry. She asked the guy in a fierce voice, "Did he even realize where he was?" Gao spread his hands. Of course he understands. They are, after all, so close to the god of nature. The girl raised her eyes and looked at the world tree of the elves. A thought immediately popped into her head. She remembered how this guy used the destructive power of his magic. Does he really want to? And now do it. Gao smiled and asked good-naturedly, "So now they can talk normally?" He himself was very scared. There was no other choice, and the elf asked what he wanted. It was strange that she was threatened by an ordinary man, but there was nothing to do. Inside herself, the girl didn't understand how this imposter could have such power in the few months she had managed to gather the necessary data. It's quite possible that this man is the secret weapon of the entire human race created by the Alliance. Then things are bad. The Queen of the Night Elves from the outside was such a feeling that the angel was giving him a nod. How is that possible? But then the woman was horrified. Is it possible that this elf is actually a prince and not a guard they hired for cover? But most of all, the two elves were surprised when the princess agreed to let him go, since this guy is fine. You can't keep him here. Looking at her, the 7th queen asked her sister really wants to let him go. Or is this some kind of joke? Turning to her, the angel confirmed her intentions. Let him go. She will tell him about everything later. It is extremely interesting. The Night Elf Queen gritted her teeth, but the woman couldn't say anything. She just didn't have the right to. With a wave of her hand, she ordered the guard to escort the prince into the Forest Elf Kingdom. Without obstacles, the man immediately agreed. God, there was even a little pity he was let go so easily. He wouldn't even have time to admire the nature god. Wouldn't the princess regret it later? Gao approached the angel girl and said that he couldn't leave empty-handed. Faye was angry, but still agreed to do it. She pulled out a large wand from behind her back. and the orc standing next to her was stunned. It was his wedding present to the princess. Seeing the surprise, Faye asked, "Didn't these two want to be friends before, so this would be a perfect fit for a good relationship?" Seeing the displeasure on the orc's face, the woman became furious. Someone had some objection, or maybe they wanted to challenge her to a duel. Gao accepted the gift and said that Faye is very generous. In that case, he deviates to his business. The guy bowed once more. The girl thought to herself that as soon as this insolent man left the city of night elves, it was time to destroy him. Her hands were already on fire. In parting, Gao turned around and reminded about the agreement. Let him spend it well would be to admire the sunset together. Faye blurted out a smile. Everything goes as it should. She immediately agreed this would be the perfect opportunity to destroy the insolent man. The girl had transformed, and instead of angelic armor, she was now wearing a beautiful dress. She looked simply enchanting. Putting his hand forward like a gentleman, Gao asked if he could invite her to walk together, and the girl immediately offered her hand. The orc couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the lady and this imposter holding hands. Faye hoped that the guy would not regret it. Gao said that if she was such a beauty, there was nothing to fear. He was completely confident.